I'm trying to find the original picture of this building. Here we go. So this is a bit more information about that building in Bidharad People's Republic. It almost looks like the god of hellfire coming up out of the roof. So the roof of a residential building on the area of Holy Trinity Boulevard is on fire. According to preliminary that data, the fire broke out in a boiler room located on the roof. So that's what it was. It was a boiler room. And, well, gosh, let's just say I hope there was nobody in the top of that building when that went off. Because, yeah, the entire top of the building was on fire. And I'm just going to retweet the most amazing picture. And anybody else who likes a bit of flame like me will appreciate that.
So shall we rewrite the song? Instead of smoking in the boys' room, it shall be smoking in the boiler room?
I think we've already got a song for this. The roof is on fire. I'm not going to sing it for you just because, but yeah, I would say that song goes through my head quite a lot these days when I look at stuff in Russia. There seems to be a lot of spontaneous fires.
That's so sad. Not really. Oh my. Yes. There do seem to be a lot of spontaneous. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. I had not seen that picture of the fire. Oh my.
A good one, isn't
It
it?
is.
The roof's definitely on fire.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely on fire.
Yeah. Well, I was like, why would Ukraine have done something like that? That seems weird. You know, I was thinking maybe a drone had gone off course or something like that. I was thinking that it wasn't possible that Ukraine would attack a tall building as so. And so, yeah, it's indeed, it's good to hear that it was a maintenance issue. And these maintenance issues just keep adding up, don't they? That there seems to be an awful lot of terrible maintenance. That's all I can say. It does look like a fire monster. You're right. Sorry, I've just also seen a fabulous picture of Budanov, and that's just cheered me up amazingly. He's so smiley, isn't he?
Oh, there have been some good ones in him lately.
I know that video where he just sort of like sits there and then just sort of maybe blinks at the end, you know, and just possible half smile.
Could you imagine having him for a dad?
You know what? I bet you he's absolutely lovely. I bet you he's a right sweetheart under that. Now I'm just having a quick look at the exercises that's going on. You know, the joint exercises that are going on at the moment. And wow, that's some impressive stuff. I'm just going to retweet that as well so you can have a look to just see all these dudes putting on their exercises. And well, the person has written,
are they tumbling?
not that kind of exercises, no. But the comment is, do you really think Russia can do something against this? And the answer is, read it and weep, Russia. Just read it and weep, because it's yeah, it's impressive. It's yeah. Let's just say there's effing around and there's finding out, and that's the find out patrol right there. Now Russian TV is as bonkers as ever. And according to the Kremlin Yap, Russia says that, they're so effing genocidal. They have managed to melt down the identities of different people who live in the territory of Russia in such a way that they are ready to fight for the empire. In other words, brainwashed and left people with no choice. It's just a bit disgusting, isn't it? Yeah. And they go on to say, we erased all sorts of, not borders, but pencil-dotted lines between nationalities and ethnic groups. In other words, we stole everything. We stole everything and called it Russia. It's not a terrible big surprise, that is it, that they admit it right there on the telly. But they're just, they're so gross. I just don't get how people can listen to that. But I suppose not everybody does, do they? So, just trying to catch up with what went on with the African delegation. There was a bit of news this morning. The South African president, Cyril Ramaphosa, said that he expects Putin to attend the BRICS summit in August, despite the country's commitment to arrest and extradite him. According to the South African leader, they expect Putin to come and will discuss the visit to the BRICS summit during a bilateral meeting in Moscow, which is today. I don't know. I think it puts him in a very awkward position if he lets Putin turn up. But these things have happened before, haven't they? So it's something to keep an eye on, at least. We shall see. Now, apparently, talking about negotiating with NATO countries, Putin's exact words were "dick to them." Yeah, that goes to show just how ready he is to negotiate. Just in case you wondered, all this talk of negotiation and, oh yes, please talk to the Russians and blah blah blah. Well, that's his official answer from his own mouth. So, think we can put those things to one side. Those concerns about negotiations. It's all a pile of what's that word, Prince? What's that word that I can use instead of shit? Oh, I've used it anyway. Yeah. Yeah, it's all a pile of shit. So, just in case anybody ever comes to you and says anything about negotiations, you can say, well, Putin himself has 3 words for that. And so, So, my lovelies, I do believe we have the MOD report as well. So, you lucky beggars, I'm going to bring you that. This is the British MOD report for the 17th of June 23. Since the start of the Ukrainian counteroffensive operations in southern Ukraine, Russia has reinforced its attack helicopter force in the region. Ooh, this is spooky. Imagery shows that over 20 extra... Were they listening? Imagery shows that over 20 extra Russian helicopters deployed to Berdyansk airport, approximately 100 kilometers behind the front line. In the constant contest between aviation measures and countermeasures, it is likely Russia has gained a temporary advantage in southern Ukraine, especially with attack helicopters employing longer range missiles against ground targets. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I think the British MOD were listening to us.
It sure sounds like it because they have a creepy way of talking right about the subject that we were just talking about. Because, yeah. So why don't we just dispense with it all and send Ukraine some weapons that they can use to blow it all up?
I think an attackers would visit that location very nicely and do plenty of damage because the thing with the Storm Shadow is the Storm Shadow can hit that location, but it's a point detonation weapon. It's something which is it's going to take out a specific building, but it's not going to create a big boom that takes out an entire airfield. So attackums make a bigger bada boom, and so yeah, especially ones that are the I'm going to say cluster type munition, just because I can't remember the proper word for it. And those ones would be very handy indeed to take out a whole row of helicopters. So we'll keep that we'll keep that in mind. And that there is certainly some suggestions that attackums are on the way. Let's just say there's a more political will showing. Your political will is showing. I like it. Sorry, I'm in one of those moods today. It is
Are you
Saturday.
just happy to see me, or is that your political will?
Exactly. Now, yesterday I saw a new Flork meme, and I did not understand it at all. It had little kangaroo in it, and I have now figured out what it was about. Apparently, yesterday a kangaroo attacked the Russian embassy in Australia. A Ukrainian protester. Oh dear, I'm sorry. That pun was actually from the newspaper. My apologies. Ukrainian protester. Great. Attacked the Russian embassy. The animal tried to get through the gate and was apparently very angry when helped off. So, yeah, angry angry animals everywhere attacking Russia, it would seem. So that will be what that meme is about. And yeah, I'm glad that it's been explained to me now. So yeah, it would seem Russia's peeing everybody off, even the kangaroos.
Will, do your kangaroos have no self-control? I
No,
think it's
they've just
absolutely
got
hilarious.
oh,
No,
they've just got good taste. And
yeah,
and they were just piling on at the embassy. They were just the kangaroos down there to remind the folks at the embassy that they're dickheads and that they couldn't build their new embassy on the plot of land because we took it away with Parliament Act.
yes, that is one of the sweetest things that has happened this week. I think that Australia has, even though they lost the court case, they have still been deprived because free democracies know how to take care of these things in an appropriate way. And you know what? They fought in court. They didn't get what they needed in court. So they changed the law, which they are able to do because it's a free democracy. And now I sound like Will.
I thought you sounded like
Yeah,
Yehuda.
yeah, absolutely
Oh no, 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 no. I haven't talked about my mother-in-law.
right. Well, I've got to have a mother-in-law to be able to talk about mine, and I don't have one of those. So maybe that's a good thing. Maybe.
Well, that is my issue too, I suppose. Don't have a mother-in-law, can't talk about her.
Well, she can't annoy you either in the same way, so it's all good.
Yeah, but that's
Um,
okay. I guess Yehuda's mother-in-law, aside from having one the most influential Jews, If you haven't seen that picture up in the nest, please go do look at it because it makes me laugh.
I saw you all giggling in the background like children.
Well, it all started because we saw that picture of Zelensky winning the most influential Jew. And in my response was that Yehuda was immediately going to say that he was the one who was supposed to receive the award, but he thought it was more appropriate for it to go to Zelensky this year, and that is how Zelensky ended up winning, and Yehuda did not, which is exactly what he said basically when he came up on the space, and I asked him about Zelensky winning, being named as the most influential Jew.
Yeah, I think you can probably live with that. I did enjoy you ragging on him though.
Oh, always, and then this idea came up, and of course we had to create it very quickly, and it's just one of those perfect things. He says he keeps on saying he's getting ready to send his mother-in-law to Ukraine. He's sure that she can nag. I think it's a nag at least one brigade of Russian soldiers to death.
Well, every little helps. She could put like the ones that are all in the ones that are all in captivity. She could like keep them all in line, couldn't she?
Oh yes, absolutely.
Sorry, I'm just trying to catch up with my 3,000 messages. Ooh. Now then, yesterday we had reports of, in fact, no, it was the day before, we had reports that Ukraine were to receive field telephones, quite a number of them, and the obviously associated wiring, etc. And yes, it's very old school, but there's a reason. Because EW, electronic warfare, has really come into the play now. And pro-Russian sources themselves are reporting huge drone losses due to electronic warfare equipment. According to information from the front, there are some cool electronic warfare given to the Ukrainians. Our bird losses are huge. However, to employ that sort of thing, you might also be in a position where your own drones can't fly and your own communications are a problem. Sometimes these are the things that you have to deal with because it's better for the enemy to lose that capability and you than for the enemy to have that capability. Because I believe just recently they've got themselves an awful lot of new drones, and we did see the pictures, and at first I thought they were photoshopped or whatever, but I was assured that they were real pictures of all these drones. And so this is how Ukraine's dealing with it, with some sort of new huge EW capability. But of course, to deploy that, you also blind yourself. So field telephones, old but technically unhackable. As long as nobody finds the wiring, then they can't get into that system. It's a closed system, and there's no way of listening in unless you're stood next to the person. So I think, well, sometimes going old school isn't such a bad thing. And in this case, I was talking to David Brookfield about it, and he actually used to lay those cables for The field telephones. Yes, bless him. He is that old, unfortunately. But he was saying that, you know, it's a system that is technically foolproof, just because it's so low tech, and so it's something that, you know, he thinks will give them an advantage, really, because of the EW situation. There we go. Sorry, I'm just watching a video of some soldiers rescuing a fox that had a bottle stuck on its head. And, you know, Ukrainians do this all the time, don't they? There's so many videos of them looking after animals or rescuing animals. And I said this yesterday, and it really is true, that you can tell an awful lot about a person by the way they treat animals. It's a famous quote somewhere, but I've probably mangled it. But you really can, and it makes such a difference to me to see, you know, stuff like that. They're at blimmin' war, and yet they're going to take the time to help a fox with a bottle on his head, because that's just who they are. Yeah. Bloody heartwarming it is. Bloody heartwarming.
Well, and you do see them, you know, saving animals and taking care of animals and bottle feeding kittens and, you know, just really taking care of everything around them. You know, I'm sure that they get a lot of comfort from the animals. Well, some of the animals are jerks, but, you know, I mean, you don't want to cuddle with a porcupine, but still, they respect the porcupine and would do what they could to save it if needed. Just like some of those animals that have fallen into the foxholes, into the trench lines that definitely were not amused to be in there and would have eaten them alive given the opportunity. But they still took the time and the effort to make sure that animal got out of there so that they could continue living. And yes, so that is just who Ukrainians are, and it is a wonderful thing. It is just something that something to admire, and something that all humans, I think, most humans at least, should have that kind of caring and kind of love for all creatures, and it's clear that the Ukrainians do.
Oh, absolutely. So you gave me time to find some of my bookmarked items. And something which has been posted up early this morning is from Ukraine Pravda in English. So, for the first time, Moldova's pro-Russian faction has declared that Russia is responsible for the war in Ukraine. I know. The head of the bloc of communist and socialist republics of Moldova, which includes the Party of Socialists of Moldovan ex-president Igor Dodon, said for the first time that Russia is responsible for the full-scale war in Ukraine. In an interview with the Moldovan publication, right, this guy's name, I'm just going to say, insert name I cannot say, okay, said that the socialists spoke out against the war in Ukraine from the beginning, showing a responsible and wise position given the vulnerability of Moldova during the war between the two great powers. What is happening in Ukraine is a tragedy. The war must be stopped. Here we go. Too much talk about weapons. I see a dynamic that scares me because there is talk of continuation of the war. Well, of course they're going to continue. They're going to continue till they kick them out, you idiots. Anyway, there are great powers in the world that have experience in solving and freezing conflict, so do shove off. When asked whether Russia is to blame for what is currently happening in Ukraine, the leader of the Moldovan communist faction answered in the affirmative. Russia is to blame for this war, and other politicians and important countries in the world are also responsible. Yeah, okay, blah, blah. I'm talking about those who fuel militaristic rhetoric in every possible way. So he's still kind of trying to say it's not entirely their fault because, you know, there are other people in the world who are also pushing for military expansion, which is absolute bananas balls. But at least the words came out of his mouth that Russia is indeed responsible. Maybe that's as much as he can say without having to hedge for some, you know, idioticness. But anyway, it is good to hear that he's sort of falling in line with the correct assessment that it is indeed the fault of Russia. Now, guys, I have a special Saturday announcement for today. We have guests coming. We have Roman and Lila Trokimets. So I'm going to go with that. They are brother and sister, and Roman is a soldier in the 3rd Separate Assault Brigade of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, and Lila is a volunteer providing humanitarian aid to wounded soldiers at hospitals in eastern Ukraine, and of course, helping out at animal shelters because that's what Ukrainians do. So this is coming up at midday, so 12 o'clock Pacific time, 3 p.m. Eastern time, 7 p.m. UTC, 8 p.m. London time, 9 p.m. Prague, 10 p.m. Kyiv. So that should be really good, actually. They get on really well together. They obviously have very different roles in what they do, but I think it's going to be good to be able to hear from sort of, you know, the two different sides of what's happening here. I mean, he's obviously enlisted in the army and doing fighting, I would expect. And she's fighting in a different way. She's, you know, assisting with humanitarian aid, helping soldiers who are recovering, and of course helping animals that are recovering because, well, that would like be one of my happy places to, you know, be able to snuggle animals that were traumatized. Yeah. Anyway, sorry, I just went into a little dream there about a room full of kittens. Apologies. So yes, please set your alarms for this. I think it's going to be a really good interview. I hope they stick with us for a little bit because it should be great. I think, you know, brother and sister, you either get along or you don't, and I just wonder what their dynamic's going to be like. So we shall see. Now, I'm hearing that the armed forces of Ukraine have now knocked out the Russian army in areas of Novodonetsky and Urozhain, maybe, in the Donetsk Oblast. I'm starting to hear new names of towns that I no longer recognize, and I actually think this is a great thing because if I'm seeing new names of places, that means Ukraine's obviously moving forward into more territory, and I'm just gonna pop this into the nest. There we go. So you can see the map attached to that, which shows the location of these two places. One of them, Urozhain, maybe, is, well, let's just say you could draw a line to MriyaReport from there quite easily. And we know that it would appear Ukraine have set off in a number of directions, one of them being generally in the direction of Mariupol, one of them being generally in the direction of Tokmak and Melitopol. And of course, there's also in the Donetsk and Luhansk oblasts, they're sort of nibbling away at all the edges of the front line there. And I have noticed this, that they still don't appear to have chosen one particular path. And you know, that's great because it keeps all the Russians busy. Talking of busy Russians, I hope I bookmarked it. Yes, I did. Remembered to do it. I have a note from the Zaporizhia area. So, in the direction of Melitopol, where they built a layered defense, so the Russians built a layered defense, the command suddenly brought reserves from the Kherson direction into the battle here. The 34th Brigade was thrown onto the front. These 3 lanes of trenches, are they really that empty? So, it would appear that Ukraine have made some advances in this particular area, and that Russia have been forced to bring forces from a much further direction. Instead of, you know, having forces already located there, they seem to be having to bus people in at high speed to meet this offensive by Ukrainian forces. And that does suggest that they've got some real big gaps in their defence where they're relying on fortifications that aren't actually manned. And Russia doesn't have the deep reserves that they, you know, tell everybody they do. And it is possible that they are committing a lot of their reserve forces now. In fact, Hannah Mailar last night was stating that practically in all areas and directions where they were advancing in the south, they were having tactical success. And that as of last night, they had advanced up to 2 kilometers in each direction. So when I say nibbling away, I really do mean it. They're taking bites out of the front line on all of the southern front there. So the process of consolidating troops continues in liberated positions and settlements. Now, there are some directions where they're on the defensive, but in those areas, the enemy was unable to advance. Not a single position was lost, which, you know, that's an awful lot of confidence there with that statement, and just goes to show that the Russians are not in a good place. That it would seem that their attacks aren't landing any serious blows. They're not able to push Ukrainian forces back, and it would appear they're having some artillery problems, especially with all those numbers that we see being taken out. I do have a little note here from the Aviation Defence Forces, who carried out 17 strikes on areas of concentration of enemy personnel over the day, destroying an enemy Ka-52 attack helicopter, 7 reconnaissance UAVs. Missile and artillery units also struck a command post, 3 areas of enemy concentration, 5 artillery units at the firing position, 4 electronic warfare stations, and 2 other important enemy targets. Now, I have actually seen one of these, what I would call an important enemy target, taken out, and it was one of these mine delivering vehicles. one of these where they just sort of load a bunch of mines into it and it fires them out across an area. And, you know, it obviously doesn't keep a record of where it puts them. Now, those things are highly deadly. They leave a trace that can kill people, you know, decades later. Any of those vehicles blowing up make my absolute day. And I saw a video of one of those being taken off the battlefield for good earlier on. So those sorts of things, excellent targets. And the very fact that Ukrainian forces are able to find those and take them out, well, let's just say you shouldn't be leaving those things lying around where Ukraine could find them, not if you want to use them again. So I have a little note from Roman, actually. I'm going to put this into the nest as well, so you can see who our guest coming up is. He's got lovely pale blue eyes, bless him. Sorry, I have a thing for blue-eyed boys. So he does a little video stream every couple of days, usually when he can, and he generally will just, you know, give you an overview of whether it's been a hard day or not, and he states that the counteroffensive is indeed hard work, but day by day there is progress. So and he's always you know, trying to answer people's questions and what have you. So I think it would be great to be able to speak to him in person and ask him some questions where, you know, he can maybe give us a bit more detail or give us a bit more sort of human colour, if you know what I mean. Be able to sometimes it's about the little details, you know what I mean, like the length of time those guys sit in trenches receiving artillery at some points. I know, especially during the winter and the spring, they've done a lot of that, and I can imagine after a while that kind of gets a bit tedious. And you know, you've got to either entertain yourself or go a bit nuts. And I've seen, you know, all sorts of things like the fella who started making the artwork inside the trench, you know, with carving the artwork out of the side of the trench. It goes to show that, you know, that this hurry up and wait, like they say in a lot of, you know, armed forces, you're either in action that requires you to act immediately, or you're waiting. And during that waiting period, you know, you can be doing a lot of preparation, reconnaissance, and all sorts of important things, but you're still generally waiting for the go ahead. And during that time, you have to, you know, find ways to deal with the boredom. And I just think it's incredible that, you know, people have become artistic and what have you, but you do hear about you know, art from trenches in the past. There was an awful lot of soldiers who wrote poetry. I believe there's a whole section on war poetry you can do if you take an English literature class, which I did, and I did. Yeah, so, you know, there's it's not just about the horrificness. It's not just about the fighting. It's about the camaraderie and the teamwork and the people with you that you know, become family and all that sort of stuff. And the fact that, you know, people have their own particular skills, and you get to find out who's good at certain things and who gives the best advice on other things, and, you know, you get to know your team so that no matter where you are in life, you'll always have that bond. You'll always be able to go back to that place and be, be that same sort of friend with that person, just because you both shared something which not a lot of people do. And so, yeah, I think he'd be a really good person to interview. Anyway, do we think that it's about time the Kerch Bridge went down, Prince?
I do, but I have another thing that I wanted to ask you. Have you heard the latest on the cider incident
The
in Russia?
Mr. Cider incident?
What's
I
that?
have not.
Yes,
Mr. Cider.
yes, it seems to have popped back up in the news today. It was reported by TASS, and it seems to be growing. It says 106 people have been affected, including 5 children. 5 children.
Oh my goodness.
36 people have died, including 1 child. So yes,
Wow. Did you see what the product looked like, by the way?
I am not sure what it looks like.
Well, I did see what appeared to be one of these bottles, and it looked like, like you would get sort of a 500 ml bottle of apple juice. It looks like a bottle of cloudy apple juice, and they weren't particularly looking like alcohol bottles, if you know what I mean. Just a sort of a straight up bottle with what appears to be cloudy apple juice inside. So I can kind of understand how children might have drunk it, to be fair.
Yeah.
It didn't particularly look like alcohol, just from, a glance at the bottle. Did you hear where this stuff originally came from?
I do not recall. I've been just mostly seeing the number updates. Where did it come from?
Well, it turned out that this stuff was actually in confiscated storage. So it actually came from the police storage, where they had confiscated this stuff some many, many months beforehand, from, an illegal distributor or something like that. And instead of destroying it, they kept it in evidence. So it's been sat in evidence for a long period of time. And one of the guards decided it would be a good idea to, maybe allow somebody in there for a bribe to take away a bit of this stuff that nobody seems to be using. And of course, it turned out that that stuff was actually poison. So, yeah, excellent.
Sweet baby Jesus. That's all I got to say about that.
Let's just say the police caused their own problem here with that one. Yeah, it's pretty drastically awful, isn't it? But it just goes to show that Russians will do anything for a drink of alcohol, it seems. Crikey. Nick, is it not late for you?
Yeah, it's totally late. I just tuned in before bed and I heard your voice, and that meant I probably missed the latest boom and burn report, but I thought I would at least ask, if you haven't recited it recently, if you could, to give me really sweet dreams before I hit the sack. Thank you.
So you'd like some numbers, was that, Nick?
And the boom and burn report too.
I'll do my best. So I can bring you the numbers pretty quickly. That's not a problem. There are some good numbers today. So for anybody else who missed them, we have 670 liquidated personnel. We have 12 tanks, one more than they had in the parade in Moscow. Sorry, no, 11 more than they had in the parade in Moscow. Ooh. Apparently, I need another coffee. Now, things get interesting from here on in. Very. 23 armoured personnel vehicles. 23. 22 artillery systems, again. 3 MLRS. 1 helicopter, KA-52. Handbags and shoes, anyone? 7 UAVs. 12 cruise missiles. 38 vehicles and fuel tanks. And of course, not forgetting that one special equipment. But yeah, 38 vehicles and fuel tanks. So with regards to your other request, you just bear with me 2 ticks and I will hunt down my... Hello. Sorry, cat's knocking things over on the table. That's not a surprise, is it? So yesterday there were booms in Tokmak, multiple booms in Tokmak. There were reports of booms in Kursk. Oh yes, there was great big fire in Kursk, wasn't there? And then the whole of Kherson, Zaporizhia, Luhansk, Donetsk regions were very active with artillery and possibly also HIMARS. So that's something that is happening quite regularly now. We're seeing an awful lot of additional artillery fire along most of the front line. And just to cheer you up there, Nick, there was a big boom in Jankoy in Crimea. And, well, I don't know if that explains why there was no electricity, but Crimea last night, there was no electricity in Sevastopol, Epakatoria, that one. Another place beginning with A, which is hard to say. And some of the area of Kursk as well. So, yeah, it would appear they were having some awful issues last night. And they were very, very concerned on Telegram that they were about to be completely overwhelmed by, you know, the SAS and the special forces of every nation. Yeah, it was amazing. Does that help cheer you up, Nick?
That was just lovely. I will sleep beautifully, and I will also sleep with the report on in my Bluetooth speaker. Even though I'll snore through most of it, I'll hear bits and pieces of it as I toss and turn all night long, and I'll be edified and better educated in the morning. And Daniel wants to speak, and I always love listening to Daniel. So that's a great way to nod off. Daniel, I swear I won't fall asleep until you're done speaking, though. Thanks, everybody. Good night, world, and Slava Ukraina.
Hello,
Slava.
Good morning, Daniel.
Good morning. Just a small info because I hear you about Mr. Saiter. What you forget to tell the people is something like this. They made an investigation. They were pretty thorough because the public uproar was huge because there are more victims than reported, especially in isolated oblasts and villages. And they are very, very much people like students, high school children, things like that. And this never make things easy. And the culprit was like this. So was a deposit of Internal Affairs Ministry. They discovered the colonel from there was involved, took a huge bribe. One major and lieutenant colonel, but the fault was taken by the sergeant who was at guard of the deposit. And this this is a very, very, very good image to explain how the fucking Russia works. You know, never falls on the big guys. It's just the serf who is the low rank, and he will take the culprit, and nobody will help him. Nothing in Russia is anything than the bosses give the orders and they take the bribes. The sergeant probably get 2 bottles of Mr. Cider and 200 rubles, you know. And that's why when people talk about justice, human rights in Russia, keep in mind, it's like talking about freedom for women in Iran. Same bullshit. So they will never learn, never change. You know, it's just alcoholic Disneylander.
Well, this is how the guys at the top protect themselves, isn't it? They always have a couple of fall guys below them that can take the heat before it ever gets to them. It seems to be a system that's set up, you know, that you can have some perks, but part of that is that you're probably going to be the fall guy if anything goes down. It seems that they always like to have a scapegoat or two between the actual perpetrator and the law. I mean, it surprises me that people put themselves in these positions, but I suppose it's difficult not to in that sort of setup. Now, would you believe Attackums is trending? People are very excited about this defence authorisation draft for 2024 that says no less than 80 million should be used for the procurement of Attackums for Ukraine. However, I'd like them to arrive a little sooner than that, if I'm absolutely honest. But I mean, it's a good start. It's an open opening to the conversation. That's the one. Prince, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it was around this time last year, actually, that we were talking a lot about Adam Kinzinger and him getting into the same kind of bill, funding to train Ukrainian pilots on F-16s. And that funding did go into the bill, and it was approved, and it was signed into law. And so that 100 million has been available for a long time, but nothing still has come of it. You know, until just recently, when we've had other countries commit to starting training pilots on F-16s. The US, I believe, will be involved in training F-16 pilots, but I haven't really heard anything extremely firm about it. So, you know, it sounds like they're relying on other countries to do the training more than anything, and other countries to give the planes more than anything. So I know everybody's excited about the idea of ATACMS. First, it has to make it into the final bill that gets approved, which in and of itself could be a, a big, huge deal. And then, you know, then it gets signed and then it has to be used. But it can sit there unused. So I hate to, you know, hate to throw cold water on things, but it's an unfortunate reality. Go ahead, Will. I'm sure you have something colorful to add.
So the small amount of color is still, remember, the president of the United States can still do the drawdown process. He can draw down out of stock for existing ones. What that authorization does is authorizes them to spend more money in 2024 to essentially replace those things. But as Prime Minister said before, if they authorize that money, or even if they don't authorize that money, if the President Biden decides to send ATACMS to Ukraine, he can do so. He'll just need to draw down out of the U.S. stock somewhere. And, there was the previous discussion about whether or not he did that was, we'll deplete our stock of somewhere in the range of a couple thousand of these, I think I recall. I was like, wow, 50 is not going to reduce your amount any. But anyway, so they can get them there within about 3 days of President Biden deciding they're going to supply them to Ukraine. And then if this thing passes, that'll just backfill the loss out of the drawdown. So it's good news. And like the the pilot training stuff, essentially it's the Congress pre-authorizing stuff that they think is going to be needed, probably to try to not pressure him, but demonstrate their interest in the things that they'd like to see happen formally.
Yeah, and you know what? Choosing a peanut butter and jelly sandwich while you're co-hosting is not a good idea. Just saying. That's what I gotta say.
Pro tip, Prince.
Anyway, I think they could actually get ATACMS to Ukraine even faster than what you said. There are ATACMS in Romania, and I think that those could just very quickly be moved, probably faster than they could from the U.S. We could just call up Romania and say, "Hey, give them a few, and we'll send you replacements. You're not going to need them in the next 3 days, are you?"
Right. Yeah. Right. They absolutely can do that, and just shift that stock around for positioning purposes when they're ready to do it. And I, I'm on the record way back when with Chuck Fair, which is easy to pile on with that. That the original Kerch Bridge takeout, I reckon, was an ATACMS at that time, and more power to them. I think keep it quiet. They also have remember the Ukrainians also have that Shilka, based on the Smerch system that they could also fire. It's not nearly as accurate, but they have some long range strike capabilities that won't use up their stock of Storm Shadows. But it's just great to see all of the governments, the legislatures, particularly where they control money, demonstrating that they're behind this effort. And you can backfill that $80 million, which means 50 of those things, which is precisely the number that we were talking about back when we first talked about ATACMS, that they could just get 50 and probably do themselves a hell of a lot of good with those alone. Now, when and if he provides those, it'll probably be on the same caveat that they agreed to release fighters, F-16s and whatever. The United States government has authorized Australia, if they work through it, to provide the F-18s as well. So they'll put caveats on that, like, don't fire this into Russia proper. And, Ukraine can go, yes, we promise we won't. And, but, plausible deniability, they could say they used their Shilka if they wanted to attack someplace else. But ATACMS won't really reach that far into Russia to be able to really interdict some of the things we'd like to see them take out, like the MiG-31 bases, so they can't launch calibers any longer. But yeah, absolutely, be very good to see ATACMS be used to take out the Kerch Bridge as they get the Russians moving that way. Because the important thing with the ATACMS, I think, is to take out the things they have a tactical advantage with, like the helicopter bases would be ideal, because we know we have a bit of a problem there. And if they get moving toward the Kerch Bridge at any point in time, take that out to make sure that Russia can't escape back into Russia with any appreciable amount of arms and armor, because essentially you want to disarm Russia as they get moving toward the exit, so they can't come back.
So before I brought up the cider incident, Mockers was starting to ask about taking out the Kerch Bridge. So maybe we should just go on that now. What do you think, Mockers? And I sort of get torn at times about taking it out. Um, I think that obviously Ukraine is going to make the choice that they want to make. I don't think I think taking the railroad bridge out at any time would be perfect and would be ideal. I think that leaving the road sections for the time being at least would be appropriate also. Um, just to give those who want to get out a way to get out. Get out of Crimea. Go, 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 go. There's your road. Go. You don't have to wait 5 days for a ferry to be able to take you across. But I go back and forth on that also. Part of me just wants to see the whole thing go kaplooey into the water.
They can take the ferries. Let them take ferries. Let them scramble to put more ferries on. That's what I say. Go ahead, Will.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I would take them out. I would take that bridge out as soon as we see any appreciable amount of arms and armor moving that way to make sure that they have to use the ferries, and they have to use the ferries to allow people to escape, or all their equipment to escape, but not both, right? Because you really, I, I want Russia to show its hand to everybody in Crimea as it becomes a panic and they're rushing for the exit, that they have to, oh no, sorry, we can't take any civilians on these ferries. They're all going to be loaded up with BMPs and tanks and whatever, to demonstrate to the Crimeans, you aren't a priority here. You were only considered Russia, when we could have it. And Russia literally told Ukraine, if they tried to retake Crimea by force, they'd hide behind the citizens as human shields. So I want to reinforce that point to everybody in Crimea that either thinks about supporting Russia or is a big supporter of Russia, to demonstrate to them how much difficulty it's going to be for them to get out unless they get moving early, because I want to see a bottleneck. I want to see a panic. I want to see chaos down at the ferries to get out, because for all the Russians, because frankly they deserve it.
All righty. I think that sums it up pretty well. You can isolate Crimea very easily. It's fairly isolated now, but if you took out that bridge, it would isolate it even further and make things a little bit complicated. I did sort of like the timing when it was when the one roadway and the trains were taken out in the fall. I liked the timing of when that happened because, yeah, they were able to add some ferry service, but the ferry service had to keep on stopping because of the weather, which is a very common thing in that area. And taking the bridge out now, I don't think they'll run into the same kind of problems with the weather and having to stop the ferries. So they'll be able to just keep going back and forth with the ferries, probably pretty much nonstop. Aaron, good morning to you and good night to me.
Good afternoon to me and good night to you. Can you hear me okay, Prince?
We have you pretty good now.
Good. So a question for Will. I heard you saying that General Ryan was saying that we're unlikely to send any of our modern kit, and it's very disappointing because the Hawkeye with the NASAMS or AIM 120, and we've got that massive stockpile of the older AIM 120 DS or something that are going to have to be pulled apart, the older air-to-air missile, and you've got a range of 30 kilometers that would take out all the helicopters, and then you've got the sling system Bushmaster that goes on top of the Bushmaster on a Bushmaster, a single shot to take out drones. Just so frustrating that we've got all this kit. And the thing is, I know Australia wanted to really build up its technology in defence industries, because it's such high-paying jobs. It's really high-tech jobs. It's industries that flow onto other industries. It's and if you send this kid over, all you'd have to, it seems to me, you'd just send 5 Bushmasters and 5 Hawkeye, and every strike group that's going in is fully protected, you know. And if it performs really well, which if it performs like it's written up to, you'd have orders all over the world for it. You know, you're just sort of cutting off your nose beside your face. I don't know if he gave any reasons why we wouldn't be sending it. I know that some of it, most of it, I think, is indigenously built, like the radar for the Hawkeye in Bendigo. So obviously the NASAM missiles are something that could be donated from other countries, but maybe there's a bit more input from other countries, and we need their go-ahead. Just seems a bit crazy that we're building this just for us. You know, it's like if we have to fight a land battle against China, we're stuffed. It's like I talked to a mate who was in the army. I said, "Do you do much martial arts?" And he goes, "Mate, if it gets down to martial arts, we're fucked." Sorry, excuse my French. So yeah, like we're better off just having air-launched cruise missiles from the F-35s that can take out ships and so forth. But I guess if we do, you know, defence operations, I better go. There's kids are going off. Wait on, I'll listen to hear what you say, Will.
Yeah. So, Aaron, I mean, I think you might have been on when Mick was on, and he.
I wasn't. I didn't hear
Okay.
any
So,
of it.
I mean, the thing is, he was basically down. I mean, he was very negative about the lack of leadership and the lack of imagination inside DoD or the Defense Department here generally, and even in relation to the Bushmaster kit out as an ambulance, which has been the most highly prized item of Ukraine's dead. I mean, Reznikov met with Marles in Singapore, I think the 31st of May, and you know, laid out exactly. It was a very good shopping list. It was exactly what I was saying that we should get from them. Give us the list of precisely what you want from us and the precise numbers, and let's talk about that, because it's really based on direct need that you've evaluated. So they presented him with a very clear case for F-18s. He presented a very good case for Hawkeyes and Bushmasters, a very clear case for the drone technology you're talking about, not the electronic warfare anti-drone technology that we've developed for mounting on those Hawkeyes. And as you said, since 2018, they've been attaching that NASAMS sort of thing to Hawkeye. But I think they're only doing that as a test thing, right? I think they're only doing these as evaluation projects. I don't think they've fielded any of those that I've found out about, Aaron. And so why I said that was, I think if it's very unlikely that they're going to be able to free up even regular Hawkeyes along with more Bushmasters and these FA-18s. If that's a bridge too far, then it's highly unlikely that they're going to give them our bleeding edge technology for but a bleeding edge technology, which would be, I agree with you, exactly what they need, right? If the Avengers using the Stingers on a Humvee, if that little system from the mid 80s, if that won't do it anymore, and you need to have more reach because the anti-tank guided missiles of the MiG-28 and the Ka-52, if those can reach you and you can't reach them, you got a problem. And the AMRAAM, the AIM-120, would absolutely solve that problem mounted to a Hawkeye, and they would have, much like the Avenger, probably low survivability on the battlefield. So send them 100. You know, I mean, they need something, and they literally need something right now if they're going to start a major push so that they don't see a problem. Because if you told any tanker in the Australian or American Army what thing they would fear the most, in a tank out in the battlefield, it would be almost certainly be an attack helicopter with a capability to reach farther than they could with man pads, and which is why you absolutely totally always go to war with air superiority, so that helicopters have a very, very low survivability if they come anywhere in theater. But Mick was honestly, I came away from Mick's discussion pretty disheartened by his attitude, because he knows those folks, he talks to them all the time, and he spent a lot of time as the liaison to the Pentagon in the United States, where they're rolling in cash. They do a lot of innovation and all this stuff. They're always making new stuff, and he saw a level of leadership and commitment and innovation on these things and he came back to the Australian situation, and the system here is a little hidebound and seems a little British, right? A little bureaucratic, a little not inventive, not the kind of things that Mick wants to do in relation to innovation. So I think he was a little bit depressed with the reaction that he got back in the Department of Defense here, and he was just very negative, and he was also very negative about the current government's follow-on commitments to Ukraine to match their words. And it remains to be seen what happens.
I hate to say I told you so. I told you so.
Oh yeah.
But,
Look, I always knew this was it's gonna be as difficult to drag our government kicking and screaming to doing essentially what's right as it was the U.S. or the German government, to the point where they need to be. But I'm still confident we'll get there. We picked up a couple of new voices in the Senate and the House in the last couple of days, vocally, and thank you, Vladimir Miroshnichenko, for getting around the ambassador from Ukraine. He's really working the room over there in Canberra, and good on him, because they've got a very clear message. They've got a very clear cause, and at some point they will almost certainly be able to shame a certain amount of the Labor caucus to do what's right, and fend off the attacks of the independents, and if they are, and I think they need to work a bit more on the independents, because the independents, like Jackie Lambie, who served in the military, like a lot, the ones that are through Melbourne.
She's on board.
Oh, I know, that's what I
board,
mean.
Jackie.
But so the independents aren't necessarily the problem. I'd be getting into your representatives in inner city Melbourne there, that all when those teal independents, those people aren't peace at any cost people. Those are the folks who absolutely believe they'd be liberals if it weren't for the fact that they don't believe in climate change and doing something about Aboriginal folks here. So I would think they need to work those.
We shouldn't really need them. To get it through. Well,
the thing is, though, Greg, if you get all them,
is Albanese. My point. He doesn't lead. He's not out there giving big statements. I mean, I don't mind the guy. He's not bad. He's just not very good.
I think so. I think they're great. Yeah, they're doing great domestically, but they're a little bit shit when it comes to this war stuff. So not totally shit though, right? I think Penny Wong's doing a great job out in South Pacific Forum, rebuilding our relationships there. But we really need to, we need to get all these labor members in a room and ask them what their thoughts are on liberal democracy and how serious this situation is, because they're really going to lose a lot of support amongst independents and that they got together to win the last election if they don't show some leadership in this area. I totally agree with you. I think they are missing the punch every time, and I tell my local apparatchik that every time I speak at him, because he doesn't answer back.
Signed that.
Sorry?
I signed that petition. I signed that petition you had on your timeline, the one for the F-18s. There was only like 45 signatures.
Yeah,
that's
good.
Hopefully there's a few more go on.
It only refreshes once a day, though, I think. So, but yeah, so
Okay.
I'll replug that. In my timeline is a link to a petition at the Australian Parliament House. You can either go to aph.gov.au and search for e-petitions yourself. NAFO Australia set this thing up, and good on you guys for doing that. It's a very short, quick, easy petition, and it'll pile on with the work they're trying to do on the independence. And much like William Attig is doing in America, we need to get, if you're in Australia or you know an Australian citizen who can log in and demonstrate that they're an Australian citizen and participate in that petition, I think it's a great idea. If we could generate the kind of buzz here like we did the other day when we were doing fundraising with everybody, Aaron, everybody Greg knows in South Australia. We got to get the Queenslanders in New South Wales on a bit stronger. And so if you're in Australia, please go to aph.gov.au and search for the e-petition on the FA-18 supply, or click on the link through my timeline if you want to look through that. And please go participate. It takes like 45 seconds to participate in that survey, and not survey, but petition. And if you do so, and we can build some support for it in the next week or two, we can really keep the pressure on for supplying everything we do, because they're still waffling, is what Mick said. And I think we need to start to put some grassroots efforts out like that petition. And I encourage everybody to contact your member of parliament and remind them that we're the 17th largest GDP in the world, and we're somewhere down in the 35th or something like that for our level of support for a liberal democracy that is currently in a fight for its life. And, if you just go ahead and use it on them, Greg or Aaron, if you're not in support of us supplying FA-18s and more Bushmasters and Hawkeyes to Ukraine, you're un-Australian. And that's like calling somebody a four-letter word here in Australia. You're un-Australian. Honestly, it's un-Australian not to support a liberal democracy in its time of need. It's a fundamental principle thing that we shouldn't have to be reminding the Labour Party that we live in a world that is beneficial to us, because we live in a world where we participate with liberal democracies. Look at our experience when China tried to crush us economically during the COVID. We turned around and sold stuff to Europe and the Americans. We diversified our markets. Those guys are the guys that we need to help support, because they're doing their part in Denmark. They're doing their part in Norway. They're doing their part in Finland, and we're not doing our part. And I want to be able to go around the world and tell everybody that Australia is the best place in the world, because it is. And not supporting liberal democracies the way we should would make me.
So when is that next date coming up? I was looking forward to it. When Albanese, is he going to NATO
12th
summit?
of July, I think, in Vilnius. The Dominators here.
Okay, I'll look forward to that.
I think it's the 12th of July is when their next announcement is, which is why I'm saying, let's get all the pressure we possibly can on our representatives right now, so that we can make sure that package is big and impresses everyone.
And the other thing is, have you heard anything about that support for the war, support for Russia march they're trying to organise? Was it in Canberra or something? There's a few theories going around that the Russians are subsidising the cookers over here a bit, because anyway you can get disruption and mayhem and so forth, and that they may team up in some way or cross-pollinate.
Oh yeah, Greg. That group is what you say, the cookers and all the Serbian nationalists and all these anti-vaxxers, and just they're all mental head cases. The neo-Nazis, and they ship those people, they bus those people back and forth to like Sydney and Melbourne if there's a protest on one place or the other, so that they can keep the numbers up. But the numbers are only like 75 people, and when they organize one of those, the Ukrainian organizations in Sydney and Melbourne tend to organize counter demonstrations at the same time, and they tend to overwhelm them in numbers of people who you want to see. And I don't mean they're attractive. I just mean people who are forthright and out there with valid opinions, not anti-gay, anti-democratic, anti-vax. Just the negativity that is at those Russian rallies that we see, and you nearly want to vomit when you watch them, is disgusting. And hopefully soon, when they have those rallies, they'll be carrying their Nazi flags, which are shortly to be outlawed displays, and some of them can also pay some fines and go to jail. That'd be my dream come true.
I noticed one of the guys sort of just disappeared. So they're pretty heavy into organised crime, I'd say, that mob of Russians. I saw one video where the cops pulled them over and they're just saying where you going, what you're doing, and they were abusing them in Russian, and the cop didn't know what they were saying, but they were all laughing, and made me angry. But yeah, anyway.
Well, sorry not to dominate the discussion, but be aware that the NAFO Australia, Chiffa, and the folks have provided the police with the direct translations of what those guys were saying to them while they were pretending they didn't speak English during those traffic stops. And I suspect those gentlemen won't have as pleasant a time the next time they get stopped by the police for something.
They'd all be on watch lists for sure.
Right, morning all. 11th it starts on, 11th of July, but it might already be the 12th of July, because I think it might start towards the evening. It might already be the 12th of July in Australia. So either way, it starts in, let's call it 3.5 weeks, give or take. So that's what I wanted to highlight. There is never too much F-18 talk, because we love F-18s, and Australia really should send some. I see we have a Marty, who I think is from Tasmania, which wasn't mentioned earlier. Marty, do you want to put in your 2 cents? I think Marty is experiencing technical difficulties, which happens from time to time. Marty? No. Sorry, Lexi, can give me like 5 seconds, because I just need you to connect fully on my screen as well. Otherwise, I won't be able to hear you. And that just happens sometimes. Twitter's funny, especially when I'm nearly up. Good morning, everyone, and good morning, mockers, Daniel, Will, etc.
Good morning, Slovakia.
He thinks it's an insult. I don't mind. And there we go. Lexicon properly connected my screen. Go right ahead.
Yeah, I don't know if you were on a topic, or can I just raise a topic?
We can go to whatever.
Yeah, well, just that, like, I've been on and off here, sort of like Carrie does. I kind of come up in the small hours to hear what's going on, and to pick up on stuff, because so I had been ranting, frustrated as I do, about air defense and all these things that are missing, and all those Ka-52s that are bothering Ukraine at every corner and every engagement, and Ukraine's air defense being pinned down, trying to protect all these cities that Russia keeps lobbing stuff at apartment buildings in which Russia lobs. And I just noticed, and I don't know if people have mentioned this, an initiative announced, an initiative on air defense launched, announced in Kiev. No, it's probably in Brussels.
Ramstein.
I guess. Okay. So did you see that, of defense ministers of US, UK, Denmark, and Netherlands, specifically on air defense? And it says that defense chiefs, of those 4, announced a defense package for Ukraine. They announced it Thursday, so it's already, we're already Saturday, aren't we? For a defense package for Ukraine that includes air defense missiles to defend itself amid Russia's continued brutal missile attacks. Joint statement. And the 4 countries are partnering together to deliver high-priority air defense equipment to Ukraine, addressing its most urgent air defense requirements, blah, blah. The initiative will deliver hundreds of short and medium-range air defense missiles and associated systems required to protect Ukraine's critical national infrastructure. Yeah, like its army. It's also noted the package aims to further ensure the success of counter-offensive operations in coming months. Delivery of the equipment has already begun and should be complete within several weeks. Is that a prescriptive or a descriptive statement? As reported by Ukrinform, everybody has reported the same thing, of course. Zelensky thanked them all. And right. So I don't know if anybody knows more about that, since they're saying it's already happening. Do we suppose well, it's a good focus of attention. And I wonder if this could be some ways of stop-gapping all these holes that I've been shouting about. Maybe they heard me.
So it was part of the plan, frankly, about the Ramstein in Brussels this past week. So Ramstein format meeting, which took place in Brussels on Thursday. It was part of the plan all along. So if you looked at 3 days ahead of time, what did they say that they were going to do? They said first and foremost is going to be about the fighter jets. It's also going to be about air defenses, sustainment of ammunition, sustainment of ground forces, and there are going to be 25 industry representatives from various defense industries. They're going to be there, and they're going to be
Right.
working with those as well. So that's actually a really good idea, because at the end of the day, the governments of various countries don't own shell manufacturing capacity, right? And now this would usually be done more and more of a country by country basis. But hey, if that's what's needed, it's still a good thing. I just want to say, Lexicon, the 64 Patriot missiles from Germany to Ukraine that were announced yesterday were a part of this. The goodness knows how many millions worth of shorter range missiles from Canada, from Norway, Denmark, they were all a part of this. This isn't a comprehensive list. I don't have a comprehensive list, but it was definitely a big deal of kind of saying, look, they need more capacity because Russians keep shooting stuff at them. There you go. Go ahead, Lexi.
Well, yeah, so I realize that now that you say that of course. So, but we've been knocking our heads together these last 24 hours, because that's what we're seeing all the time. There's an engagement, and then these Ka-52s come up. Actually, Ockers or someone else was talking about, in her numbers, that a helicopter went down. Well, precisely, I was looking at reporting from Ukraine, and they talked about, so I think that his whole thing was focused on the one around Piat Khatki, that engagement. And yes, eventually up come 2 Ka-52s, and so the Ukrainians do shoot one down, and then lo and behold, it shows up in the numbers. But that's the sort of thing. And then the pulling of air defense away to defend the cities, and you can never manage to get it right and defend all of them, and so on. But and then the 50, so the 36 of them that are parked all around the perimeter, the helicopters parked all around the perimeter of Berdyansk, and we've got nothing to hit them with. They've got nothing. And so all of these issues. But yeah, clearly it's in the interest of these guys to be addressing exactly those needs. But anyway, I would sure like to focus a bit on this and see what the results of their focus may be, because that sure could improve the efficiency of this probing stage of the counteroffensive and get things moving faster if they're effectively paying attention. It sounds great and hopeful.
Absolutely. So the one thing I think that would be the most useful, like if I could think of like a system that would perfectly match the capability gap that some Ukrainian units are experiencing. It would be the thing mentioned earlier, right? The NASAMS mounted on Hawkeyes or whatever other highly mobile system. Because at the end of the day, that's really what Ukraine needs, right? Ukraine basically needs something that would be in the Soviet army, be the role of an OSA, but maybe a little bit longer ranged than that. So longer range than maybe even a bit longer range than an Avenger, maybe even a bit longer range than a Stormer, right? Because these helicopters at the edge of their range, they're a little bit further out than these MANPADS plus systems, as I call them, go to, right? So that NASAMS version, that shorter range NASAMS version, it's highly mobile, it's mounted on a Hawkeye or a Humvee, that would be absolutely perfect in this context. So, hey, Australian friends, as you're arguing for F-18s, can you send them those as well? You can get the next batch. I know it's a new capability. I know you just got it, but you can keep the next one, the next round. You're not shooting stuff down right now, and maybe in 6 months, if you get new ones in 6 months, they'll be all right by you. But in a context like this, it'd be good for you to have this. I think it'd be good for you to send it to Ukraine to have it, because that's really what this is for, right? Taking down those helicopters at 12 to 15 kilometers. The other bit is likewise. I would so like for Ukrainians to just destroy all of those helicopters and planes on the ground. 100, 150, 200 kilometers from the front lines. There are things purpose-built for that, like those cluster munition ATACMS, the old school ATACMS. Korea makes them. Turkey has them. It's not the highest level of technology, but really getting those would just absolutely destroy Russian abilities. There's a reason why they're bringing out the Ka-29s. Why there's Ka-29s in that airfield. And it's not because they have too many Ka-52s and too many Hinds, right? It's because they don't have that many. So if you take out a bunch there, 20 in that airfield, 20 in another, 20 fixed wing in the third one, you're actually denting Russian ability to continue to do this. You're not getting rid of it, because then you need to hit a few more airfields for that. But you really are denting it. And if Ukraine would have enough of these cluster munition ATACMS, no, it would just be fixed wing left for the Russians, not helicopters, because these helicopters don't have the range. So they would need to be parking them somewhere closer by, 100, 150 kilometers from the front lines. They only have about 300, 400 kilometers range. So as soon as you push them to 200 plus kilometers away, if you keep targeting them in that, they're just not able to operate anymore. Not much, and that makes the real difference. So let's please get on to that. That'd be great. James, morning.
Good morning. I'd like to see you putting your chemistry degree to fine work. MANPAD plus is now the expression we'll be using for.
You know what I mean, right? I mean, like when it's mounted on a vehicle and has a radar and a little bit more range because it's not so weight limited, but it's basically still the same missile, right?
Absolutely, and you mentioned something which is very interesting: a highly mobile NASAMS launcher that I wasn't aware that there was even a capability for, because these helicopters, it's been very upsetting to watch them destroy Ukrainian counteroffensives, particularly the mine clearing equipment. And as Thomas Tyner pointed out, these things can hover very, very low at 8 kilometers, which is out of the range of anything the Ukrainians have to stop them. So it's short of ATACMS with cluster munitions, which I doubt is going to happen soon anyway. These highly mobile NASAMS launchers you mentioned, was it Australia who has them? Do you have
I think Australians and Australians and Norwegians, and this is a new thing that just started getting deliveries. I think Will might know more.
Yeah, Will, please.
So yes, in beginning in 2018, Australia started developing. It's similar to the Avenger design. It just uses a much better missile and a bit better vehicle these days. So the Hawkeye is a 7-ton, highly protected mobility.
Think of a Humvee. Think of a Humvee, but better survivability.
Right, it's cooler. and that has a capability. Now, I don't know if they've fielded any of these, but they tested. There's video and stills from 2018 of them developing a NASAM launcher, which uses an AIM-120 missile on it, of which there's quite a lot in the world. So they could provide those, but based on my listening to Mick Ryan's discussion the other day, maybe he just woke up and was grumpy and had something bad to eat the night before, but he was very negative about the delivery of any capabilities from Australia, and so that makes me think that it's probably unlikely that they will provide any Hawkeyes with this NASAM kit attached to it, because I'm not sure how far along they are in the development and deployment of those, and if we're not going, if they're not comfortable providing military aid, then they're probably going to have a difficult time getting those Hawkeyes with NASAMs out there. But that being said, it is precisely the gap that needs to be filled is by these Hawkeyes with NASAMs, because the attack helicopters, the MiG-28 and the MiL-28 and the Ka-52 are able to reach out 6 to 8 kilometers, and they fly so low that not only you have to get them in range, you have to get them in range visually when you can see them, not so that the missile can't find them, but so that you can essentially find out the area in which to shoot it. So these systems would really plug a gap. If
So
they've got enough
Hawkeyes have a radar, basically, right? That's the big difference between a guy with a Stinger and a Hawkeye. It has a radar as well as these longer range missiles.
Yeah, much like the Avenger fixed with Stingers has a radar indigenous to the vehicle as well, which means it's much higher power. It can search farther. Probably you can have it on a lot longer so that you can scan. So yes, it has a I forget which band radar, but yeah, it has a radar system in the vehicle, and it has this NASAM attachment to it, which holds 4 or 6 AIM-120 missiles, I think, something like that.
Yeah, and frankly, that's what you need, right? They're not the best AMRAAMs. They're the shorter range AMRAAMs, but the 15 kilometers or so, that's really what you need. Daniel, your hand went up and then it went down. I like how Daniel has changed his avatar to have his misses in it as well. Now we know who to blame when when he gets taken away or get distracted by cooking or whatever else. But yeah, so well, if these helicopters are just at 6 kilometers, it'd be fine. But sadly, they're not just at 6 kilometers, right? Sometimes they're at 10, 12. That's where really the problem comes in. Because at 6, at least you have a good chance with a Stormer, with an Avenger. At 12, 15, you need a different missile. Basically, you can't use manpads anymore. That's a problem, and that's a problem that the Hawkeyes would address. Do you have an idea of the numbers that Australia might have with these?
No, very very tight-lipped on that. If they had been developing and testing and agreed to build, procure and fit these things out in 2018, then I would suggest to you that they would have a number, 20, 30, something like that now. But very tight-lipped. No information publicly available in Australia on that sort of capability, and would be very very difficult to dig out.
There we go. Daniel.
Okay, I hear lexicon, I hear Will, and I think we jump to conclusions extremely fast without any proof from the ground. What we need to tell everyone is this. Past week, Lugansk, Donetsk, Zaporizhia was under rain, heavy rain. I mean, really, really heavy rain. So this is important because when it's raining, I will not see so much close air support, fixed wings or helicopters. Still, we have to shut down. Second, IRST is there. I bet anything you want, IRST is already there. Also, Ukrainian helicopters I saw operating there. So don't worry so much because an IRST missile is a missile made it for air-to-air combat. Yeah, the developing of air defense with IRST is something later appeared. And third, both Russia and Ukraine are very closely to what is happening here. So we have no idea. What help us a bit are the numbers. Then if the soldiers are less, so probably Ukraine doesn't attack with armor and infantry so heavily, and there are parts where they are defending. Crimea and Adivka, they still destroy a lot of stuff. And I mean, too much stuff in a way. And don't watch just to attack helicopters. Watch how many tanks, IFVs, trucks for fuel, radars, extremely large number of radars, electronic warfare equipment, and artillery. So I will worry less, and I jump to conclusion when I have any information. We don't have information, not at all. Just a small hint about the strikes a few days ago at Odessa. That are revealed. That reveals probably there are S-300s and NASAMS and no more IRST. And that is probably all close to the front. So worry less, people. Really, worry less. We have no idea how operations are going. No idea. We are in a total black hole there. There is just this strikes in Lugansk, extensively, Tokmak, Melitopol, Berdyansk, and they still have problem in places like, I don't know, Belgorod, Crimea. I think people are unhappy, don't have news from the front, and they are worrying too much. I'm not worried at all. Yesterday was a big combined strike in Kiev and was 100% unsuccessful. So, sorry, be less worried.
No, we're trying to find solutions to make things easier as well, not just somehow manageable. And
us, we are not military men. We are commentators.
Yes. So we can identify that there is something that can make their lives easier. Two things really, and then they don't have to do these exercises that you've been describing now. And that's really the point. No, it's not just about having them manage; it's about having their lives actually, frankly, easier as well. Well,
can I add something, Donna? Where are the brimstone missiles? Where are the harpoons and robot missiles? We don't see anyone. There are so many capabilities. I saw just 2 Hydra confirmed attacks. Where are these missiles? Nobody knows anything about Ukraine front. We just draw from snippets of conclusion. And the people who had info, even they said, we don't have any information. It's a black hole there.
It's great, isn't it? Well,
yeah, the real key with all these systems that we're talking about, could they get by with what they've got now? Yeah, but the real key is survivability, right? Because what, to quote Patton, the purpose isn't to die for your country. The purpose is to make the other poor bastard die for his. And the more of these advanced systems that we give, and I'm also with Greg, or sorry, not Greg, but Aaron. We sell the the autocannon that's turretless to the to Dubai, United Arab Emirates. We sell this equipment and we market this equipment around the world. And you know, to be incredibly cynical, putting out NASAM equipped Hawkeye, put 20 or 30 of those if we had them to scrape up, even if we had to give every one we've got on hand, right? We're not going to fight any war where we'd need a NASAM here on continental Australia for, you know, the foreseeable future. It's just idiocy to think that we'd hold those back to have some short range capability that we have no immediate use for. That, you know, to be very cynical, imagine the marketing that you could get out of Hawkeyes NASAM equipped, the EOD, the autocannon equipped Bushmasters, you know, all this sort of stuff. If Australia is serious about being in the defense industries, and it is, you know, we keep supporting these businesses so that they can stay alive with orders to keep them going, because, you know, they can't sell this stuff to just anybody. They really ought to be out there proving it in field conditions so that people are queuing up to buy it. I guarantee you the Bushmaster, especially the ambulance variant, is going to be very, very popular. It already is. Reznikov has said so directly. So if they've got a shopping list, we ought to just fill
it. 100%. You know, that's really the attitude here, and you know, they wouldn't be. It wouldn't be, Daniel, either things that wouldn't be useful to them. It would be critically useful. Therefore, it's a good thing. Daniel?
I don't care about that shit. What I care at this moment is anyone who can make a cruise missile, long-range cruise missile, a ballistic missile, something with huge explosive unitary head or multiple. I want this stuff to go. I don't know if our industry can make some cruise missiles. I don't know if they can make a ballistic missile, but I think everyone must focus on this bullshit. Let's make some capabilities for Ukrainian. Not need to be smart, not be to be extremely accurate, but just send a 10-meter ballistic missile, I don't know, Arkhangelsk, Tomsk. Just bombard Russia to distraction. No more Mr. Nice Guy. Why? You have an airport? No more airport. I think this is the only strategy must be taught by the guys behind the curtains. I don't care about me to know. Let's help the Ukrainians to have huge capabilities. Not, why do we need to struggle about attackers? Why? Why don't use something similar with Tochka, or even better? Why not convert some S-125 from air defense missile in ballistic missiles? Why? Just S-300s of Russians are effective. Why not give the Ukrainians something like this? I need to be a little more creative and less with moral issues.
Well,
So while I agree with your sentiment, Daniel, to provide all that sort of stuff, I think that it would be better to focus on the things that could take out issues in theater rather than long range type stuff. I mean, I'm a big fan of this, especially when you know it's in stock, right? I'm a big fan, having looked at it after you brought it up the other day, Doman, of this Apache cruise missile. I mean, especially when this issue's come up recently of the problematic attack helicopters. We know where those are flying out of, and being able to nail Saki, Zhankoy, and Berdyansk airports where they're amassing all these attack helicopters would be ideal.
Exactly, right. It's a really low hanging fruit in a sense, because a dozen, 2 dozen of those cheap old 1980s tech attackums could do that in like literally 15 minutes. 15 minutes from fire mission planned to Russia being out of TAC air, right? That's where it would be useful. Why not pick that low hanging fruit? And by pick low hanging fruit, I mean get rid of Russian tactical aviation. Let's go to Mete on this. I want to move on to some other events yesterday, the ones that Daniel mentioned, the 6 Kinjals, 6 calibers taken down, and the consequences from that. Go ahead, Mete.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I've only heard that because the ATACMS won't be there for a while, that's my understanding. Turkey has something. Does other countries have something that we haven't really talked about in the range? It's 100 kilometers, so it's like 20 kilometers we are talking about. But I don't know who has what. But maybe Thomas Tyner can touch this in the evening. But I know Turkey has something. But if you know some other countries, then we should push them. Thanks.
So there's a couple of other options, but they're basically along the same lines, right? So that's where it would be a really good idea. Yeah, it is just it's do things the easy way sometimes. Not always have to do things the hard way. What I wanted to say is yesterday, I find this very interesting, and now there's maybe a little bit more. I wouldn't necessarily say clarity. But certainly, but certainly maybe understanding of what all happened yesterday, because yesterday we didn't really get a good summary. But now I see that Euromaidan Press came out with one less than an hour, no, just over an hour ago, 68 minutes ago, of the visit yesterday of Ramaphosa to Kiev. And other ones as well, but he's very much the leader of it. And, let's kind of run through this, because this is very fun. I will just kind of semi-read through the article, and we can comment on bit by bit. There's lots to comment on here. So let's start with this. Contradicting earlier statements made by his spokesperson, who claimed that the African delegates did not hear any explosions and sirens, Ramaphosa admitted, "Today, during our visit, we heard rocket strikes. Such activity does not bode well for establishing peace. So we talk about the need for de-escalation from both sides, for peace to come and the problem to be resolved." Which, it's nice that he admitted that, yes, indeed, his spokesperson is full of it. Maybe his spokesperson is used to speaking, but not so much listening, and that's why he didn't hear the missiles, or the air raid sirens, or completely forgot that they were taken to an air raid shelter. But either way, what's interesting is that there's no comment on where these missiles might have come from, because it could be from anywhere, really, right? Could be from Russia, sure, but could be from Belarus, could be from Kazakhstan, could be from Poland, could be from the moon, could be from anywhere. So what do they really know? There'd be people jumping at this one. Fair enough. So the president of South Africa emphasized the mission's objective of achieving peace through negotiations and diplomacy. They have a 10-point peace plan. This is of course they have a 10-point peace plan, right? Okay. They say, 1, the war must be settled. I think they could have left this one out. I think this is already suggested in the title. And they say, peace, there's a number 2, peace must be achieved through negotiations, which I think is frankly silly, because does it really matter what method it goes through? And as though negotiations with Russia ever lead to anything particularly useful anyway. So this is completely superfluous. The third one, a de-escalation of the conflict. I would suppose that if there is peace, if they have succeeded on 1 and 2, where the war is settled and peace is achieved, I think that there's not much de-escalation necessary anymore.
It's superfluous, that one.
It's a bit superfluous. I mean, I think they were really trying hard to not have a 3-point peace plan. So they really broke it down into as many points as they possibly could. Then they say sovereignty of states and peoples in accordance with the UN Charter, which, only Russia is preventing. The need for security guarantees for all countries, which, fine. Except, Russia has the 30,000 nukes as its security guarantee. And Russia also promised not to invade Ukraine when Ukraine gave up its. So, and then we get to the really to the really critical one. Actually, I'll skip point 6. We'll get back to point 6 because we'll actually cover the ones that affect Ukraine first. Point 7 is humanitarian support for those who have become victims of war who are suffering. Okay. Then mandatory exchange of prisoners, including the return of children. That's very nice. I like that. Return of children. And I like that they included that. And then they say post-war reconstruction and assistance to those affected by the war. Again, this isn't much of a peace plan. This is just like Miss World, things we'd like to see. Because it doesn't actually explain how any of this is achieved with, Russia there not wanting to do any of the peace bits. Okay, and then we have the two tangible points, points 10 and point 6. Point 10 says better cooperation with African countries. Cool. Point 6 is really the reason why they're there. And they say both countries must ensure the movement of grain and fertilizer. As Ramaphosa emphasized, one of the reasons for the delegation's arrival was that Africa is also experiencing the negative consequences of the war. The problem is, it is again only Russia that's making any of this very difficult. First of all, had Russia not invaded Ukraine, Ukraine would happily be running ammonia through the pipeline and exporting it, right? So really, kind of the problem is the whole Russian invasion more than anything else. Any restrictions on the passage of grain through the Black Sea, again, is a consequence of Russia shooting its civilians a lot, and occupying lands and destroying grain stocks as well. And it's
down the grain corridor too.
Exactly. So they're really missing the really big point here. It's almost as though none of these points are actually being made in earnest. So I don't know. Let's see what they do at in St. Petersburg today. Let's see if they're allowed to bring their weapons there. Daniel?
Well, just a small question. There is any duty, because I hear this thing, duty. Is there anywhere a duty to offer Africans grains? They discover the plow, they have soils, they have people who can work in agriculture, and if they have a problem, just make your contingency. If you ask the grain must flow, sorry, we are not in JUN.
So this is the thing, right? Any country that's reliant on imports of anything, especially food imports from a particular place, and then suddenly those imports dry out because exports stop, has a problem. So of course they're wanting to resolve that problem the easiest way possible, and they really wanted to go just back to normal. I understand that.
Can I be cynical and I say, it's not our problem?
Well, only if Daniel, you let me add this. They're failing to identify the problem is their problem. And that's our problem with them. And I think that Ukraine would very happily sell grain to everyone, because Ukraine would very happily ship grain out of Odessa, Chernomorsk, Pivdeni, without the threat of ships getting, rocketed by the Russians or whatever else. So again, they are failing to recognize the problem, which is called Russia. And that's my real problem with all of this, is their willful shutting of their eyes in front of what the actual problem really is. Trade Monkey?
Yeah, interesting point that actually South Africa is a net exporter of grain, by the way. But that aside, when they talk that both sides need to de-escalate, I think that's completely correct. okay, Russia might have fired missiles, but Ukraine shot them down. That is violence, and who knows if those missiles would have hit Ukraine, right? Maybe there were research missiles or something like that. So that's where you have to start. You have to stop shooting the missiles down. I think that's the first step, and then everybody will be happy, and peace will be achieved by all sides.
Yes, if only it was that simple, right? But it is that simple. All it takes is for, and Zelensky told them that we can have peace tomorrow, just Russia needs to leave. And that's something that should be very easily understandable, but somehow. Prince?
I'm heading to bed, but I wanted to hear more of a rant on the security detail that was left behind in Poland. I just would love to hear your take on that really quick before I go to bed.
So I don't know all the facts because it's very murky and people are claiming different things. I did see a little snippet of a video where one of the South African delegation says something along the lines of, yeah, we know we have to bring originals, but we only have copies. And I think it's the Polish government being quite unhappy with somebody unlicensedly importing large volumes of weaponry into the country. And not going through correct procedures. So I think it's a very simple bureaucratic procedure issue, which could, be solved by not bringing a company of special forces soldiers plus lots of armaments for them with you, or not failing to go through the correct procedures. And I think they just kind of thought, wow, we're just transiting, so we don't need to go through the correct procedures. And the Polish government was like, not in our land, you don't, because you're going to be registering the weapons. And we're going to have to go through all of the bureaucracy. And who are these people anyway? They're not diplomats. They're not politicians. They are special forces soldiers, and we're not going to have them run riots around their country. I think that was basically their attitude. Could they have been a little bit more relaxed? Maybe. But is there any reason why they should be? No. Because you can't just import a whole belly full of weaponry to a different country without, notifying them appropriately beforehand. And if there was anything wrong with the papers, I'm not surprised that was the response at all. If there was anything, if there was a T that wasn't crossed, I'm not surprised that there wasn't clearance given as a consequence. So I don't know. Is there anything more, Prince? I wasn't frankly paying that much attention to that.
I didn't pay a whole lot of attention to that either, but I just think, how could you be so dumb is my whole thought. So with that, I'm going to go to bed. It's been a fabulous night. Really, sincerely, the hours that I co-hosted from 7 to 10 my time were just absolutely wonderful. So, and my time with mockers is always wonderful. So with that, I'm going to go to bed. Good night.
Good night, Prince. Yeah, and do you know what the funny thing is? It's clearly been evidence that they didn't need their private army of security detail, because everything was perfectly fine in Kiev, and all of the South African special forces can protect you against a Kinjal missile. But you know what can protect you against a Kinjal missile? Patriots. And the Pendolino made an excellent note yesterday saying that, thanks for advertising superior Western air defense systems against Russian Wunderwaffe in the live action fire demonstration. So very, very well done on that as well. Simo, morning.
Doman, good to hear your voice, man.
Yeah, I'm here all the time.
I know. You are doing great, my friend. You are the building block of MriyaReport. Yes. It's a beautiful day here in Finland. Do you want me to comment on that Ramaphosa thing, the peace mission?
You just have to say yes 36 more times, because Gripens are the other big news. Just kidding. Carry on.
Okay. Yes, times 36. I am done. I am finished, so I don't, mince my words. But yeah, it was maybe just to I concise. I have to go out of the door, so maybe it's good for the listeners. They don't need to listen to my ramblings. I'm going to the sausage in the fire and make coffee. Yes, great. Anyway, yeah, there is this peace formula, and important to spread the word about the Ukrainian peace formula, because that is the kind of like the security structure, even global security structure is in flux because of this Russian aggression. So the kind of the tectonic plates in the geopolitics are moving because of Russian violence and monstrosity. So that's why it is difficult to win hearts and minds in Africa. These people obviously maybe try to help, but they're looking at their own interest also, and they are fundamentally anti-West. So it is what it is, but I think it's strategic patience. That's what I would say, that Ukraine, and I think Zelensky, it's difficult to follow these things because you don't know what is the itinerary. I was like, first, did he even meet them? But that would have been bad. But one thing maybe from my previous life, I want to say that there was no joint press conference. Correct me, Dominic, if I'm wrong, but that was maybe a slight snub that Ramaphosa was just presenting. And of course, he was the highest because he's head of state. So that was maybe snub from the Ukrainian side. But I think, I don't know. It is kind of like, you don't lose anything by receiving this kind of delegation. It's a high level, and yeah. Anyway, I'll stop there. It is what it is. But yeah, let's go to Grippens. Yeah, cheers.
Thank you, Simo. Bob, I still have like half the article to go, but I want to say is Zelensky definitely spoke with them because there's a picture of them in front of the building in Kiev all together, not just Ramaphosa, all the other presidents as well. And then there's another picture of them around a table indoors with all the flags behind and so on. So they definitely spoke. I don't think you're right. I don't think there was a joint press conference, but that's kind of, what did they have to say? There was clearly very little that they actually had to say, which is kind of funny. But yeah, good point, Simo, there as well. I'll continue going through this. Let's go to Fred Monkey, let's go to Lexicon, and then I'll continue going through the other components, the actual conversation between Zelensky and the visiting leaders there. Fred Monkey?
Another piece of news, maybe not huge, but that Belgium is finally doing something. Although from what I read, it seems like one of the reasons why they weren't involved in any weapons aid is because they just simply didn't have any. But it seems that they're sending at least some M113s and some small arms and some ammunition and maybe even some anti-aircraft stuff. I haven't exactly gone through the list, but that's interesting too. Or have you already talked about this?
We've not. I can tell you that Oryx, who has now started making a country by country list of weaponry delivered. The Belgian one is called A Show of Shame, Belgian weapons deliveries to Ukraine. So I can tell you what's on it. The M113s you mentioned, 80 Iveco infantry mobility vehicles, basically Jeeps. Like that. 1 million worth of Milan ATGMs, a small number of barriers. I don't even know what they are. There's some sort of an ATGM. 4 heavy mortars, 240 Volvo trucks, a few quadcopters, 10 unmanned underwater remotely operated vehicles, 362 M72 Laws, 1,260 Matador anti-armor weapons, and then the rest is small arms, ammunition, and miscellaneous equipments like flak jackets and 3 million liters of fuel and generators, stuff like that. So yeah, that's Belgium for you. They decided not to buy back the Leopards that a Belgian company bought from Belgium previously, the 1A5s, because they said it's too expensive. And I think the only way they can solve this is by giving Ukraine a bunch of F-16s. I think that's the only way they can solve this. So hint, if you're a Belgian minister listening, you can atone for everything with 20 F-16.
If you look at it also from, Belgium is a country that has had a lot of issues getting their shit together, and as a I mean, they had like years without even a government, so you know you can't expect too much from them. But indeed, if you can shame them into F-16s, I think that would atone. Well, it would do a lot, I think. But yeah, let's see. I mean, at least there's something on a list that's going. I mean, M113s are not exactly, you know, it's not exactly the most modern thing, probably most useful thing. I think the same thing for the Milans. Most countries, I think, have even decommissioned those. But you know, maybe there's a use somewhere for them, and that's better than nothing. And then there's no, I think there's less of a bureaucratic blockage when it comes to sending something a little bit more useful later on.
Exactly. Well, yeah, we'll see. We'll see what can be done. Otherwise, it's just this waffling on. No, they're shut as clams. Wait, can I think of any more Belgian stereotypes? I can't. Lexicon, go ahead.
I wasn't sure what was meant by that. There wasn't a press conference. I mean, they were stood at 8 podiums outside.
Oh, they did do it.
Yeah, and so
missed that.
Zelensky gave quite a long, rapid address, and then Ramaphosa basically read out his 10-point peace plan. And then I don't know if any of the others said things. They were stood there, so maybe I don't know if any questions were asked. Then you said there were talks. Yes, they held some talks that were behind closed doors. Although maybe the staff heard the shouting outside the closed doors. Apparently, anyway, there were some undisclosed talks. Maybe, I don't. The journalists were, of course, pointing out that there was not a lot of agreement going down here, but Zelensky's discussion of grain from Ukraine, the grain corridor, there were some proposals there about getting certain points of arrival at crucial places around the continent. And I mean, attempts to show that Ukraine is on this. Just get your friends, when you see Vlad tomorrow, tell him to get off our backs and we'll move it. So yeah, it was, there was some stuff. They may have had some decent discussion. And apparently the president of Comor, Comor was, or Comoros, I guess called, was quite outspoken. He's denounced this invasion. Zambia has voted against it also, but he didn't say much. But the president of Comoros was outspoken, so that may have been in some other forum. I don't know if they meant it was at that podium. But I'm not well, I guess you politely all have to have a podium, but if you're not going to say anything, it would look a bit odd. No, anyway, that's what I saw. I saw it on France 24. I was trying to look for it a little further, but didn't see.
Thank you, Lexi. And somebody sent me a video of it now as well. So, and I, as I say, I wasn't paying full attention to this, and now I see that it's mentioned in the article as well that there was a joint press conference. So they really have nothing to be upset about, which is good, because you know they literally made up that a missile attack didn't happen. So that's that's a new one. It's a new argument. It's like, no, it wasn't so bad. Oh, they have great air defense. So that'd be the line. And the line was, well, there was no missile attack. We didn't see that. Just completely missed it. So that's a level of inventiveness that I didn't ascribe to almost anyone really. Fred Monkey, quick point, and then I want to continue with the content of the stuff.
Yeah. So just very quickly, I think if this meeting was about grains, you would have the president of Algeria, Tunisia, Egypt.
There was Egypt.
Egypt was there. Okay. Maybe Kenya. Some countries basically on the Horn of Africa, because that's where this food product actually goes to, the wheat especially. Places like Zambia, I don't even think that they're really
Zambia is a granary, yeah.
So it's more, you know, it's more they're a bit in the limelight. They've got an opportunity to say something, so you know that they'll do that. But yeah, basically that's kind of my point. Is these are not actually the big buyers of Ukrainian grain anyway. Egypt is, as you just discussed.
Exactly right. That's quite right. Quite right. Okay, shall we continue with this? What else did they say? Is this it? Aha. Zelensky said that peaceful negotiations with Russia are only possible after the withdrawal of Russian forces from occupied territories, to which I don't think there was a direct comment back, because I don't think they knew what to say. He also said that we're not playing with a frozen conflict anymore, with Russian cruise and ballistic missiles yet again on this day. Flying at Ukraine, showing Russia's real contempt for both peace efforts and all world leaders who are trying to protect the world from aggression. Russia is the only source of war and the only reason why the consequences of this war are harming the whole world, different peoples on all continents. No one can feel that their borders are protected and the safety of their people is guaranteed, while Russia is trying to make aggression and theft of other people's lands a global norm, Zelensky emphasized. This is really good. That's a really good way to put it. And also, again, I'll say, the one thing that there has been quite a lot of, let's say, consensus on within Africa over the many decades since independence of most countries on the continent, was that wars tend to happen within countries rather than between countries. There weren't an awful many wars between countries, not ones to change borders massively, especially, right? So that's something that might, in theory, play for them. The problem is, ones like Ramaphosa, they're very, what can we say, ideologically bent in favor of Russia, and that's really the critical problem here, more than anything else. Interestingly, Ramaphosa said that he still expects Putin's arrival at the BRICS summit in August, despite South Africa being obliged to arrest and extradite him. And that the issue will be discussed during their bilateral meeting on Saturday, which is today. I think that's funny, because it almost, you could almost half interpret it as but there could be a kind of a trap for him, right? A trap to get him to South Africa, just to arrest him and extradite. That'd be nice. Is there anything else? Initially, they invited Putin to attend via Zoom or similar. Is Zoom still legal in Russia? I think it is. He's still there. There's no mention of what anybody else said in this quite long article on Euromaidan Press, which is kind of odd. No, normally everybody says something. When they're joint visits of Kiev, everybody pipes up and says their piece. And even from the first one, from that visit of the prime ministers of Slovenia, Czech Republic, Poland, which was the very first one to Kiev a month into the full-scale invasion, what they all spoke. And ever since then, every time there's a delegation from many countries, everybody has something to say. It's kind of odd when they're at least not being reported on having said anything. I wonder what they did end up saying. So from my perspective, that's kind of a curious case. But yeah, you're right, Freight Monkey. And again, it's kind of funny because the interests are actually quite different from one to another, right? They're not all the same. They don't all share the same interests. Clearly, South Africa doesn't need any grain from Russia, I don't think. Energy, sure. Grain, probably not. And the real thing that kind of stuck with me all day yesterday was, it's very silly that they kept talking about the fertilizers being somehow blocked by Ukraine because Russians destroyed the pipeline near Kupiansk already. So there just isn't much that Ukraine can deal with that. I mean, what can they do? Madi, thank you for sending me some articles yesterday. I had to read through those to give me a bit of context. I understand that the biggest controversy for everybody in South Africa was, or at least for much of South African press, was what was happening at Warsaw Airport rather than anything else. Maddie?
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah?
Loud and clear.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm actually glad in a way that the world got to see this whole thing, because this is actually what we go through. This is how it works in South Africa. So it's one disaster and debacle after the other, and a cover up and all sorts of things. So it was no different actually seeing what was happening there to what happens here, how things get played out and what happens. So it was actually in a way funny for me to see all of this. Is almost like a joke happening, because we didn't really expect much else. But first of all, about the press, yes, there would have been a whole lot more written about this, except that our press that was locked on the plane. So while all the was happening in Kiev and the walkabouts and the taking places and things, the South African press was not there, because they were sitting on the plane on the tarmac in Warsaw in the plane. So so you only got the international press. Most of the international press, they only were released from the plane in late afternoon. So what seemed to happen? I mean, it was just one joke after the next. It's bad planning. We probably lost a lot of money, and so the plane that left South Africa appears not to have got permission to fly over Italy. So when they got to Italy, they were sort of turned around a bit in the air. Then they spent a couple of times flying around the Mediterranean, apparently about 6 times, according to some of the media that was on the plane at the time and was tweeting. So then eventually they were given permission, and then they had to fly over Italy, and then they landed in Warsaw. And then what happened was that they had a whole lot of these crates, which the Polish police were not very happy about. And as it works out, is that short little clip that you saw there, the papers weren't all correct. They had photocopies of the arms that they had there, that they brought in with them, their protection, because there were about 100 pretty highly skilled security details for Ramaphosa. So they were all just kept on the plane. So they were the reporters and the security detail. So they were kept there. Now remember, they'd left Cape Town and Pretoria 12 o'clock on Wednesday, flown the whole night. They got there. They were kept there the whole day in the plane. Well, by Friday, the reports from inside the plane was terrible. They were hot. They didn't have food. The toilets were like a bit like not what you would expect. They were all kept together there for, I think, 36 hours altogether. And what I saw on international information on TV yesterday was some of the armaments or what they brought in weren't even allowed into Warsaw. And on board were also a couple of people that they didn't have their names of, because of course they had to have a list of everyone. So eventually only the journalists were allowed out, and they went to a hotel, and I saw a clip from him. Basically, they'd missed the whole day. They were going to go to the hotel, get refreshed. I think that the security detail had not been allowed out. They were still on the plane, I think, because it didn't mention them. And then they were desperate. And what was supposed to happen was, when this plane arrived in Warsaw, there was supposed to be another plane to pick them up. Well, that one just didn't arrive. So there was a real mess up. But I mean, this is the kind of thing that happens here. And so the journalists didn't get to the event. In the meantime, they've been trying desperately to make sure that they all can fly off to Russia today, which I don't know if that actually happened, or if they all had to just come home. Maybe
So, just to say in short, Maddie, the South African government failed to file about 17 different binders full of paperwork that every normal intergovernmental interaction, especially one involving crates after crates of weapons, would have included, right? And they didn't say who was traveling, what they were traveling with. They didn't have the paperwork for all the weapons they were bringing with them. And what is a security detail going to help the president of South Africa with against ballistic missiles anyway? Which is a very, very special set of ideas that somebody had there. Sorry, Maddie, go ahead. There's just bad feedback. Maddie?
You need to unmute yourself, sweetie.
Oh, there we are. I'm back again. Yeah. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So apparently, what I just saw on international TV was that some of that the weaponry is stuff that isn't even allowed in Warsaw. So yes, I think there's even a bigger story about this to come out. But as I said, because our reporters, our media wasn't around, they were very frustrated because yeah. So we just have to have what comes out on the international press now of what happens, and whether they actually did get another flight, or some of them were allowed to fly. But remember, they're only there for the day, and then they're going to probably be leaving this afternoon, because apparently they're back in South Africa tomorrow, unless they're there the whole year. Yeah, so they're apparently arriving back in South Africa tomorrow. So there's only like a day, I think, in Russia. So to get this whole contingency right across there for a few hours, I don't know if it's going to work out. But in any case, you know, you know that they'll have a red carpet, and they'll have a banquet, and they'll have nice food, and our people here just really enjoy really good wines and things like that. So that probably might happen. So it would be a success today in some ways if that happens, if they get there. Well, yeah, I mean, that's just cynical us. I mean, this is just it. This is totally expected, a kind of whole mix up and that. But it's I don't even know if anyone's going to get into trouble for bad management or for forgetting to do all the things. I think here people just sort of they just get on with it, and nothing much happens, or it's covered up, or yeah. This is why we are what we are. It's a disaster here. It's a disaster. It's one disaster after the other, cover-ups, and things don't happen. I mean, we're falling apart. It was a joke. No, it wasn't a joke. We take things as jokes because it's the only way that we sort of have to look at things. Looking at Ramaphosa and the team in that beautiful train, you know, going across, and we all just looked at it. You can see it on Twitter how many people commented on this. Our train service has been stolen, ripped apart, stripped. Our stations, brick by brick, the buildings have been taken down. Overhead infrastructures disappeared. Even the sleepers and the metal rails have been lifted and taken. We do not have a proper rail system in South Africa. We had one as good as we saw on TV. We had one as good as that, and it's gone. So that was just one of the things that the public here was remarking on. And that's just one of our infrastructures. That's just one of them. They are all just falling apart, and there's just seems to be no one takes responsibility for it. And you're always wanting money, and we can't afford things, but there's actually billions and billions looted, lost, stolen, corruption. So so this was just another little chapter, I would say, of how South Africa does things.
Thank you, Maddie. That's a really good illustration, and I hope that it might have brought a couple of people at least the realization that maybe this isn't the way that things should be done, and that this isn't normal, and that this isn't acceptable. I will also briefly note that none of the other delegations had problems with their delegates not being allowed off of planes, and indeed we haven't heard anything at all about anybody else arriving to Poland having any problems whatsoever. So it's not as though they did this because there's some structural problem with Poland, because the delegations from Egypt, the Comoros, Zambia, wherever else, so Senegal, they all did perfectly fine, and did all of their arrangements perfectly fine. But yeah, thank you for that. And yeah, the rail service, I think, frankly, a lot of European don't tell other people this, but a lot of European countries look at the images from Kruzelisnitz and kind of think like, yeah, this is pretty good. They're running on time in middle of wartime. It's pretty impressive. Freight Monkey, thoughts?
Yeah, so I was looking at South Africa's trading partners. Russia doesn't show up in the top 25. The 25 biggest trading partner is actually Malaysia, with whom they seem to at least import close to $800 million worth of goods. Russia is beyond the top 25, and the biggest import from Russia is fertilizer, and that's in 2022 that was about $250 million in that year, and fuels come in number 3 at $56 million. That's like minute. If you look, for instance, at what they import in fuels from India, we're at $3.5 billion, and from the US at over $600 million. Yeah, it's basically fertilizer. What they seem to have in common. But again, Russia is not that important for South Africa in terms of at least imports, and I don't really think exports either. So.
Can I just say, $56 million is about
it's nothing.
600,000 barrels.
Yeah, and I mean this includes everything from what they import has been mostly crude oil, and interestingly enough, coal. Now, South Africa is a huge producer of coal, but I actually know why this is. It's because they blend some of the South African grades of coal with the Russian grades to achieve a certain spec that prices better in some markets. So sometimes you see South Africa importing coal from Australia, which doesn't really make sense considering how much coal South Africa has, but it's just purely to have the right blend of coal that is popular. So it's $45 million worth of crude oil and $51 million worth of coal, and the rest is a bit of gas and a bit of coke, which is a more refined version of coal. And yeah, it's pretty minute, really, when you think about it.
Coke, of course, comes in cans, ready to be hung from in front of a Belarusian tank.
Not that Coke. This
no,
Coke
no,
is,
that Coke. The one that they had burning in front of the tank. Remember, on a stick, there was a can of Coke that was burning.
Yeah.
There we go.
But this particular Coke is coal which has gone through an oven, and you've burned off most of the impurities.
So was that because it burns hotter. I'll send you the video because you think I'm not getting it. I am getting it. You're the one who's not getting it.
Okay,
Gunny.
well, send me the video.
Morning, Gunny.
Yeah, morning, mate. It's marathon. So earlier this year, the SADF, South African Defence Forces, did a big naval exercise with the Russian Navy, and interestingly, the PLAN. The South African Defence Forces are pretty underfunded. They've got 4 frigates, 3 submarines as a primary force, but you have to take one out of each of those, normally in deep refit, and maybe another one, just probably just sat alongside doing nothing because there are some manpower issues. The Russians and the PLAN want Simonstown. That's what it comes down to. They want that southerly tip naval base. The South Africans are pretty worried about piracy on the East Coast. The Chinese want to protect sea lanes from China over to Africa. And the Chinese and the Russians want the ability to kind of start slowly enclosing the Indian Ocean and have a position from which they can start projecting power into the Atlantic. We talked about this months ago. You will see Chinese battle groups at sea in the Atlantic soon. It's going to be a thing. They want to do it. Their concern is east, the greater Chinese prosperity fear, because they genuinely think that they own that part of the world. The Russians will be fully on board with this because with the base in Syria, they can start looking at Suez, and they could potentially close down Suez. The impact on world economy would be absolutely massive. And what's the fallback route for shipping if for some reason Suez was shut down? Yeah, so Simonstown will be sat on the Cape, and that effectively will close down that route as well. So That's why I think throw in a healthy dose of ANC, older generation nostalgia for their relationship with Russia, because they were pretty friendly with the Russians back in the 90s. And that's what it is. The South African delegation was a delegation of people simping for the Russians who went over probably for a mixture of PR to try and look big on the world stage, but essentially were crawling up Russia's ass. But they felt that they had to go to Ukraine on the way. I think you will probably find there was a degree of collusion as well with the Russian air raid. I think they were probably pre-briefed what to say. We're going to launch missiles. Don't worry, they won't come anywhere near you. Just make sure that you come out publicly and say that there was no air raid, because we'll try and make the Ukrainians look stupid. Yeah, I think it was a few hours probably, but Zelensky probably at the end of the meetings kind of sat down and went, well, there's 3 hours of my life I'm never going to get back. It's getting a lot of cover. I don't know why. I don't think anyone realistically was expecting anything better. They just went there, behaved like idiots, and then pissed off. Move on. There's just absolutely no news at all. But I would start worrying about South Africa. And if the Russians permanently start basing warships in Simonstown with the PLA, and we've got a real problem there. In terms of maritime, it's going to make any future invasion of Taiwan a little bit more complex if the PLA manage to rush some ships over there and base them there. And as I say, I don't think anyone in NATO looks forward to the prospect of a Chinese battle group in the Atlantic with any sense of enthusiasm, but it will probably happen at some stage.
Yeah, that's the thing where interests actually somewhat align. My question is, Gani, other than ideological, from obviously we know what Russia gets out of it, we know what China gets out of it. What does South Africa get out of it, other than some ideological stuff and maybe some money to those in charge?
Well, the South Africans do have some security concerns up and down the East Coast. I would look more at what China can offer them, maybe than Russia. And even though South Africa traditionally does have a pretty healthy defense industry, I wouldn't be surprised if you start to see Chinese kit appearing for South African Defence Forces. I mean, money is tight. They are really struggling. Traditionally, the South African Defence Force have been pretty good, certainly in insurgency, stuff like that. They kind of knew their stuff, but they've been on a steady downhill slide for quite a while now. There were quite a lot of allegations of bribery involving the 3 submarines that they bought up. I think you'll see defence sales probably at buckshy prices to South Africa. Does South Africa have any territorial aspirations? I don't think so. I think they would be very wary about getting bogged down in another insurgency to their north. Namibia, I don't know. I mean, it's a pretty weak place. They could go after somewhere like that. But yeah, I would look more towards what China can offer rather than Russia. It's a nasty little axis that's forming up here. And we all need to really wake up to that fact that the weaker Russia becomes, the more it's going to be aligned with a PLA, and the more the PLA will use Russia as a proxy to expand its own sphere of influence. It's a very nasty alignment of some pretty disreputable countries here, and there will be an end plan. We've seen it, Russian warships exercising with the PLA over in the east, ships from the Pacific Fleet, and they have reinforced the Pacific Fleet. How long they can keep building ships, we don't know, and what state these new builds will be. But clearly the Russians are looking east and looking south. And as the West is very dependent on trade, we might be seeing a reversion to kind of pre-World War I, where trade will become one of the primary target points for this axis. because they know that if you cut Western trade, then you really will hurt us economically. So, yeah. But yeah, I think I would start looking at defence sales, see what the Chinese are going to start selling them.
And that's
And-
also the sort of thing where it's easiest to get some extra money for somebody else out of it, right? Sorry, Marcus.
It's no problem. I have a question for Gunny though. Yesterday we saw two minesweeping vessels leaving port. Are they going to let them in?
No, they can't enter the Black Sea because they weren't formally based in the Black Sea, and therefore, under the terms of the convention, they wouldn't be granted access. I don't know if you could barge them down through European rivers, but it would be an awful lot of effort, and these are not combat vessels. These are mine countermeasures vessels. They only got a 30 mil on the front, single 30 millimeter, 3 miniguns, and what looks like a pair of GPMG machine guns. So they're not combat vessels. All they can really do is sweep for mines. And in order to do that, they would need to be under quite a intensive air umbrella. You know, these things are not the sort of ship that you use for running up and down the coast at night, dropping special forces and things like that. They're simply not fast enough. They're not built for it. They're really not designed for operating anywhere unless they've got escorts with them. So, you know, could they get them down the Danube, etc.? I don't know. Yeah, probably if you stuck them on a barge, but I think they'll just continue working up, and as soon as this thing's over, then we'll see them transfer into the Black Sea, and then they'll be part of probably what will need to be an international mine clearing operation.
Yeah, I had a feeling they wouldn't let them in, but with them being non-combat vessels, I wasn't sure what the case was. So yeah, thanks for clearing that up.
Yeah, so it's an interesting one, right? Oh, finally, I have found the right picture. Sorry. It's an interesting one because how does the Montreal Convention actually work? Nobody technically quite knows because it's such a weirdly and poorly written bit of document. Anyway, that's all true. All a component of it. What I want to ask Gunny is, so these are the two that Ukrainians have been training on for quite a while already, right? That we heard of almost a year ago that they were training somewhere off of Scotland.
Yeah, so these superseded the Hunt class minesweepers, but for some reason we got rid of the Sandowns and we kept the Hunts. I've got no idea why. It's very strange because these are really expensive, high-end bits of kit, but we decided, nah, not for us really. I think we've decommissioned another two recently as well. So yeah, I mean they've just been working up. Rosyth is a bit of a. I'm not sure why they'd be alongside in Rosyth. I'd have expected them to be running out of Faz Lane Naval Base more because that I think small ship basic operational sea training, stuff like that is still conducted up there. That's where I did it on a small ship. And they would be quite handy to have knocking around there because that's our only submarine force base. But yeah, they seem to go in a Rosyth. And I would imagine that they're just working up still, just doing lots and lots of mine clearing training and working probably in cooperation with the RN. You might see them start to appear on small NATO exercises, maybe across, you know, the North Sea, that kind of thing. But yeah, essentially no one knows exactly what they're doing. They just sort of appear in the news, go alongside for a few days, and then they disappear again. So doubtless they're up to something.
Yeah, makes sense to me, Gunny. Any movements that you've been seeing lately in the maritime sphere that might be at all relevant to anyone? I think other than say the K-29 helicopters, of course.
Yeah, I mean, a Krivac class frigate appeared in Novorossiysk, which is a bit of an eye opener. So they've got two. These are old bits of kit. We kind of assumed that they were almost dead at the start of the war. You know, if not decommissioned, then near as damn it. And then we saw them moving around the harbour randomly between fueling jetties and ammunition jetties, but we never really saw them at sea. It looks like one now might be in the middle of Sevastopol harbour, so she'll be probably a radar picket in an air defence. But the other one appeared across over in the east, which obviously means that she's up and running, so she's functioning. The ships are still shuttling backwards and forwards. If she stays there, and there was some activity on the jetty, she might be getting de-stored, and then last man out, switch off the lights, lock the door, and they'll send the ship company ashore because they need fillers for army units, obviously. Or she's been brought up to operational capability, and they might be using her as an escort up and down the East Coast. So, you know, the problem is we just get snapshots. So we see things in harbour, and then, you know, a couple of days later, everything's kind of shuffled around and moved. I think they did a caliber shoot a couple of days ago over in the west, but that's slowing down in tempo, I think. I think they're having to take rounds straight off the production line and then probably load up and then go and conduct a shoot, but they're having to, you know, there are bigger gaps in between each one. So yeah, I think the impact of the Black Sea Fleet is kind of waning a little bit at the moment, and maybe that's why the Ukrainians aren't going after it. Maybe they see it as a declining threat, and there's just better targets ashore for Storm Shadow, etc. If they wanted to go after them in harbour.
So these Krivacs, what's the use of them? You know, you said they have radars. They don't actually have air defense missiles of their own, right? They tie into whatever other air defense is around.
Yeah, so it's a 1970s design, an anti-submarine frigate. It's got a massive big launcher on the front end for a missile called Silex, SSN-14, which essentially it's a rocket that carries a torpedo. So if you fire a torpedo off a ship, and the torpedo's only got a range of 4 miles, obviously you're limited in how far you can shoot. This thing will take off and it will drop a torpedo on a datum, a suspected position of the submarine. Torpedo goes in the water and it gives you a lot of extra reach. Now, the thing with Silex is you can put a high explosive warhead on it and you can use it for surface bombardment. It's not brilliant, but you know, it's better than nothing. It's got a pair of retractable SAN-4 anti-aircraft missile systems. Again, not fabulous, pretty old. I don't think it's got an engagement capability below 100 feet, so absolutely useless against sea skimming missiles. The Moskva had 2 of these down aft, and neither of them came out of its launch bin, so they weren't even brought, you know, to immediate notice to fire. They got I think the Krivacs in the Black Sea Fleet have single 100mm guns, either that or twin 76s down aft, so you can use them for naval gunfire support. They've got air search capability. They've got 4 close-in weapon systems. They've got quadruple heavyweight torpedoes. So, you know, kind of not brilliant for air defense, but better than nothing. Not fantastic if you're going to do shore bombardment, but better than nothing. But would I want to run one up the coast, say if the Ukrainians got within striking distance of Mariupol, somewhere like that? Or Kimber and Spit maybe might be a little bit better, but yeah, I mean, they could do that. They could do that with the Admiral class frigates as well, because they've got a gun. But apart from chucking calibers at cities, there's not really a lot for the Russian Black Sea Fleet to do at the minute, apart from run supplies using assault ships. You know, and I keep saying there's got to be a point where someone in the Kremlin looks at all these uniforms and says, right, you're not doing anything. Get them off the ships, get them into get them into infantry platoons, things like that. The fact that they haven't yet, despite desperate shortages, means either they intend on keeping the Black Sea Fleet for post-war, or for some kind of static sort of harassment and interdiction, or they've got some big operation maybe still planned for the Black Sea Fleet, and they want as many ships as possible operational. But we'll just have to wait and see. If we start seeing ships that don't move at all out of Sevastopol or Novorossiysk, then that means that they're probably permanently tied up and everyone's gone ashore.
Thank you, Connie. I want to ask you about the Ka-29s a little bit, but let's go to Reinhard first, because you might have a naval question as well. Hi, Reinhard.
Hey, Doman. Hey, Gani. Yes, I indeed have a naval question regarding what Gani just told us, that the operational level of the Russian fleet is pretty low at the moment. My question is a pretty general one, since right now the nights are very, very short in most of the northern hemisphere. Could that have anything to do with like a decrease in naval activity? I remember from like reading about World War II that the duration of nighttime was kind of important for naval activities, like with the Arctic convoys and so forth. Is that still a thing, that nighttime is kind of important for naval operations, or with radar and all kinds of long distance sensing, is that kind of, it doesn't matter anymore whether you're operating mainly in the daylight or mainly during the nighttime? So yeah, that's my question. Thank you.
Yeah, it's not nearly as important now. Ships are still painted to be low observable, and you know, disruptive camouflage is coming back as a thing, because if you've got all your radar switched off and it is at night, and you are just looking for stuff with optics, you know, disruptive camouflage, yeah, it works. Our offshore patrol vessels use it, but it's as much a nod to World War II and the Western approaches camouflage scheme. So it's kind of an honor thing as well, more than anything else. I don't think it's anything to do with daylight. I just think if they can't throw caliber missiles at targets, then there's not a lot of point kind of sailing into the West Black Sea unless it's a, you know, a show of force kind of thing. I suspect maybe they do it with quite a lot of combat air patrol overhead, maybe once in a while, but yeah, without launching surface cruise missiles, what are they doing? What can they possibly do? They're not mining anything, as far as we know. There's no sort of maritime traffic to interdict. They could park a few ships off the north entrance of the Bosphorus, but why would they do that? You know, it's just going to piss the Turks off for one, and they're not going to be able to achieve anything. So, yeah, your guess is as good as mine. If they keep running them, they've got a reason to run them. If we start seeing them tied up alongside long periods, or even better, if we see them what we call rafted, which is tied up next to each other and then alongside a jetty, and we get some good photographs and we can look and we see jetties with absolutely no activity at all, and just one gangway save, then today you're seeing the final decline of the Black Sea Fleet, maybe. And everyone, as I said, will be sent to land units, because you've got a lot of technical people on board warships. You've got stokers for the engines, you've got the weapons electrical, you know, for the weapon systems, you've got radar technicians, you know, you've got a fair number of people who should be relatively proficient, who probably the Russian army is absolutely screaming for, because I bet they stripped out mechanical workshops, things like that early on as infantry fillers, and maybe tank crews, stuff like that. So you know, there's a fair amount of skill set there that you could use ashore. we will know in the next month probably. If not, and then we keep seeing the shuffling of the deck and ships appearing in Sevastopol and then in Novorossiysk, I think that means that they're just trying to keep everyone operational, get them to sea as much as possible in relatively safe areas, so no one loses their edge. If a Russian ships company has an edge, and that they're doing that just to give them some sea time. But yeah, who knows?
Well, thank you. It was just really a genuine question, and you obviously know much better than I do. So thanks for that.
Thank you, Gani. I've got and thanks, Reinhard, for helping up. And I had, for anybody who's not heard him, is one of the people who were around, like Gani, like 15, 16 months ago already. It's just hops up very rarely. Gani, the Ka-29 helicopters that we see in Berdyansk, right? Like Thomas said yesterday, clearly Russians are just running out of attack helicopters. Otherwise, they wouldn't have brought these older sort of combo transport / utility and attack helicopters out of their naval tasking to be used for anything here. Do you reckon they might still be using them as utility helicopters locally somehow? Maybe giving them options to bring stuff into Berdyansk, right? We know that they're using it as a seaborne resupply base, so they can bring stuff in by ferry, by LSD, whatever. Maybe, do you reckon the helicopters might be used not just for eventually being used as attack helicopters, but in the meantime also as a way to help resupply Berdyansk and then onward from there?
Yeah, so this is KH-29. That's no, not Hormone, Helix. Hormone was the one before. Yeah, so
it's one of those that has lots of versions, right? 27, 28, 29, and the 29 is the attack capable one, but they're all the double rotor ones. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a little bit. It's a bit of a mixture of seeking and maybe links. So you can use it for anything. They use them for hunting submarines. You can use it as a utility helicopter. You can use it for moving people around. You can use it for anti-shipping. There's a variety of fairly small anti-ship missiles you can put on. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to me. They'll have trained air crews, probably. Where they get them from, that's a little bit intriguing. Either they've come from a reserve squadrons, or they're stripping them from ships. And it sounds like there's quite a lot of them, so they just won't be from the Black Sea Fleet. You might find that some ships in the Northern Fleet and maybe even the Pacific Fleet have lost their rotary wing capability, which means that there is a rotary lift deficit for them, which they're now trying to fill. I don't think it's the fact that they've come from warships. That's not a disadvantage. Don't forget out in Afghanistan, the commando squadrons, seeking commando squadrons, were all naval air squadrons, and they were flying in and out of Afghan. And the Merlins, our Merlins flew in Afghanistan as well, and they were naval air squadrons. So the fact that they've come from warships is not a massive disadvantage, to be honest with them. And it will give them quite a useful lift capability.
Are they really harming their navy long term by doing moves like this? We've seen sailors being put into light infantry roles. We've seen there was this long case of the specialist underwater diver deminer demolition specialist who got killed in Vuhledar somewhere, right? Some months ago, from the Pacific Fleet. How much are they degrading their capability? What's your best guess at that?
Well, it sounds like the Commander Pacific Fleet threw an all-hands short notice exercise, and it did not go well for them. There's footage of them getting out of harbour, but apparently the rumours are there was blood in the corridors and on the office carpet following that. Their readiness was nowhere near what he expected it to be. It sounds like, I think he might be a new compact, so a bit of a hard charger, and he kind of turned up and went, get it to sea, get it all to sea. You've got X amount of hours, and things weren't fabulous. So that tells us that there's probably a problem in the Pacific Fleet. Yeah, if you strip the helicopters, which are really your primary anti-submarine asset on the ship, there will be attrition. You lose that capability for a while, and you will need to, train up additional air crews and things to cover that gap, and that's not a fast process. So, to be honest, the naval aviators, or certainly the helicopter pilots, they're probably a little bit better trained. I don't know if they use commissioned officers actually, or if they fly using warrant officers, same as we do. Yeah, they might do, but yeah, it's a capability that they need at sea that they're having to send to the land. So they'll be uncomfortable with it. They seem to be doing it quite smartly, so they're revetting them as well. So I think they're aware that there's a substantial air threat to them, and they're sticking them in individual revetments as well, which won't protect one, but certainly it will make it harder to kill 5 or 6 using one missile. So these are obviously high-end assets. They regard them as high-end assets. I don't think they'll use them for like any major airlift. I think that would be suicidal because the VDV's been gutted. So I'd be astonished if they're thinking about some kind of fairly substantial air mobile strike. Really, really difficult for them to do, and I think it'd be a bit of a bloodbath. So, yeah, the exact purpose, like light attack. Yeah, probably. You might find that these are just used in the light attack role. They certainly won't be using them for medevac. Maybe moving units around en masse as blocking forces, but they're not very good at that. And again, the VDV, that was really, that should have been one of their primary roles, and they're in bits and pieces. So yeah, I would expect to see them doing rocket attacks, maybe anti-tank missile strikes, things like that. You might see some anti-ship missiles re-rolled into the land attack mode.
Yeah, there were some actually. There were some Russian anti-ship missiles being paraded around Bryansk Oblast, right? And the thinking was that they were going to use them in basically low precision ballistic missiles just to shoot at Kiev or Chernihiv or wherever as well.
Yeah, desperate times call for desperate measures.
And those kitchen missiles, those are also, right, that I think Dnipro mostly they've hit with those before. Those are also anti-ship missiles, right?
Yeah, you won't be launching kitchens from Helix. It'll be far smaller. They've got something that's like a version of it's their equivalent of Sea Skewer that we used to use. I can't remember what it's called. I'd have to cheat and go into Wikipedia, but it carries that kind of thing. So missiles designed for sort of hitting large patrol boats, maybe corvettes, that kind of thing. But I would be more I would be more expecting rocket pods, stuff like that. Anything that they can throw at advancing units just to try and slow things down. But we'll see. Doubtless there'll be some footage. And the first one knocked down by a Starstreak or a Stinger, we'll get an idea for what they're actually using them for.
Yeah, looking forward to the first one of those getting taken down. I just worry that it's going to get wrongly categorized as a Ka-52 because people see, oh, it's a double rotor, from afar, and then just say, it's a 52. If you're 8 kilometers away, it's kind of hard to tell sometimes. I'm guessing the thing with the 29s is that they won't have the same standoff capability to the newer stuff, right? Because the Ka-52 got upgraded with some sort of longer range anti-tank missiles and whatnot, whereas the 29 I think never had. So if they push them forward, they will be much easier targets for manpads as well.
Yeah, I'm just. Do we know where the designation KH-29 came from? Because Helix is KH-27. KH-29 is an ASM. It's an anti-air surface missile.
No, KA, not KH. So KH
Oh, KA, right.
yeah.
Right. Yeah,
So
I was going to say.
So the way that the Soviets designated the KA series is the 27 is the basic, I think, right? And then the 28 is export, 29 has an attack capability, 32 is the civilian version. It's just kind of, it's the same thing. They're all Helix, but they can have slightly different equipment on them. Like it's basically like subversions, right? It's Helix Alpha, Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, whatever.
Yeah, so it looks like the land attack version. You can put a single 30mm on there and a pod for 4 missiles called I don't know what that is. That's probably like just a light anti-tank round or something like that, or something that can be used like that. So these will be, it's hard to tell without seeing them. These will be the ones allocated to the Russian Marine forces, as opposed to the ones taken off the decks of frigates and destroyers, etc., which will be more configured for anti-submarine. That's my assumption, but we can't tell until unless we actually saw them, because it looks like they're a little, well, apart from the 30mm, they're a little kind of different characteristics on them. So you might find that it's a mix. They might use the anti-submarine warfare configured ones, pull all the kit out and use them as medium lift, and then have some more for ground attack, or they might have just pulled every single ground attack one that they've got and sent them to Berdiansk. So yeah, don't know, to be honest with you. Gonna have to wait and see on that.
Yeah, fair enough. So just for anybody who's still confused with the numbers, think of like how Sukhoi 27, Sukhoi 30, Sukhoi 35 are all basically the same plane. And instead of being called Sukhoi 27 A, B, C, D, E, they're called just Sukhoi 37, Sukhoi 30, Sukhoi 35. Because then you can have a whole separate marketing spiel about, this is a completely new development. And this is how your developers get to not be sent off to the front. Gani, we were talking about strategic bombers a couple of weeks ago, and we were talking about how sometimes they carry shockingly few missiles, these Tupolev 95 Bears. And I came up with a kind of an argument for it, and I wonder what you think of it. So I remember back when they were hitting the electrical infrastructure, often they were carrying, there were these massive sorties, dozens of bombers, right? And then it was again like 2 missiles per bomber or something. And that's because they had lots of targets. And then more recently, when they were just doing sort of terror strikes at Kiev and their targeting was really concentrated, they did like 5 missiles per bomber. So basically 3 times as many as before. And now in the last 2 sorties, I think, they did again about 1.5 missiles per bomber. So I'm thinking that the limiting factor for them, because the capacity is like 16 or something per bomber, so that's clearly really light loading. I think that what's happening is whatever their targeting procedure is, whether it's the computer that's the limiting factor, whether it is the humans that are the limiting factor, because the computers are hard to program, I think they only can program 1 target per plane. And that's why when they go disperse, when they try to hit many very disparate targets, especially, they have to basically dedicate a plane to a target, even though it's this giant bomber with massive capacity for carrying of cruise missiles. Do you reckon that could be part of the reason why they're actually doing these very light loadouts?
No, I don't think so. With missiles, you can preload the flight characteristics into the round. There's no need for the aircraft to really do anything apart from being a bomb truck. The missiles are not following what you'd expect of, say, Tomahawk or Storm Shadow, so they're not flying very low down and using terrain avoidance. They're coming in at reasonable altitude. Look, you could program missiles like this in the 1990s. We had the software, and I've used it where I could take a map, an ordinary map, and I could plot courses into it, and it would give me back then fairly rudimentary, but it would give me a view of what I'd see out the cockpit windows. So this isn't really rocket science. And they do have the capability of programming their missiles. I think and I still say their big problem is an inability to look at terrain and then to program the missiles in terrain avoidance. So sometimes when they hit an apartment block, I don't think they meant to hit the apartment block. I think that apartment block may well have been on the flight trajectory, and the missile just flew into it on the way to another target, because it really makes no sense. And we've seen this over the past year, because they know that a heavyweight air launched cruise missile into an apartment block is not going to win the war for them. It's not achieving anything. But I think they just do it, and they launch these missiles, and then they just hope that one might get lucky, not fly into something, and then hit the target. I do wonder if it's just inertia in higher command. Attack these targets, and no one's rescinding the orders. There's no higher direction. Nobody's saying to the squadron or the group commander, right, stop doing this. We need you to go and do something else. I think orders from higher up are just being blindly followed. They get enough missiles in a delivery to load up, and then they blindly just go and do the mission, fire them off. And it might be mixed in with some availability and operational defective rates as well with the aircraft. So maybe you'll find that, and it does go up and down. Sometimes a lot of aircraft are just not available. They've just got, they just go op def on you, and you can't launch them. And then other days you have a really good day, and most of the squadron aircraft are operational. Because of course, if you can kind of you can do all your SOCs, like your system operator checks on a bomber, load up the aircraft. But if the aircraft if the squadron is becoming more and more sort of unreliable, you could get to the end of the runway and you'll get a couple of red lights, and then that's you out the mission package. And it takes a long time to get the aircraft back to the dispersal pan to offload the missiles and then stick them on another one. So I still do wonder if this is just a way of, sometimes they mitigate the danger of losing too many aircraft, and they put 1 or 2 missiles on each aircraft on the assumption that a percentage will get airborne for the strike package and a percentage will simply drop into the Caspian Sea. And other times, maybe we're seeing a squadron that's got better availability, and therefore the warload kind of goes up with that. But again, who knows? We're trying to apply Western military common sense to another organization that doesn't seem to know its head from its ass, to be honest. And they just blindly go and do these missions. Any Western Air Force would look at this, and they'd look at 100% intercept on a raid, and they go, right, what went wrong? They do a hot wash up and they say, what went wrong? What were the trajectories? What can we deduce from that? Well, they followed these trajectories and all of them got killed. Therefore, this is a hot zone for air defense. And then you match it up with the known emissions from air defense radars, maybe your suspicions about surface to air batteries, and you look at ways of getting the missiles around those kind of hot zones. So like we know Odessa is the air defense commander there has got their shit together. We know that. They are utterly squared away. Yeah, they get caught out every now and again. But as a rule, the Odessa air defense zone is pretty drum tight. Avoid it. Why chuck rounds that are in short supply at a hot zone where you know there's a lot of air defense. If you really want to hit apartment buildings, you go for different places. If your intention is to kill civvies, doesn't matter if it's Kyiv or Odessa. You know, it could be some little provincial town. You're still killing men, women, and children. But they just seem to religiously go for the same targets, regardless of how heavy the air defense is. And as a result, the raids are largely useless. And that says to me, maybe inertia, as I said, just blindly follow orders. And of course, in the Russian military, no one rings up HQ and says, what are you doing? I'm wasting my time here. This is fucking stupid. They got all my missiles again last night. I'm just burning fuel and accruing hours on the airframes. No one's going to do that. So the order comes down, attack Kyiv the next day, and the squadron commander blindly loads up his aircraft, sends them on their way, launches them, comes back, and then the order's the same for the next day, and then the next day. So I think it's a mixture of that.
We were chatting with Mark, the armor, a couple of days ago about this, and he said that it could well be that this way, with more planes, they can have more armors doing the job, and you can have like 20 guys standing around with a clipboard around each plane, while 2 to 4 guys actually do the armoring, and then there's more people who save themselves from being reclassified as light infantry because they're also necessary.
Yeah, I mean, that would suggest that they have humane squadron commanders who really care about their squadron's manpower and want to save their blokes from being sent to die gloriously for the motherland in a T-54. I doubt there's much of that in the Russian military. There will be some competent leaders. But, you know, I suppose you could tie that mentality into the Russian Black Sea Fleet, pootling around, seemingly being at sea quite a lot, but achieving the square root of fuck all. And you could say, well, both these organizations are very aware that they're going to lose a lot of people to the front line unless they're seen to be doing stuff. So, you know, they give the impression of frantic paddling. Well, yeah, I suppose, but I don't think the Russian military's like that. I think you'd be told, I want 60 armorers out the squadron or whatever, and they just send them. And I think whoever's higher up would probably look at the orbat of the squadron and say, well, you know, how many did you put up yesterday? Oh, well, I put up 10 aircraft, comrade. What? To launch 10 missiles? You're taking the piss. Right, you start doing it with 2 aircraft, and I want half your squadron ground crew over to the depot for retasking. I think that would be more likely. I think collusion at sort of higher command to try and keep the squadrons fully intact. Bit of a push in that kind of centralized organization, if that makes sense.
I would have more thought that the squadron commander doesn't know how many it actually takes to load an aircraft, and he might well think, you know, if that's what they say, if they need so many, they must need so many. I mean, it's really complicated, isn't it? And also, especially since these are old aircraft that well predate the concept of cruise missiles. Yeah, just it's more complicated. Takes extra people. No, wasn't really meant to do it natively. Plus, the Soviets always designed things for not exactly expediency because they said, "I'll just throw more people at the problem. Just have more guys doing it if need be." Great monkey.
So I've got a proposal. If it's none of what's been discussed before, I was having a think about World War I, particularly in 1915, when a lot of French soldiers were very short on ammunition, and there was ammunition rationing, where you would only get an allowance of maybe 2 or 3 rounds a day, and you just had to make do with that and hope that, you know, nothing too exciting would happen while you're in your trench. How about from much higher up, the orders are that they need to deploy X amount of aircraft and hit Ukraine every night, but there's a lack of there's not enough allowance for the ammunition used, but no one wants to give the feedback upstairs that this is the case because they're told just do it, and therefore they fly with 1.5 missiles per plane.
That would be descent into a level of incompetence I doubt even they go to be honest with you. I think because you know each squadron's going to have to account for its activities every 24 hours because that's how the military works. You know, you give your sit rep and you say, you know, what you did, what you achieved, aircraft availability, air crew availability, number of aircraft in maintenance, all that kind of thing. So you got all your returns. So either everyone would have to be lying, and there's lying all the way up the chain, or you're right, and rounds are being parceled out in small quantities, and then mixed in with that is the inertia of nobody said stop attacking Kyiv. So just, well, I'm not achieving anything. Comrade, I didn't ask for your opinion. If I want your opinion, I'll beat it out of you. Get your aircraft up and launch. Well, I've only got 4 missiles. I ain't going to tell you again. Get your aircraft up and launch. Yeah, righto. Happy days. I mean, if you're the squadron commander, you go, well, you know, if again, we're back to that. Well, if it's saving my blokes grabbing an AK-47 and sitting in a trench waiting for a leopard, well, you know, I'll do something stupid because you also do that in the military. So, but I don't know. Their command is so different to how we do things across the board. I don't think any of us can make a reasonable guess at what on earth is going on. I mean, to me, I would just stop the raids for a month. I'd accrue as many air launch cruise missiles as possible, as many Caliber as possible, as many Shaheeds as possible. I would amass as much air power as I could get, and I would just go balls out on a massive strike. I would just chuck everything in it, and I would do it not because I expect the cruise missiles, many cruise missiles, to get through, but I'd be extremely keen to push as many aircraft forward and go after IRST and Patriot and stuff like that if I could. And they have anti-radiation missiles. You know, they're not that backward. They do have them. That's what I do. I just do one massive airstrike and do what I should have done over a year ago, and go balls to the wall on it and try and get as many SAM batteries as possible and really knock back Ukrainian air defense. Maybe incorporate MiG-31s, things like that. Try to tempt the Ukrainian combat air patrol out, and just really go for it. Shy babies get nothing, but they don't do that. So this kind of parceling out these little terror attack kind of things, again, what's it down to? The more I think about it, the more I'm inclined to just bureaucratic inertia. The boss said do it, just do it, even though it achieves nothing. So yeah, they get their delivery and dutifully they launch, a couple fall off the pylons into the sea, and then they recover, high fives, vodka and potato salad, job done, and they're content with that.
Hey, Mikey.
It's also quite plausible that the feedback loop that goes back up the chain of command, I mean, we know that it's actually the case. It's heavily distorted, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if everybody's lying. It reminds me of a very anecdotal story of a Russian tank crew that had surrendered. I can't remember when this was, but it was probably around a year ago by now. But they had surrendered to the Ukrainians, and the tank was intact or seemingly intact. And when they were asked, why did you surrender? And they said, well, the tank gun doesn't work. And the Ukrainian soldiers that captured these guys says, but why are you advancing? And they said, well, we were told that we have to advance. We explained that the tank gun doesn't work, but we were told to advance anyway. So, you know, I'm guessing it's possible that something on a much larger scale is deeply ingrained in the military, because everybody on their own echelon of command wants to report positive news to their boss. And, you know, by the time it gets up to Putin, you get an incredibly distorted sense of what is actually happening.
That sounds definitely plausible there, Freight Monkey. Gentlemen, I sent you a video and you suggested that we should discuss it with Gunny. Gunny, did you perchance see a video of what appears to be from a few days ago, a Ukrainian landing force landing in the Kakhovka district? Now, it says here, this is true, but there is a nuance. The landing troops targeted enemy vehicles in that district. Don't know if you've already seen that, but I have retweeted it if you want to check. Thought it might be interesting.
Yeah, is it up in the nest, mate?
I can do that, one sec. It will be in a second. Well, at least I hope it will. It doesn't always work immediately for me.
It takes a little while to populate, 20, 30 seconds, something like that. So, Gani, what do you reckon Ukrainians might be up to trying to cross the river, especially near the dam? Do you think it's much more than just very temporary sort of raiding type force, reconnaissance, and taking out a few easy targets and going back?
I'm not qualified to say, and I wouldn't like to speculate. I'm kind of staying away from land operations because there's just so much utter crap flying around, and there's a lot of disinformation from both sides, and I don't like speculating, and it's not really my wheelhouse. So there's just too much nonsense coming out. I don't think anyone's got a real handle on what's happening, and I'm just kind of sitting back and kicking back, and I'm going to watch it unfold. I'm afraid there's pretty boring answer, but there are an awful lot of people on Twitter who are thoroughly unqualified to comment on the progress of these attacks, and I've got no intention of being one of them.
I will say nothing just to make sure that there's nothing that I can say wrong. That's a good approach to life.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been a bit excessive past few days. You know, just even people with a background just coming out with utter nonsense and making proclamations about the way the Ukrainians are operating. You know, sorry, mate, have you been in a Ukrainian armored brigade? Were you at Commander's Intent briefing? No. Oh, what? You're in New York? Well, how would you know then? Just get grip of yourself, you idiot. So yeah, I just let it slide and accept that the Ukrainians will pump out false information as well, as will NATO, because it's a disinformation, misinformation war, and social media is part of the cyber battle space. So yeah, let's just wait and see. All will become apparent.
Well, we've also got to remember what Nuno said the other day, that we are approximately 4 days behind in the information that we see out in open source. So there is plenty going on that we don't know about. You're absolutely right. And
host connection issues. Perfect timing. Host connection issues. Hopefully, Axel heard me on that. And hopefully,
yeah,
he's here.
I've just sent it to you.
Okay, in case we crash, we'll be right back. Don't worry about that. Once we know to be back, I will maybe steer us into a different direction, something a little bit different, because I want to talk a little bit about the Kakhovka Dam, because there's a wonderful chap on the internet who's an engineering researcher, and he's a structural engineer. But what he researches is the effect of explosions on structures, especially big structures. So he wrote some stuff that I want to talk all of you through. I think Axel stabilized the space well. Daniel, if you want to, before we go to that, talk about cruise missiles. You are very, very welcome to.
Yeah, thank you. I heard that you talked about cruise missiles and why the Russians are hitting apartment buildings, and that it might not really be their goal to do that. I missed a part of it because I had a phone call, so I don't really know exactly what you said. So I might say something that has already been taken up. You have to stop me then. But I read a very interesting article that sort of some time ago here that how do you say it? Oh, I know it in Swedish, but not in English. It went through the different navigational systems that you have in a cruise missile. It wasn't really something that I didn't know, but it sort of went into more detail, and it was quite interesting. And there was an analysis about how the Russians are using it. And the thing is that modern cruise missiles normally have 4 different kinds of navigational systems that are sort of complementing each other. First, you have inertial navigation, which basically is that you have a gyroscope in the missile that tells the computers how the missiles is moving. But those are not very precise. They are actually very precise, but they do drift a long time. And even though you use very good military grade gyroscopes, you have a drift of about half a kilometer in 3 hours. And these cruise missiles fly for quite some time. And if you lose precision with half a kilometer or even more, you will not hit anything if you don't have, like, you have to have nuclear bombs if you want to hit something then that you predict what you hit, because then you can aim at a city and not more precise than that. And then you complement that with GPS. The problem with GPS is that the system is constantly checking what does the GPS system tells me where we are, and then it adjusts the inertial navigation system. The inertial navigation system is very precise for a very short period of times. So if you lose contact with GPS, or if the system is deeming it being unreliable, you have very good precision for some time with the inertial system. And we've been discussing this about for instance, storm shadows and Excaliburs, that if the target area has the GPS signals jammed, it doesn't really matter that much, because for that short period of time they wouldn't get very much out of that of the GPS data anyway. So they use the inertial system for that. But if you have a lot of jamming of the GPS systems, it's not really that reliable either. And then you have 2 backup systems. One is that you have a terrain radar. So it's basically a radar that is more or less aimed downwards, and it measures the height. So it always knows exactly where the height is. And if you have terrain features with mountains and different elevations, you can match that with a stored profile of what it's anticipated to pass over, and then you can recognize that, yeah, there's a hill there, and now I'm passing over it, and that's sort of what I expected, but I passed over it like a little bit earlier, then I know that I should adjust my position according to that. It's actually a little bit like what fighter pilots did with older
older system, I guess they are to some extent also can do that today with to adjust their navigation systems. But when you have ground that is very flat, which we have to some extent in Ukraine, that doesn't really work that much, because you don't have any really outstanding terrain features to compare with. You have to plan the routes of the cruise missiles to have those kind of features. But if there are none, you can't really, it doesn't matter how you plan the flight for the cruise missiles, you will not have them anyway. And then the fourth system that you normally have in cruise missiles comes in, and that's looking at terrain features visually with cameras. It's basically the same as with the terrain radar, but you use photos that you have sort of pre-taken before, and those are then taken with normally with satellites. The problem for the Russians, as this article goes into, is that the Russians don't have very good satellite coverage with good optics, getting good quality images. So they don't really use this. So they are actually discarding one of the more important parts of their cruise missiles navigational system, because they are then firing them at night. And part of that might be because the Ukrainians have been quite good at shooting down cruise missiles with man pads and stuff like that. And the drawbacks of man pads is that you need to have visual contact with the cruise missile to target it. And if you shoot at night, it's very much harder for them to actually see anything, almost impossible. But that also means that they are discarding one of those really important parts of the navigational systems for the cruise missiles. So they will actually lose a lot of precision that way. But it could also be that they are doing that compromise of discarding that part of the navigation system just because they don't really have good enough satellite photos, because these have to be current. The visual features changes with seasons, and they change because something is built newly or whatever. So you have to have current photos, and they are not really that capable to do that. I think that is quite interesting, and that could explain to some extent why they are hitting a lot of stuff that they maybe don't mean to hit, because they are really don't have the capability to fully use the how do you say the precisions of these weapons. It shows it's sort of a little bit with everything Russian, that they are degrading everything that they do. They are not really fully capable of using technology and building the technology. I think that was very interesting.
I agree. I do wonder quite how, you said if it's only in the terminal phase, they don't get affected by GPS jamming, because there's very little travel left at that point. I think that's a really good point, because GPS jamming, we think of it as an area thing, right? But it's not an area thing; it's a volume thing, because it doesn't just exist at the Earth's surface. It's just that most things that interact with GPS only exist at the Earth's surface. But if you have a Gimler, for example, right, it gets launched really, really high up. So especially any jammer that's primarily, trying to concentrate the jamming along the surface, because this way the same amount of energy can cover a lot, less volume, or rather, it can be a lot more effective at the surface. For things that are really high up, even many kilometers up, it might not affect as much, right? So maybe that's a component of it as well. That's a really good point. That goes for Excalibur shells as well, of course, right? Because they come, pretty vertically down. Obviously, not exactly vertically, but
no. But I would assume you're right on that, and I think actually the Excaliburs are actually going less vertically down than normal shells. They are sort of gliding a little bit. But as far as I know, it's a little bit of a sort of two-edged swords when it comes to using GPS when you go vertically also, because you need to have the precision, you need to have more satellites. If you're on the ground, you could sort of get away with using, like, you're having two satellites, three satellites that you have your contact with. But if you move up and down, you actually have to have more satellites that you have contact with to get a good precision. At the same time, when you get up, you have potentially more satellites that you can get signal from. So it's and as you say, it is probably harder to steer them out. How do you say? Jam them. So yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I'd love to see how you know, if they do try to make it kind of ISO energetic, I guess, you know, so as in all directions get the same amount, or spatially, or only area wise. That'd be quite interesting. No, maybe if you're high up enough, maybe it just doesn't make that much of a difference. Who knows? But so somebody probably does. I don't. I don't know. Okay, before we go to the dam, I want to note something kind of interesting. Apparently, Prigozhin finally decided to sign the thing with the Ministry of Defense, and say, you know, okay, I submit. But now I see a video of Prigozhin who's not being let into the Ministry of Defense to hand in the paperwork. And that's very, very fun, I think.
Yeah, I just watched it through to find out what actually happened, and he goes up to the office with his paperwork, and he, you know, confirms that he needs 2 copies and everything. And he puts it in the envelope, and then he says, "I'm recording this so that, you know, everyone can see that I've handed this in." And she asks him what it is, and he tells her, and she just slams the window in his face and runs away. So he tried to phone somebody that wasn't answering, and then he like swears a bit, and he says, well, they've obviously been instructed not to accept this from me. And he was like, it's not her fault, she's scared, you know, she's under restrictions. And he says, I'll have to do it to the public then. And he opens the envelope and shows all the documents to the public and says, here it is, all signed, ready to be handed in, and they won't accept it from me. And he sort of says, oh, I'm going to have to try and give it to somebody else now, and see if they can pass it on.
Well, he has until the end
off
of
he
the month,
goes.
right? I think he has until July 1st to do it. So plenty more attempts to go.
Yeah, I just thought it was funny that this woman's face completely changed and she was like, nope.
I think it's amazing. The other thing that I think is interesting is he says, you know, I have come here with my identification as hero of Russia, because of course, you know, he went to the house that is run by the guy with all manner of baubles on his suit. So of course, you know, the medals might count as something here. Did we go through this a little bit? Yesterday, 2 days ago, we looked at some of the fantastic medals that he has, such as the Medal of 200 Years of Ministry of Defense, and a medal for diligence in engineering tasks, which I'm sure that he's, you know, done something great. He also got one from the Foreign Ministry. This is my favorite one. Shoigu has a Medal of Great Awareness in Geopolitical Affairs.
Oh, that one made me laugh out loud, Doman. Thanks.
I think that really takes the cake, fundamentally. You know, great awareness in geopolitical affairs, and it's the ultimate participation trophy.
I think most of them are, aren't they? Didn't he make up a load just so he could award himself some medals?
Oh yeah, of course he made up a lot as well. That's fine. But, you know, he also has a medal defender of a free Russia. So I don't know. I don't think he had anything to do with that. But it's for courage in defending the constitutional order during the 1991 Soviet coup d'etat attempt. And I wonder what he was up to back in 1991. Well, maybe was he already running the civil defense? Maybe. I don't know when in 91 he got appointed as that. Actually, this would probably say. Yes. Okay, so he actually was a minister during that period, so it's not totally made up for once. Okay, fair enough.
It's probably the only one he's wearing that actually correlates with what he did.
Well, there's one for return of Crimea, right? So when they return Crimea back to Ukraine, do they take them away, or do they get extra medals for the return of Crimea?
Knowing Shoigu's love for trinkets, I think the second.
Very good. Very good. Madi tells me that Ramaphosa's security detail are still in Warsaw as of 5 hours ago. So they've spent about 48 hours straight on the plane, pretty much. That's some trip.
Serves them right for bringing the wrong stuff with them.
Like, you know, don't fly with tons of weaponry and just think that that's going to be okay. You know, you need the paperwork. You know, the U.S. Secret Service knows to file paperwork whenever they go somewhere. That's it's not exactly unexpected.
I read something this morning from. Sorry, Maddie. I think you just need to unmute you 1 sec. Sorry, I was getting terrible feedback there. I read something this morning from a Zimbabwean perspective, and they basically said that's how things are done in South Africa. You just leave somebody some money for drinks, or you just sort of turn around and say, "Don't you know who I am?" And these things just get overlooked. You know how these things go. So yeah, they didn't realise that Poland was quite so strict with their rules and regulations. I think comes into it.
Go ahead, Maddie. Just click the unmute button first. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi. Yes, I've just watched on one of our news channels on TV, one of our reporters, journalists being interviewed in Poland. And basically he was saying that all the journalists were, as I said, they were allowed off the plane, but he says that they weren't allowed to take any of their luggage at all. So he had to buy T-shirts and the toiletries and everything. So they weren't allowed to leave. So they were there, and that's all they could do is report from there, whatever they might hear. Yes, and that the security detail has been kept in Poland, and they're going to be able to fly back tomorrow. So they're all still there. So all the journalists are in Warsaw, and that's where it is at the moment. There was someone else commenting as well that this was sort of a ploy to have kept them all there, not let everyone go across, into Ukraine. But so there's unhappy journalists all in Warsaw, all in Poland, kept there, not being able to go without their luggage. So that's the latest. And the other thing was that at the time that this was all happening, there were some comments about Polish, and our team was saying, or one of our guys was saying that they were very racist. Polish were very racist the way they were treated, the way the South Africans were treated. So there we are. That's because I mean that we don't realize how actually things work in Europe, and that the laws that have to be followed, and it's not so easy to get around. So there we are. So the security detail, I think, is still in the plane, and they or in that area, and coming home tomorrow.
Thank you, Maddie. I just hope that somebody raises with them that, you know, none of the other delegations had any problems, apparently. It was only the South African delegation who failed to file the documentation. Yeah, even it was very presumptuous, I think, of them if they thought they can just bring in assault rifles just willy-nilly and say, yeah, no, here's some photocopies. You know, that'll be fine for several crates of weapons being brought in. No, but I know we're in complete agreement on all of that. It's a really, really silly situation there. Thanks, Maddie. Kerry, morning.
Morning, everybody. Yeah, that is a hilarious story. The racism is hiya, mockers. The racism is appalling in any context, but the paperwork side of things is fantastic. I love that story. I was just going to say, I've seen you've got Roman and his partner talking on later. That's fantastic. He is the G.
Sister.
Yeah, oh, his sister. Okay. I mean, I've obviously seen a lot of his videos, and he's so ballsy, but in a really chilled way. His content is fantastic. So well done, guys, for getting him on. That'll be fantastic. And I had a lovely time last night. I woke up at about, for me in Europe, it was about 2:30 in the morning, and I woke up. And what's so lovely now with MriyaReport being on 24/7, so these guys have sort of quite often I only hear them when I'm like working through the night, which isn't that often, or I'm marking till really late at night. So it's really nice. I thought, sod it, I'm going to get a cup of tea and talk to the night gang. So it was lovely to catch up with, you know, that flip side of the world. It's just the most incredible community, and the way that the conversations, you know, shift and roll and change. So we were talking a lot last night about the cultural aspect of Ukraine and about the artist's house that had become 60% of her work, where, you know, obviously she painted the inside of her house has been destroyed, but they are obviously going to do what they can to retain what's remaining. But it's just such an amazing space, guys. And if you ever do the similar thing, wake up in the middle of what's the middle of the night for you, it is really nice to go on for a short while, because you'll hear the other people and the other nature of the conversations that go on at different times of day, and you're all amazing. Thank you very much.
I've actually already had some lovely feedback from the conversations last night, so thanks, Kerry.
Daniel. Daniel?
Yeah, I think arguing with my daughter. I hear my correspondent from Sweden, and that talk about GPS jamming, I think, is one of the best ever made it black ops of Ukrainians, because they always said, "Oh, GPS jamming," and Russians and electronic warfare equipment, the front lines, they are destroyed. And when the operation started, we see GLMRS missiles going, killing tanks, artillery assets, and things like that. I don't think is any GPS jamming working on the strikes. Just hoarding in huge numbers to have when you need for offensive, because you don't need just artillery and mortars, you need also missiles. And Artie Green said something like this: we have a target, we need to wait weeks, sometimes months, until we strike. We don't go just because we discover a target and is in a range and we know we can hit it. We hit it when it's needed. And I think maybe many OSINT accounts need to take in their evaluation
sometimes we took wrong judgment.
Sometimes, well, I'll say this much, Daniel. The GPS jamming. Do you know how I know the GPS jamming is a problem for Ukrainians? Because if it wasn't a
Maybe
problem
they
for
lie. Do you think in this
no,
situation, maybe Ukrainians are lying, especially Russian, to believe that shit?
maybe, but I think I know that it is at least sometimes a problem for some things. Otherwise, they wouldn't be going out of their way and targeting jammers as much as they do.
Maybe
If
you target jammers because you want to destroy any capability, not just because they inhibit your target acquiring.
no, I'm
I
not
think
talking
it's
about target acquire. I'm just saying, as a general rule, I'm not saying what exactly it's doing to them, right? But they wouldn't be expending effort and the highest, highest cost, lowest availability things on targets if those targets weren't worth it. And clearly, they have been prioritizing jammers of recently, and if they wouldn't be important in some way, they wouldn't be prioritizing them. There's a reason why they're being prioritized, and that reason is, there's something going on with them.
I also
I
have to add
believe.
here. I have to add here that they've been delivered a whole bunch of field telephones and associated wiring. So that does suggest that in some areas there is indeed a problem with communications.
I have my strong feeling. The only thing which Russian electronic warfare works are some long-range drones. Some. Because if I remember well, the strike in Moscow, when was full GPS jamming, and they keep the drones hovering on that part of the dachas of the biggest and the strongest Siloviki in Russia, like a demonstration, like a middle finger. And again, about on the front. Of course, Ukrainian will lie and say, oh, GPS jamming is very powerful from the Russians. And what the Russians do, they stick more GPS jamming on the front, and they still strike them and destroy them, including with drones. Usually, what I learn, I am totally moron, but what I learned before any big offensive, you hoard all the ammunition and you lie. Oh, our missiles doesn't work because Russians are jamming us. Let them build trust. Okay, we can put anything with electronic warfare there to keep us safe, and also we are not afraid of HIMARS strike. Maybe we need to take this in our mind very seriously. Ukrainians will lie to get their strategic goals. And I have nothing against.
So I'm not saying, Daniel, you're I think oversimplifying a little bit here, because I think nobody's saying that it's affecting everything at all times, but clearly it's affecting something sometimes. That's why it's worth taking it out, so that you can use everything at all times, as opposed to being limited to something most of the time. No, that's the logic of it, and no, it's good that they're being interdicted in that way. Now, got a quick question here on a similar note. The UK MOD report today says, since the start of the Ukrainian counteroffensive in southern Ukraine, Russia has reinforced its attack helicopter force in the region. Imagery shows that over 20 extra Russian helicopters have been deployed to Berdyansk airport. The question from the listener is, can't we do anything about this? Can't you just storm shadow the whole helicopter base or something? That's very depressing. So I agree that could be a way to do that. The problem is Storm Shadows have one big bomb strapped to each of them. Well, kind of it's two, but they're tied together. The problem with that is that if you take out a helicopter, you might only take out one helicopter per Storm Shadow. It's not an efficient way of doing that, and the supply might be a bit short. Also, it's not just about those 20 in that base. There's a few bases around. There's probably about 60 to 100 close air support aircraft that are problematic and threatening. The way to do this, and this is answering to a listener, the way to do this is to go down the road of old school ATACMS, not the modern ATACMS, not the ones with the unitary warhead that are super precise. They're basically like a Gimler missile, just much bigger. But instead, with the old school ATACMS, right, the 1980s, that pack just vast quantities of cluster munitions inside. They burst in the air and they cover a larger area with submunitions, which then explode. And that's a perfect way. You know, with a couple of those, you can erase everything that's on that airbase, and you basically scrap it. And you can not only reach 100 kilometers, you can reach closer to 300 kilometers. So that's really the solution there. Another solution might be.
I can tell you the personal experience of what the soldiers told me of how it feels like to be under airbursting fragmentation shells and stuff. That was terrible. That was what the guys told me, like on the tanks. On the Ukrainian side, though, when I was there last time, they said they lost their captain of the unit that way. It's because they had poor communications there through the tanks, so they literally had to like plop up the tank and wave from it. And yeah, they said that it's pretty awful to be under such a strike because it explodes there and then it basically shreds you like with 1,000 little metal fragments, and it's just trust me, if airbursting fragmentation happens, that's a whole new level. Like the standard artillery explosions is one thing, but yeah, the Ukrainian soldiers who were under this said that it's really nasty, and I think well, they seem to be traumatized themselves about this. I'm pretty sure that anyone who gets in an explosion of that is weird, because in the standard artillery shells, if something explodes near you, then you kind of feel, at least you've been in cover and you're not dead yet. From these things, there is an explosion, and then you want to look up at what's happened, and when you look up, then is where you die and get set on fire. Sorry for the grim thing, but I just haven't exactly told how the effect of this.
That's correct, and when you have about 20 helicopters parked across a long airfield, like in Berdyansk, that's the only way to really take them out, because you need to cover a lot of the area, right? You can't just, obviously it's out of reach of regular artillery by like a factor of 3. You need to cover a lot of area, and then that's the way to do it. And that's really the answer to the question.
Yeah, it's just that always, when we speak about weaponry and its effects, then yeah, it's one thing to be, sitting here and talking about what effect it is going to have, and then you actually speak to the people who've seen similar weapons in action, and then you get what that weapon truly means. There's a difference of knowing that this weapon exists and what it does on paper, and speaking with someone that has experienced it firsthand. Oh boy, that gives you a bit of a different perspective. This whole stuff is scary, and I'm glad that if Ukraine can pull these off. On the other side, if especially if we're talking about mobilized untrained people with about 2-3 days of basic training, the first time they're going to experience this stuff, they're just going to run away and panic, and it's going to take a lot of discipline to keep them in line. That's the thing, which is, I think, kind of a good thing for helping Ukraine with these things, because those are terrifying.
Christoph, did you see the Rebar thing on his Telegram contact list?
I'm catching up on everything right now, because yesterday I accidentally spoke a lot with Bratva, the criminal guys, and they told me some interesting things about the whole situation with Wagner Group prisoners and what's going to happen there, and the fact that they're probably going to have a new civil war. But I'll talk about this a bit later, because getting my morning coffee.
So Prigozhin tried to file his paperwork, right? And they didn't let him to file the paperwork. They shut the door in front of him.
Yep, that's the thing. They they're currently planning about this stuff because Prigozhin is arming organized crime in Russia currently. Not just and the guys who leave Wagner Group, they often leave with some gift, so to speak. Something's gonna happen because what I know for sure from the very people who have close ties to this is that yeah, Prigozhin's arming organized crime in Russia. Not just Wagner Group. He does it through Wagner Group, but he's been funneling some heavy equipment to some powerful organized crime groups over there. This is what I found out yesterday, and I think that's relevant to these Prigozhin not being allowed to file paperwork and such.
Is that why they're actually looking down on him? Because they say, maybe he's not with us really anymore. Maybe he's trying to go too much his own way. Maybe he's planning too much for the future. First, both by fame as well as by action.
I think so, yeah. And for Prigozhin, this is a self-defense mechanism as well. You know, he wants to make sure that they can't just remove him from his position and power and his responsibility. That's his backup way. He's I think trying to make sure that everyone knows that don't mess with Prigozhin or he will create such a mess for you that, you know, everyone is afraid of 90s coming back again, and Prigozhin is in a way with his attitude currently, because again, this conversation yesterday opened my eyes on quite a few things there. He's kind of going, okay, yeah, you want to do this to me, you want to remove me from all the channels, well, look at me, I'm gonna create a larger mess than it was there in the 90s, so you know, you just be careful about this. And obviously Moscow and Ramzan Kadyrov being Putin's ever loving lapdog, they're like, yeah, you're doing what? Well, then, you know, it's kind of this rivalry there is really heating up, and they're all saying that we don't want to do any trouble, but if you do this wrong, then like none of them can back down as well at this point. It's escalating, and it's gonna escalate from here. Like literally, if you remember, Wagner Group already was in an open firefight with Russian troops and literally kidnapped an officer, and then that officer came out from the Russian army. Like they have infighting already, and I predict that this is going to escalate in the next few weeks, and especially it's going to continue more if Ukrainian counterattack achieves more successes.
Very interesting, isn't it? Very interesting. ATV?
Good morning. At the risk of spreading misinformation, and not my intention, I think I was reading from Igor Shushko, so question the source. There's another angle of this Prigozhin video where apparently those documents actually were for Wagner taking over the Ministry of Defense, including their buildings, their main buildings in Moscow. So I don't know if it's true, but it's a pretty damn interesting wrinkle if it is. That's all.
I don't think that's true, because somebody else would have to sign it, not him. It's the other party that would have to sign that away. So just filing them wouldn't do anything. They just throw them in the bin.
Yeah, I mean, this is all pure theater, of course. But like I said, apologies if I'm spreading misinformation. I did read something about that this morning, I believe. So, anyways, cheers.
Yeah, it'd be very amusing. Very, very amusing. So, no, Christoph, seriously, I need to ask you about this. So, Dmitry, Word Translated, you're familiar with him, I trust, put something really interesting up. And he put up a video from Rybar's television show, where it showed, or maybe Solovyov's show, and Rybar was there, and it showed Rybar's like Telegram chat component. And one of the people that he was talking to was, what's his name, Lavrinenko or whatever it is, the guy who founded Trucha. Or at least it looked like it, and it looked like they were conferring on at least somebody with his username, then or call sign rather, and it looked like they were conferring on whether something got hit or not. Did you see that?
I am now sitting in Rybar's Telegram channel and looking for the thing, but I'll check on Word Translated. Of course, I know the guy.
Check on Word Translated, because Rybar wouldn't be publicizing this, but because it's kind of like maybe people shouldn't have seen that.
I know Word Translated. Oh well, here we go. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm watching this. I'm watching this now.
And
Let
look
me
at the
check.
little where it's like the list of DMs, and right at the top it's like Max Leverenko, and
Yeah,
you
yeah,
see
yeah.
what it says.
I'm seeing that right now. Oh, low quality thing. Let me check this.
So the thing is, if this is true, that's a bad thing for him, especially if he's in Ukraine, because
Yeah.
that's wrong fundamentally. He's communicating about stuff that you shouldn't be communicating with in the first place, and certainly shouldn't be communicating with a Russian mill blogger, right? Because that's basically possibly battle damage assessment, fire direction, and that's very, very much beyond what is possibly allowable.
Yeah, that's the thing. Rybar is he's not just a mill blogger, by the way. Rybar is known to be one of the guys who is on the Security Council as well. He's closely tied to Kremlin. He's the guy that actually gets involved with them. Like, he goes on some of your show that alone shows he has connections there. But on the other hand, it's quite obvious that they do talk to each other anyways, because for one, not about this, of course, but there were these rumors spread by Ukrainian intelligence that Prigozhin had tried to contact Ukrainians and make a deal about Bakhmut and such, which is quite, and that Ukrainians just didn't buy it. But that's quite possible since, well, Wagner Group technically they legally don't count as prisoners of war if you take them. They're not a military, even according to Russian law. They're having that mess about. So somehow Prigozhin has his own exchange fund, and he exchanges Wagner Group troops for Ukrainian soldiers. So it's obvious that, for example, he definitely has some ways how to contact Ukrainian intelligence. And I think it's more clear that Girkin is just also released an hour-long thing. I think he's going to talk about this as well. And I'm not sure if this is bad for the Ukrainian side or this is really bad for Rybar. It could go both ways about whom's telling more what. Because Rybar also could be, just as well, because of his connections and where he is and what he sees, a good source of intelligence for Ukraine. So there's that option as well. I really want to see how this develops, but it's really it's looking bad, and it's looking bad for both sides from my perspective. And someone needs to come out and explain some things, or run away and then defect. Maybe then we'll understand a bit more.
Interesting. Do you have a guess as to when Prigozhin started this separate operation, especially when it came to capture the troops and exchanges? Is this only something from the last few months, or was that already a thing last year?
Look, that was last year as well, because, like I said, we know of prisoner of war exchanges between Wagner Group and Ukraine. And like I said, legally, there is no way, because Wagner Group are just random militants with guns, according to laws of war. According to Geneva Conventions, they're not a combatant. They do not have this combatant immunity. If you capture a Wagner Group soldier, you are technically not supposed to even treat him like a prisoner of war, because they are not recognized officially, legally, in any way or form. But it's been going on since forever. So definitely there is some sort of route of communication between Wagner Group and the Ukrainian side, because we know that these exchanges happen and that Wagner Group guys are treated like prisoners of war. So Prigozhin might as well be, I think, this is the weird part. I think that Wagner Group actually treats its Ukrainian prisoners of war better than the Russian army does, because Prigozhin kind of has to. Otherwise, no Wagner Group soldiers want to be taken prisoner. And I'm sitting at my home now, and someone's just driving past the street with a motorcycle. Sorry about that. But it's been going on for a while now. Like I said, Ukrainian intelligence guys, they're smart. They're really good. A lot of them have been, studying from the old same resources as the Russian guys from the old KGB stuff. So they're actually competent. I believe in those guys, especially if you understand that all the foreign legions, all the foreigners who are volunteered for the Ukrainians and helping them out, they're not under the command of the Ukrainian army. They're all under the command of the Ukrainian intelligence offices, under the law, by the way.
It's a little bit
So,
more complicated. That's not true. Not
well,
all of them. There
not
are
all.
at least 3 different arrangements under which they serve.
Yes, but the guys who are under the intelligence offices, they are there for a reason as well. Okay, it's interesting. I like how this sneakiness is going on because, like I said, this is a war, and someone previously here also stated that yeah, you know, Ukrainians are also quite good at what they're doing, especially the guys up there in the intelligence offices. I wouldn't be surprised if some things could be happening here. Well, this would be a nice little way how to maybe harm that Rebar blogger or there that he's involved in something that he thinks is gaining, but the Ukrainians are doing some things instead. Just saying.
Now, how does all of this gel with the Wagner Group really coming out of the GRU in the first place? Because fundamentally it was a GRU design, right? How do we work deniably outside of the bounds of Russia in places like Syria, Central African Republic, Mali, whatever, without Russia being the one implicated as a state actor? And they came out of the Ministry of Defense. Well, they came out of the GRU, which is from the Ministry of Defense. How does all of this gel with that? Did they kind of wrest themselves away from it, or is this actually a sign of a conflict within Ministry of Defense Forces, GRU versus the rest?
Oh, what's going on in Prigozhin's head, I obviously can't tell you, but I think this is a sign of everything, because Prigozhin recently, when he did his conflict with Ramzan Kadyrov stated that, well, look, Prigozhin might talk a lot. That's a quote from Kadyrov here. He accused Prigozhin of criticizing the Ministry of Defense a lot, but reminded him that he's still getting money from them, because Prigozhin is first and foremost a food company director. After all, he is Putin's chef because he's a legit chef for Putin. That's how he started his power, and he's now feeding all of the Russian troops. His company Concord is the one that supplies all the food for them, and of course steals a lot of money doing so and supplies very bad food for them. But there's that's where his wealth comes from. And just after that, a few days after that, Prigozhin wrote a note from Concord Company, the one that he owns, to the Ministry of Defense, saying that he wants to break his contract of feeding all the troops inside the special military operations zone, as he called it, because apparently there will be some new rules changes there, and he, as an honest businessman, very legitimate one, of course, does not want to involve himself and besmirch the name of his company by participating into some money laundering and thievery schemes. And that happened 2 days after Ramzan Kadyrov came out and said that Prigozhin shouldn't be criticizing the Russian government because he's benefiting from them by feeding the army. It's a whole mess there, and the conflict is going quite crazy. I have to catch up right now on Telegram channels, especially Grey Zone and Rybar himself, and of course there's always Fighter Bomber, who's an especially freaky dude. He's associated with Rusich, but yeah, these very pro-war Z bloggers, they are not happy about this conflict, and I've seen already a couple of posts and 2 videos stating that this is getting out of hand. I think that it actually might be getting out of hand.
Oh, thank you very much, Chris Apps. I think I'm not sure if Doman is.
Yeah,
busy.
I'm
There you
around.
go.
So a bit of information came out that it looks like the Dutch and the Danes might be behind buying the Merkavas and backfilling somebody with them, not sending them directly to Ukraine, but probably backfilling somebody else with them, either for old Soviet tanks or maybe Leopards. We'll see all whom is possible, but I think Greece is probably at the top of the list as a country that could well use these as a long-term backfill for both Leopard 1s for Merkava 2s and Leopard 2s for Merkava 3s, which would be very good. Now let's go through the thing that I've been kind of flagging all morning, because I think it's very interesting. So I've put this up in the nest. You can find it somewhere. There's a gentleman by the name of Andrew Barr, who's a structural engineer, and his research is in blast consequences of explosions on structures, basically. So it's almost as though he'd be great to talk about the dam and what actually happened to the dam. And indeed he is. So he wrote up first part of the thread on the dam a few days ago. Saw that, it was very exciting. And then today, this morning, in the wee hours, he put up his second part, which actually discusses damage assessment on the basis of what we can know thus far. So I'll mostly read this through, but you can also find it linked up there. Third thing in the nest at the moment. There we go. So he writes, on the 6th of June, the dam was breached, causing catastrophic flooding as the Kakhoka reservoir rapidly drained. Now that we know how the dam worked, you can read that earlier on, I'm not going to read through all of that, we can assess what's currently known about the damage caused. He notes that the existing damage from the dam having come under attack several times since Russia invaded Ukraine in February 2022, with both the road and rail bridges having been damaged. And he puts in an image from the 28th of May, which also illustrates just how high the water level of the dam has been. He knows then that in the days leading up to the dam breach, a further section of road bridge was destroyed, along with parts of the piers which supported them. It's worth noting that the road and railway aren't structurally part of the dam, but simply make use of the same pier supports. That is to say, the road isn't a structural element of the dam, right? It's the stuff lower down that makes a difference. He also says it's worth stressing that water overtopping the sluice gates would not be expected to cause a failure of the barrage. That's the bulk of the dam in the middle. Engineers carefully consider the highest loads a structure can be expected to carry during its lifetime, and then apply safety factors on top of it. On the 6th of June, the barrage, the hydroelectric plant, and the earth-filled embankment were all breached in that order. We'll consider them in turn. In this so there's an image showing just how much water went through that later on. I don't know if it's a barrage or a barrage. I guess both are. I'm going to go with barrage. The barrage appears to have been damaged first, as shown in the early footage, with the hydroelectric power plant section still intact. So the big question is this just a structural failure or the result of an explosion? We'll not be certain about anything until we can see the damage that's currently hidden under the water, but the scale of the damage to many sturdy piers is unlikely to have resulted from overtopping. This structure is designed for the continuous flow of water through it, so even the loss of several sluice gates should not lead to the progressive collapse of piers. Existing damage in this area of the dam also appears to be superficial. Here he's referring to the road and railway. I think it's much more likely that explosives have been used to intentionally destroy a number of piers and gates at once. The energy required to do this is far beyond what could be achieved with guided munitions. Explosives would have to be placed on or inside the structure. Of course, Ukraine already claimed back in October that the Russians had done just this, that is, they mined the dam. My editorial note here will be, it wasn't just the Ukrainians who have claimed this, actually the Russians on Telegram claimed this. The 205th motor rifle, I think, was the one in charge of it, and they said that they mined it back in October already. Continuing the thread, a successful demolition of the barrage could likely be achieved by placing explosives near the base of the piers, or if you had control of the structure, let me know that the Russians did, inside the drainage galleries that run inside the crest of the gravity dam section. Drainage galleries are long tunnels that are used to collect and drain off any water that seeps into the foundation or upstream face of the dam preventing the uplift pressure from this water destabilizing the structure. The hydroelectric power plant appears to have been damaged in a separate event. The damage is focused on the central section of the power plant, which is completely missing above the waterline. The sections on either side have subsided significantly towards the central damage, which suggests that the damage has occurred below the waterline rather than in the turbine hall itself. The subsidence may also indicate damage to the concrete apron and/or sheet piles, allowing the flow of water to scour away the sandy soil underneath. It's difficult to imagine a scenario where this robust reinforced concrete structure is destroyed suddenly without the use of a large quantity of explosives. Again, there are many accessible places where explosives could have been positioned. And finally, the sheer volume of the flow appears to have caused the failure of the earthfill embankment on the left side of the river above and below the dam. Unlike the concrete barrage in the power plant, the embankment, he says the left, yes, indeed it is the left side of the river. Unlike the concrete barrage in the power plant, the embankment is not designed to resist large flow of water and does not experience them in a normal operation. The sheer volume of water mobilized by the sudden appearance of the breach appears to have quickly scoured the soil away. And then he says he'll continue once we have clearer imagery of the area that was initially destroyed at the barrage. But basically, you know, he kind of works through this in short order and goes saying, no, this is how this probably happened, right? And that there is basically no way, and he doesn't quite say this, but effectively what he notes is you can't do this with precision-guided munitions. If Ukrainians wanted to do this, they would have to somehow figure out a way to get to the bottom of the dam, which they can't from their side unless they do a massive diving operation or some sort of a getting some sort of a sub-riverine approach into the dam with just hundreds or maybe even thousands of kilograms of explosives carefully placed at the top side of the dam, right at the bottom of it. Whereas we know that the Russians, A, have mined the dam previously, and B, had the access to the drainage galleries, which you access from the same side as you access the power plant, which is the left bank of the Dnipro, which is the bank that the Russians were occupying still, even since October. So they had all the opportunity to do it, whereas the initial Russian excuse was it was Ukrainian artillery that did it, right? And this is the critical bit that Dr. Barr here discusses and says, well, no, you can't do that. And it also wasn't a simple structural failure. Too much of this happened all at the same time. This isn't how it would have looked like if it was a simple structural failure. So I'm really glad that there's another, let's call it, level of this, and another event associated with it, such as in this case, another confirmation from another engineer, one definitely not associated with it, with the dam, such as, for example, Kalinin, who previously commented on this from Ukrhydroprojekt. I just thought this is quite an interesting little bit to include, and I'm really glad to read threads like this. There's lots of visual material that you might want to examine in that thread, and have a look and a read through all of that, because it's very nice, and it's very well laid out as well.
Yeah, I had a good read through it earlier, and I've got to say that it seems he knows what he's talking about.
He better do. This is literally what he should be very good at.
Exactly, and yet there's still people umming and ahhing over it, which is utterly bonkers.
I just noticed that apparently you guys read my tweet about Yeah, the football game yesterday. That was interesting. At least I was told so. Apparently, like yesterday, we had a game between Latvia and Turkey in soccer, or football for normal people, and we lost 2-3. It was a really fun game. But at one point, because I was put into the Turkish fan zone, and at one point, our Latvian fans started chanting "Putin huilo," Putin is a dick, very loudly in Latvian, and the Turkish fans got a bit confused. And I just explained it to them, and they joined in, and it was really cute because this ensures that the game couldn't be shown on Russian television by any means, because everyone's just chanting Putin huilo all the time there in the stadium. That was great.
I mean, they could show the game. They could just put the Swan Lake over it.
Oh man, this is the thing. Recently, a Russian opposition artist created a T-shirt with like the Swan Lake on there, and with a signature. For 20 years, we are finally wanting to see the Swan Lake on the main TV. I agree. I totally would like to see the Swan Lake on Russian television once again.
So for those who don't understand the reference, back when was it during the 1991 coup? Was it then that they put the Swan Lake on?
Yeah, it was before then as well. It was done. I think Chernenko was the first one because after Brezhnev they had all these guys in succession, and then every time the general secretary died, they just interrupted the program and put in Swan Lake because they didn't know about the news. And then it happened in 1991 and the coup attempts. Yeah, it's a thing. Whenever something bad happens to the dear leader, or when some mess happens in the country, they put Swan Lake on the television.
Yeah, so basically, Swan Lake on Russian television means something's going on that the government's very awkward about, doesn't really know what's going on, and it will. This is a break. This is a pause for everybody to take a deep breath and try to figure out what's going on.
Talking about taking deep breaths, I have some news from the International Economic Forum in St. Petersburg for you, dumb. Something you're gonna love.
Yes, please.
They Oh no! This is even worse. Look, they tried to show off the new Lada Aura on this very famous International Economics Forum, right? The new Lada Aura, and it just didn't start up at all. German Gref tried to start the car, and he failed. German Gref is a financier from the Sberbank, the chief bank thing, and then the finance minister Anton Siluanov also tried to start it, and it didn't at all. And after the car finally started up, Gref and Maxim Sokolov, the head of AvtoVAZ, drove it like for 30 meters, and then it died down, and then they had to kind of push it. It was very awkward. And then AvtoVAZ, the guys who made this new, very fancy limousine car, explained apparently, and hold on to this. This is such a great piece of Russian explanation. AvtoVAZ explained the incident by the fact that after the previous trip, the car was turned off while the gear had remained on. Therefore, obviously they had problems starting the car, and it died down later. We're talking about the limousine kind of level of cars, like luxury stuff. St. Petersburg International Forum of Economics, everybody.
Well, I mean, why would you really need to go anywhere in your car? Isn't it enough to just sit in it? Yeah, I did hear additional news from AvtoVAZ, which is apparently Maxim Sokolov, the CEO, I think, says that AvtoVAZ is going to start employing those sentenced to forced labor in their manufacturing. He says that the development of this business is not hindered by sanctions, nor by the lack of necessary technologies and components, but only by the lack of labor. So in 2024, they want 4,000 new workers in the Samara Oblast. He didn't say just how many of the convicts will be involved in this. He says maybe hundreds, maybe 100, maybe 200, maybe hundreds. They're going to be their new employment strategy. I suspect some of those, robot arms and the like that they use might have gotten out of service, and then when they're out of service, then maybe they'll need convicts to hold the pieces in place so that they can bolt them onto cars that don't start.
Look, I'm sure we all have seen the HBO series Chernobyl. Just remember, biorobots. That's the thing. Also, the correct number is slightly more than 3. If you want to talk about extremely large numbers and when the government doesn't want to say things, the traditional thing is slightly more than 3. Yes.
Yeah, slightly more. 300 more than 3, but slightly more. Okay, question for you. What's the difference between somebody who's sent to prison and somebody who's sentenced to forced labor?
The guy who is sentenced to forced labor probably, doesn't pay Bratva to keep him alive in prison. But this is a whole thing. Like I said, all this prison culture started out in those Gulag things. The difference between forced labor and prison isn't that big. It's still going to be they're going to have to, for work in their societies there. All of that is still going to be governed by Panyatia and their own internal laws. Functionally, well, I suppose those who are sentenced to forced labor, I think, do not have to sleep in the same barracks at night, but that's about it.
And are they wholly different institutions, or is the same complex housing some who are sentenced
Oh, no,
to
it's the
forced
same.
labor?
Of course, it's the same complex. What do you mean, different institutions? That would take extra work. Come on. Technically, Gulag, the whole Gulag system was a system of forced labor camps. They weren't technically even called prisons back then. It's just they're still operating. It's going to be like the prison system of Russia is very well adapted to, organizing forced labor because they have a proud tradition of doing this. Therefore, there is, in practical terms, not that much of a difference, honestly. And the paperwork won't even change too much for them.
So are there some crimes that, just get prison instead of forced labor or vice versa? How does it get decided that somebody goes to prison as opposed to forced labor?
Bribes to the judge, pretty much. I mean, it's just decided by whatever up there tells you, because currently in Putin's Russia, the conviction rate, if you go to court, your odds of getting convicted of a crime today are higher than it was in Stalin's era. Seriously, this is the worst part. Today, I think in Stalin's era, it was 97.5%. Like, very few actually somehow managed to be declared not guilty. It's weird, but yes, it was only 97.5% of people were, convicted of crimes. Today, within Putin's Russia, at least my sources are like Vladimir Milov from the Viennese team, and he's posted sources there. But apparently, Russian civil rights, like human rights lawyers, guys who want to look over how human rights are observed in Russia, hard job for them. But human rights advocates state that today's conviction rate in Russia is 98.6% or something. So yeah, in today's Russia, it's more easy to go to prison than it was in Stalin's era. If you are in front of a court, that is. So at this point, the courts just do whatever is handed out to them from above. And yeah, I think that again, you can like bribe the judge maybe to give you the thing that you want, possibly, but otherwise, depending on how much the government hates you, because all the guys like Navalny went to one of the most reddest, and that's the prison term for administration-controlled prisons ever, where they're forced to watch Putin's speeches, read the anthem, and like everything's turbo strict. And I think that in this forced labor, they're not going to put thieves and murderers there. They're not going to put actual criminals there. The forced labor is what any anti-war protesters will get. That's the thing. They will try to put the people who have actual, skills and who are not working within this organized crime system there, just so they wouldn't, because again, Prigozhin is funding the organized crime and giving guns to them. They kind of do not want to let more people in touch with this situation. They might just send their political prisoners to forced labor in a way. And I would at least do that so that they wouldn't mingle with organized crime and organize something big happening. This could be one of the ways how they do this.
Just another way to enforce extra controls. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. Sorry, I guess I'm also trying to browse all the rebar news we spoke earlier, because I literally woke up recently and I have some things to do myself. But this is an extra way of controlling. Yes, this is I don't know. Maybe some Rosgvardia guys also, who, you know, people who would do poorly in prison, then they would be sent to forced labor. It's kind of like it's a way of splitting up that internal prison law culture and try to deal with it. It's another subsystem for the Russian government to centralize and organize everything as they see fit. It's gonna be nothing happy for anyone at all.
Well, the country as a whole is becoming a sort of prison, really, isn't it, for a lot of its inhabitants?
Well, like I've always said, there are two possible futures for Russia, and I've said this even before the war. Either Russia becomes the world's largest North Korea, or they split apart and dissolve themselves. There is no third option. If Russia is going to start to liberalize, then Ramzan Kadyrov is going to fall off, and liberalization options are going to cause the splitting apart. There is no way how to reform them. There is no way for them to reform themselves out of their own issues and continue being a single united country, no matter what, for example, Khodorkovsky or Garry Kasparov would like to tell you. I do not see that happening. And of course, they're doing the one thing they can do to maybe prevent the most horrible thing for them, which Putin and his cronies would be splitting apart of everything. And they are now doing the other way. They're now moving to the world's largest North Korea. Problem is whether or not they have the power to do so, and whether or not this is gonna fall apart. Oh yeah, we have questions here, I think.
Yeah, and the biggest mistake that anybody can make is say we will not only predict, but we will make them go into a particular direction. We will predict how the future will go, and we will affect the future, and exactly, it's going to go exactly a certain way. And that's the biggest mistake some people are making, especially ones who feel themselves a little bit more powerful than they actually are. In and within that, it is good to warn people away from estimating their own abilities, but also at the same time, there's a how to put this well. Several of the things might happen in some order, right? You could well have a North Korea in Russia for a few years and then have the big dissolution. Just because something happens, that doesn't mean that's the end state. And presumably Russia won't achieve any sort of stable end state for quite a long while. Quite a long while afterwards.
Time of Troubles 2.0, yes. I also all of this is chaos. I also kind of think about all the situation is that the people who think that this war is going to end with some peace deal, I really don't think so. No, I think that Ukraine is going to throw the Russians out of their land, and then it's going to just fizzle out from the Russian side because they're going to get their own troubles or weird events happening there, what have you. There's not going to be an official peace deal. I think it's just going to be when Ukrainians start finally doing the final push and getting them out of their country, there's going to be so much troubles inside of Russia that, they're just going to go and deal with that stuff. And then maybe a formal peace deal will be signed with whomever assumes the legacy of the current Russian state, and whatever that may be in whatever form. I don't think that, Ukrainians are just going to push Russia out and then sign a formal peace deal. Signing a formal peace deal and ending the war would be a death knell to Putin instantly, I think.
How can Kadyrov survive if
by leaving Russia
once
instantly.
Putin dies of natural causes?
He instantly declares Chechnya to be an independent republic and totally unrelated to Russia. And then he uses his own private army to enforce this in his laws. He has to do that. He has no other option. He's saved up, I presume, if he was smart, but he isn't. But wisely enough, he's definitely going to leave Russia. The moment Putin dies, Ramzan Kadyrov just declares Chechnya an independent republic. There is no other option. Like he can't. Anyone else, even from like pro-war side, pro-Putin side, like look at all the Gitkin guys. They hate Kadyrov. Prigozhin hates Kadyrov. Everyone hates Kadyrov. Even people in Chechnya hate Kadyrov. And international community and anyone who's going to do any liberal reforms is going to want to throw that monster into prison for, literally running concentration camps and doing extortion and running his own little Chechnya as a crime syndicate. Ramzan Kadyrov, if he manages to outlive Putin, is just going to declare Chechen independence instantly. There is no other option for him at all. And that is going to be the part which starts the breakup process, as I see. Because once Chechnya does it, then what stops, for example, the governor of Tatarstan, where 90% of the people living there are ethnically Tatars and only 10% are ethnic Russians. And he does not want to pay any reparations. He does not want to be tied towards this mess. And there is already independence movements going on there slowly, but they're starting up. Yeah, as Ramzan Kadyrov kicks Chechnya out of Russia, then that starts the cascade, and we're seeing a massive split up. And one thing that people worry is about what's with the nukes. Well, I'll tell you what's with the nukes. They're either going to be sold to ISIS or they're going to be sold to us in the West for humanitarian aid. And I think, we should probably do that. The second option, that is.
And then the other question is, right, who do you talk to, especially once it breaks up? Because it's not about
Exactly.
it's not about nukes and rockets. It's just about the fissile material. It's just about, it's more of an art than an end problem in the first place.
Yeah.
And this
who
is
do you talk
something
to? I have no idea. I don't know.
Well, exactly.
Whom
So
you
that's
talk to.
exactly the thing, right? So you have people in the West who think, oh, we can plan this out, and we that's why we want to keep them all together so that we know who to talk to. At least we have only one person to talk to. But that's folly, right? That's a mistake, because that's overestimating your own power and not taking into account just the randomness, the stochasticity of a lot of the events that will happen going forward, because life is kind of random, and especially life in Russia is possibly very random in a time of troubles. So many things can happen. And the worst thing, Kristaps, is all the people who go around and they draw maps and say, this is going to be the border here, and this is going to be an independent republic, and this is going to be a different border, and break up Russia into like 30 countries. It's like, no, of course that's not going to happen. There's nothing more dumb than a man with a map.
This is what, by the way, I find quite funny, because Alexander Nevzorov, a Russian journalist that's now a Ukrainian citizen by the orders of Zelensky himself, he also mocked those, Russian independence guys, the liberal Russians, the guys who just went, I think, to Lithuania last week or something, the guys who just went there, who represent all sorts of Russian liberal opposition, who've been driven out of Putin's Russia. And these guys are like now the big flatterers of events. It's kind of like Lenin and his International in exile, and they're splitting up Russia and figuring out how it's going to go and all this stuff. You don't even have a home anymore. You're sitting there in Vilnius, and you maybe have some audience with some Euro Parliament deputy who's now funding your life because he wants to look good in Euro Parliament for his own country's electorate. And then these guys just come up and start planning this Russia thing. It's stupid. Like, at one point, this is the moment in history, I think, where planning ahead in this chaos is impossible. All that you can do is figure out how you're going to have a measured reaction to the bizarro events and chaos that is going to happen. And it is happening right now as we speak with Prigozhin, and the war itself is not a meticulously planned out affair. It is quite chaotic oftentimes, because, again, no plan survives meeting of the enemy. And then you have to figure out around it, and this isn't planning your economic growth and planning that you're going to switch to green energy in 10 years and then carefully switching your energy production or something like that. This is not the problem where you can go to nice make a PowerPoint presentation, create a nice 10-year plan, and then facilitate it and work with it. This is not that kind of thing. This is chaotic and fast, and making predictions and drawing up maps is truly the dumbest and most naive thing that someone can do at this point.
Glad we agree. Ette, go ahead.
Hello. I just heard some news that, from the NATO defense ministers meeting 2 days. And they were trying to agree on a new strategy for Russia for 2 days. But there was a veto imposed by Turkey. and he's Erdogan's or Turkey's reasoning for this was that they are dissatisfied with the document due to the geographic differences in in particular those concerning Cyprus. And as we all know, the northern part of the island has called itself the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus since 1974, but is not recognized as an independent state by any other country than except Turkey. So
Yeah,
now,
Mette, you need to send me what this is, this veto, because I've not read about that, and
yeah, I'll DM it to you. But yeah, this is a new narrative from Turkey again. But yeah, I'll DM it to you. Thank you.
thank you, because I really need to read up on this. And no, Northern Cyprus is not a country. No, nobody thinks it is, except for some people in Turkey, because it really isn't.
Dude,
It's sort of Cyprus
Cyprus
proper.
is a country run by cats, anyways. Have you been there? Have you been there, Domen?
Yeah, it's lovely.
Yeah, it is lovely, except if you've been there, then you know that the country is actually run by cats.
Yeah, it's Marcus' retirement plan.
No, the thing is, it is just like to those of you who probably don't know, if you go to a beach in Cyprus, then in 10 minutes you'll be surrounded by at least 20 to 50 cats. There are cats everywhere all the time. I do not know how, but they have managed to have their whole country overrun by them.
How does that sound, Marcus?
Well, I do like cats, but I kind of like them in, manageable form. I've gone to a maximum of 4 at one point. I'm down to 3 now, and I think that's manageable. Otherwise, they do indeed take over and rule you. I mean, literally, they know exactly what to do to make me stop everything and go and open the blinds for them so they can look outside. So, they've got me trained already. If there were any more, I'd be in real trouble.
Well, as a side note, by the way, and this is what my biologist girlfriend told me, apparently, historically, we domesticated horses, we domesticated dogs and whatever, but the running leading theory currently at the moment is that cats just kind of arrived and stayed and domesticated themselves because they thought, they can eat our scraps, and it's not like we domesticated cats, they just arrived there and stayed around, and that's it. It's a weird thing, but that's a side note maybe to make everyone's day a bit happier. Because apparently, leading theory currently is that the cats kind of just plopped in humans' lives and thought, you're going to feed us now. It's going to be good for us.
Yeah, I heard that we domesticated dogs, but cats domesticated us.
Pretty much, that sort of happened. I mean, it's kind of, if you look at this history of all this stuff, that this happens. But that's by the way another thing which struck me sometimes, because if you look at these animal pictures, another thing I remembered from Ukraine is that I like to point out these little things that no one talks about. When I was in near the front lines just before Kherson was liberated, they had like herds of cows out there, just cows whose farmers had either run away or died or something, and they were like rabid. They were just aggressive, and even the military wouldn't like go near them. Because I remember
it's all the
when I
noise as
drove
well.
to Adventures. What?
It's all the noise, right? Cows aren't used to constant shelling.
Yes, and they're just running around, and that was bizarre because I was driving on a tank, literally sitting on one to take into the front lines to the guys that I spoke with, and this in the background there is like rocket artillery firing, and over there, like some 200 meters further away, there's this one local farmer who refuses to go, and he's trying to yield to his crops, and to the right to him in the next field is just an open meadow, and there's a bunch of cows there. And then I asked about the cows, and I was told, oh no, we don't go near the cows anymore. They've gone insane. And the same is with like every other animal, like in the butcher in Irpin also, in the ruins there were like a ton of dogs and cats, just standing there, and they were very friendly to people because, they want to be fed and stuff. And there's also organizations that help them, which is good. But yeah, about people, it is tragic, but you can at least understand stuff. But when bad things happen to animals, I'm always very scared and I'm very hurt, even more than the humans in a way, because these guys, they just don't even comprehend what's up. And like I said, and when the flooding happened with the dam and everything, we saw videos where wildlife, like deer, had been so panicking about this that they went to human settlements. And when you see a little deer just shaking in fear, and when when a wild animal comes for aid on his own to human settlements because they're too panicked to go elsewhere. Yeah, that's dark. That's dark. So we all, of course, human tragedy is humongous, but we shouldn't forget about the damage that this war is causing to ecology and Ukrainian wildlife and Ukrainian nature as well. I mean, for years, these people will not be able to go and pick mushrooms in the forest or have a walk there because there's going to be DPOshki, these little mines out there. This is, I'm just saying this to remind people that this is not something that's going to end when some sort of peace is signed and when the bullets stop flying. This is going to leave scars that will last for generations, just like it does currently still in Bosnia and Serbia and Croatia and these places where you still have those minefields which haven't been demined. Same thing is going to happen in Ukraine, and we're going to have to help them deal with this.
Yeah, and nobody explains to the crowd what all of the shelling is, right? And it isn't one; it's endless, 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 and no wonder they've gone insane. George, good morning.
Good morning, Dolman. Good morning, everyone. Good day. So here we are. What day are we in, Dolman? Day what? 400 and something?
484, I think.
Whew. Just imagine what these people have been going through for 484 days.
Sorry, 478.
Oh, 478. Okay. Well, just imagine what these people have been going through for 478 days. Anyway, were there any missile attacks last night?
I don't believe so. There was one during the day. Remember, 6 Kinshasa, 6 Caliber.
Oh yeah. That was when the delegation from Africa was there, and then the spokesman for one of the leaders said, "Oh no, we weren't under attack."
The funny thing is, then Ramaphosa, his boss, then actually said something that contradicted that. So he said that yes, there was a missile strike. So it's very funny when the PR guy is then corrected by his boss very publicly.
Yeah, he should be corrected. That should be whatever paycheck he got last. That should be his last one, because he needs to be fired. Because why would you say that? I would check his payroll, see if he's getting another check that's coming, in the mail or whatever, or being handed off to him in cash from somebody else. Because what a stupid statement to make, right? What an absolute moronic statement to make. And he should be just summarily fired because he's compromised. Either that or there's something, going on. The elevator doesn't go to the top floor.
Yeah, there's some troubles there sometimes, aren't there? There's some troubles.
Yeah, that's just ridiculous. I mean, he made them all look like fools by making that statement, right? Like, what the heck was that? You're the official spokesman of this guy, and then you come out and you say something completely nonsensical, obviously, right? Like, is he living in an ulterior reality or alternate reality? I don't know.
Well, you see, he just didn't see the missile strike because they were taken to a shelter so that they wouldn't be exposed to the missile strike. It's almost as though, you know, one thing had a reason with the other.
Yeah. Okay. That wailing siren that didn't give him a clue.
Nah, he probably just thought it was an ambulance.
And the room with no windows. Yeah. Okay. He thought they were just big in the big concrete elevator that was stuck, right?
Yeah, but look, George, basically what we've identified is that the PR guy for the South African president, not the sharpest tool in the box.
Oh, yeah. I don't even. He's just a tool. No, I don't know if he's a tool. But anyway, what's on? Do we have anything on the program coming up today?
Yes, we do. So in just over 3 hours, we'll be joined by our dear Peter Duran for another installment of Stories of Freedom. And then later on today at 3 p.m. Eastern, that's 2200 hours Kiev, we'll be joined by Roman and Lila Trochimets. Roman is a soldier in the 3rd Separate Assault Brigade, and Lila, his sister, I believe. I'm pretty sure. Now I worry that I'm getting it wrong. Is a volunteer working at hospitals in Eastern Ukraine, helping out wounded soldiers and so on. So we'll have them on together. Roman's also hosting a YouTube channel called Voices for Ukraine, which many people will have seen his dispatches from the front near Bakhmut on that as well.
Goman, I don't know if you guys have talked about it on the space, but there's a film that's now being screened, pretty much across North America, different cities and towns, and it's called 20 Days in Mariupol. Have you heard of the film, Doman?
I've heard of it, but I've not seen it for quite obvious reasons.
Okay, so yeah, it hasn't hit mass release yet, but it was done in conjunction with Frontline, which is the public broadcasting company here in the United States. They do excellent work. Like, they do. Frontline has done just excellent reports on different conflicts and things like that. And this is just 20 days of filming in Mariupol. It's done by Ukrainian. And I just suggest that the people to just look at the website for it. It's 20daysinmariupol.com, and in it there is just a trailer for the movie. But if the movie comes around your way when it's released, go see it. Take a friend. It shows you exactly what the Russians were doing in Mariupol to these people.
Have you seen it, George?
I've only seen about 3 excerpts of it. It's pretty intense.
Have they not gone your way yet?
No, they have not. I'm waiting for them to either have a screening or it's supposed to be released pretty soon. But anyway, it pretty much shows how the Russians murdered a city. And I think
hopefully they get to Philly soon, George, so you can give us a nice breakdown.
Yeah, I think these type of films are hard hitting, obviously, but these are the type of films that I think should be screened in the halls of Congress, right?
I absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. George, I got a question for you.
Sure, go ahead.
You know those news about the Merkavas going to somewhere in Europe?
Yes, somewhere in Europe.
First time ever that Merkavas would be not just used in Israel by Israel. I'm curious. What do you think? Where do you think they're headed? There's a bit of a rumor going around the internet that it's the Danes and the Dutch who bought them and are going to, use them as backfill for somewhere else. I think Greece is definitely must be at the top of the list as a target for them, right?
Yeah, because
with all the Leopard 1A5s and 2A4s.
Because they're the perfect. I hate to say, they're the perfect candidate though, because the Merkava 3s are comparable to the 2A4s, right? Slightly better armor and feature. So it would make sense because they would definitely be an upgrade, right? For Greece, because they have 2A4s. I mean, they have the capability to upgrade the 2A4s to a 2A6 standard, which they've done for at least about 180 of their Leopard 2s. But why have to spend that money when someone is giving you this sweet deal, right? All of a sudden now you have your Leopard 1s are upgraded because the Leopard 1s don't have the armor of the Merkava, hands down. So, why wouldn't you take this deal? I don't understand. I know Thomas was on here and we were discussing Morocco and Cyprus. But and Morocco has upgraded for T-72. That's definitely an upgrade. I don't know if the Dutch would be like, okay, well, I'm giving you a Merkava 3s and you're giving me an upgraded T-72. I'll do that.
No, I don't think that's very likely. I don't think Morocco's the most likely one at all. Cyprus maybe, but I think Greece is really the one.
Greece is the one that makes the perfect fit, because they have, I don't know how many Merkava, like what the mix is, how many Merkava 2s to Merkava 3s, right? But Greece is definitely the country that could, swap out 200, whether it's 150 Leopard 1s and 50 Leopard 2. I don't know what the mix is. I haven't seen any numbers on how many Merkava 2s to Merkava 3s there are, but it does make the perfect fit. Absolutely the perfect fit. Because Greece also has the ammunition, right? Right? They don't have to buy ammunition. So Merkava 3s fire 120 millimeter smoothbores, Merkava 2s fire 105s. Greece has tanks that fire both. Cyprus and Morocco do not. So ammunition would also have to be procured. Right? For Cyprus.
And it's the 07 gun, right?
Yes. Yeah. So you would have to procure ammunition for Cyprus or Morocco.
No, I think it makes perfect sense in that with Greece. I think it makes absolutely perfect sense. And how do you reckon that Greece would be like, okay, these are much better. They're much more survivable than Leopard 1s. Would you think that Greece might be willing to cut back on the numbers of Leopard 1s? So for every Merkava 2, maybe release like 1.5, 2 Leopard 1s.
If they're smart, even if they give, like, let's say they get 100 Merkavas and release 150 Leopard 1s, that would be the smart play. And Greece lately, it's just interesting because Greece lately has, they've trained with the Israelis lately. Greek pilots and Israeli pilots have done joint exercises together. They've discussed weapon systems, joint weapon systems moving forward. So, you know, it's highly plausible that this is a deal that's being pulled, you know, like a three-way swap, right? Someone else purchases their Merkavas and sends them to Greece, and then Greece, you know, loads them up, and they head to Ukraine through Bulgaria and Romania. I mean, because there's nothing needs to be done to these Greek tanks, right? The tanks that Greece has, they're all up to date. They're all in service. They're not mothballs.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, all of those Leopard ones, George, are they ready to go? You know, in a week's time if they need to go.
Yes. If they're not, then Greece has a huge problem because you know they're in active service. So if you hear they're in active service, they should be ready to go. Like I said, they're not mothballs. They're in active service, and you know the Greek 1A5s, their sites and everything are equivalent to the 2A4s that Ukraine has gotten from other allies. So it's not junk.
No, but I think critically this is important, right? Because if you want to move quite a big number of extra tanks to Ukraine, you know, where can you get quite a lot of them really quickly, and also not to have to go and rebuild them and reconstruct them and re anything. I think that's a really important component, and you know that's where Greece really can shine here.
And the biggest component of that is if they get, you know, Leopard 2s from Greece, because, you know, to face reality, right? Now you have a pool of tanks, not only to outfit maybe another brigade, but you have tanks now to replace any losses moving forward, right? Because you've got I think they have about 170 Leopard 2 A4s. So that's a significant amount that could be swapped out. Even if they swap out 50, Dolman, you're talking about, you know, you've got replacements and you can outfit another brigade.
Exactly, and you know this is, I think it's a nice inventive approach. In a way, it's kind of a shame that you know you can't just send Merkavas still straight to Ukraine. For certain applications, they'd be really good. Again, the armor is just terrific. But also, I realize you know it's another super heavy tank. Okay, I understand
Well,
why. Maybe
the biggest problem is here's the thing.
Training and
No,
commonality.
well, training, yeah, but I'm not worried. It's serviceability. There's nobody around Europe, right? There's nobody that has those tanks, so it's not like you can haul. Oh shit, my transmission or something or whatever, and I can't swap it out in the field. I have to haul it back to the Czech Republic because they're helping us out, or Poland. No one has seen a Merkava tank in Europe. Do you see what I'm saying? So
Totally, yeah.
Now Greece, because of their
Greece has time to learn. Greece doesn't need to use them right away in the same way. Doesn't need to ride it hard in a battle.
And not only that, the most important thing is, see, Israeli technicians can fly into Athens, go to the base that's just north of Athens, and say, "Hey guys, how's it going? Well, let me see what you got. What's the problem?" He can't do that. He can't fly into Ukraine, right? So that's the difference. Huge difference.
Yeah. So my own personal theory is a little bit different. my own personal theory is that the best place for the Merkavas would be Italy, and that Italy should give up on the Ariete, give up on the upgrades to the Ariete, and just send all the Ariete to Ukraine. Use Merkavas temporarily as backfill, and then when they transition to Leopard 2A8s, which they will then be even more enticed to get more quickly, that's the best thing for them, because the Merkavas will keep their value, will keep their worth for a few more years, a lot better than the tiny numbers produced orphaned Ariete. And Ariete can go to Ukraine, they can ride them hard, what happens to them happens, and then Italy looks good, and their tanks look really good, and their defense industry gets more orders for Centauros or whatever.
Yeah.
I think that's the real solution, George.
But the Ariete is a better tank than the Merkava, as Thomas pointed out. So
I know, but who's Italy?
What?
Who is Italy fighting the next 4 years, George?
I don't know. I have no idea. But that would be if that's a sacrifice the Italians are willing to make, maybe with Maloney, because she pretty much hates Putin. I'm pretty sure she's glad that the old coot kicked the bucket, and we won't mention the name, but another friend of Putin's. So maybe that would happen, but right now, because of the two types of the Merkava 2 and the 3 kind of keyhole right into what Greece has, they would be the front runners on this.
100%, George. I completely agree. I think Greece is the most sensible option here. I think that's the most likely option. But what I'm getting at is, if Italians were really smart and wanted to do something that makes sense from an accounting perspective for them, and makes sense on a kind of like a 10-year plan as opposed to a 2-year plan, then this would be the best solution for them, and they could really, really benefit from it this way in very many ways. The only one would be, yes, they would have diminished capabilities for a few years in between. I agree. This isn't without a cost. But frankly, every country that's been donating anything to Ukraine, that led to short-term diminished capabilities. So it's not like it's unprecedented in some way. So it would be, I think from that perspective, it would really make sense for them. And it would end up being useful for the Italians for a lot longer this way, and it would frankly cut on costs, and it would give them the budget, frankly, to buy those Leopard 2A8s much more easily than otherwise. And I think that's getting ignored. Some of the points that Thomas was raising yesterday were really sensible, and they around budgeting rules and so on, and this kind of helps them get around those budgeting rules a little bit as well, or at least makes it a little bit easier for them to do so. So, as a combination of all of those, I think it's an absolutely, perfect match. Just an absolutely perfect match. It's just very out of the box.
What's in the box, Doman?
What box?
Sorry, I couldn't resist. You haven't seen the film, so you won't know.
What film? No, of course I've not seen it. It's a film. Of course I've not seen it.
I hear you, mockers.
See, somebody knew what I was talking about. Yeah, it's at the end of 7. There's brings the guy a box, and he says, "What's in the box?" And well, it's a gift of sorts, but not a nice one. So yeah, I sent you a few things earlier, Doman. I don't know if any of them I've forgotten to talk about with you. But there was things happening I've got to find it now.
Do you mean the Chakalovsky Air Base
That's the
fire?
one. That's the one. Yes, I knew there was something. I knew there was something that had been on fire. That was exactly what I was looking for. Thank you. I haven't seen any new information on this yet, but everybody's adamant that there was definitely a fire there.
So the funny thing there is, right, that's where a bunch of Russians who were being exchanged back to Russia from Ukrainian captivity were sent not that long ago. So it's an interesting thing if you want to extrapolate just a little bit. I'm not saying it's guaranteed in any way, not in the slightest. But it could be a thing, could be true. Could be true that maybe he was extra careless smoking.
Indeed, but there's also the the possibility that either that location was given away as part of that process, or that that was probably a target anyway.
The Ukrainians know where all the Russian air bases are. I mean, I can figure out where the Russian air bases are by looking at Wikipedia. It's not that hard.
But wasn't that supposed to be more of a civilian airport?
I will go have a look.
Yeah, I just thought, I had a little look at it earlier, and it appeared to be, shall we say, masquerading as a civilian airport. And maybe
I just literally opened Wikipedia, and it says Chakalovsky Air Base provides air support for a bunch of things, including the space program, mostly transport aircraft, stuff like that.
All right, so in that case, not a civilian airport. No, I read the reviews on Google, and it was like, great flight, safe. Oh, there was a queue at the check-in and stuff like that. So I was like, it doesn't seem very militarized. Because I'm nosy and I check things out like that. I like to go and look at reviews of things, especially reviews of things in Russia. There's some very strange answers. So let me see. I do have. Did I tell you that there were 38 vehicles and fuel tanks this morning, Doman?
No, you didn't. Indeed, I haven't heard the numbers in like 4 days. So, if anything, there's a back.
There's a backlog. Well, I'll quickly run through them for you. So we have 670 liquidated personnel, 12 tanks, 23 armoured personnel vehicles, 22 artillery systems and 3 MLRS, 1 helicopter, and another one for the handbags and shoes, by the way. It was a KA-52. 7 UAVs, 12 cruise missiles, 38 vehicles and fuel tanks, and another 1 special equipment. So, yeah, plenty of artillery taken out again.
Excellent. Indeed, now is the time because it is the weekend. I'll just have a quick look at what their aggregate numbers say. So, looking at artillery on a monthly basis, June is already at 360. We're only 16 days of June have only passed. Just over half of June has passed, and June is already the second highest.
Hey, yeah, I don't know, but I can't hear Domin at all. I'll be off for listening to Igor Girkin, and then I'll come back with some best quotes. Yeah, something just live.
Very good.
Have a great day, gentlemen and ladies, of course.
Cheers, Kristaps.
Cheers, Kristaps.
So of all of the months, June 2023 being only halfway through, is already the second most destroyed Russian artillery piece month ever. Only after this most immediately preceding month. But it is on pace to beat this most immediately preceding month of May by almost 150. So, yeah, lots of artillery has been getting destroyed throughout both May and the first half of June. We can say that much with quite a lot of reliability. There's also very little doubt in that, I think, at this point, because there has been just so many videos of howitzers getting taken out by counter battery fire at great distance, and when that happens, that's it's always very, very good for Ukrainians indeed. Remember, the Russian military is fundamentally an artillery military, right? It's an artillery army. So if they're out of much of artillery, what is left?
Spades, remember? They've got pointy spades.
Yes, the MPL 50, you mean, right? The entrenching tool, which was designed in 1860, maybe something like that. I know it was a Dane who made it, and it's literally 150-plus-year-old technology.
But I thought you could take out a Leopard tank if you threw it at the right angle.
Well, if you hit just the right bit, you might be able to take the track off. Yeah.
Oh, bless him. Well, yeah, as long as they've got their entrenching tool, I'm sure they'll be just fine.
Well, if any little bit can help, right? Especially any little bit that has a triangular pointy bit at the front. That definitely helps.
So I've been looking through some of recent Chris Owicki threads, because you know me, I particularly appreciate this guy. And yeah, I just love the information that he puts together. It's very interesting usually. But, well, I have something here about the Chechen fighters of the Zapad Akhmat Battalion, who arrived in a blaze of publicity to protect the Belgorod People's Republic. However, locals aren't very impressed. Apparently, they're staying well back from the border and are hiding behind poorly trained and poorly equipped conscripts. So those border guards that they came to take over from, they've now sort of slotted themselves behind and said, yeah, you carry on, lads. We'll just be back here if you need us.
So are they acting as barrier troops or not quite?
No, not quite. They've just, well, I'll go through what he says. So the Chechens are reported to have taken up positions in the border village of Nekhohotayevka.
In a border village.
In a border village, yes. And at a checkpoint near the village of Kazinka, where members of the Russian volunteer force staged an incursion in May. Chechen leader Ramzan Kadyrov says, our fighters are dug in at the checkpoint. The border is now closed to all bandits. The Chechens are reportedly telling local people that they will save the Belgorod residents and that the Belgorod residents should now be aware that they are indebted to them. They were. So State Duma Deputy Adam Delimkanov, a Kadyrov ally.
He's the guy who was lost.
Oh, he's the guy who was lost, yeah. Well, this was 11 hours ago. So, no, this was from before him being lost, I think. So let's stick with he may still be missing. So anyway, him, head of the Chechen branch of the Russian National Guard, has even said that the Chechens will cross the border from Belgorod and liberate Ukrainians from, and this is a great quote, the LGBT, Satanist and fascist regime. Yeah, okay, mate. You just chuck some words together. A rather different picture, however, comes from the regular Russian soldiers stationed on the border, who say that the Chechens are holding positions at the rear. According to Pepel Telegram channel, there are 5 echelons of defence, i.e. defensive lines, along the Belgrade border. The channel reports that military officials with knowledge of the situation at the border say volunteers from the Akhmat regiment have occupied, at best, echelons 3 to 5. The first 2 defensive lines on the border itself are still held by the Russian conscripts. The Chechens are reported by a pro-war Russian Telegram channel to have refused to take up the positions in the areas directly on the border of Ukraine, justifying this with they plan to control the situation, not fight infiltrators. I thought those 2 things were the same. Anyway, the mother of one of the conscripts says that the Chechens have been placed near her son's position, with FSB border guards also in the area, and they all regularly come under Ukrainian fire. She said Chechens are shocked that the conscripts are positioned there. The conscripts are literally in the front line as a kind of human tripwire. We've talked about that before, haven't we? Well, Akhmat is just an extra force for if it is critical. And so it would seem, yeah, that they're not there to save Belgorod quite in the way that it was expected. There's no real surprises there, is there?
No, none at all. Now, I do wonder what this means. Doesn't mean the Belgorod Oblast is now a part of the Chechen Republic, or did they owe them? Are now they somehow in a vassalage to the Chechen Republic? You know, how does this work exactly? I want details. I want details.
What debt involves.
Yes, something like that. I just want to understand exactly what that is. I can give you some more news though regarding the man who was lost. So remember when Kadyrov went on Telegram and said, "I will pay the Ukrainian intelligence services to tell me where they hit my man." Remember that? Yeah.
I
Okay.
do. Yeah, it was a bit dramatic, I must say.
Yes, he said, "I have no way of contacting Adam Delimkhanov, who's a member of the Duma, the Russian parliament. He has not been in touch. I asked Ukrainian intelligence to provide information on the exact locations and positions that have been struck so that I can find my dear brother-in-law." He's a relative of Kadyrov. He's also previously been identified as a cousin, despite varying descriptions from the strongman himself. Could be all of the above, right? You know, these things can be related in more than one way. I don't know how that works with ungulates, but either way. So in a later message, Kadyrov wrote that Delimkhanov is alive and well, saying that he knew this from the start and that it was a hoax designed to embarrass earlier Ukrainian reports that his relative had been killed. A television channel called Zvezda, or Star, which is operated by Russia's defense ministry, previously reported that Delimkhanov was wounded in Ukraine. He is a commander in the North Caucasus branch of Rosgvardia and also serves in the parliament. So there you go. That's so actually this is the situation with Delimkhanov. Apparently he's fine. I mean, he never was actually genuinely fine, but you know.
So are we saying that we've got another Schrodinger's person here? That someone says he's alive, someone says he's dead, someone says he's injured? And
it's a shame he's Adam, not Erwin.
Somewhere in between. He's what?
It's a shame his name is Adam, not Erwin.
So yeah, the truth is somewhere in between still. So we don't really know whether he's injured or not. Is that true?
Correct.
Right, good. Because I am still a bit confused about whether he's alive or dead. So, cool. Glad it's not just me.
I mean, apparently he's fine, is what they said. It could be wounded, but probably not grievously so. Now, what I'm curious about, Marcus, is didn't you send me something about somebody called Besmertny yesterday? Was it you that I said is like
Maybe.
immortal?
Oh, yes, yeah, it was me. Go back through your DMs, you'll find it.
Just having to rely on your memory. No, so speaking of people and their names, yesterday at some point, Marcus sent me something very fun that I thought, oh, I have to comment on this, and it was, yes, it was that the former Ukrainian ambassador to Belarus said that Lukashenko will be tried in The Hague for the same crimes as Putin, and the former Ukrainian ambassador to Belarus, his name is Roman Besmertny, and Besmertny basically means something like without the death, so immortal or maybe undead, something on those lines, which I think is very amusing, because that now technically means that he's the perfect guy to run the prosecutions of Lukashenko and Putin, because they cannot even avoid him even if they die.
And this is how we know that it's really the vampires controlling everything.
Yep, exactly. That's it. That's exactly how everything works. It's all run by vampires. And all of this daytime is just the bits in between the interesting times. Or something. Also, do you remember where they live, the Kadyrovites?
Are you asking for addresses or just in general?
Well, apparently, Kadyrovites booked themselves as they are in, protecting Belgorod from incursions by Russians. Apparently, they put themselves up in the 5-star hotel in Belgorod, the best place in all of Belgorod, because there's nothing better than after a day of filming TikTok videos, going back and having a nice, relaxing. I know. Do they bathe? Maybe not.
Hopefully not in milk.
Goat milk. Need a lot of goat.
Sorry, I'm just stuffing a cracker in my face.
That's quite alright. If it is goat milk, the point is, goats produce less milk than cows, so you would need more goats. In sad news, the T-54 allegedly shown as captured yesterday by Ukrainians apparently isn't a T-54. It's a T-62. It just looks similar, and apparently it's an existing casualty, I guess, already previously identified and cataloged by Oryx and Co. So apparently that's not a thing, allegedly. But yeah, quite good nevertheless.
You can expect it to be a thing maybe in the near future, though.
Exactly. We are counting down the days. We just don't know where the count is. But someday, in not too distant future, there will be a T-54 on Oryx's list, courtesy of the good people up at not so good people, I guess, at Uralvagonzavod, tidying up really old rusty rust buckets for service.
Yeah, good luck to them with that, by the way. I've seen some of those rust buckets, and it would seem it's going to take a while, shall we say. I did think seeing those particularly rusty tanks being dragged off for roof updating, repair, I don't know.
Yeah, I couldn't see an awful lot of them being able to be fielded, put it that way.
Yeah, because it doesn't work like that. I mean, more of them got fielded than T-14 Armatas got fielded, so that's something.
Oh, that's very true. Yeah, and it's because they didn't have enough horses for the T-14. So it seemed we scared everybody off, Doman. No one wants to come and talk to us. That's okay. I'll talk to you.
That's very nice.
I know, I'm sweet like that. I'll talk to anyone, me. So, sorry, not special. The operational situation as of 9 a.m., I'm assuming that's Kyiv time, in the Staromilinovsky district, the armed forces of Ukraine managed to dislodge Russian troops from several forest belts and 4 strongholds in the direction of the village of Urozhannoy, best I'm doing, and Staromilino.
Staromlinivka.
Minivka. Oh, in fact, yeah,
Mlinivka.
the 3 letters belonging to the end of it are on the next line. I've just noticed. So, the message is that the Russian side is urgently transferring reserves to the right flank of this direction. And even though Rybar, or Krybar, whatever you want to call him, said that the attack by the Ukrainians was a total failure, he then followed up by saying Ukraine managed to take the positions back off the Russians. So, yeah, it would seem that this total failure actually managed to produce some success.
Well done. Well done. Once they get to Staromlinivka, that would be very useful, and I think that will actually genuinely make make a difference in that area, because that's kind of the start of the slightly higher ground, I guess. Not there's no properly high ground in the area other than Volnovakha. Volnovakha is on a hill of sorts, but that can also push them just about deep enough, because now we're starting to talk about how far is something using HIMARS. Is something within HIMARS range or not quite within HIMARS range, and hopefully sooner rather than later, Ukraine will be within within HIMARS range of more targets, and then once they can control the coast of the Sea of Azov with HIMARS, cheaply, reliably, routinely, that also makes a really big difference for Ukrainians. Because they can interdict both Russian ground transport along that coastal road, that big coastal highway between Mariupol and Berdyansk, as well as control and limit the ability of Russians to employ those ports as logistics hubs, right? Bringing stuff in and out. So that would make a really big difference. This is where every little bit of a push south can actually improve things substantially.
Spartan, welcome up.
Thank you, Lockers. Good day to you and Dillman. Appreciate you guys holding the watch. While it seems like a lot of people are still sleeping. So Dillman, just to kind of build on your point there, getting in HIMARS range to interdict that highway is great, but I think the Ukrainians want to get in range to use artillery. So it's more like 30 kilometers. Are either of you aware of any discussions as far as, okay, well, how far does Ukraine have to drive, south to get into that range? Or which areas would be of interest to watch?
So depends on what you want to hit with regular artillery, right? I think. Okay, let me just check here. So there's the railway that goes east to west, basically from Volnovakha towards Komerzaria, and if they can get on that whole stretch within regular artillery range, that makes a big difference because there's the main Russian defensive lines that line up kind of with those with that railway. And right now, give me a second. Yeah, they need another 6-7 kilometers to really ensure that. Further south from towards Starom Lenivka and then a little bit more. So that's absolutely a thing. I think it's two things, right? One is get these areas within artillery range, get that railway within easy artillery, conventional artillery range, and as you do that, you're also putting the coastal road within HIMARS range, right? So that's that Mariupol Berdyansk main road it's not quite coastal but ish, into HIMARS range, and both of those make a difference, right? So I think it's one and the other, and it's kind of a 2 for 1. You're doing both things with one move, if that makes sense.
It absolutely makes sense, right? I mean, first, obviously, you want to interdict the railway line, right? Because that's where more of the volume is going to come through. I don't know what the condition of that coastal highway or road is, but it probably can't be in that great of a condition. But just in terms of pure economics, right? Ukraine is going to have more, 155 shells than HIMARS, right? So you want to use the HIMARS to take out their field commanders, if possible, or other nodes, right? Instead of trying to interdict a railway line. But it's just us trying to think of it in terms of, okay, how can you just squeeze that area without having to commit a lot of Ukrainian blood to try to advance further south until you can weaken the enemy sufficiently.
Indeed, and I completely agree, right? But it has slightly different purposes. Conventional artillery versus HIMARS will have a slightly different purpose, right? And if you can know that there are high value targets on that road, perhaps, that makes a difference. If you can, for example, with HIMARS, hit a bridge where a road crosses a section of a river, that can possibly grind their logistics down to something of a halt, right? So for something like that, if you only expend a couple of missiles, that's really worth it because you're going to be giving Russians way more trouble than that. Whereas you're absolutely right for area fires and hitting a whole large section of the front line, then you definitely need to be within conventional shell range. Yeah.
I know that when we talk here, we tend to speak about Russian tech as being junk, and for the most part, it is, right? But I think Lancet's drones are the biggest concerns right now. Everything I've read is that they're actually the Russians are using them to some certain effect. I guess have either of you guys heard anything about any improved SHORAD capability or I know that the U.S. had transferred some of those Hawk missiles. I think that's like 60s tech, but I haven't seen anything that says that Ukrainians were deploying those Hawk missiles. I remember when Chuck Farrer was on the space a few months ago, he mentioned that those might be used in the offensive. But just again, looking to see if you guys have heard anything in the space because I can't listen 24/7. I have a 4-month-old baby that needs my attention.
Yeah. So the Hawk missiles haven't really been seen to be used anywhere, and that could be that they're just not showing them, right? And they're just not showing where they're being used. I do wonder how useful they are in a moving capacity like this. Can you attach them well to something that's actively moving forward and and is on the move like you can with some other things? because it's like on a towed system of some sorts, right? So if you can, then that's great. I also wonder how the radar system is that goes with them. Maybe it is something that they finally employed to start taking down. Is in the last 3 or 4 days we saw 3 Ka-52s being taken down, right? Latin, did you hear anything about what took down those Ka-52s?
Oh, the Ka-52s. No, I did not. But I did post how I am not surprised at all to continue to see these aircraft being shot down. This is a consistent pattern, and they do seem to have been pushed into the battle a little more in the last few weeks with in response to the counteroffensive. I had no reason to think that they would not be shot down or see even an increase in the rate of them being shot down. So my first guess would be Manpad, but could there be something a little bit longer range? Possibly, because we're hearing that they're some of these attacks are being done at greater distance. I'm a little confused because I'm wondering, you know, when it comes to Soviet Russian ATGM standoff capability, as I understand it, it's more the MIL Mi-28. It's a different gunship helicopter that has not been committed quite as heavily in this conflict. That has a missile called the LMUR. That is fire and forget, and can also apparently has a pretty good range, even if you take it with a grain of salt. The Russian published figures. So, what exactly the Ka-52s are delivering, and I would not be surprised if they're also just delivering unguided rockets, because we have seen them do that. Either way, as I said before, I think what happened initially with that success against the Ukrainian column was probably a result of the Ukrainians moving and the Russians finding a hole in that low-level air defense. That's just my guess.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. David, did you come up to talk about Hawks?
Yes, sorry, I was trying to get my. Yes, I did. There was a conversation a couple of days ago. It may have been Axel who said it. The belief was that Hawks may have been put around some of the cities instead of elsewhere. Because the conversation went along the lines of they just need more Hawk systems.
Yeah, I would be all up for that. Absolutely. Latin, we had some talk about some chaparrals. I don't know if it's sure at the start. Did Portugal still operate, which clearly aren't being very useful for anything else? Why haven't any of those been thought of going to Ukraine, Latin?
Sorry, say again. Why haven't any of them what?
I don't know, they're chaparrals or whatever they are.
Yeah, it's a ground-based Sidewinder. At least it was originally. I haven't heard anything. I heard an announcement a while back of them being sent, but I haven't heard any confirmation of them being there. Going back to that Ka-52 discussion, that system, the Chaparral system, and I'm not sure if they could retrofit newer Sidewinders onto it. I'm going to guess that that's probably not, from an engineering point of view, too much of a reach. They probably could do it. That would fill a space between Manpads and something like Hawk, as far as I know, which could be useful for the Ukrainians, and especially against targets like helicopters. So could that be going on? Could that be in place? Because as far as I know, that announcement was a couple of months ago, wasn't it, that they were sending that system?
I don't think the chaparrals were ever announced. That's why I was just curious, because Portugal still had like 50 of them, and I just thought for something like this, for company platoon size or maybe company size detachments, it's can't hurt to have more.
I'm going to have to look into that. I was sure that it was announced, but I'll have to look into that. Can I mention this Israeli tank thing, because this is really this
Absolutely.
is quite a story. Yeah, this is quite a story. I mean, I picked up on it quickly yesterday, but I ended up kind of following other stories, and then I noticed that you tweeted something about it, and I I did a search this morning and found that quite a few Twitter accounts that I trust are going with it and saying that it looks at least possible, including the War Zone, by the way, which is, as far as I'm concerned, it's a pretty solid military news source. If this is the case, if there's something to this, can't emphasize how significant that is, first of all, historically. Somebody might correct me on this, but as far as I know, the Merkava has never been exported for a number of reasons, not having nothing to do with its own capabilities. It's an excellent tank. Yeah, the numbers that are being talked about, like 200, that's really that's pretty big. But I think to the broader picture, I mean, I'll let the ground warfare guys that comment on that and what that particular tank could bring to the battlefield. But I'll say this: if it's obviously a very significant Israeli weapon system if it ends up in Ukraine, and that would seem to me to open up the doors to the Israeli military industry generally, which in terms of what it could do for the Ukrainian Air Force, what had already been offered to the Ukrainian Air Force in 2019 is hugely significant. And of course, we don't know that that's on the table. But assuming, let's say that the Merkava ends up materializing for Ukraine, if there's something to this, then that really does open the door. I personally, just as an aviation enthusiast, somebody who follows these things, the possibility of Israel Aircraft Industries and Alta and some other companies in Israel that do this sort of work, the potential for what they could do, even with existing aircraft that Ukraine has right now, is tremendous. So, I mean, I know that I really have tried recently to control my tendency to speculate too much about these sorts of things. We had gone there with this subject with Israeli involvement in the Ukrainian Air Force a few weeks ago. And after some conversations with our friend Alex, I had kind of decided, okay, maybe I went a little too far. But the fact that, I mean, think about it. A year ago, if somebody had said, "Oh, Israel will send Merkavas to Ukraine," we would have been like, "What are you talking about? It's insane. It's not going to happen." Now it looks as though maybe it's out there. It's possible. If that happens, I'd say, as far as Israel is concerned, anything's possible after that. If that were to be approved, if that were to go through.
So Latin, I think this is reported a bit iffily. That's why the reason why I quote tweeted this is because I thought, this is something that is worthwhile talking about and thinking about. It's a total it's a total like hearsay rumor being reported by someone who's, probably pretty well plugged into certain places. But I'm just very, very, very much doubting that this is actually the case, that these would be going straight to Ukraine. What seems the most likely, we talked with Thomas about this yesterday, is that these would go, like I said, this would probably go as backfill to a third country. So Thomas said Cyprus for the T-80s that Cyprus has. He also suggested Morocco for all the T-72s that Morocco has. I just don't think that Israel would okay. I know that the times have changed. I just think that Israel wouldn't okay its first ever exports of Merkava tanks to go to, let's call it an Arabic-speaking army, because I know Moroccans aren't really Arabs. But just as I mean, if they go anywhere, they're not going to Morocco, right? Greece, I think, is the most likely target for them, the most likely destination for them. Greece has a lot of both Leo 2A4s as well as Leo 1A5s, and if there's 100 Merkava 2s, 100 Merkava 3s going to Greece, that can release 150 Leo 1A5s, 100 Leo 2A4s. That is a very substantial force for Ukrainians, and then the Greeks can figure out how to, maintain the Merkava, get used to running it. It doesn't require extra or new training for Ukrainians that others haven't been already through. It's the same types of vehicles that they're already having, or they're already training on the 1A5s from the Netherlands, Denmark, and so on. So it just increases volumes of existing stuff, which is really good. I would prefer to see Merkavas in Ukraine, I think, because I think the survivability, the armor is really something else, right? And also the urban combat capacities is really something else. I just don't think they're actually going to Ukraine because reasons. And other than that, I still think it's a really good thing. I think it might be the Danes and the Dutch funding this sort of Ringtausch kind of situation. I think that's the most likely way it goes. Now, what I think should happen, I wrote this to David yesterday, is I think what should happen is the Italians should be like, hey, give them to us. Give us all those Merkavas. We'll send all the Ariete. We'll scrap the upgrade program on the Ariete. We'll send all these Ariete to Ukraine. They would be pretty much the best tank in Ukraine, give or take. Charlie 2s are probably a little bit better, right? And there would be a couple of hundred of them, and that's because Ariete is kind of orphaned. There was only a couple hundred ever made. And if Italy's serious about going the Leopard 2A8 round, like it looks they are, and especially since these would be in part produced in Italy, and generally would be produced outside of Germany as a concept that Thomas was talking about yesterday, just forget about the Ariete, get rid of them, give them all to Ukraine. They'll ride them hard, but they won't have really long-term plans with them, right? Not for the next 20-25 years. It's not worthwhile supporting a tank that only 200 of ever existed. So I would really like that idea. And I think that would be the best thing for Ukraine. It would be the best thing for Italy. They can use Merkavas for 4, 5, 6 years to keep current. After that, they start transitioning to Leopard 2A8. Anyway, Italy's not going to fight anyone with tanks for the next 3 years, presumably, hopefully. And if they do, it would be the Russians, and they would be very glad that the Ukrainians destroyed most of the Russians ahead of that anyway. So that's just my thought on that, Latin. What do you think?
What was Thomas's overall assessment of this Merkava rumor?
Well, he says definitely not Italy because it's a downgrade for Italians from Ariete. But I think that if you look at it from a financial perspective, it opens them up with more capacity to get Leopard 2A8s in the medium to long term, because the Merkavas will keep their value, whereas the Ariete will not. And maybe they can get somebody else to pay for at least part of the Merkavas as well, if they're sending Ariete. So I think that there is something there that I don't think they're going to be inventive enough. I don't think it's going to happen, but I think it would actually be worthwhile for them. Now, as to and they'd get like Centauro orders or whatever.
But hang on though, when you say there's nothing to it, do you think that I'm trying to get
no, there's nothing to the Italian component of it.
Right, but do you think there's something to this?
Yeah, I think it's true, and I think what's going to happen is that Greece is going to get a bunch of Merkavas, and Greece is going to, in exchange, send a bunch of Leopards to Ukraine. I think that's the most likely solution of all of this, by far.
Okay, even if it's a backfill, couple of points there. First of all, even the idea of Merkavas going to Europe gives us it's pretty crazy. I mean, it gives us the idea of how much this war has really shaken things up geopolitically. That it would open up that kind of possibility, which even a few years ago I would have said it just would have been unthinkable. And even if it's a backfill, I mean, I still think I understand that maybe it's a requirement. It achieves the requirement of Israeli export law. I'm not sure of all that detail, but whatever's behind that, it's obviously nobody's going to be fooled, right? Like we know where these are going. What's behind all this, and it's an involvement of Israel in this conflict. I think it's fair to say it would take it to a level that we haven't seen yet, which I think is encouraging because Israel has a lot to offer.
100%. I'll just say one thing. There is already Israeli upgraded stuff on the ground. It's called the M55S, which was completely redone by Israelis. So it's not as though Israeli upgraded kit isn't already in Ukraine. So just from that perspective, I don't think it's too much of an issue, if that makes sense, Latin. So I think that saying there have to be things in there, then yeah, that's kind of done. Spartan?
Yeah, I actually was here when Thomas was discussing the Merkavas. The other likely destination he mentioned was Cyprus, which has a large amount of T80s that the Ukrainians would be interested in. And his main point was he's looking at like countries like Greece or Cyprus because That way, Ukraine would get enough tanks to equip like brigades and divisions, and not just piecemeal it together, which is important. That was the other country that was discussed.
Yeah, I think the T-80s from Cyprus are obviously an option here. They're a likely one. The problem with Cyprus at all times is the big country to the north of Cyprus, that is to say Turkey, and that can complicate things a bit. I keep forgetting what the current state of relations between Turkey and Israel is. I think currently they're pretty good. Would it be an option? Probably would be, and it'd be a good one. It'd be less good than the Greek Leopard option, of course. And I think Israel and Greece are probably on, in an appropriate relationship to actually make the first ever exports of Merkavas out of Israel. Quite a likely one, and I think it's just by far the most likely option. From purely a getting stuff done perspective, Greeks have the appropriate level of ability to integrate a new tank type, the ability to have all of their maintenance in house. It would be sufficiently straightforward for them to do something like this, and they just package it as we're not undergoing a capability loss, but we are actually moving on with a bunch of this stuff. The other option that could happen, and this is kind of an out there option, is a mix of Greek and Cypriot solution. So basically, send a few to Cyprus for all of their T-80s, and also send the rest to Greece for all of their Leo 1A5s. So you're not moving. So they're just getting rid of all of the 1A5s. They're keeping hold of the 2A4s, possibly for upgrades, possibly not. And do it like that. That's another option that seems pretty likely to come as an end outcome.
I would say that I personally would like to see Greece get them, because it would piss off Turkey, and that just also makes me very happy.
Cyprus would piss off Turkey more than Greece. Just would, matter of fact.
I know they don't like each other. I've lived in Athens for 2 years, so they don't like Turkey either.
No, I agree. I'm just saying there's degrees of things, and Cyprus is more of a problem for Turkey than anything to do with Greece. Greece is bad. Cyprus is worse, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, Kristaps, what does sour face Girkin have to say today?
Oh, well, yeah. Hello there. I have just spent an hour listening to Igor Girkin whine, as I usually do. Oh, we have some great news.
Was it the very acidic wine?
Oh, this was the good thing. This was the good stuff. I mean, if you're getting your highs from Igor Girkin's wankery, then this is the perfect episode. I'll start with the fact that's also come out from our most favorite St. Petersburg Economic Forum International one. Domen, I know you like this. Igor, like Anton Sulanov, the finance minister of Russia, just came out with a magnificent statement of how he's going to try to improve the war effort from the Russian side. And it's something that I'll ask Spartan to maybe sit down, because this is the dumbest thing I've heard in a long while. Anton Siluanov, the finance minister of Russia, please asked that, in order to consolidate our economy and optimize everything, it may be the time when all the members of parliament and ministers should switch to driving their own cars instead of using chauffeurs. It's an amazing choice, don't you think?
Are they going to be driving the Lada Aura?
Well, they could try. I mean, it doesn't work, but they could try. But yeah, this is amazing that a finance minister of Russia comes out and makes, like, as an incentive to fix something with their war effort, offers everyone to drive their own cars. I literally I had to pause this because I haven't done with Girkin, but I had to pause this and come on here just to share these news because it's stupid. Otherwise, besides of Girkin, he states that using him as a military analyst. He states that although Ukraine has not achieved, he says Ukraine has only claimed the gray zone parts, and they have broken into some parts. But the most memorable quote that's important is that he says that the Russian statehood itself hangs on a tiny little thread, and that thread is the front line. So if Ukraine breaks through, makes a major breakthrough, then due to the conflict of Prigozhin and the Ministry of Defense, that could just collapse Russia instantly. He is very, very paranoid and scared that if actually there is a massive breakthrough, then via how Prigozhin functions, it all could go to hell. And he states that what Prigozhin is doing right now is meant to ensure that, if a breakthrough happens and Prigozhin is criticizing everyone, then they will finally sort of be forced to make a rotation of these people up there in the front. But he hates the idea that, for example, Surovikin might become the Minister of Defense. And as Igor Girkin said himself today, well, what Prigozhin wants to achieve is to be able to walk into the Ministry of Defense and open every door with a nice little kick and show zero respect. The problem, as Girkin points out, is that the men that Prigozhin wants to put in are no better, and if better, then only by a slight margin towards the guys they have there now. So they have their own internal conflict between the far right war supporters. But yeah, apparently the Z side, the pro-war fanatics, the far right opposition of Putin, they're very worried that yes, if Ukraine actually does manage to feel out the weak spots and get a major breakthrough, then they fear that the worst may come to them. And they're genuinely afraid at this point, which I find good personally. But yeah, I think we should do everything in our powers to make sure that this exact scenario happens, because all of this focus was on this and this economical forum, of which he commented on, and I quote him straight. I have like notes here. I've written this stuff down. Igor Girkin mentioned that it is the Russian liberals, and I'm not even kidding. He calls Putin and his buddies liberals in the economics forum. And it's like the anti-war party is totally taken in control. They're showing off how much power they have in this economics forum in St. Petersburg. These guys are wanting to make some sort of a deal with the West. These dogovornichok, I don't exactly know how to translate this into English, but like
negotiators.
I suppose, but it's like with a sense of, in a sense of a very
deal
kind of
makers.
crude
Yeah, I
thing.
see what you mean. Yeah.
Deal makers, but in a bad sense of the word. So these guys are in power, they're in control, and they are apparently, Igor Girkin accuses all of them of intentionally sabotaging the war and being saboteurs. And he states that if, for example, Shilwanov or Nabiullina would be retired now, that they would be living in France or in the United States and doing all these things, and that the far right, the pro-war guys, accuse these guys in the economics forum of being intentionally saboteurs of the war. And I really enjoy the fact that he still calls them liberals. I mean, no one else on the planet Earth thinks that anyone on that economics forum or Putin is a liberal. We're talking about people for whom, yes, even Putin himself is way too liberal of a person. That's just insanity. I mean, I don't even know how to put this, but yeah, the war correspondents and all the Z guys are now accusing all these people that they are way too friendly to the West. They still hope for a deal. That they're not fully focused on war, and again, that they are intentionally and actively sabotaging Russia's war efforts.
So, how diverse is the opinion within the biggest war cheerleaders? You know, like Girkin and people around them, the angry patriots. Because you said that there's some disagreement within the ranks. How wide is the spectrum within them?
Angry patriots owned by Eastern Border Media. No, that's the thing that I have to mention. The spectrum there isn't that big. Like recently, the last interview they held was with a terrorist, like a literal terrorist, who was in Odessa and tried to blow up some power plant or something, and then he was arrested by Ukrainian authorities and then later exchanged for some guys. They're trying to stick together, but it's very weird mishmash to see Igor Girkin, a well, convicted war criminal and convinced monarchist. Like, he hates the Soviet Union and he hates the Reds. He wants to restore the Russian Empire, and he truly believes in Russian monarchy. And he would like to see the Baltics, for example, as well, ruled over by Russian Tsar, out of all things. He also hates the Dutch, mind you, because they rebelled against the Spanish. And the Spanish ruler was the rightful monarch. That's literally a quote from Igor Girkin about from 2 weeks ago or something. And this guy is hanging on together with people who call themselves like national Bolsheviks. He's together with communists. I don't know. The thing that they are focusing on, and what is the major mood there, is that, well, you know, Putin is a dickhead, but look, if we're into this war, we need to win to fuck up the West. They, for like their goal, how the very pro-war far-right opposition feels, is that they can put aside their differences, but they want to, well, show the middle finger to the West. I do not exactly know how defeating Ukraine, which they won't do, by the way, would achieve this, but it's kind of like these old people, they live in their little tiny worlds with full of complexes, and they think that they need to show that Russia can show the middle finger to the West and win. And that's the most important part. Otherwise, their whole existence will just collapse, and both physically and metaphorically. And I do agree with them on that point, but I really do not know if you need to gamble the fate of Russia and it being in one piece just to show the middle finger to the West. West has a lot of issues. I mean, I live here in Latvia. Euro Parliament is a thing that I make fun a lot of in my Latvian articles, but come on. It seems kind of weird because we're looking at people, those guys who support the war most actively, they're kind of like 5-year-old children whose only goal is, you know, to show that they're the biggest bully in the school ground, and that somehow actually genuinely matters to them. And that would be funny if it wasn't for the fact that they are all 50-year-old men. And the problem is that Igor Girkin, the great planner of an organizer of this movement and being kind of the focal point, who has a lot of attention, he's like 3 million subscribers on Telegram or something. Right? This guy, he started today's whining with the fact that he apologized for his speech because apparently he has dental issues and he can't afford a dentist. Because, like, he implied this by stating that, well, I have some dental issues and they'll be there for quite some time, which means that he just, you know, can't go to a dentist. He can't afford a dentist in Russia. And it's kind of funny that at the same time, you know, you're talking about how glorious Russia is and how you're the wise strategist and everything. Dude, like, if you can't afford a dentist in Russia, maybe you're not the person who should be deciding the fates of nations and figuring out what to do with them. Like, no offense to poor people. Like, I am not very wealthy myself, but I'm also not having, you know, claims of absolute dictatorship and knowing what's best of everything. It's just that I find it kind of funny that this guy, who used to be the defense minister of Donbass, who started this whole mess, he does not have a driver's license. He can't afford a dentist. And he says that there's a lot of issues in Russia and many people are poor and everything. And he can't even get himself in order, much less, you know, restoring the glory of the empire. I mean, restoring Russian empire to someone is apparently more important than fixing their own teeth, because they can't afford it in Russia. It's just, if you think about it, it's so ironic and stupid that I don't even know what to add. I had a good laugh from all the situation. Oh, by the way, in a week or two, I'm going to get my new instructions as I get sent those for like Russian, you know, what Kremlin says Russian media should say to everyone. I have a link to those, and I'm going to come up and definitely read them all to you, so that my report can also, of course, fall in line and, you know what Russian media are supposed to say about events. So.
Talking of what you're supposed to say and what you're not supposed to say, have you seen the recent tweet from War Translated? The Russian writer and propagandist Maxim Kalishnikov. Well, he actually he's been telling quite a few truths recently, but today he pointed out that Russians have absolutely ruined everywhere they've apparently liberated.
Maxim Kalashnikov is a great guy. I listen to him, and I watch his YouTube channel Roy TV, which means kind of WASP TV. I still wonder why is this not banned on YouTube, but he's still there. He also often invites his best friend, ex-Soviet Colonel General Kovachikov, who is totally insane. But Maxim Kalashnikov, by the way, he calls himself a futurist. He's been to prison. And Kalashnikov is his adopted name. And that guy, yeah, you know, he runs a blog too. Except his blog is like, I don't know, he hates the West and speaks about all the Orthodox values, except his background on his blog are literally anime babes. Like, seriously, he uses anime pictures with anime chicks on his blog. That is a very weird person. He's best buddies with Igor Girkin, and he complains about everything. And he claims to be this wise scientist guy. He's published like 3 books as well. But what he talks about, the level of his understanding of, because he claims to be an economy expert. Like Igor Girkin is the war expert, so Maxim Kalashnikov is the economy expert. But his economy understanding reaches the level of about the 9th grader. Like, he believes, for example, that a new industrialization must happen. He is not adapted to any post-industrial economies. He does not understand the value, for example, of good design. He does not understand the value of IT. What he focuses most is the fact that work tables, stanki, this is one of the things where my English kind of fails me. That is stanki, the things that you use to produce other things in factories. That's the thing. Work tables, I suppose. In Latvian, that's how we call it. And he focuses on all that stuff, and he believes that total isolation from global markets and full-on 100% mercantilism will save Russia. And that Russia needs to defeat Ukraine so that they can get the Donbas oil coal supply. Look, we're talking about a person who thinks about economy in 19th century terms and claims that he's a futurologist and a great economical mind. I'm sorry, but this is the first time I've heard anyone else who's not me even mention Maxim Kalashnikov, but I'm glad you finally also found a total madman. He's one of Girkin's best buddies, and all the weirdos come to his YouTube channel. Highly recommended if you speak Russian. Roy TV, great dude, amazing fun, except causes lots of cringe.
Yeah, well, he's stored in the middle of, I think it's Toshkivka in the Sverodonetsk region, a Shushkat, and he's basically saying,
The cat did nothing wrong. The cat was amazing. Love the cat, please.
And so he's basically saying, look at this scorcher earth strategy that they've taken. This military campaign should not have been run like this. You know, that they've left
that's the
people
thing.
without homes and
That's
things.
the thing. Girkin's Club of Angry Patriots, what they're doing right now is that they're attacking both Prigozhin and the government, since they're focusing on the fact that they, when the whole time of trouble starts, like they of course say they want Russia to win, but they know it won't happen. So what they're doing is building a power base for themselves that's going to oppose Prigozhin. They are very naive in this matter because Prigozhin is funding organized crime and giving them tanks and, well, like I literally heard yesterday from organized crime people. And Prigozhin's funding organized crime and building himself a very armed hidden militia. Ramzan Kadyrov has whole of Chechnya fall upon too. But these guys, they just hope that there's going to be enough of, well, angry patriots who are going to somehow mysteriously appear with guns and skills of how to use them when the right time comes. And that's literally what they say, so that they can take political power instead. And then they'll show the West definitely, led by a guy who can't afford a dentist out of all things. It's a political maneuver, and Mikhail Kalashnikov is one of the authors of this. And I honestly don't know if they're dumb or just uneducated. I think it's the latter, because they truly seem to believe what they're saying. Like, these guys are not the paid for ones. Like, we don't ever talk about Solovyov on this space because Vladimir Solovyov is just a piece of trash who calls himself a journalist. And sorry, but he deserves all the swear words I can give to him because he dishonors my profession. But Igor Girkin and Mikhail Kalashnikov, yeah, they're doing this. And this is why they're commenting on how bad the operation is going. They're not pro-Ukraine. No. They are pro-Russian imperialism and great success and showing the middle finger to the West. That's their big thing. That is everything the pro-war side is focusing on. They just want to, show the West that, they're somehow better. The problem is, well, even if they achieve this, then what? It's not like people in Russia are going to get gasification or proper bathrooms or healthcare or increased lifespans. Nothing's going to change. At this point, I mean, I don't know. The most funny thing Biden could do right now is come out and say, okay, Russia, you won. We are total losers. You win. And then just walk away. You could do this in a speech. I think that would just cause such chaos and confusion in Russian media that at that point, Ukraine could also make a breakthrough because that would put all the Russian generals on some sort of chaos or something. Because they think those things matter.
Well, you never know. It might be a new strategy. Spartan, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, so just I'm curious, Christoph, why do you have such a problem with this point of view? Because it weakens Russia. If anything, that message should be, we try to amplify it to Russian listeners.
Oh, yeah, I'm doing that, dude. I'm totally pro-Ukraine. I don't really understand your question at this point.
Well, because you're
what do you
talking
mean,
about
this
it
point
in
of
terms
view?
of they're stupid. Yes, we all agree they're stupid, right? But we don't need to necessarily. We all know that, right? But we need to amplify that message to the Russian listeners, because we want them to hollow out the country from the inside out. I don't see
Dude,
that as a bad thing.
I live in Latvia, and I made my latest episode of my podcast was about the deportation day. I also don't see this as a bad day. It's just that I speak this in a cheerful manner because, to be honest, well, I have to make money somehow, and these idiots provide so much good content for my show that I can just share with my listeners. It's amazing. And I'm talking about this in a sense that, that would make sense. Like, we should encourage their stupidity, but I just, want to take. Look, if when I talk about them, I take, walk a mile walk a mile in another man's moccasins. I'm just trying to figure out what would make sense to them and how they're failing at it. It's not that I'm supporting them. It's just that I try to apply some logic and coherence to what they're saying so that I can explain their positions to you Westerners who might not have this cultural knowledge that I have. That's about it. I'm sorry, maybe I was
by the way,
unclear.
I do subscribe to your podcast, and I do appreciate it. Right? It's just in my mind, we need to encourage stupidity within Russia. We don't need to promote any more additional enlightenment.
Dude, you do not need to encourage stupidity and promoting enlightenment in English. Look, we're up to the point where Maxim Katz and Russian opposition journalists, the people, they don't even speak English. There is literally zero chances of me giving them any advice that this is going to go to them. No, because again, that's the biggest issue. I really wanted to work with some Russian opposition journalists who lived abroad, and they don't speak English. So then they just Google my name in Latvian or in Russian, and then they find the fact that National Bolsheviks did a criminal case in me, which was fabricated because I pissed off Wagner Group and Prigozhin, and then they just don't think I'm anyone. They don't care about my podcast. They don't care about my foreign policy articles. They don't care about me being on this space. They don't care about me being on the Telegraph. They just don't speak English that well. And that's the Russian liberals who haven't even bothered to learn English, because why would they? They can only speak Russian. I'm talking about Michael Nike and Mikhail Katz, who are the two biggest YouTubers who the Russian opposition even has. Like Michael Nike does daily shows with Russian conflicts intelligence team, and their guy Ruslan is currently in Washington D.C. I don't know what he does there, but he's been there for months. So don't worry about it. They're not listening, and even if they would, they're not understanding it, because even the guys who position themselves as the good Russians and Western friendly, even they don't speak English. Do you think Igor Girkin or Anton Siluanov can speak English? Do you think his aides can speak English? No, man. No, they don't. I've had enough of these situations. I have some sources there who are literally the aides there.
Let's scroll back to 2 weeks ago, right, when that Medusa article came out, when they asked their liberal readers, those of them who are for the war, why they're supporting of the war. And if you read that, you really get a good perspective on the quote liberal Russians, the anti-Putin Russians, and how it doesn't really make any difference, and also how completely separated from reality they are including 3 or 4 who wrote in who live in the West, who live in like Germany and Austria. They wrote in and said, I have never seen so much Russophobia before here in Germany, and I've lived here for 20 years or 30 years or whatever. They're just completely separated from reality, and they're frankly separated, even those who live in, say, Germany, from the reality of the world around them, because they will go and primarily rely on stuff in Russian, and stuff in Russian that supports the concept of, the great imperial Russia.
Well, that's the thing. As I always point this one out, there is a historical thing that happened back in Russia which explains everything. It happened in, I think, 1868 or something, just before serfdom was abolished. And the thing was going to the peoples. So there were a bunch of these Russian liberals back then in the 19th century who, after the Napoleonic era and the uprisings of 1848, they were all these, guys with liberal ideas and everything. And they decided, these young students and uprising guys, that they're just going to be very liberal, and they're going to go out to the farmers, to the peasants, to the serfs, and explain to them why they need a revolution. And they did this in such a condescending manner that the guys whom they wanted to, make a liberal uprising against the Tsar, those very peasants kind of beat them up and jailed them and sent them straight to Ochranka, because, you can't really spread ideas of liberalism and equality if you do it in a manner which says, I am now this Western smart person with education and university, and I shall now explain to you, stupid dumb fucks, how to live. And that's, by the way, I'm using swear words here because swear words are included in the original Russian quotes. I'm not, this is why it's important. If I'm swearing sometimes, that's because the original person actually did say this. And this is continuing. Like Russian liberals today, they are more often than not, they don't come to improve their country. They come and show these Western liberal ideas because Western liberal ideas are cool, and they want to show how they're cooler than everyone else. That's the thing. And they also have a very twisted view about the West. Like, for example, a lot of them have mentioned on their own podcast and everything that West fails to live up to their own values. Like, they associate actions of businesses, large companies, with Western democratic values. They somehow think that we are all obsessed with this liberty idea, and that when we go and buy cheese and bread in our stores, that we're thinking, oh my, how do I buy cheese and sausage and bread in the store, but in the way that promotes liberty? Like, they think we are all about these liberal political ideas, but constantly. So they kind of don't get when our companies do stupid things for money, and they don't understand that indeed, yes, we we do not wave. In Russia, you have to have Putin's portrait everywhere, but we don't do that in the EU. Like, when I go and buy my groceries, I do not care about politics at that time.
Kristaps, are you saying that?
And then they pull out.
Are you saying that above the bakery section at the grocery store there isn't a portrait of Ursula von der Leyen? Really? Where are you going shopping?
Oh no, of course. In Lidl, by the way. So, yeah, Lidl also has come to Latvia, and that's one of the best things that's come here. But yeah, they really think this. Like, every time, that's their major criticism. Like, even Latvia has been criticized, like, oh, Latvian government does this and does that, not give visas and focus on things. But at the same time, their Latvian business bought stuff from Russia. Oh, look, Latvians are such hypocrites. It's like, the what now? That's a business. They do things for money. Yes, we look bad at them afterwards, but look, this is a free country. This is how freedom works. And as much as we could, want to change this, it's kind of like, it's weird when they criticize Estonia for the transit stuff, that there is still a lot of transit between Estonia and Russia. And the president came out and said, well, I wanted to talk to our big businesses, but it's kind of hard because it does bad things for their profits. It's weird to see that Russian liberals actively advocating that, oh, you in the West, you do not do anything. You are stupid and hypocrites because you do not actively close down what your big businesses are doing and you do not monitor their activities. It's kind of like they cannot comprehend why over here, the state actively does not control business activities. We can talk to them, but it's not like Latvian state can go to, I don't know, Liepājas Metallurgs or metallurgy company and, you know, close them down with police. We can maybe have a stern talking with the owner, and then he can explain himself why he has like deals that he must complete. But this is not Russia. It's not like our government is not going to go to a business and just run over it with cops. And that's what they want to do because, again, they kind of, I don't know, they're so used to big businesses being so much tied to the government, they do not understand that they are actually independent entities. And then, you know, they apply this to all of the West. And like you said, with Ursula von Braun being in every store, and then they blame us for not living up to your own ideals. Look, man, my ideals are good and I believe them, but sometimes I just want to have a beer and a sandwich. And sometimes, you know, I do not spend all of my day thinking about how I'm going to apply my unified in diversity European Union slogan to my everyday life. And apparently, in Putin's Russia, you have to apply United Russia, Russia strong, Russia is going to defeat the fast all the time. That they just focus on it, and they're just stupid. I mean, sometimes you just want to go to the store and buy a sausage instead of, you know, thinking about politics. I also have some free time, no matter what my listeners think.
No, so that's really funny, right? That's on the one hand of it all this stuff. On the other, I kind of think back to last year, and there were all of these Russian videos floating around of people going to the supermarket and being like, eggs, we can buy eggs. And you Europeans, you don't have any eggs. And all of us were looking at each other like, what? Well, there's eggs at all the stores. You can buy eggs. I mean, they're right there. And
look, that's the worst part.
And then
like,
bragging about their
the
vodka
worst part
selection.
is like oh yeah, man. I'm like, the worst part is when they also like openly state that the people in the Netherlands, they're burning their own chairs to have warmth for the winter. Have you ever been to Netherlands, guys? You haven't. Winter in Netherlands is something where I wouldn't even, you know, worry about that much.
It's like October, right?
Yeah, I mean October. Oh, sure, you know, take 2 blankets and dress up warmer. Doesn't matter. But winter in Amsterdam is like much less harsh than winter in Riga. Because let me tell you guys, the winter in Riga, we get about minus 30 degrees Celsius in February occasionally. That's our thing. Standard is minus 25 degrees Celsius. This is why we are so good at hockey, even though we are a small country. It's just that there is winter 9 months of the year, basically. And it gets cold, we have random hailstorms, there's snow all the time. We're kind of like northern Canada. Like very similar to, I don't know, Stockholm is to the south of us if you look at the map. So Riga is a bit more north than Stockholm. And we're kind of like middle Sweden. We understand the Swedish guys, Finnish guys, Norwegians. And Estonians, oh my God, Estonians call us Southerners. I don't know how they live in Estonia because it tends to get colder.
Spartan.
But, you know, yeah, sure.
I actually have a bookmarked video of the Russians just mobbing their grocery stores to buy sugar. So every time a Russian talks to me how much they have everything, I show them that video.
Russia has everything better than you and more qualities than you, and the thing that Russia has in their stores can, you know, beat up the things that you have in your stores, obviously. This was the joke that we made with our computer guys, by the way, because there was a joke in the Soviet Union among the IT dudes, which was a play on this attitude, which is like, Russian supercomputer is twice as big and twice as loud as American supercomputer. Russian supercomputer can beat up American supercomputer any time of the day. And if you know something about computers, you can understand why that's supremely idiotic. But that was the joke.
George, how big is your supercomputer?
Oh, it's not that big. I try to stay away from computers. I use them at work and I hate them. So yeah, I try to stay away from them as much as I possibly can. But I you know, I like going to the local supermarkets here. I tend to wear a
George,
Ukrainian.
You can't even buy vodka in your supermarket. What kind of a supermarket is that?
Hey! We got Russians here. We can't have them have free access to vodka. Come on. You know, we want to stay civilized, please. Have you seen some of the videos coming out of Russia? We don't need those antics here.
About vodka. Stolichная is not Russian vodka.
Made
It's
in
Latvian. Stolich, made in Riga, where I live.
Yes.
Just saying.
So what I do is I go to the local stores. I wear my I tend to wear a shirt or a T-shirt or something that has a Ukrainian theme on it, whether it says Putin Julio or whatever on it. And I go to the local stores that where there's a lot of Russians that shop there, and it's funny, because I know they grit their teeth, but this is Philadelphia, and yeah, they have to swallow it, and it's great. It's my way of getting my digs in, because we know here in Philadelphia that even though they lived here 30 years, a lot of them are still pro-Putin, but you're not going to see any Russian flags out or anything like that of that nature. No Z symbols. Yeah. Philadelphia is the first F around and find out city, and I'm proud of that. Oh, and then I get my wife to I'll text my wife, and then she calls me back to tell me what I need to get from the store. And of course, my ringtone is the Ukrainian national anthem, and I have the volume on full blast. So I have fun with it. Aisle 4, all of a sudden the Ukrainian national anthem is blaring, and everybody's like, what the hell? And yeah, they turn around and look and say, oh shit, oh well. It's not.
I think the problem is, George, I don't think the Russians know the Ukrainian national anthem.
Oh no, they know it. They know it. Trust me, they know it. They know it. Trust me, they know it by now. They might have not known it before, but they know what it is now. Trust me. The ones living here, yeah, they know it. Remember, the ones living here, that's what kills me, is they live in the West. They love our stores, our high-end boutique stores and all that stuff. Yet they trash the West. And I'm like, you live here. If it's that bad, why don't you go back to Russia? Seriously. And of course, that's not going to happen, because they know the real truth. You see, they left that shithole, 30 years ago, 25 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago. They used to live in a building with 12 stories, and there's 4 outhouses because the plumbing hasn't worked since 1994 when it went down, because no one's going to fix it. So, here they have a house with 2 or 3 bathrooms. So obviously,
look. I'm sorry, because I'll be going off soon. But the things that you said just reminded me one little thing. Do you guys know about the New Russians? No, man, you know what a New Russian means, right?
What's a New Russian? Do you mean like Nouveau Riche, or what do you mean by New Russian?
Yes, exactly. The guys from the 90s. That's the thing. When the Soviet Union collapsed, the only guys who had money, who bought all, they manipulated the privatization market, they bought up the vouchers, bought up businesses, got very, very rich, were the criminals. All criminals are from the army. And they have no taste at all. The thing is, I've spoken to such people, the idea of, I went to their house, and it's suburbs of Riga. Suburbs of Riga, and, there are normal people houses, standard tiny little ones. And then in the middle of this fucking suburb, there is a 3-story house in Art Nouveau style with fucking lions, gold-plated lions, and marble lions just painted gold in front of the gate. And you're sitting in the shittiest suburb of Riga because you wanted your house to look nice. It's we make jokes about this stuff. And this happened here because, again, when the privatization happened and the Russian military had to leave, it happened at the same time, and these guys understood that, the Soviet army, they have to go away, but they had contacts, they had power, and they could sell guns to organized crime. So they sold guns to organized crime, got cash, and used the cash to basically, buy up the privatization vouchers which the government gave to us, and acquired a lot of property. They didn't acquire culture, though. That's the thing. Because, well, I grew up in the 90s, and my mom's salary at one point was, in modern terms, about 25 euros per month. And we lived off of that. I come from a very poor family, because 90s were shithole to us. And these guys at that point were driving their luxury cars. They managed to just smuggle shit. This is why we have this issue. But again, that did not change their cultural levels or the ability for them to actually think. Because again, you live in a shitty suburb in Riga, and you have like this gold-plated lion in your house.
I can tell you my favorite joke.
Talking about which, like I'm sitting here because I'm in a park, literally a white fucking limo full of exactly the type of Russians just plopped in, and they started speaking, and they told me to just go away.
Perfect. So hear me out on the 3 steps. My absolutely favorite joke of all time. One of these new Russians, right? That not really used to driving, has a chauffeur, right? Has a chauffeur that takes him everywhere. And then one day he's like, I have a big business meeting with big foreign partners, and I need to feel like really good about myself, really strong, really in control. So he says, I'm gonna drive myself. One morning I'm gonna drive myself. So he drives his black S-Class Mercedes, and his secretary is a little bit nervous because she knows that he doesn't really drive. He doesn't really drive so often, and Moscow traffic, rush hour, early in the morning. This isn't gonna go well. So she goes to work early just so that she's there, just in case anything happens, and she listens to the radio, and she calls him on his brand new mobile phone, the big brick mobile phone in his car, and says, "Sir, be really careful. Be really careful. Somebody on the radio is saying that there's some idiot on the motorway who's driving in the wrong direction." What do you mean one? Everybody's driving in the wrong direction.
That's a good one. The best one I know is from a similar direction. Like one of these new Russians goes to another and says, "Hey, look at my new tie. It's like diamond encrusted and made by Gucci. I bought it for $5,000." And the other guy looks at him and says, "Dude, you've been scammed. They sell those
You could
for
have gone across the
10,000."
street. You could have paid 10,000. Yeah.
And then
I
there's
know the
another
same
one.
for champagne.
There's another one which is by the way excellent. Like a new Russian goes to his friend and shows them their new drums, and he's like, "Look, I went to a music store, and they told that the Stradivari made this drum set. They sold it to me for $10,000." And one of the intellectuals says, "Dude, you have been swindled, man. Stradivari made violins, not drums. Go back." So this Russian guy grabs a few cars, all his bratva, all the crime things, goes in, and comes out very happy and says, "You know what? You're wrong. You're wrong, intellectual scumbag. For normal people, Stradivari made violins, but for proper guys like us, the guy told me he made drums."
That's tremendous.
It's. I mean, look. Like I said, I'm really thankful for you guys having me on, because you have like serious military experts, and then you talk about Merkava tanks, and I can do that discussion as well. Don't get me wrong, but I'd rather bring some joy and entertainment as well, because finally you can understand the Soviet comedy and how it is like to live in these areas, and I hope that I'm being useful in that part. I would like to have a discussion about Merkava tanks with Spartan at some point, though. I think I'm going to invite him on my show to be an expert, but that's for a different time.
Spartan.
So just I did some quick googling. I'm not versed in the politics. I thought Cyprus was essentially under control of Turkey 100%, but
No, only like
yeah,
a quarter.
so I did educate myself. But Christophs, I hope you
Cyprus
found
is
your
under
drone,
control
buddy.
of cats. No, I did. Look, dude, I didn't. It fell into a lake. I still,
It did.
gonna work hard.
Well,
It
do you want me
ended
to
up
send
in
you
a
some scuba
fucking
gear?
lake.
You need some scuba gear?
Dude,
'Cause I got spare.
My best friend is a Latvian Bear Grylls. That's the good thing. I really want to learn from him. He's the guy who takes people mountain climbing, and he trains our military to do diving things. And my dream is to do the driving test so I can actually do the scuba gear stuff. Yes. But if you do scuba gear, man, I have no excuses. I just have to get into that stuff.
It's a lot of fun once you do. I just don't know what kind of lake you got into, but best of luck in recovering your drone. But Doman, thanks again for having me. And I appreciate you tolerating my comments there. And then just to build on yesterday's conversation, I'm going to award you another participation medal, just like the Minister of Defense. And if I can, I'll give you another one tomorrow.
I won the one for great awareness in geopolitics. That's
I come here to learn about geopolitics. Okay, I'm not. I like to learn, and I'm not the. I'm no expert by any means, but it's a great learning space, and I appreciate it.
But Spartan, seriously, please do contact me because I do want someone with experience in the military to come on and talk about practices of the Russian military. Because I have a bunch of people who are like conscripts there who are telling me about how things are done in Russian military, and I need someone from the military who could, Western military, who could like come on my show and maybe we can talk about how this differs from standard NATO practices. Like, for example, in one regiment, the guy told me that they hadn't even shot a gun for 2 years and that, all they got was like 6 bullets that they shot at one point, and they were not allowed to hit the targets because the targets, like the spare ones, had been like sold off. So if you hit the targets, you have to change them, but they didn't have anything to change them for. So they were like given very few bullets and not allowed to hit even the shooting targets. It's a mess. But look, I lack the military acumen and the knowledge. Well, I'm a journalist, not a military person, but I'd be very glad to have you on my show as well at some point.
Well, if you ever find yourself in Houston, you're more than welcome to come and shoot my guns, and I could show you a thing or two. And you're allowed to hit targets here, by the way.
Oh well, the thing about Houston is that I've been to Texas once, and about Houston, dude, this is a story I must tell you because you're from Houston. Houston has an MLS team called Houston Dynamos, right?
Yep.
I have fans from there. Their color, like Dynamo, used to be like they renamed the team because of rebranding. Dynamo used to be the name of the KGB funded teams. Why the hell a team from Texas, Houston, would pick a name associated with the KGB of all things? But you pick Dynamos, I don't know why. And then some of your fans of the MLS team sent me your gear. And the fucking scarf, which I, by the way, gave as a gift to our new president, as he's our prime minister, is orange and black. And it looks like the St. George's thing, like the thing that pro-Russians and Putinoids just put all over the place. You pick the name Dynamo, which is KGB, and then you
it
make
isn't
the colors
just.
orange and black.
It isn't just okay. So that's bad, right? But remember that there's also like Dinamo Zagreb, right? And Dinamo Zagreb wasn't.
Yeah,
a
but
KGB one.
that was still tied to the thing because it was named after that. All the Dynamo teams in the Soviet Union were funded by the KGB. Dynamo was the KGB name. CSKA or ASK were army
was the
ones.
army,
and Spartak was the political party ones. So and their color scheme, I could not wear the Houston Dynamo scarf anywhere because it's like black and orange, and it looks like the St. George's thing, totally Zed. What the hell? If I can get into touch with the guys in Houston Dynamo team, because I'm a huge football fan, well, soccer for you Americans, you need to do a bit of rebranding, man. At least shift over from the scarves and the orange and black that looks exactly like pro Putin's St. George's things.
I don't have any context. I used to live right by the stadium, but I used to be actually a supporter of the amateur hockey league here, the Houston Aeros. So I don't know why they picked Dynamo. But just if you are in Houston, for $20 you can go to the Dynamo game and to get 2 beers. So it's a pretty cheap entertainment. But yeah, it's not. I actually do enjoy football or soccer as we call it here in the U.S. But I'm originally from Michigan.
Yeah, look, dude, I'm sorry, but when you said you were from Houston, I just had to share the story because
I live in Houston. I've been here for 10 years.
Yeah, it's just that I had this thing, and I actually had like a bunch of. That's the weirdest part from the United States. Out of all of our listeners, most of them come from Texas. Then the next part is Washington, where Seattle is. And then I did a stupid thing. At one point, I found out that because I looked at my Acast downloads, and I found out that, oh, look, Langley. What is this Langley, Virginia? 3,000 downloads per week. Nice. So I made a shout out for them. The dumb person that I was, I only later found out that, that's a bit weird. But hello, Langley. You're probably listening to this space as well. Have fun, guys.
Yeah, be careful of those guys. They might show you a good time, but they're after something.
Absolutely. I just wonder, now that so many people have listed themselves with as living in Langley, the naval squad, then it kind of makes sense that maybe that has populated to other bits of their phones. They're looking like they're in Langley, but they're not actually. Who knows? Yeah. Anyway, the Merkava story is getting actually serious legs, and there's ever more writing about that going on. I do really wonder where they're going to end up. Whether they're going to be in David's favorite place, that is to say, Cyprus, because I know David has the best stories from Cyprus, or there'll be some little bit further north. Maybe even in Sparta. Who knows? Maybe even in Sparta.
Slava Ukraini. We'll see you guys
Good
next time.
Slava.
Thank you again.
Good Slava.
Cheers, Spartan. Now, speaking of Ukraine, speaking of Ukrainians, Putin made a very interesting address. It was yesterday he was saying this. He said that he has lots of Jewish friends since childhood, and that Zelensky is a disappointment for all of them and a shame for all his Jewish friends. What he's not realized is that the other people have way more Jewish friends. Some are even Jewish themselves, and they've been going to bat for Zelensky all day today. And I think, however many friends Putin claims that he has, there's one way that friendship really gets to be well expressed, and that is in the shape of medical tanks. So I hope he says a few more of these during the course of the next couple of days, and then hopefully that they won't do any of this Ringtausch and just send Merkava straight to Ukraine instead.
Yeah, but Domin, look at this. Putin has finally caught up on the things that we said like a year ago. Like, he's finally got that the rest of the planet is associating Nazism with anti-Semitism, and he's finally got the message. It only took him like 400 and something days to do that, over a year, because we both know that for Russia, calling someone a Nazi does not mean being anti-Jewish. It means,
against
totally
the
different
Kremlin.
things.
It means being against
Exactly.
the Kremlin. It's like before the Second World War, they were using the adjective white, and they were fighting the white Poles, and then they were fighting the white Finns, and everybody whom the Bolsheviks were fighting was white up until 1941, and then it switched to fascists and Nazis. All it means is anybody who stands up against them, literally anybody who stands up against them. None of this. There's no burdensome details about the actual ideology or burdensome details about the actual content. Yeah, it's all other stuff.
That's the weird part. Like,
funny thing, Christian.
Sorry, go on. Yeah.
It just, I think this did just, no, this is from September. Back in September, the Jerusalem Post put Zelensky on the cover of 50 most influential Jews, our brightest stars, it said. So I think Putin might be kind of in the minority there in his claim.
Oh well, makes total sense. I mean, see, that's the thing. I am also technically a Jew, but only technically because my grandma's had to hide their both. My grandma's a Jew. The thing is, they had to hide their Jewishness due to Stalin's oppression and everything. And yeah, that was weird. Like, and then someone telling you that
they're having people with armbands out there similar to those Nazi ones, like these National Bolshevik ones with the grenade and the lightning. Yeah, it's so weird. And then they claim we're defending against Nazis. Stupidity.
No, indeed, and it's always a perennial level of ridiculousness that only really Russia can sink to. But you know, either way, it is how it is, and they're not going to be changing ever, really, and especially not in the short run. I think I spent like 3 hours over the course of many months trying to explain that whole thing to people, because there's still an assumption that words mean the same thing regardless of where you go.
Look,
but it's just a replacement for white.
This is the thing. This is the thing, because back in the Soviet era, which I've been trying to explain in my show, in the Soviet era, if you read Soviet newspapers, everyone knew everything that was said in them was propaganda and bullshit. And I've gotten people who have like come on to my show and said, "Well, why do you criticize Soviets so much? Look, the Pravda and Brezhnev's era says you all live happily." And I'm like, "The fuck is wrong with you?" But the trick with the Soviet newspapers was you did not buy them and read them for what they said. You bought them and read them for what they did not say. Reading among the lines and understanding what they did not say, that was the important part. That is a skill that every post-Soviet person has, I think.
I don't agree. I think that skill has significantly diminished in Russia. Because I think that Russia actually figured out how to run domestic-facing propaganda a lot better than the Soviet Union did. And I think there's actually a big difference between then and now. Because the Soviet domestic propaganda was too simple. It was very straightforward. It just said, we, the communist Soviets, were the best. Everybody else is the worst. Easy. And of course, it was very easy to disbelieve it because it just clashed too much against the most trivial possible imaginable facts, right? And so when you could get some genes off of someone, or you could get some you could get a Western music album somehow, it just was better. So it didn't gel with it.
Dude, Western music album. I want to say this one.
On X-rays, yes.
Yeah. That was a great thing.
Yeah.
I literally touched them. It was like amazing. But all this thing, that is diminished in Russia, and that's the big issue. See, Russians view the collapse of the Soviet Union as only an economical stuff. They only view it through economic terms. They do not realize that for every other nation that was in the Soviet Union, it was suffering and it was downplaying the destruction of our culture. Like I might make stupid jokes here and talk about Houston Dynamo and whatever. Underneath that stuff is the really dark things that happened. This is my way of coping with this mechanism, and the Russians only view the collapse of the Soviet Union as an economical perspective. They do not understand that everyone else who wasn't Russian in the USSR was a second-rate citizen. They don't see this.
There's the economical, but there was more than the economical. There's also the concept of the empire. There's also the concept of the greatness of Russia. The greatness of Russia diminished because the swath on the map that was all the same color is now smaller than it was before. It's still huge, but it's smaller, and that there's a non-economic perspective to it as well. But wait, there's an important point I was trying to make, which is the domestic-facing propaganda since the collapse of the Soviet Union, and especially since maybe about 2005, 2006, it started off, and then stronger after about 2009, 2010. After Russians already had their fill of an experience of the West through the internet, through videos, films, music, whatever, right? This is where the now far more exposed to Western culture, they started doing a lot more subtly. They didn't just say everything in the West is just the worst. They started picking out little bits and pieces and overanalyzing those. They said, aha, look at that such and such person. Look at this. Look at how awful this particular thing is, and then blow it massively out of proportion.
Well,
So instead of going really in a totality, which is what communist propaganda was, right? They said all of our stuff is the best, all of their stuff is the worst. Communism good, everything else bad. That kind of balance, right? That's what was always being struck and was completely out of any balance. What they've been doing the last few decades, the last 15, 20 years, is a lot more subtle, and it's a lot more based in what Russians' experiences of the West already are, and therefore it works a lot better. So I think that, when you said every post-Soviet person knows about how to read truth from lie, I think that applies much more so outside of Russia than within Russia. There are some within Russia, but there are many, many fewer, and this is why there is this level of support for the Russian invasion of Ukraine that otherwise just wouldn't be there. This is why the Soviet war in Afghanistan was a flop, but this is, for them, from a propaganda perspective, a success.
And yeah, this by the way hurts me the most, because I'm a journalist in Latvia, and I try to work. Like I've been to Ukraine. I'm trying to work with the Russian opposition journalists, and they just don't work with me at all. They just look down on me all the time, and I don't even know what I need to do. Like I was directly quoted by MSNBC at one point. Like what? There's the thing. You can do whatever. You can do anything. You can achieve anything. You can get to the insanest heights. And look, getting even up here where I can join MriyaReport and the speaker button and be accepted all the time. That's a huge achievement, to be honest. You have to do something to earn it. And they just don't care about any of this because, oh look, he's not from New York Times, not the stereotypical guy. Just don't care about that stuff. It's just, you can't change their minds. It's like they're stuck in this mentality in a way. And this is the thing that we've been trying to do here in Latvia and in Baltic states in general, because this is the post-Soviet mentality, and the victimhood and the glorifying of the West as well. Because that's another thing. From my trips to Ukraine, that's the biggest issue I have with Ukrainians, is the fact that they also think that joining the EU will miraculously, instantly make them better, but it won't. It'll remove the corruption in the system. That's it. But
it's a step. It's a necessary step.
It's a step. It's a step. Yeah, but
it's the development from within. But it's not about the joining these steps. It's about all of the steps that need to be made in order to be able to join. Right, all of those hard steps. That is what sets you up for a better future, because it sets you up for one where those Soviet assumptions can no longer hold. And like various EU officials said, Ukraine already made a massive difference. Ukraine already made massive advancements over the last 8 or 9 years, even during being partially occupied and fighting this war, in fighting against the full-scale invasion the last year.
Look, I didn't mean anything bad.
No. I know what you meant, but what you're focusing on is that transition, right? Because you're focusing on the switch from not EU member to becoming EU member. But it's all about that process of joining ahead of that really makes the big difference.
Yeah, but it's also a cultural thing, because that's one thing that really kind of struck me as odd. Because I mean, if Ukrainians are listening to this, that was a bit weird. Since if you go and order a pizza or a hamburger in a craft burger place or a fancy pizza place, what they will do is that they will bring you a pizza or a hamburger with latex gloves. You're supposed to put on latex gloves to eat your pizza or hamburger. Because some Western rapper did this once, and then they decided it was cool. And what I'm saying is that West does not work that way. I'm glad to be finally able to call myself part of this whole European Union, but it's the sausage thing again. No, we do not use latex gloves for pizza. It's a bit too much, And I think, you have to find a balance. They're very enthusiastic. They're very, happy to be a part of this community. They're overdoing this a bit in the cultural sense on the ground level. Not Zelensky, not those things. We must support them in the war, but they're still in this thing where they're selling, advertising companies are selling Euro, Euro fix up your home. Everything Euro is just better. It's actually not. That's the thing. European Union is great, and I'm very pro EU. But if you listen to everything and do everything Brussels says, you should not do that. Just saying. But all in all, I don't know. Dealing like the biggest issue here is not about the political names or anything. It's about your actual liberties, your actual chances of doing something in life, your actual opportunities in life. For example, a kid growing up in Mariupol today, what does he have? He's a ruined city. He's a fucking victim of war. And what do I have? Like I came from nothing and I built my own show from nothing. And I'm glad that I'm the EU and that's granted me so many opportunities. And what I think is that the world would just benefit if we would just give more opportunities to people in general. And that's what this war is about. This is a war about the culture of the oppressor, the culture of the top down thing, the culture of like only the privileged ones have options. And on the other side, they think the Russian Z guys, the pro-war guys, they think the West is all about, enforcing, destroying traditional values, destroying families, all this stuff. No, no, no. What the West is really about, to my mind, is the fact that I was born in the Soviet Union. I'm 33 years old right now. And I can come on to MriyaReport and talk about my opinions about the war and someone's going to listen. And I did this through my own work. This is what the West is all about. West is all about the fact that you are given a fair chance, and if you are good at your work, you can achieve something. And it doesn't matter if your parent or grandparent is from the oligarch family or something like that. Western values are not about this whole, I don't know, weirdness. Or like how they like to put it, oh no, if you are not all this, like they try to portray the extremes of it as something important. What's important is that yes, a poor kid can grow up in a shit family and he can, rise up and write for Foreign Policy magazine and be up here with you guys and talk his opinion. This is what it's all about. We give equal opportunities and equal chances to everyone. And that, I think, is what matters, and that is why, this is what we're fighting for. And sorry for this emotional speech, but it really touched me in a way. So sorry for being a bit lame here on the microphone.
No worries. I appreciate it because I know where it's coming from. Not just what it is, but why it is. It's a big change, isn't it? And just like Latvia saw absolutely massive changes since, let's say, 20 years ago. Ukraine will still be undergoing those, but if anything, at an even more accelerated pace in a time of post-war recovery as well, right? Recovery and reconstruction, and that's not going to be a trivial thing at all. It will be something completely different from what everybody else went through, pretty much. And it's the hardest fought true independence from the Soviet Union, right? Where the Soviet Union isn't just a state, but also a little bit of a state of society. And fighting out of that, for some it was easier, for some it was harder. For the Czechs, who were only under occupation and the more distant occupation for about 45 years, it was easier. There was still a very clear societal memory. They were also farther away this whole time. And it took a little while, but it was easier than, say, for Latvia. And for Latvia, it was easier than for Ukraine. And Ukraine now has the combination of that, plus being unlucky enough that the 2008 Bucharest summit was such a strategic flop the way it was. And now, 15 years later, the thing that has to be prevented is for the Vilnius summit to be likewise. That's absolutely the worst thing that can be done now. What is this? 3 weeks from now, 3.5 weeks from now, when the Vilnius summit begins. The absolutely worst thing that can possibly be done is just doing the same thing again. Just saying, yeah, done yet. To Ukrainians.
Is the thing. This Donyet is. This sounds stupid to you, but if you've ever dated a Russian girl, you'll know me. Like, you ask them, do you want some tea? Do you want like sugar in it? And they say, Donyet. It's like yes, no, at the same sentence. And if you know, then you know exactly what to do. Of course, she wants sugar. She wants 2 pieces, but this whole meandering thing, it's like, I don't know, I'm a Stoic personally. I come from a philosophical background. My degrees are in history and philosophy. And for one, I come from a Stoic background, therefore when I make a decision, I focus on it, Make your words mean something. Do not spend air on saying meaningless stuff. And that is sometimes difficult for me to understand when our politicians do not show the proper support. I'm very glad that at least my country, Latvia, has been showing enough support, I think, and we're doing our best. Because, to be honest, if Russia would want to invade Latvia at this point, we would have no tanks and nothing to defend ourselves with, because we've sent it all to Ukraine. But I'm glad that we did, because this is what must be done. It is honorable. And again, this is the thing, because we feel Ukrainians as though we are the same people. This is another post-Soviet legacy. Because my dad told me, my late dad, he died last month. He told me the thing that, when he was in the opera orchestra, he went to Georgia, another country that's been ravaged by war, and like 20% of it has been annexed by Russia. And he said to me that in the Soviet era, if you went to those countries, you could go into a bar and say, well, fuck the damn Russians, and then they would understand. And like, I have nothing common culturally with the people from the Caucasus, from the Georgians, with Ukrainians as well, because I'm not Slavic. We're Baltic, and we're very different, but they still are our brothers. And it is what it is. And like I wrote once, I think it was this the thing that guys in our National Guard told me that there is going to be a war. We don't know where they're going to attack, but there's going to be a war. And for us, yeah, look, if it wasn't for Ukraine and it wasn't for like us going to NATO, might have been us as well. So at least I can 100% assure you that in the Baltics, it's not a war that's happening somewhere far away. It's a war that's our war as well. Because I'm pretty sure that if Russia would invade Latvia, Ukrainians would also come for our aid. So we must help them as well. Matter of honor, and honor matters a lot in the parts of the world where our traditional saying is, "May your winters be short and may your winters be short and merciful." We have this cold obsession. This is the thing. This is why this is what I want to deliver to the West. This emotional message. Like, we can talk about Merkava tanks and facts and all these things, but you get lost in the numbers. You forget that these are real human beings that we're talking about, people that I've seen, that I've spoken to, who are dead now. Real suffering, real pain. It's not something foreign to me. And the importance of this space and everything is the fact that we must every day remind people this is real suffering and real damage, and that we must do something about it. We must try our best, because this is my duty as a Latvian, as a Christian, as a good human being in general, to stop this insanity, to make sure that the good guys actually win. Oh, sorry for being emotional again. I'm just, you should have gotten some trigger warnings here. But yeah, it is what it is. Well, we will endure. Ukrainians will endure. That's all that I can add to this.
Thank you, Kristaps. Marcus, how about we do a little bit of news roundup?
Yes, I can bring you a boom immediately, because there has been a boom in, oh, hello, I've lost it now, Makivka, I believe. Was that the one I sent you?
Yeah, that exists.
Makivka, yes, in the Donetsk region. There appears to have been a large boom earlier. Now, we don't know exactly what it is, but it was a large explosion of some kind, a great big cloud going up into the air. And some people are saying it might have been the location where they were firing from earlier, towards the Kherson direction. So
Surely not Kherson, not from Makivka.
Oh, well, maybe not in that maybe not Kherson then, maybe a different direction. Wherever it was, they were shelling recently from that direction.
Maybe at Avdiivka? That would make sense. That would make much more sense than if they could reach from Avdiivka to Kherson, Ukraine would be in trouble. I'll put it that way. If the artillery the Russians have could go that far, Ukraine would be in real trouble. No, definitely not. Far too far away. No, there's a few, few other bits and pieces as well that are going around a little bit, which range from anywhere from Ukrainians doing a little bit of raiding across the Dnipro at whatever state it is, near the level of the dam, either just above where the dam is or was, or just below where the dam is or was. And whether those are just very temporary things or more permanent things, who knows? Speaking of the Dnipro, the Russians are still very much shelling across the Dnipro, the various evacuation efforts in and around the city of Kherson. Rich from Frontline Kitchen, he's again reported an absolutely awful bit of news again being shelled while on the river in this case, which I think is completely unconscionable, of course. But then again, it is Russians, so in a sense, it almost makes sense. There's also a report from the Russian MOD. Well, sorry, it's from the Ukrainian MOD, but they say that they have intercepted instructions or some such of the Russian MOD, whereby the command of the occupiers, the Russian MOD, has established a new procedure for the treatment of wounded Russian servicemen, whereby only officers are subject to evacuation to the Russian Federation, and no one else is, which I think isn't actually news. I think that that's already the state of affairs and has been for a long time. It's just that this is formalizing the existing state of affairs rather than anything else. Of course, the big chatter of today around the Merkava tanks, whether or maybe not the Dutch and the Danes are the ones responsible for the procurement of Merkava tanks from Israel, and then their onward placement, let's say. It's not entirely clear whether that's the case yet or not. The St. Petersburg Economic Forum is continuing. Would you like some news from the St. Petersburg Economic Forum?
Ooh, there's some fabulous highlights.
Well, I've got one, which is Karin Kneißl, former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Austria, is at St. Petersburg Economic Forum. And apparently yesterday, she was complaining that Austria had betrayed Russia, and that she considers herself a kind of collateral damage in this case. She lives in Lebanon, but now she says that she's thinking of moving to Russia, and she says she's now learning Russian. She also said that a growing number of people in the West want to move to Russia as a consequence of a question of values, that they don't agree, that their everyday life is determined by, quote, certain kinds of minorities. Guess what that is. And she also said that there's also an old tradition of migration flows from Europe to Russia, which could now be revitalized. She knows that she doesn't live in the Middle East herself because she chose it that way. And however, she was able to move there the most easily when she was, quote, thrown out of the European Union last year. And she described herself as a political refugee. She will now be heading a Russian think tank that will be defining Kremlin's policy in the Middle East, and it will be given the name of Gorky. Named clearly after Maxim Gorky, but also going to be an acronym for the Geopolitical Observatory for Russian Key Issues. So yeah, sorry.
It's got a great name, but it means nothing, does it really?
Pretty much. So she is, of course, the former foreign minister of Austria, of the FPÖ, the far right party in Austria. And when she was foreign minister, she got married in Austria. I forget exactly where. I think Gamlitz, maybe Gamlitz, CIH, somewhere around there. And she invited Putin to her wedding. So Putin came to Austria not on a state visit, but on a private visit to attend her wedding in a quaint little Austrian village. And there's, of course, very famous pictures of her curtsying in front of him and dancing with Putin at her wedding. This is only about 5 years ago. So yeah. Now this is, of course, taking the world as something of a storm. But what I think people are missing in this is that she's only really diversifying her options here. Seeing that not that long ago, in May this year, she tweeted, in Lebanon, it's tough. It's a bit of a daily struggle, both with the water supply and electricity supply. There's strikes all the time. But despite all of those problems, I am almost relieved to be in Lebanon. Everything is much more normal, freer, and also safer than in Austria. Crazy. Europe is becoming the continent of emigration again. It's almost as it almost always was. Which is very funny because, despite everything, other than being absolutely packed full of tankies, Austria's kind of a nice place to be, frankly. On the whole, that's not too different, not too complicated at all. And it's one of the places where it's quite easy to live in. That's why it's so full of people from all sorts of places.
Yeah, I don't know. I've not met that many people who, want to move to Russia that readily, to be honest. I've checked with my family. They're not keen. So I don't know who she's talking to there. Sorry, I just had to answer some messages, like you do.
Absolutely, and we'll get a Texan up momentarily. And David's ignoring me.
David does that regularly. I was co-host with him last night, and he ignored me about 3 times. I was like, "Oi, I'm gonna, get a stick and poke him with it."
How long a stay do you need?
I don't know, actually. I'm not exactly sure where in the country he is, but probably quite long.
Just assume it's Wales. Yeah. Armadillo fella, morning.
Good morning. How are you guys doing today?
We're well, Armadillo. How are you?
Pretty well, pretty well. I was just looking through, and I was doing a bit of math. And would you guys like me to share the math that I that was adding up certain numbers? So
yeah, absolutely.
so what I realized is that based on the Russian losses reported this morning by the armed forces of Ukraine, the Russian losses today, if you add up the number of APV, various vehicles and fuel tanks, artillery, UAV, MLRS, one helicopter, and special equipment, I believe you get a number at I believe you get right at 100 losses, if I did the math right. I need to double check it though, because I was running through, I was doing it in my head. I probably shouldn't do that. That's a dangerous thing. But I'm gonna run through it again here. Maybe when I stop talking, I'll double check it. But it's a number either at or just over 100. And I was thinking to myself, could you imagine? I asked myself this question: could I imagine a day where the United States of America lost 100 type of just various types of equipment?
So I just added everything that's not personnel together.
Yep.
And it's 119
Okay.
new ones today. So
I didn't count the cruise.
I don't know.
I didn't count the cruise missiles, but
Then it's 107.
okay.
So you didn't count the UAVs either. Then it's 100.
Okay. Maybe that's what it was.
So tanks, armored vehicles, artillery systems, MRLs, helicopter, trucks, and special equipment together make 100. Yes.
Can you just imagine a Western? I mean, like, Germany or France or Britain or the United States of America, any of these countries losing 100 military assets like that in a single day? What a massive embarrassment that would be. There would be weeping and gnashing of teeth. There would be massive protest in the streets. The news media would be having, I mean, I can't imagine the Western media, how it would react to that. I mean, Russia is failing. Russia is losing. And if anyone is not clear on that point, have them come speak with me or about 100 other people who visit this space, or hundreds of other people who visit this space, perhaps. It's just, anybody wondering whether or not the counteroffensive is going along well, let me reassure them it's going along well. Now, what I haven't heard, and maybe you guys could recap, because I know I have very long work days, and it's been a very busy week. We've had a lot of uh, my wife works for a church, and we have this past week was something they call Vacation Bible Camp, where the kids come do special things and work on some service projects and do some fun things. And anyway, so it's been a very busy week for us, so I haven't been as tuned in to the news. How many villages and settlements and small towns have been liberated? Do we have a growing list at all? Maybe a few more from the last I heard was like 7 or 8. I don't know. Do you guys have
Yeah, we're
info?
still pretty much at 7 or 8. I can give you a list real quick in the south of Ukraine thus far. Lobkova, that's one. What's here? Nothing really. Okay. Sorry about that. Lobkova, Levadne, Novodarivka, that's 3. Neskučne, Storoževe, Blahodatne, Makarivka, that's 7. And I think we have one more somewhere around here. Do we have one more here? No, I think that's it. I think that's the 7 still.
Yeah. Yeah, that's great. And I think as I haven't looked at the weather recently. Hopefully we're on another drying trend with not much rain in the forecast, because I believe that tends to help the offensive actions quite a lot. So, hopefully we will see more results, more liberations, more Russian surrenders, more Russian retreats. Hopefully, I mean, that's what I'm forecasting for the summer. Warm weather, dry weather, Russian retreats, Russian surrenders, more equipment of Russia lost and destroyed, and more liberations of more territory. I'm excited.
It's only a question of a matter of time, and it's a question of how much and or rather how many Ukrainians have to suffer for it, and this is where equipping them with what the collective West can is the important thing, because the more they're equipped with, the better they're equipped, right, David? The better they're equipped, the less human suffering there is for Ukraine. And that's the one thing that really crucially matters. Let's minimize that. Let's maximize gains while minimizing, maximize liberated area while minimizing Ukrainian casualties. And that is really, really important. Armadillo?
Do we have do you guys have numbers or on the level? How is the level of the Dnipro dropping around Kherson? Are hopefully some of the houses and things that have been flooded, hopefully the water is continuing to recede. What do we know there?
It's dropped quite a lot already. Um, 2 days ago, it was already to less than 2 meters at the city of Kherson, and by now it will be quite a bit lower than that. But what you should remember, however, is that from some places it's just not going to drain very well, because imagine it like this. Imagine like a dike or levee between the river and something on the other side of the river, right? And then the water goes higher than the level of the levee. The other side of the levee floods as well. But then when the water drops, the water the other side of the levee still stays there, right? So imagine that, but on lots of localized little areas. So this is where I'm saying there's a lot of areas that just aren't going to dry out until everything evaporates away, because the water, the soil underneath is waterlogged, doesn't have anywhere to go. And it can't return back into the river because, physics.
Maybe they'll be able to get some pumps here and there to pump out some of that, but I'm sure it's a mess, because when
it is. And we had Alex on yesterday, Alex Varonin. I don't know, you probably couldn't listen to him. He was on literally like 23 and a half hours ago, so just a bit later than this time yesterday. And he runs one of the NGOs, and they're doing a lot of evacuation. They've been doing evacuations this whole time in all manner of conditions. And he got to Kherson like the same day as the dam was bombed. He was already in Kherson that same afternoon. And he's been saying, like, it's ridiculous. There's houses that, like, the ground floor of a house is just mud. The whole ground floor is just chock full of mud. Not like there's some mud on the floor. No, but like it's several feet deep, or maybe even up to the ceiling, or almost up to the ceiling. It's just full of mud, because the river, when the dam opened, the reservoir behind it wasn't just water, right? It was decades. It was over 50 years of sedimentation in that reservoir. And when it moved, I'm not going to say all of it went with it, but a lot of the water went, a lot of the silt, a lot of the mud went with the water. And as it was rushing down the river valley, it was picking up more stuff as it went along. So, when it slams through a door or through windows and doors and ends up getting stopped by a wall, there's a lot of this that's going to start accumulating there, right? So, he says that there's going to be chunks of the city of Kherson that are going to be completely unlivable in, maybe for the rest of the year. And the critical thing is there's still all of the shelling going on. So, it's worthwhile undergoing shelling to conduct evacuations and actually save people's lives. It's not really worthwhile doing like reconstruction and stuff and cleaning things out while the shelling is going on, because it's really not worth the it's not really worth the it's not really worth the risk. Exactly, worth the risk. Sorry, I've been here for lots of hours. I'm running out of words. Luckily, in just over half an hour, Peter Duran is coming, and then he'll talk for a while, and I get to get some of my words back, and I get to listen to Peter tell us a great story. So I'm really looking forward to that in just over half an hour. But see, so this is going to be a real problem, and clean water supplies are a real problem, because what happens when there's floodwaters, right? the water underneath gets polluted. Even water that's in pipes gets messed up because there's seepage into the pipes. Pipes aren't watertight completely, right? There's a bit of leakage out and there's a bit of seepage in. And normally there's not much seepage in because there's not much water around them. But during a flood like this, and the soil around getting completely waterlogged, even if there's a water supply from somewhere else, that water isn't clean. And that's going to be a huge, Huronic effort that's going to have to happen here in order to, make these parts and these places really genuinely livable. So there you go. That's kind of just to provide extra context. Look out for the interview with Alex Armadillo. When we have that on Spotify, you definitely have to listen to that, and you'll get a really good context of exactly what they're dealing with. The guy's amazing, absolutely tremendous person. And not just him, the whole organization, of course, right? And he said he used to work as a skipper on yachts, on sailboats, across the Black Sea and the Mediterranean, a few other places as well for several years. And he never thought that this is ever going to be useful. But suddenly, they had to run boats, right? They had to get boats. They had to run many boats to run evacuations with. And he was like, guys, don't go near the edges of roads. You're going to get stuck on signs. You're going to get stuck on trees. These were several meters of floodwater. So much so that in some cases there was floods all the way up to 2 floors and a bit, right? So really deep floods in some places, and you could easily hit your boat onto a metal street sign that you don't see under the muddy water. So you have to be really careful with that as well. No, you hit your engine on that, your propeller's out. All sorts of problems. So he went really well into that, describing stuff really well. We had him for just over an hour, covered a lot of that. So you'll want to look out for that and listen when we get around to it.
Thank you. I'll look for that.
Thank you, Armadillo. It's really, really worthwhile, I think. Combat bin checking. Go ahead.
Hey, just to further Dillo's what do we call it? Take on the numbers in regards to people, taking to the streets if the US suffered those sort of losses and stuff. I'm from the New Zealand Army, and if the New Zealand Army suffered that sort of loss, you would have effectively wiped out the entire equipment of the New Zealand Armed Forces in a single day. We'd have a couple of 105 cannons left. And just for the personnel losses today, I think it was about 650. That would have been about 14% of our army, and today wasn't even a big day. So you're talking about Armadillo from your point of view. People would be taken to the streets. The New Zealand Army would be almost essentially completely wiped out just in a day's combat.
Yeah, that really says something, right? And I keep trying to contextualize like Russian artillery losses. There were days where Russia lost more artillery than Sweden has, or like including mortars, it'd be like 2 days. There were combinations of 2 consecutive days where the entirety of Swedish everything above a light mortar that's carried by a 2 or 3 man squad was taken out. No, that it really tremendous rates of loss in some of these days. And that's really important to understand just how large scale conventional war this is. Other than the 2 world wars, looking at say artillery shelling, nothing else really compares. And that's very often very underestimated.
And yet you see the fields and you can see just how many artillery shells have been thrown around. It's it just looks like like a dartboard that's been used for far too long.
Exactly, just pockmarked everywhere with craters, right? Again, a very very First World War kind of thing, if you think about it. I think that's the way to think about it, really.
I was quite pleased to see recently a video of one of these mine slinging vehicles being taken out. I think I've seen 2 separate videos of those in the last week or so, and I think those are really, really important to remove from the battlefield.
Certainly makes a difference. Yeah, certainly makes a difference. And these remote mining, because as time goes on and pushes go on further south, it will be ever more ever more difficult to do it. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, it also takes away capability that Russia can quickly seed some extra mines when in areas that have maybe been cleared or where it's not expected. So the less of those vehicles they have, the more they have to, the more trouble they're going to have defending their area with mines, basically.
Exactly, and you don't want that, especially because what the other thing it does is it can prevent a retreat, or it can limit a retreat as well, right? Imagine you get somewhere, then suddenly mines get launched over your head and they're behind you, and then you're kind of like, oh, it's not good, because you no longer have a way out clear. So that makes it more difficult.
In fact, I believe the Ukrainians have been teaching the Russians just how to do that, haven't they? There's been a number of areas which they've carefully backed out of, allowed the Russians in, and then closed the door for their escape.
Exactly, right. So, for example, when Russians were leaving Liman, they were basically either surrounded, or the roads that weren't occupied by Ukrainians yet, weren't retaken by Ukrainians yet, were full of these deployable mines. The difference being that Ukrainian mines, because they got them from the west, right? They have a timer, and after a few hours, maybe 2-3 days, depending on how you set it, they go off themselves. So they're not there permanently. Whereas the Russian ones just stay there. Most of the types just stay there forever, pretty much.
Yes, unless they're specifically removed. And that demining effort is going to go on for a very long time. Now, I'm just catching up with some Russian fires, because you know how it is. It keeps me happy throughout the day to see things on fire. And there was a refrigeration plant on fire last night in Udmurtia region. In the
You know what Udmurtia is famous for?
No.
The capital of Udmurtia is Ijevsk. Well, it's famous for 2 things. So one is the highest proportion of the population having orange hair. More than Ireland, Scotland, all that. I don't know why. Just fun fact, because everybody always forgets about that. It's a great pub quiz question. The other one is the capital city of Udmurtia is Ijevsk, and Ijevsk is where the AKs are made. The AK-47 and 74s are originally made. And the most famous person to come from Ijevsk, I think, is probably Andrei Kirilenko, who was a Russian basketball player like 2 decades ago. And Andrei Kirilenko's initials are AK, and he wore number 47. There you go. That's all of my fun facts in Udmurtia.
Well, thank you. We learn something new every day. So anyway, at this refrigeration plant, would you believe the roof was on fire? 12 containers with products were damaged, and according to reports, the cause was a malfunction of their equipment. It's something that, it's ceasing to surprise me these days now, that they're having so many problems with maintenance. That's the word. It seems that maintenance is generally superfluous to anything else, really, isn't it? It's a case of,
if it breaks, we'll find a workaround, and if that doesn't work, we'll forget about it and use something else. That seems to be the case. Much like with their artillery guns, that they don't seem to be replacing a lot of barrels. They, have been seen to be wheeling off broken artillery guns into like a gun graveyard and just sort of going and finding themselves a new one. So, all that artillery you can have all the tubes in the world, but if only a third of them work, that's saying something.
Then John?
Yeah, regarding refrigeration plant, guess what that has? I don't know if that's the right.
A refrigeration plant?
Yeah.
Cold bits and hot bits.
Because
that's how a heat pump
pressure.
works.
Very high pressure. or high pressure, and also to control this pressure and to to make it work and to regulate the operations, you have valves, and they are not people running around and turning valves by hand. It's position. Well, I shouldn't say position, but anyway, they electrically powered valves. And guess where they are not made? Because I've been in that business. I know they are not made in Russia. They are made mainly in Germany, actually. And I guess they can't get hold of them. So and they don't last forever. And when you try to fight the pressure in the wrong way, then bad things can happen, and it does happen. And also, it's got a lot of either ammonia or freon, which is not very healthy. So it's probably not a good place to be currently.
Yeah, well, if there's a big fire there, you definitely don't want to be anywhere near there. No. And I'm just going to have another look. Now, I can just see a big orange fireball. It appears to have happened at night. So I can't tell you what the smoke looked like, unfortunately. Either way, stuff went boom. I note that there is a little bit more information coming out that there are still special forces who are continuing to try and evacuate civilians from residential buildings on the left bank of the Dnipro. There was a video released yesterday as well of I can't remember what type of drone it was, but a particularly recently developed drone anyway, and it's supposed to be particularly deadly, and it was there being used to deliver food and supplies, and trying to assist people on the far bank because it's quite a bit faster than the other drones and is not as easy to be shot down. It's amazing what you have to adapt to, isn't it? Stephen, go ahead.
Good morning from the U.S. Wanted to just ask if anyone, I sent it to you mockers the other day, but if anyone saw the video of the Russian who appeared to be in his 20s being having a friend film himself throwing a grenade at at police headquarters in Russia. I just thought that was kind of interesting. He's the age of someone who would be mobilized, so I'm curious if he came back and just put a grenade in his pocket or what, but just found it interesting.
Yeah, I'm going to assume that grenades are not something you just usually find lying around. So he obviously went there with nefarious intent, didn't he? He obviously had some beef to be concerned about. Yeah.
And
I
even if
can't
you do,
imagine.
right? Even if you have one in your pocket, hypothetically, let's just say you're walking around with a grenade in your pocket, as one doesn't, but he might have. No, you don't like reach in your pocket and mistake it for like a used paper tissue or a Snickers wrapper and say, I don't need this anymore, and just chuck it over the fence of next to wherever you are, right? They do feel a bit different than any of those.
Yeah, his face was blurred in the video, but it takes some guts to videotape yourself doing that anywhere in the world.
That's the thing, though, isn't it? That these sort of underground actions have started to get a bit bolder, I think. I mean, the Molotov cocktails at night and what have you, that we've seen plenty of those, but I'm pretty sure that was broad daylight, guy running up, chucking in a grenade. I believe information was received that they were picked up, the two chaps, by the security services, but just the risk in the first place of being able to do that. And also, if they were picked up, how did that video get out? I don't know. Was it filmed live? Maybe.
Yeah, was it filmed by someone on like ground level next to him, or was it filmed by like a security
Yeah.
camera?
It was filmed by
No,
his
it's
friend, clearly.
a friend who's like running up with him.
Some friend, getting evidence on you.
Oh, they were in it together. They clearly walked past the police station, filming each other, and then see the guy pull out a grenade and throw it, and boom, and the video cuts.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't say that they were intelligent people, Doman. This is just reporting on the facts. Yeah, indeed, these sort of, I can't imagine that being staged. You don't, I don't know. I can't imagine that being staged for any reason. I get the feeling that some of these partisan videos are quite legit. I mean, you certainly can't stage the burning of a. Ow! Sorry, cat just bit me. You can't stage the burning of, what are they called? Signal boxes and things like that at railways. So, so some of these things are definitely happening for real. I do think those two chaps, though, were a bit silly to film themselves in that particular instance. But good fun times. Armed Dillo, go ahead.
I was just curious if we had any Bakhmut updates about the situation there.
Yes and no.
Okay,
Um,
I'm all ears.
so, Bakhmut updates are particularly cryptic. They have indeed moved up again further around the flanks. We hear that they've got a bit closer to Klishkivka, but Russians are transferring reserves into the area. Everything is still going, but slowly and systematically. So this is, it's kind of been, I think, the intention to draw reserves further into Bakhmut, and to, to get Russia into a position where they have to use those reserves to stop their advancement. Because once those reserves are gone, they've got nothing left in their pockets to, you know, throw into the battlefield. And at that point, they're literally pulling the police out of police departments, and that's going to go down like a big sack of lead, I reckon. Stephen.
Yeah, obviously we have to be suspect of everything coming out of Russia, but I'm tired of people thinking everything is a false flag when it just completely embarrasses the regime. It just doesn't make sense that unless it's a Russian that is against Putin, because he's just made a fool out of over and over again since he's technically the head of the military.
Well, for the guy in control, I mean, it seems to me he controls a certain segment of society, and then, you know, from there on down, there are other people that control other bits, and as long as they're doing their jobs, nobody looks at them too closely. And this sort of tiered system, you know, allows for an awful lot of corruption, and the very fact that they've got to the point where nothing can be done in their country without a massive heap of corruption sort of factored in. Yeah, it seems a bit of a sickness of the society to me. So I've got a cat purring in my ear and just bit me because I dared to tell him to go away because it's not food time yet. So if you can hear him purring, I apologise.
That's all right.
We have something which I'm going to have to send to Prince Heather because me and her enjoy these things. There is in St. Petersburg, although it's been noted as St. Peter's turd here, there is a sewage fountain which has been ongoing in the middle of a roadway, it seems, for 3 days. Just three days.
Don't pretend you're not jealous.
That's the shits.
Well,
You can say
it's
you can say Armadillo that it's definitely top shit. At least the ones that make it all the way to the top of the fountain.
Can we say only in Russia?
Yeah, probably. Probably.
Isn't it something to do with the pressure that they don't seem to be able to manage the pressure in the system? Because I don't know whether the system was just not built for the
Well,
pressure.
you know, then John just told you, right? It's the valves are made in Germany. So they don't have
Bingo!
stress.
You took the words right out of my mouth. Valves and pumping equipment for the sewage pumping stations. Right, spot on analysis, Thomas.
Yeah, there's that. Also, mockers, you see, if you just have an outhouse, this doesn't happen.
That's very true. Low tech would not cause a fountain, shall we say?
Perhaps all the theft of toilets from Ukraine being stolen and then brought to Russia caused some people to expand the sewage system sort of in a rogue manner and put additional strain. I mean, I'm just coming up with theories here, right? So one possible theory is the added number of stolen toilets caused people to, you know, do their own bit of extending the sewage system, thus adding additional strain to the sewage system for which it is not designed. And that combined with the lack of proper maintenance on the pumping stations, and then you get a shit fountain as a result.
No, I know what you mean, but it's actually kind of the opposite, right? It's just the absence, the utter and complete absence of maintenance, and that's how that happens. If you don't maintain it, if you don't work at it, If you don't inspect things, this is what happened. Hey, I don't know if you were around for this. I think it was too early for you, Armadillo, but Ming was telling us a couple of days ago that the Russian Civil Aviation Authority, so kind of like the FAA, right, in the US, they have a grand total of 2 inspectors. Two inspectors.
For the entire country?
Yes, for the entire country, which is a pretty big country. This is what happens when imagine how many sewage system inspectors they have. I'm gonna guess not many more. So yeah, I think we can leave it at that. You can imagine how many planes, especially the further away bits of Russia have to function, and how many planes 2 inspectors can inspect. It's not very many, is it? Charlie, morning.
Hey, good morning from Kansas City today. And as always, thanks you guys for doing this. Thinking about the counteroffensive, I was wondering about, there's obviously going to be an assessment of did they get enough done such that the West should keep supporting them or not, and what kinds of things would qualify as something that would validate doing, would be seen as a success. And it seems like one area that would be particularly, fun, or fun's not the right word, but helpful, would be if at some point, anywhere they crossed the 2014 lines, even by, a block or two. And I just don't have any sense. I'm curious what you think in terms of scenarios, kind of minimum scenarios that would qualify as a successful quote unquote counteroffensive in the eyes of the media. And if they were going to cross the 2014 lines anywhere in the Donbass, where do you think that might be?
Okay, there's a few thoughts here. I don't think they don't necessarily cross over the, let's say, pre-February 24th, 2022 lines at any point during the course of this counteroffensive. So I think they can make bigger gains elsewhere much more easily. They might. I don't think that this is. I think it's kind of a red herring to think about that necessarily. Now, my preference, frankly, would be forget Eastern Ukraine, try to drive into Crimea. That would be a lot more significant, I think, and probably more useful than trying to go into Eastern Ukraine, because it's also an easier fight later on in the year, and you can extend it further on, and actually you can gain more both practically as well as politically by doing that. It's also something that General Ben Hodge has been kind of hinting at, saying, look, if they can get a bit of Crimea, if they can take over a bit of Crimea, all of Crimea is under their fire control more or less, and Russia just doesn't have a leg to stand on then, and it makes it a lot easier to first secure that in the south, and then you have an easier time with the east of Ukraine rather than having to continue on basically 2 fronts. So from a strategic, from political perspective, it's probably best to go there if they can. If they can't, that's a different topic. Now, defensive lines on those old lines pre 24th February are a little bit tougher, probably, at least in many places. So it's a little bit more difficult to breach. The easiest option might be if when they manage to liberate Mariupol, drive east from there into that little strip of Russia that's south of a lot of Ukraine. Not all the way to Rostov, but just a bit, sort of to Taganrog and then north from there, which might actually be an easier way to go about that. The thing is, once Russia loses Crimea, fighting in the east of Ukraine might not be worth it for them anymore. So, but vice versa doesn't apply. So you get more value and probably an easier way off it if you manage to get a bit into Crimea, because then the rest of Crimea is easier to take. Hope that makes sense. Now, what needs to be done in order for this to be considered successful by the media? I don't know, but the media is not very smart necessarily about these things, because what matters is that it's considered successful by the Ukrainian General Staff, and that it's considered successful by those who might be, then willing to provide more equipment. And it's probably more to do about how it's done rather than what things are achieved in terms of both linear and square miles, if that makes sense, Charlie. Conduct might be more important, or process might be more important than actual linear and square miles in this case. The thing is, don't expect it to be quick. This is going to take many weeks, many months to really see how it all pans out. Right now, you can't see an awful lot. I keep likening it to, imagine you have like a 10 million pixel image, right? A 10 megapixel image, but you only get to see 2,000 of the pixels. That's kind of what you're seeing now, because the Ukrainians have cracked down on OPSEC so very well that they're not letting any information out. And the only information that you're seeing is really what Russians want you to see. That's why, today, yet again, Russians have published yet another set of angles of the same exact event from a week ago. And again, they found another one. And even Defense Secretary Austin was making fun of them a day or two ago in a press conference. I think after Ramstein, that press conference on Thursday, saying, they've shown us that same thing from so many angles now that there's no more Bradleys in existence. If that's how many they actually took out, because clearly they haven't, because they just keep showing the one event that they get to show over and over and over again, and that bodes well for Ukrainians, right? Because if Russians only have one thing to talk about, after it's still a week later, still talking about the one thing, that bodes really well for Ukraine.
Well, there's no other victories to claim, so yeah.
Can I just respond to that question in a second? Yeah, Zelensky seemed to define the counteroffensive success is win the war, basically. I mean, he said if this counteroffensive is successful, it will be clear we've won. Whether that means the war's over or not is another question. Russia can keep fighting as long as they want. But that's, I think, how he determines the success of this counteroffensive anyway.
Yeah, remember that he also has to take care of morale, both of troops and civilians, rather than being the one who who determines how the militaries run. That job's for Zelensky and his crew, and I think that's best left in their governance. All right, we're getting Peter for his Stories of Freedom up in a couple minutes, and I think we have just enough time to say very good morning to our friend Martin. Good morning, Martin.
Doman, good morning. Mockers, good morning, and good morning from here in sunny Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada, to everyone else in the world who's listening to Maria Report. Please retweet this site. Again, repeating what I've always said, the one indispensable source of ongoing accurate information about Russia's genocidal war of aggression. Let me just say Muscovy's genocidal war of aggression against Ukraine. It's a fight for all of us that is being waged by Ukraine to defend its freedom, independence, and sovereignty. I just wanted to point out, Doman, I don't know if you or Mockers mentioned this, but Jason J. Smart has retweeted something from a gentleman called Leonid Nevzlin, who I checked is an Israeli. I suppose he's probably Ukrainian or Russian living in Israel. And it's called We Must Act Now. And it says, it just begins by, it is time for us, the West, to concentrate on solving one question: how to rid the world of this monkey with a grenade, Putin, as quickly as and effectively as possible. Every day Ukrainians die, the best of the best, crime after crime, terrorist attack after terrorist attack. Impunity only fuels the terrorists. We are becoming hostages of this situation. Putin's goal is to impose his conditions on the West and to become the winner of this third world war. To prevent this happening, we must put an end to this monster so that neither Russia nor any other mafia dictatorships will have any recourse to try to make us, quote, take us by the balls and squeeze them at their own discretion. The moment of truth has already arrived. What we must do, and then there's a list of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 suggestions, ideas, proposals, beginning with 1, inflict an all-out defeat on Russia and Ukraine. 2, eliminate Putin and his entourage, perhaps physically, without any consideration for the possible consequences. The consequences will further rule
Martin,
Putin's mafia. Yeah,
if you can be so kind, can you forward that to me? Because I think it's a little bit much for me to process all at once, and I think I'll do a better job reading it rather than processing it all daily.
So you know what? After all these, after more than a year, I'm having trouble posting. You want me to post it to the Nest?
No, just DM it to me. You click the little arrow in the bottom right, and then it says send this direct message.
Okay. Good. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention, and so I think it's worthy of further discussion. And Slava Ukraini, looking forward to Peter's stories next, and Domen, Mockers, and everyone else, keep up the good work. Slava Ukraini, and I'll drop down. Thank you.
Hello, Slava. Thank you, Martin. Looking forward to you sending that to me. In the meantime, Peter's already snuck up to speaker. Good morning, Peter. How are you?
Good morning, Domen. I am fired up this morning, and I'm just looking at all of the great friends and folks that I know here in the space. I can't list all of you, but it is great to see so many people here on a Saturday morning. Domen, we had a break last week, and now we're back to finish the conclusion of our epic 3-part series on Operation Tablecloth. That's what we're calling it. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, good. All right, so just a little backstory for everyone who might remember or who's just tuning in this morning. If it's Saturday morning on the East Coast at 10 a.m., we've got our bracing cups of coffee, and in Europe, maybe something stronger, and we're talking about freedom. And for today's episode, I got to say, I know we took a break last week, had some family events I had to attend to, but this week we are back, and I'm really excited about this episode. Operation Tablecloth, the final conclusion. So let's get into it. Now, in the summer of 1949, there was a momentous event that took place on the remote steppes of Kazakhstan. That event would forever alter the course of history. This was the birth of the Soviet Union's nuclear arsenal, a clandestine endeavor that was shrouded in secrecy for the entire time. What we are here to witness was the first detonation of a Soviet nuclear bomb. This was the culmination of years of effort by a team of scientists led by the guy who was the head of the Soviet nuclear program, a fellow named Igor Kurchatov. And his goal, Kurchatov, and the goal of the scientists around him, well, their goal was to launch the USSR into the exclusive club of atomic powers. You see, in the summer of 1949, there was only one member of that club, the United States. But now, on August 29th, 1949, the Soviet Union would join that club. And the world was about to witness a new era of power, nuclear power, military power, and political power. This was going to be big. Ogromnaya, as our Soviet scientists might have said. The anticipation was palpable that morning by all the scientists and officials who had gathered for the event. The Soviet cameras were rolling. They wanted to document everything. Stalin would see their progress, and more importantly, the world would see it. That morning, the atmosphere in Kazakhstan was charged with both excitement and anxiety as the scientists awaited the moment when their laborious work would come to fruition. 5 seconds left. 4, 3, 2, 1. At precisely 7 in the morning, a blinding flash lit up the morning sky, followed by this thunderous roar that echoed through the vast Kazakh plains. The Soviet bomb had detonated, releasing an immense amount of energy in just an instant. Now, safe from the effects of the radiation, I'd invite you to imagine the feel of the heat and then the shock wave that would have occurred as a result of this detonation. It would have felt like the earth itself was trembling underfoot. The explosion was so big that seismographs on the other side of the world in the United States would register this event. For the first time, Soviet scientists were able to witness with their own instruments and their own eyes, at least from a distance, the destructive power that an imploding core of uranium and plutonium could unleash. The Soviet mushroom cloud rose very high into the atmosphere over Kazakhstan that morning, confirming the beginning of an era when humanity, now officially, had acquired the capability to master peaceful, clean, and safe nuclear power, or annihilate itself in a nuclear war. Much like that physical shockwave that was produced by the Soviet bomb, the successful test that morning also sent geopolitical shockwaves across the world. Only that phrase, the Soviet nuclear bomb, well, it wasn't exactly true. You see, that wasn't fully a Soviet bomb. It was, in many respects, an American bomb. At least the design and underlying concepts were all, well, made in the USA. You see, out there in Kazakhstan that morning, the Soviets had detonated a copy of the same bomb that the Americans created for the nuclear drop on Nagasaki 4 years earlier in 1945. This is the story behind the story of how the Soviets acquired their American bomb. And this morning, it's going to send us on a globe-spanning hunt to solve a mystery that has persisted in many archives and in many secret documents for decades. This is what I like to call Operation Tablecloth. The lies, the secrets, and the science in the race to stop Hitler's bomb. Now, when the Soviets detonated their nuclear device there in Kazakhstan, they had claimed that it was the result of the genius of communist engineering and science. That was why they had bested all expectations and caught up so quickly with the Americans to join that nuclear club. Inside the Soviet nuclear program, Stalin's leading scientists also knew that the official story wasn't quite true because they were working from a cheat sheet. These scientists believed, at least they were told to believe, that they were cribbing from the designs and plans for a Nazi nuclear bomb, a bomb that had already been built by the Germans, and yet it just was never tested, it was never detonated. But was that true? Well, to find out the answer, we're going to have to go back to where we left off at the end of part 2 of our 3-part series on Operation Tablecloth, as we take stock of the facts and uncover a devious lie that has persisted for decades. Now, for everyone who's been following along on this journey so far, and perhaps for everyone who might have missed the previous episodes and is just tuning in now, not to worry, we'll do a little recap. So, if you maybe you remember, previously we recounted this gripping story of some hardy Norwegian commandos who had successfully prevented Nazi Germany from acquiring enough heavy water in the frozen lands of occupied Norway in the early part of World War II. And then we considered why that heavy water, deuterium oxide, was critical in the physics and chemistry of creating a nuclear chain reaction. And that's what you need if you're going to enrich plain old uranium into weapons-grade material that you can use for a bomb. And when we left off on our last episode, our Norwegian commandos were departing for their exit points in Sweden, were staying behind to carry on the fight against German occupation of their country. Their mission had been a success. And that was despite the many sacrifices and the tremendous struggle that they had to overcome in order to complete that mission, in order to destroy what was essentially the bulk of Germany's heavy water resource and its production. By destroying nearly all of the accumulated heavy water under German control there at that particular point in 1942 during the war, Nazi scientists would now be unable to experiment with a rudimentary reactor that they had designed, a nuclear reactor. And that reactor was intended to enrich enough uranium to make for Hitler the most devastating wonder weapon of the war, the nuclear bomb. Only now in the West, and especially in the United States, nobody knew exactly how far they had set the Nazis back. The fog of war, especially around the German nuclear program, was thick. There were many unknowns in the West about how far the Nazis had gotten, and those unknowns were a major problem for one man in America. He was the man who was tasked with developing the first nuclear bomb of our species, J. Robert Oppenheimer. Now, I think Oppenheimer is just this fascinating and complex and contradictory fellow. He was certainly brilliant. He was born in 1904 in New York City, and he was renowned for his exceptional talent. Oppenheimer had this razor-sharp mind and an insatiable curiosity that he manifested from a very early age, and everyone saw that he had the makings of a promising scientist. So, how do we understand our fellow Oppenheimer? Well, get this. At the age of 12 years old, Oppenheimer received a gift. It was meant to encourage his budding, curious mind. It was a collection of minerals. And Oppenheimer, at the age of 12, well, he took to his minerals with fanatical devotion. He studied them, he read about them, he collected more minerals, and soon he began to read up on the current scientific papers and proceedings of his time about minerals at the age of 12. And at this age, he also noticed some underexplored ideas in the human understanding of minerals, and he had many questions and lots of highly informed opinions about minerals. So he did what any 12-year-old would do. He pulled out a typewriter and he wrote a letter to the New York Mineralogical Society, and he shared his thoughts. And the New York Mineralogical Society was so impressed with this brilliant scholar that no one ever had heard of up until that point on minerals, this scholar named Oppenheimer, and they were intrigued about his opinions, so they invited him to give a lecture to their society. Nobody at the society knew that this Oppenheimer was 12 years old. And then Oppenheimer accepted. And for his very first lecture, he would deliver it at the New York Mineralogical Society. Oh yeah, you have to picture the scene because this really happened when a 12-year-old Oppenheimer showed up to deliver his lecture on minerals. And the gobsmacked Mineralogical Society of New York had no idea suddenly that their expert was only 12 years old until he showed up. And there was also a second problem. Oppenheimer was too short to reach the top of the podium for his presentation, so they got him a box. And thus, his scientific career was born. Now, Oppenheimer would very quickly move past minerals and make his real mark by producing some groundbreaking research on the new science of quantum theory. And this earned him eventually international acclaim, and it established him as a leading authority in the field and one of America's most prominent scientists. However, it was at this pivotal moment in time and the position that Oppenheimer enjoyed as one of those leading American scientists that brought the United States to ask him to lead the Manhattan Project during World War II. And it is for that effort and the creation of the first nuclear bomb that we really remember Oppenheimer, and it really is his ultimate contribution to science. Tasked with harnessing the power of the atom, Oppenheimer assembled this brilliant team of scientists and engineers who, under his guidance, succeeded in eventually developing the first atom bomb. And that's why, for today's Story of Freedom, we really have to make a quick stopover to one of the most unique times and places in American history, the secret city in the desert, Los Alamos, New Mexico, which would become the beating heart of the Manhattan Project. So, do you remember in that previous episode when we considered the famous letter that to American President Franklin Delano Roosevelt that Albert Einstein had co-signed with two other Hungarian scientists, Leo Szilard and Edward Teller? Well, do you remember that in that letter, Einstein and his fellow scientists raised the alarm about the danger of this Nazi nuclear weapons program? It was in this letter addressed to President FDR that the men, these leading scientists, especially Einstein, well, they described a new and terrifying technology. If fashioned into a bomb and, say, floated on a barge into a harbor, this technology had the ability to destroy an entire port and perhaps a large part of a city. This was what could happen if you unleashed the true, unexplored power of the atom in an uncontrolled nuclear chain reaction. Well, these scientists, again, including Einstein, informed FDR that Germany was already working on developing this technology. Hitler could not be allowed to beat America in the race to create such a bomb. Well, thanks to Einstein and the immense credibility that he had in the eyes of the world, and in particular the FDR administration, this letter hit its mark. And frankly, it scared the living daylights out of the Americans. And they authorized one of the most incredible and unprecedented scientific, military, and economic programs ever enacted in the United States. It was the Manhattan Project, the mission to build the American bomb. Launched in 1939, the Manhattan Project, well, it brought together brilliant scientists, engineers, and military personnel from various locations around the United States. The project's primary goal was to develop this new technology and understand the underlying science about it and turn it into an engineering device, a functional atomic weapon, if you will. The kind of weapon that Einstein had described in his co-signed letter to FDR. And it would be an enormous operation. At least on the scientific side, the Pentagon chose Robert Oppenheimer to lead the effort. And this required, among other things, the creation of many massive industrial complexes around the country, such as at Oak Ridge, Tennessee, and the very first industrial-scale nuclear power plant, which the Americans built in the middle of nowhere out in Washington State at a place called Hanford. That industrial-sized nuclear power plant, that first nuclear power plant in America, yeah, the Americans built it in just 6 months. It was the first one ever, and it took 6 months to build. Think about that. The United States built an industrial-scale nuclear power plant in just 6 months. We can do it if we try. And yes, well, once the Hanford reactor was up and running, it began to enrich normal uranium metal into those sweet, sweet uranium-240 isotopes. And Oak Ridge was churning out another isotope of plutonium, plutonium-239. And all of these components, these materials, well, they were necessary to create to create and eventually complete Oppenheimer's plan for humanity's first fission weapon. No cost was too expensive for this mission. No resource was too scarce, even during wartime. There was no part of the US economy that was off limits. If Oppenheimer wanted it, well, this general from the Army Corps of Engineers, a fellow named General Groves, well, he made sure that he got it for Oppenheimer. In fact, the federal government would allow General Groves to essentially seize anything he wanted in support of the Manhattan Project. There was also no private property exemption to this, so the US Constitution, according to FDR, was not going to get in the way of this vital mission. It was not optional. This was necessary. Now, at its peak, the Manhattan Project would employ a whopping 130,000 workers across the United States. That is a gigantic workforce. And remember, these were workers in a time of war. But Groves and Oppenheimer, well, they weren't really taking these workers away from the war effort, because you see, the atomic bomb, in many respects, was the war effort. And that war effort would consume around $40 billion in today's money. So, back in 1996, some very smart folks at the Brookings Institution, well, they tried to calculate the full costs of the Manhattan Project. How much money did the United States really spend on this effort? And the number they came up with was $40 billion in today's money. Wow, okay, to me, that number seems low, especially when we're pumping out trillions of dollars right now every year in our current budgets. But let's get a benchmark here, because I think that's important. By comparison to, if we compare the costs of the Manhattan Project, for example, well, these scholars also said, well, how much did other things during the war cost? And this is where it gets very interesting. So, for 3 atomic bombs produced by the Manhattan Project, the cost there was $40 billion. But the cost for every other conventional bomb, mine, and grenade produced during the entirety of the Second World War by the United States, well, that totaled $62 billion. So the Manhattan Project was $40 billion, and essentially all of our other conventional arms, explosives, I should say, well, that was $62 billion. And that was just for 3 bombs. Yeah, this was a massive effort, but also was the return on the investment. That too is going to be equally large. So now we have a sense of the stakes here. $40 billion spent by the federal government during wartime, 130,000 workers, and the entire industrial might of the United States behind him. Well, Oppenheimer now had his mission before him. He had to beat Hitler in the race to build one bomb to rule all other bombs. This task was so urgent, and Oppenheimer's power so unlimited, that the Army constructed, out of essentially nothing, an entire American city in the desert of New Mexico as the home base for his scientists Oppenheimer's scientists who were going to get to work on this project. Out there, in the rugged landscape of New Mexico, nestled amidst the mesas and the canyons, emerged a scientific community that would forever leave its mark on history. It was Los Alamos, the town that the nuclear bomb built. Or more precisely, it was the town that built the nuclear bomb, the first bomb. Now, prior to the arrival of the Manhattan Project, Los Alamos was a quiet, remote settlement. It was primarily known for its picturesque beauty and its history as a ranching and farming community. However, with the onset of World War II, the tranquil mountains and valleys around Los Alamos, well, they underwent a remarkable transformation. As the war effort demanded the utmost security and secrecy, little old Los Alamos, isolated, sleepy Los Alamos, became the chosen site for the top secret laboratory tasked with developing Oppenheimer's atomic bomb. Scientists, engineers, and their families from all corners of the world, well, they flocked to this desolate outpost. And with their arrival came a newfound energy and vibrancy to this once sleepy town. The population of Los Alamos swelled rapidly, creating a unique and tightly knit community. Here, brilliant minds and innovative thinkers congregated in an atmosphere that was charged with intellectual curiosity and scientific pursuit. Think of it as the first Silicon Valley. Everyone was cramming into this one place at this one time, and they all had a lot of big ideas, and they had a very deep-pocketed investor in the form of Uncle Sam. But unlike Silicon Valley during the computing revolution of the 1970s and the go-go 80s, these new residents of Los Alamos were brought together by a very different goal. It was a common goal. They were not there to get rich, as in Silicon Valley's revolution. They were there to harness the power that no human had ever controlled or manipulated before: atomic power. And in the process, they formed this tight-knit community of shared experiences and challenges. And the first rule of this community at Los Alamos: nobody talks about Los Alamos. And nobody talks about what they're doing. You see, within the town's borders, residents lived and worked in an environment of utmost secrecy. The buildings were shrouded in secrecy, with security measures in place to ensure that this project, this Manhattan project, remained hidden from prying eyes. Classified information was handled with utmost care, at least in theory, and the residents adhered to very strict protocols, and they all had to have security clearances. Now, despite the weight of the mission and the secrecy that enveloped Los Alamos, the residents, well, they found solace and camaraderie amidst the scenic beauty of their surroundings. The breathtaking landscapes offered opportunities for hiking and camping and exploration. In fact, Oppenheimer was especially fond of this because he spent essentially the entirety of his life going on these long walks. He loved to go trekking. And while he would go on a long walk or a long trek, he would think through a problem while he was testing his physical limits. This was Oppenheimer. And the closer to Los Alamos, once we get into this closed city in the middle of nowhere in New Mexico, well, it looked pretty much like any other average American city at the time in 1940. The cigarettes and fedoras and the short ties, they were chock-a-block, along with some of the smartest people in the world during that time. This was probably the only time and place, think about it, the only time and place in the 20th century when, if you happen to take your wife to a party on a Saturday night, out there in the middle of nowhere, you'd very likely be refreshing your drink alongside Enrico Fermi, who had just won the 1938 Nobel Prize in Physics, or, oh, hey, don't look now, but there's our friend, Leo Szilard. Yeah, our Leo Szilard, the brilliant fellow who conceived with Albert Einstein this letter that they sent to FDR. Yeah, he's here too. Also, Leo, yeah, he just so happens to own the patent on the nuclear chain reaction. No big deal. Oh, there's Crawford Greenwald from the DuPont company. And, excuse me, sorry. Oh my gosh, Bush. Vannevar Bush. It's always great to run into you. The dean of MIT's engineering school, right here as well. You know, Vannevar, I really want to talk to you about that idea you had for your company. I think it's a great idea, but I think you might also need a better name for it. Why not just call it Raytheon? You know, here in Los Alamos, you never really would know who you would run into poolside in this secret desert city. Yeah. Also, you might run into another guy. Don't look. Don't talk to him. He's over there with the bottle-capped glasses. Yeah, that's Fuchs. You know, Klaus Fuchs. You don't know him? Well, Klaus Fuchs, he's the wonder kid. He's the guy who is working out the engineering and the specific components for the implosion. The implosion of uranium and plutonium, which will create a fission chain reaction and ultimately accomplish Oppenheimer's vision for the bomb. Without the implosion, we don't have the gadget. That's what we call it here in Los Alamos, the gadget. They don't really call it the bomb. But I wouldn't talk to Fuchs. He's a member of the Communist Party. Did you know that? Yeah, he's an actual card-carrying member of the Communist Party. Leave Fuchs alone for now. Hey, let's go refresh our eyes. Oh, hey, there's Teller. Let's go talk to him. Yeah, this was the environment that was created there in the desert, there at Los Alamos. And standing above it all and aloof from everyone else was Daddy. Yes, I'm speaking, of course, of General Leslie Groves from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Groves, well, we all know Groves. Don't you know Groves? Groves is the guy with the presidential authority from FDR in his pocket. Groves is the guy who can nationalize anything he wants. Heck, Groves could nationalize the entire lobster industry of Maine and fly it right here to Los Alamos on ice in the desert, if Oppenheimer said that he needed lobsters to complete the you-know-what, the gadget. Groves is daddy. Yeah, this was Los Alamos. This was this incredible moment in time and place out there in the desert. And when these scientists were not on the clock, which was nearly all of the time for them, they organized lectures and concerts and dances, and they created in the process an intellectual and cultural haven in the midst of this empty space. They were all hemmed in by barbed wire and protected by some very serious, no-nonsense fellows from the military police. You see, despite the stress and pressure of their work, moments of respite and human connections here in Los Alamos, well, they were cherished and had fostered a strong sense of a community spirit. Everyone who was there, all of the oral histories, all of the autobiographies, they all talk about this spirit of community that was created through this pursuit of science and the intertwined trials and tribulations of daily life there in Los Alamos. It created a very unique tapestry of resilience and determination. Only there was a problem in this community. You see, not everyone was committed to the same mission. In fact, several members of this community were Soviet spies. Dangerous spies, spies who would alter the course of world events with their treachery. And one of them, this might not surprise you, was Klaus Fuchs. Yes, the Wunderkind, the fellow who was the wizard of plutonium implosion. Well, he was simultaneously feeding the most sensitive secrets in the American military and scientific arsenal to the Soviet Union. Now, Fuchs, to this day, remains a very controversial figure in history. Some say that Fuchs was actually the real victim of history. This is because he was a man of such deep convictions that he didn't trust one country, say the United States, to have the lead in nuclear technology, and so Fuchs shared that technology with the Soviet Union. In his thinking, as he explained it, if two countries had the bomb, then they would balance each other out and everything in the world would be hunky-dory. Others see Fuchs in a far worse light. He did, in fact, betray the country that had welcomed him from Nazi Germany and protected him with his Jewish background, protected him from the fate of millions of other Jews who died in the Holocaust. Fuchs found shelter and solace in the United States, and in return, he became one of the most treacherous spies to betray the United States in its history. Victim or villain? That was Fuchs. Now, for all of his scientific brilliance, his geopolitical reasoning was not very sound. And yes, he in the end did betray the country that had given him that safe harbor from the Nazis. But I will say the historical debate still rages over Fuchs. It's an unsettled issue. And he wasn't alone. There were other spies. There was Theodore Hall, who was also a longtime communist. And suspiciously, Hall had actually volunteered to go to Los Alamos. Hall was very excited to go out there into the desert and put up with all of the problems of living out there in the middle of nowhere. That's because Hall was sent there by the Kremlin. And Hall also provided to the Soviet Union detailed information about the American design for imploding a plutonium sphere to create a chain reaction, a nuclear chain reaction. Now, in his lifetime, Hall never admitted to being a spy, but we have the receipts. We have the telegrams that Hall and Fuchs's Soviet spy handlers sent back to Moscow, and after the Soviet Union fell, we were able to open up the archives, and look who we found in the KGB archives, listed by name as one of their spies. Yes, there was Fuchs. We knew about him. There were others, but there is Theodore Hall. Hall was also a spy. Fuchs was a spy. Julius Rosenberg was a spy. And what they shared gets us to our mystery about the German bomb. You see, two very strange documents emerged from Soviet military intelligence near the end of the war. This would have been around November of 1944, at the exact same moment that Fuchs and Hall and others had mastered the concept and the engineering behind the implosion of a plutonium sphere to create a nuclear chain reaction. And about that time, the Soviet military intelligence, to be specific, issued a memo. And this memo purportedly came from their spies in Germany. And this memo said that the Germans had not only envisioned, but now actually built a nuclear bomb based on this implosion concept. Yes, in November of 1944, Soviet military intelligence, they produced the first, and then they would come up with a second in April of 1945. And then these two reports that purported to have evidence, actual evidence that Germany was preparing to test the first operational nuclear weapon. And the method of that weapon would be based on implosion. Oh, and there's more, because you see, these Soviet spies, well, they were just getting started. So by April of 1945, they produced an additional report and sent it along to our guy, Igor Kurchatov. And remember, he was the head of the Soviet nuclear program. Well, they sent along this additional report, and it was extremely detailed. It had all of the information one would need to construct a nuclear bomb. According to the report, the Nazis, as I said, they had already constructed this bomb. It was of a diameter of 1.5 meters, and it consisted of interlocking hollow spheres surrounded by an explosive shell. It was the German nuclear bomb, according to the Soviet report. Except it wasn't a German nuclear bomb. The Germans never even came close to constructing one. That part of the report was completely false. And we know this thanks to the intrepid American soldiers who were on the hunt for that German bomb in an effort called Mission Alsace, ALSOS, Alsace. Now, in a sense, these American soldiers who were on this mission, this Alsace mission, they were America's first nuclear soldiers, if you can think about it that way. The Alsace mission was a classified military operation carried out by the Allies at the end of World War II. Its objective was to gather intelligence on Germany's progress in nuclear research and to seize any valuable scientific material, personnel that they could come across, and to prevent that from falling into enemy hands. Now, the Alsace mission was led by this fellow named Colonel Boris Pash. He was a colonel in the US Army, and it was launched in 1944 as part of the larger Manhattan Project. And in case you're wondering about that weird name, Alsace, well, it is derived from the Greek word for grove. And I think this was a special wink and a nod to General Groves, the military leader, daddy of the Manhattan Project. I think that's probably where they got this name, and they used the Greek word for it. Officially, it was under the auspices of the Office of Strategic Services, which was the precursor to the CIA, but really this was Groves' baby. This was part of the Manhattan Project. And the mission of this effort, this Alsace mission, well, their primary focus was to locate and assess Germany's nuclear capabilities, particularly the progress that Germany had made in their bomb program. The Alsace mission was aimed at preventing the Nazis from developing a nuclear weapon, if they could. Now, they operated alongside Allied forces on the march up through Italy, and later, as the war came to its conclusion, they operated right outside the German line as the Allies moved closer and closer into Germany. The Alsace team, it consisted of military personnel and scientists, and their mission, as I said, was to get into German territory, sometimes even operating behind enemy lines. They had to get to German nuclear research facilities before any of this knowledge could be shared with the Soviets or fall into the wrong hands. They acquired secret documents. They interviewed scientists. They were on the hunt for where Germany's nuclear scientists were. And their mission, well, it yielded this huge... Their mission, it yielded this huge amount of intelligence as a result. 1 second, Harry. 1 second. There we go. Okay, so here we are. It's the end of the war, and the Alsace team gets a hint. they get a hint that Germany's nuclear scientists had moved all of their equipment to a very small town in southern Germany, just a little bit north of Liechtenstein. This was the home for the last gasp of the Nazi nuclear program. And this little town, well, in February of 1945, this was where, as the Third Reich was teetering on collapse, Nazi scientists deposited most of their precious materials. No, this wasn't Nazi gold. It was 1.5 tons of uranium, 1.5 tons of heavy water, and 10 tons of graphite. And they would deposit these precious materials deep inside a rocky cavern underneath this Baroque clifftop church. Sea or out there in the wilds of Washington State, Oppenheimer and General Nazi scientists. Well, it was not the cup of Christ from the Last Supper. No, their holy grail was the quest to split the atom. And it would be here, under our church, that a Nazi scientist named Otto Hahn and 20 other scientists would build their reactor. But by 1945, they'd run out of time. Two things were working against these scientists. The first and most immediate problem was the approach of the Allied forces. They were now coming into southern Germany. And the second, more specific problem was their lack of heavy water. Without that heavy water that we talked about in our previous two episodes, they could never run their reactor. They did not possess enough heavy water, thanks to our Norwegian commandos. So now the Alsace boys, they get this hint that this is the final location for the Nazi nuclear reactor, and they surged out to this small town. And they captured Hahn and his fellow scientists, and they were able to acquire most, but not all, of their uranium, along with all of their various documents. And when they did, they discovered the Norwegian commandos had done far more damage to Germany's nuclear program than anyone had imagined. Now, there is a fun little story here that I think you might like, because you may have noticed that I said the Americans got most of the Nazi uranium. Well, that's true, because you see, years later, around the 1970s, there were some local school children in this small town. It's called Heigerloch. They were playing near a creek, and they discovered this very curious black, heavy cube. The cube was about the size of a Rubik's Cube, and as the kids would soon discover, it did something amazing. When they threw it really hard into the pavement, the cube would momentarily flash and spark with flame. And so the kids, they had a grand old time with this mysterious magic cube, smashing it into the pavement and marveling at the fire and sparks that would miraculously appear from this heavy object. Yes, you see, these children have just rediscovered a very neat property of uranium. It's pyrophoric. That means that when uranium dust encounters the air, it will spontaneously ignite. Now, before you get too worried about our adventurous kids, their exposure to radiation was very limited. They were handling essentially a pure block of uranium metal from the old Nazi nuclear program. It was one of those blocks that the Americans had not gathered up. And, well, eventually the parents found out, and everyone was brought in to secure this strange, mysterious black object. But since the Nazi nuclear reactor never operated, this cube was relatively safe to handle, although I'm sure by today's EU toy safety standards, the EU would not approve of playing with cubes of uranium metal. But if you ever happen to find yourself in southern Germany, just north of Liechtenstein, I do hope you'll find time to stop over for lunch in the small village of Heigerloch. And there you will see this very cube at the museum that exists today to preserve and memorialize Germany's failed attempt to build a nuclear bomb. But still, we have our mystery. We have to wrap up our mystery as we conclude our final session, our final episode of Operation Tablecloth. Why would Stalin's spies lie in an intelligence report to their top nuclear scientist? Now, we know from the Alsace mission that the nuclear reactor there at Heigerloch, well, it never was fully operational. We also know, after the Alsace boys captured Werner Heisenberg, the head of Germany's nuclear program, well, we also know that Germany wasn't anywhere near close to the point of ever enriching uranium to make a fission weapon. And we also know that Heisenberg and his scientists had not solved the problem of implosion. In fact, they were just getting off the starting blocks. Instead of using a process called gaseous diffusion and also an electromagnetic method, which the Americans had opted for to enrich their material, the Germans, under Heisenberg, they decided to go down a different path, the heavy water path. Heisenberg, he wanted to bombard his uranium with very slow-moving neutrons in a bath of heavy water, only he didn't have enough, thanks to our Norwegian commandos. So there was no Nazi bomb. There never was a mechanism to create that Nazi bomb. The Soviet report was a lie. So why would the Soviets lie? Would it be to hide the source of their information, the true source of how they understood implosion and how they had devised the plans for a bomb? Was it to hide the fact that they had been lifting the most classified of classified nuclear secrets directly out of the Manhattan Project, thanks to the likes of Fuchs and Hill and others? Was it to give some level of plausible deniability to the fact that their original bomb was a direct copy of the gadget from Los Alamos? Was it to explain to the Americans how the Soviet Union could so quickly catch up in the nuclear race, to then bring a very deep freeze to a new Cold War? Yes. Yes, it was. It was a lie. It was an amazing, world-bending, history-changing lie. And for me, I think that's the enduring lesson that I'm taking away from today's story of freedom. Always be skeptical, even if you have a report in front of you, even if the facts seem straightforward, and there's always a reason to be skeptical with the information we have coming out of Russia, especially during a time of war. I love this story, the story behind the story, in the race to create the Nazi bomb, to stop the Nazi bomb, and ultimately to steal the plans for an American bomb. This has been, for me, a fantastic journey, one of many that I've taken with all of you since, I think, fall of last year, and it is a journey that we will continue to take week in and week out in order to learn from the past, apply those lessons to today, and help our friends in Ukraine win. Operation Tablecloth is one of the greatest stories of freedom because for me, it shows how a lot of courage, a lot of determination, a lot of scientific know-how, a lot of sacrifice all came together in order to change the world. But it was also betrayed by treachery, betrayed by espionage, betrayed by some American naivete. I think that's something we should also learn. We should also remember what hunts us in this world. And we should never, ever, ever trust the Soviet Union or its predecessor or its successor. Doman, what do you think in our conclusion? What do you think of this rip-roaring ending to Operation Tablecloth? It was a little long today, but I figured since we missed last week, we'd go a little long and make up for that little freedom-shaped hole in our hearts that everyone had because we didn't have a story of freedom last Saturday.
Well, I certainly don't mind, Peter. I'll always be very happy to listen to you tell us such wonderful stories. It's a really curious one, isn't it? Because could you have, in an operation of that size, ever really have reliably screened out any potential spies? I think that would be quite difficult. I remember reading sort of Feynman's attestations of it and what rules there were, because of course his wife was at the time very ill and she was down in Santa Fe, and as they were at Los Alamos, and he was saying, what the rules were on communicating with the outside world while you were at Los Alamos, how limited they were, but also how he was constantly punching holes in the security guards, I guess that's an appropriate thing to call them, plans on the perimeter there as well. So clearly it wasn't impervious. They did take very good care of how they did things, but I guess in some cases they just couldn't prevent some secrets that really shouldn't have leaked out from getting to the Soviets anyway.
There we go. Sorry about that. Yeah, so that's true. Interestingly enough, the FBI knew that there was a lot of intelligence leakage, if you will, coming out of Los Alamos. Fun fact, Soviet spies were using commercial telegraphs to send back the information. They were using a very devious form of cipher called that is essentially unbreakable if you follow the rules. But of course, the Soviets, they were a little lazy and they didn't follow the rule, and it allowed a punch card machine to essentially grind through the cipher and figure some things out. So the FBI was very aware that that they had spies in the Manhattan Project, and they were sending information to the Soviet Union. But it was a slow process in breaking this cipher. It was a slow process in identifying who was the actual spy, and it wouldn't be until 1950, 1 year after Moscow detonated its copy of the Los Alamos bomb, that Fuchs would be tried and convicted and sentenced to 8 years in prison for being one of those spies.
When did they start leaking? Was it still while at Los Alamos pre-45, or when did they start with it? Do we have a grasp of that?
Yeah, so hold on 1 second here. I have to move outside. It is a gorgeous morning here on the East Coast. So Fuchs started, geez, I'd have to confirm.
Peter, your connection dropped as you moved, so I hope it's going to come back again. Can't hear you. At least this time I know what it is, and it's the moving.
Yeah, it dropped off on my screen, Doman.
Okay, I'm sure he'll be back momentarily. This happens if you have a couple of routers and you switch from one to the other. This can happen quite easily as well, or just walking past a particularly solid pillar holding up the house. This can happen as well. Up is already coming back. There we go. No, not too difficult always. So.
By 1943, Klaus Fuchs was providing intelligence information to the Soviets. Again, he was a card-carrying communist. So was Hall. They were given security clearances. Remember, at the time, the Communist Soviet Union, well, they were our allies in the war, and Fuchs was simultaneously assisting the Manhattan Project and essentially cribbing his notes from his efforts and sending them directly to Moscow. The thing was, Fuchs was brilliant. By all accounts, he was off the charts intelligent. He was the one who had figured out plutonium implosion, and which was essentially this critical step you needed at the time to create a critical mass and a runaway chain reaction. So Fuchs was a brilliant guy, and to the end of his life, he was committed to his ideology, and he had no apologies for essentially sharing the plans with Stalin for America's bomb.
In a sense, he developed the mat theory, right? With on the basis of what you've said, at least the basis of it, he's kind of developed himself.
Mutually assured destruction. That was his idea. Now, Fuchs could argue, hey, there hasn't been a nuclear war since the dropping of the bombs on Nagasaki and Hiroshima back in '45. But I think when we look at the consequences of the spread of nuclear weapons around the world, consequences we're dealing with even our own time, eventually it would have happened. But it was that betrayal for me. I know people argue he was the victim. I know people say, oh, he was a man of conviction. But Fuchs was Jewish who fled Nazi persecution of Jews in Germany. He was welcomed with open arms here in the United States. He found solace and safety here, and he betrayed the country that gave him a safe place to live. I find that very distasteful.
Peter, if you have more serious points to make, please go ahead and do that, because I have two more points to raise, but they're both kind of silly, and this feels like a serious bit.
No, that's okay. I'd love to. We have a great audience here today. I know everyone is tuned in to listen. As you can probably surmise, this is a topic that I just find fascinating. I'm super excited about. So I'd love to hear your less serious questions, and I'd also like to hear thoughts and follow-up questions from members of our community. I do have to leave at the bottom of this upcoming hour because my wife and I are going to vote. Today is early voting here in Fredericksburg and the Commonwealth of Virginia for us Republicans. So we're going to go off to enjoy a little bit of freedom as we vote after I'm done with today's session.
Very good. Thank you, Peter. So the one thing that I have two things. One I'll just comment on. So one of the other things that Los Alamos was I think it was some sort of a health retreat for boys, for sickly boys from across the U.S. from quite well-off families, because the high mountain area over there in New Mexico was very conducive to that, and that's what the military took over for the Manhattan Project, if I remember correctly. The other thing that I want to say is I don't hold me to this. Don't bet 50 grand on it or anything. But I've been told by someone well in the know, who ran the Tolkien Society at an appropriate location, that the Oppenheimer story about him as a teenager presenting at the Mineralogical Society reminded me of a story I heard about Tolkien. And that was that when he was 17, I think, or 18, he was given he passed his exams for Oxford and Cambridge. He was given a scholarship by a society in Birmingham, a classical society in Birmingham, to pursue his studies in Oxford. And he was expected to give an address. And he was expected to give an address entirely in one of the classical languages as a thanks for that, right? So the presumption was basically he was going to give a speech in Latin or maybe in ancient Greek. So apparently what he did, and again, I'm not 100% sure this is true, but this is certainly something that someone who would have known told me, is that he showed up and he gave an entire address in Old Anglo-Saxon, which technically is considered a classical language, I guess very technically, sort of 7th century Beowulfian Anglo-Saxon.
But no one could speak it. No one could understand what he was saying.
Precisely. So he spoke for about half an hour straight, and everybody was there, sitting very straight-faced, not admitting to not understanding a word he's saying. It just very much reminded me of your retelling of Oppenheimer's experience there as a teenager.
That Oppenheimer story about the mineral lecture, I love. It comes from Oppenheimer's main biographer, and I've watched an interview and I've read through his book to prepare for today's session. I find Oppenheimer just a fascinating, complex, conflicted fellow. But that story about being the 12-year-old who is invited to give this formal lecture to the New York Mineralogical Society, and they think he's brilliant because they've only corresponded with him, and he seems to know a heck of a lot about minerals. And when he shows up, yeah, he's a 12-year-old, and he's too short for the podium. So they got him a box, and he delivered his lecture. And thus, a scientific career was born.
It was absolutely tremendous, wasn't it? Martin, question, go ahead.
Absolutely fascinating, Peter. Fascinating with a capital F. Thank you. Thank you for that marvelous presentation. if I may, and if you'll allow me, Doman and Peter, to take a few minutes. I worked on a documentary film back in 1998 called Tickling the Dragon's Tail, the story of Louis Slotin, about a Canadian scientist from here in Winnipeg, Manitoba, where I'm from, who worked on the Manhattan Project. And he was called the chief armorer of the bomb, the first bomb, the bomb that they tested in Alamogordo just prior to the Hiroshima bomb.
Yep, that was the gadget. That was the Trinity shot. That was what I was referring to as the gadget. Yep.
That's right. Yeah. So, anyways, I had the great privilege and honor and pleasure of working on this documentary film, Tickling the Dragon's Tail, the story of Louis Slotin. And I know I'm going to ramble a little bit, but we filmed it in a number of places. In Canada and of course in the US, and we had the opportunity to visit Los Alamos itself. And we saw the actual room, the actual building. I don't even know if it still exists, that we didn't go inside it, but where what happened to Louis Slotin was he died in a radiation experiment after the war, hence the name Tickling the Dragon's Tail, where he was bringing two beryllium spheres close to each other, demonstrating to other scientists how to reach criticality before you actually did reach criticality and something went wrong, blah, blah, blah. He received an intense dose of radiation. Anyways.
Oh, he's a hero though, because he did more than just receive it. He stopped it with his hand.
Yes, he stopped it with his hand. There's been a lot of myth about that. I don't want to go into a lot of detail. It'll take a lot of time because we researched it well. But yes, he stopped it with his hand. 9 days later, he died of intense radiation poisoning, and his body was actually flown back here to Winnipeg in a copper-lined casket and buried at the Sherazedek Synagogue, Sherazedek Cemetery in Winnipeg, and we filmed part of that the documentary there as well. As a matter of fact, my own parents were at his funeral, which took place at I'm getting way off topic, which took place outside of the Slotin family home. This was way back in the 1946. Anyways, so I just wanted to share some things about J. Robert Oppenheimer. So we also filmed in. Oh, well, no, just some other. At that time, there was still some scientists alive who had actually worked in the Manhattan Project. One of them, who was in the room with Louis Slotin at the time of the accident, and went on to a long, distinguished career at Los Alamos, was Raymer Schreiber. And in the film, we interviewed him. He was already very, very old, and his wife, who was quite a live wire. And Peter, apropos of your comment about the social life at Los Alamos, she said, and the whole crew, we laughed. And she's just a delightful woman. She says, "Yeah, we couldn't have survived the Los Alamos without alcohol." Telling about the parties that they used to have. And the people at Los Alamos, the publicity department were very, very generous and gave us footage that was edited into the film of Oppenheimer and some of those other brilliant scientists partying and actually working on the Trinity bomb. We also filmed at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, which is not, as you know, Peter, and others know, it's not part of Princeton University, but a separate institute where Albert Einstein was the first head, and then J. Robert Oppenheimer. And at that time, Freeman Dyson, the great Freeman Dyson, was the head of the institute, and we interviewed him, and he was Oppenheimer's predecessor. He came after Oppenheimer, and he told us some very interesting, very amusing stories about working with J. Robert O. So I just wanted to mention that because it brought back a lot of memories listening to you, Peter, discuss this amazing story, and also the new movie coming out, Oppenheimer, by Christopher Nolan, will be starting based on the biography of him, will be coming out, I think, in July, and I'm looking forward to seeing that. And there's a novel written by the Canadian science fiction writer, and it's fascinating, called The Oppenheimer Alternative, based on what would happen if things had been slightly different at the Manhattan Project.
Or the Nazi nuclear program without our commandos. Martin, I mean, that's the whole point of this three-part series. It's rare that I dedicate a three-part series to some topic, but for me, it was just so fascinating. 2 points you raised, which really resonated with me. The first was, yes, the party scene. I was reading through some oral histories and watching some interviews. Maybe, I don't know if I saw your documentary, but I saw others who were at Los Alamos for the project. One individual actually befriended Fuchs and knew him and talked about his friendship with Fuchs. And one thing he mentioned, like you mentioned, was this social scene. The party scene. When they were working hard, and when they were off, they were playing hard. And so that scene of just bumping into people. Oh, there's Fermi. Oh, there's Teller. Oh, yeah, that really happened. You would go refresh your drink, and there would be one of the leading scientists of the day right there next to you. And it was an incredible moment. I mean, Martin, think about it. Bringing together the best and brightest minds, Nobel Prize winners, titans of industry, scientists, the guy who would go on to found Raytheon, the DuPont Corporation. Everyone was there in the middle of nowhere, and they were doing something that bound them together. And for me, I like this story because, yes, the spirit of community was strong, but there were some snakes in the grass.
Yes, there were. And if I may continue just a bit longer, a couple other things. I also had the opportunity some years later to work with a group of physicians here who were organizing part of a national group here in Canada that brought the great Linus Pauling to Canada on a speaking tour. And so I had the opportunity to spend the better part of more than a day with Linus Pauling. Can you believe that? Two-time Nobel Prize winner, one of the great geniuses of all time. Perhaps it might be something you might want to use, Peter, at some future date, even though it's not directly related to MriyaReport. But anyways, so Linus Pauling was extraordinary. So I had the opportunity to question him, ask him questions. I think he got a little bit bothered by it, but I said, so you knew Einstein? He says, oh yes, my wife and I, we spent summer vacations with Albert Einstein. And I said, and J. Robert Oppenheimer? Oh yes, he says Bob gave me his rock collection before he died. Can you believe that? I got
That's incredible.
Right from the mouth of Linus Pauling, the great Dr. Linus Pauling.
That's incredible. What an amazing opportunity.
It was one of the great experiences of my life. To be in the presence of this wonderful man. And final comment before I drop down, and thank you for indulging me. I appreciate that. When I dropped him off at the airport the day after his talk here, and the auditorium where he was speaking was so crowded that the fire marshal had to come and say, fire regulations say that you can't have this many people, but they let them stay anyways. I said, Dr. Pauling, and he was already in, he was 82, 83 at the time. I said, Dr. Pauling, are you working on anything? And he says, oh yes, I am. And out of his jacket, he wore this tweed jacket, out of it, and it's tam o'shanter on his head, and he's got those twinkling light blue eyes, and he pulled out from his jacket pocket the back of a cigarette package. He didn't smoke, and there were scribbled some equations, which of course were meaningless to me. And he said, this is a problem I've been working on for many years now, and I'm trying to resolve it. So I wanted to share that with you. And again, Peter, thank you so much for that wonderful talk and series. And there's other things I wanted to say, but I'll drop down to listener. It was just delightful.
Thank you, Martin. And Martin, I would encourage you to come back and contribute and share more. This is why the Maria Report exists. This is why we gather together on Saturday mornings with our coffee and in Europe, maybe something stronger. And we go back to the past. We use that time machine of the imagination. And I invite people to step through that doorway of the imagination and to relive these moments, not just as a tourist, but to learn from them. And you mentioned the upcoming movie. I've not been paid to promote it. I'm fascinated by Christopher Nolan's work. Sometimes he has a hit, sometimes he has a flop. We shall see how this Oppenheimer movie comes out. It seems to be a passion project for Nolan, I should say. But more importantly, it's providing the historical context to our community so that we can know the background, the story behind the story to a fictional representation of true events on the big screen. I wanted to really make that deep dive, to go back and perhaps explore aspects that no movie can do. It took us 3, maybe almost 4 sessions, because today went long, 4 episodes in a way, to cover this story. But for me, it was really interesting, that lie, Martin. That lie in the Soviet report where they basically said, oh yeah, we found all of these designs by the Nazi scientists, and this is their design for implosion. They were trying to hide where their information was coming from. And yet all along, the FBI and what would be the forerunner to our to the NSA, I should say, at a place called Arlington House in Washington, D.C., they were breaking the cipher. They were breaking what was essentially an unbreakable cipher. We've talked about that before on our Stories of Freedom. And they eventually figured out who the spies were. And the consequences of that event there in Los Alamos and the espionage we still live with today. Doman, have you ever found a cube of pure uranium metal while you were out by a creek and decided, hey, what would happen if I just slam this into the pavement and see, has that ever occurred to you?
It hasn't, not yet, but I think I'm gonna go out on a walk later, and I'm gonna go look for one.
Yeah, so apparently the backstory is once the Alsace team got to Heidelberg, it's a hard word for me to say, but it's a short drive up from Liechtenstein, near the French border, near the Liechtensteinian border, there in southern Germany. It's a beautiful bucolic village. There's this giant mountain basically looming over the village, and there's this huge cliff face. There's this Baroque church. There's a castle. Domen. The Nazis literally built a nuclear facility inside a mountain, under a church, under a castle. As I was researching this, I was thinking, this is literal Indiana Jones stuff, only it's not fiction. It's real. Can you imagine the scene there? And of course, what would happen years later in the 1970s when these kids would find this black metal cube. It was about the size of a Rubik's Cube. It was extremely heavy because uranium is just very dense. Atomically speaking, and they found out they discovered pyrophoric the pyrophoric qualities of uranium just by smashing it into the pavement.
I think that's tremendous. I have marked it on my map, so the next time I'm there near Stuttgart or Freiburg and Breisgau, I'll try to pop in and go to the museum and see it, because it's interesting, and I'd love to go see it for myself. I don't think they'll let me throw it against the pavement though. Probably not exactly likely to be allowed. They probably want to keep it sort of cubic as well. That's the other bit. But yeah, it's very exciting, and I'd absolutely love to go visit, and I fully intend to. Peter, do you want one more note from one astute listener?
Yes, please.
He wants to let us all know that Stanisław Ułam who was one of the creators behind the hydrogen bomb through the Teller-Ulam approach, whereby the X-rays from a fission bomb then compress a fusion fuel rod or a cat's tail and cause a fusion reaction. He comes from Lviv, from a Polish Jewish family in Lviv, and went off to, in then Austro-Hungarian Limberg. Grew up in under the Polish Republic in Lvov, and then left Europe only about 2 weeks, or left Poland then only about 2 weeks before the Nazi invasion in 1939, and was then instrumental in the creation later on, not so much the Manhattan Project, but then later on of the first hydrogen bomb about a decade later.
Yeah, so that's perhaps maybe an appropriate off-ramp for our discussion about Oppenheimer and the Manhattan Project. I mentioned it briefly in a follow-up Q&A we did after one of our previous sessions. But Oppenheimer was a man on a mission there in the 1940s. He was the man who could command with a wave of his hand the entire American economy, and he would not be stopped in creating this bomb. That's true. But afterwards, he switched and he became essentially an anti-nuclear activist when it was politically convenient for him to do so. We often say, Doman, that statecraft is stagecraft, and one who is as famous as Oppenheimer is very aware of his public perception. And I do have to wonder how much of his anti-nuclear activism in the 1960s and later was simply his effort to whitewash or change his story. Frankly, that's always been a problem for me, because I respect what he did. He was in a race that he fought against the Nazis. He was trying to help the United States. By giving us some sense of the scope and scale of the Manhattan Project, 130,000 employees, $40 billion, almost as much as all of the money spent on all the bombs, grenades, and other munitions constructed during World War II by the Americans. Oppenheimer shouldn't have to apologize to anyone. And you mentioned the hydrogen bomb, which was a different method of creating a fission chain reaction. You mentioned that hydrogen bombs would get bigger and bigger and bigger, and we are still dealing with the consequences of the unleashing of nuclear power today. But I would like us to always consider that there is a safe, clean, and peaceful use for nuclear power, and we must always distinguish between the use of nuclear power for weapons and the use of nuclear power for peaceful purposes. It is a zero carbon, nearly unlimited source of electricity for us in our own time. And I fear that too many worries over the decades about the use of nuclear weapons has clouded our judgment as a species as to the opportunities that peaceful nuclear power can present. Oppenheimer was the driving force behind that breakthrough. The Soviets stole it, and the race in the Cold War was on. But in our own time, I do hope we distinguish between nuclear power as a weapon of war and nuclear power as a way of producing nearly unlimited electricity without putting any carbon into the atmosphere.
Oh, I literally couldn't agree more, Peter. It is certainly the best thing we have right now when it simply comes down to constant high density zero carbon dioxide emitting source of electricity. And especially with all the advances that have been happening, you said, oh, that first nuclear reactor built so quickly, so cheap. That's true. The difference being that neither the efficiency nor the safety factors, obviously it was wartime after all, weren't nearly where modern ones are, and there's a reason things take a little bit longer, but or a lot.
Yeah, that was a wink. That was kind of a small little joke.
I know exactly how that was intended, but nevertheless, it still works very well. And on the flip side, let me maybe caution about this. On the flip side, and this I don't think gets discussed nearly enough, the collective West has ceded far too much to Rosatom. And Rosatom has been allowed to, much in the way that they were allowed to build European dependency on Russian natural gas through pipelines, was allowed to build up dependency on them in many other places around the world, and is currently actively doing it as the world's premier constructor of nuclear power plants in third countries, especially with the finance model that they have. And maybe this is something that we're not paying, and as a whole collective, as a global collective, nearly enough attention to, because they are, by virtue of financial construction, beyond the physical construction of the nuclear power plants, and entrapping many a country into the sort of dependency that they thought they had Europe in with natural gas pipelines.
Doman, would you be surprised to learn that Doman, do you remember our Ruble Rumble report that I was talking about? This major report on economic warfare that I was the co-author of a couple months back in April?
Absolutely, I remember reading it.
Would you be surprised to learn that members of Congress have picked up on this idea of turning the screws on Rosatom, of intensifying the sanctions on Rosatom, creating a long enough runway so that countries can divest from their dependence on Rosatom and engage in nuclear relationships with friendlier countries, not the Russians? Well, Congress has picked, this is a major policy development that has come from that report. I have to give a lot of credit to my other FDD colleagues who have been very good on this topic and helping to push the ball forward on it. But we're seeing some very keen legislative interest by the US Congress on sanctions against Rosatom, smart sanctions. So we're not just going to say no Rosatom tomorrow. That's unfeasible. I get that. But people are in Congress are beginning to pay attention to this problem. And it's the role that we can play, coming up with new ideas, saying, why can't we re-envision a future without Rosatom in our nuclear fuel supply, for example? This is the practical application of these big ideas we discuss every Saturday morning here on our Stories of Freedom.
And to be very plastic about this, we have 3 NATO member states who are in more or less precarious positions with regards to this. One, Slovakia, is trying to get out of the precarious position. One is wading deeper into it. That's Hungary, and is the one that has rejected any advances by the European Union thus far to put any sanctions on Rosatom whatsoever under Orban's government. And the third one, somewhat more in between, but closer to Hungary than Slovakia in the spectrum, being Turkey, likewise currently about to start the construction of a nuclear power plant. And they're basically doing this very similar thing to what car companies have been doing recently, at least in Europe. I don't know how the market looks like in the US, but where much more of the money that they make comes from their financing division, their banking division, as opposed to their actually car manufacturing, parts manufacturing, putting together and selling division. And Russia, with their financial construction of nuclear power plants that are basically where the Russian state really fronts the money to whatever country gets to construct it or has it constructed. This is really entrapping in a very similar way to what another country is doing in many places, especially in Africa, but also in Asia. A lot of countries into a very long-term dependency, and due to the financial construction of those, one they will not be able to get out of. And especially for 2 NATO member states to now be going into such contracts, I think is a great strategic risk for NATO that is, certainly not spoken about nearly as much as it would deserve to.
The Paks nuclear power plant in Hungary is going to cost the Hungarians $12 billion. Money that the Russians were more than eager to front the Hungarians if they made themselves dependent, atomically dependent on Russia. This is a component of economic warfare that we must address. So watch this space. I'm just very proud and gratified that members of Congress read through the Ruble Rumble report and have also identified Rosatom as an area that we can press on. We're seeing the gears of legislation move to tighten the screws of sanctions on Rosatom.
100%, Peter, and I'm very glad for that as well. I think we have one more question from Lily, if you have the time before you dash off to go vote.
Yep, thank you, Lily. I'd love to hear from you, and then we're gonna ride our bicycles into Fredericksburg and cast our ballots.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Peter. And while I always feel I have about 5 books after one of your segments to read before your next assignment, I still love listening and learning. Please retweet this space at MriyaReport.org. Tell friends, family about it. If you don't have enough money to donate, everyone has tough times now and then. Please just come and learn and ask any questions, even if you feel these are quote unquote silly or stupid questions. There are none. If you're thinking about it and you're questioning it, there are others here the same. So please come up. So I didn't want to really ask so much of a question, but related to the book, the play Copenhagen. I'm not sure if you're familiar with it.
Yes. Why don't you share a bit? Yeah.
Yeah, by Michael Frayn. And the end of your discussion this morning, you were talking about, I think, intimating the dilemmas of science and making a product for good, or can it be used for evil? And so the Copenhagen is a play about this very interesting trip that Werner Heisenberg took in 1941. He is German, to Copenhagen to visit his friend Niels Bohr, the very famous Danish scientist. And I believe it's in the 20s. So, they were brothers in brilliant mathematical and scientific minds. So you're in a lab, you're in a cluster, you're in a Los Alamos type of setting, and you churn up a lot of discovery and new equations, and they did, right? So they were brothers of science and brilliance. However, you go for 2 decades later, they are not brothers of the same goal, at least according to their countries. And Michael Frayn, I believe, wrote the play to say, what would 2 scientists who are groomed of the same academics, what do they do with the dilemma when their science has been turned into a weapon of destruction? I think it's a wonderful short play. If anyone would like to read it, it was brought to Broadway, by the way, but it's a great book. And I think that's all I wanted just to add in and see what you were thinking, Doman or Peter.
Devin, can I ask Lily a follow-up question? Lily, put yourself in Oppenheimer's position. I've done it many times myself. I've struggled personally with these moral quandaries. I mean, we have to deal with aspects of nuclear diplomacy in our own time. But if you could see the peaceful application as well as the military application in a time of war. When I said that the Manhattan Project wasn't stealing resources from the war effort, in many respects, it was the war effort. What would you do? And I ask simply because this is a question I've asked myself many times. If you were in Oppenheimer's position there in the early 1940s.
So that is my constant struggle, and I do have a scientific background, somewhat medical. Where does the ultimate ethics lie? As scientists, we say we push and push to make more discoveries, and hopefully those go to aid man. If we discovered something that I could take from my pocket and give to President Zelensky and all Ukrainians to stop Russia in whatever way, I would say, yes, it's necessary. but maybe someone else who's a real peacenik would say, no, Lily, because that thing in your pocket can kill other humans, i.e. Russians who are invading. I have to work that out.
Yeah, no, Lily, I think that's an honest answer. And this was the question that Oppenheimer struggled with. Many scientists did. But again, in the end, that's where I've sort of dismounted. That's where I left us off on this moral question about if you were in Oppenheimer's position, what would you do? And in the end, I don't think he should have ever apologized. A little side note, Lily, Oppenheimer famously gave this interview, I'm sure you've seen it, in which he was asked, what did you think when you saw the first nuclear bomb? And Oppenheimer sort of goes crazy and he says, oh, I remembered this line from the Hindu sacred texts, I have become death, the destroyer of worlds. I'm not quite sure that Oppenheimer thought that particular thought at that moment. I'm pretty sure his real thought was, oh my gosh, it worked. I'm so glad. Like when you put all of your effort into a technical scientific process, you just want it to work at that moment. And then later in life, he could elaborate on his public image. But I just don't think Oppenheimer should have ever apologized for what he did. I don't think anyone should apologize for what they did. There is a military component to their breakthrough. But if we are going to survive as a species until we can develop fusion, if we are going to survive as a species until we can make that next big scientific leap, and I assure everyone, our time will come with fusion, which is the different version of fission. If we can survive, we must employ peaceful nuclear power to not produce carbon and produce very large quantities of electricity. We can all thank the men at Los Alamos and those early scientists for that gift, frankly, that they've provided us. And I think it's something we should all take very seriously. And that's why I keep saying we should learn from the past and apply those lessons to our own time.
I agree with you 100%, Peter. Absolutely. No. I was not suggesting any apologies for the scientific breakthroughs. I think the bigger dilemma, as you said, is how we harness that energy and brilliance for the betterment of our universe. So I think it's wonderful and great discussion. Thank you so much. Please retweet this space and invite others. Thanks.
Thank you, Lily. Thank you. Okay, Doman, I'm at my hard stop. We're going to get the dog and we're going to go vote.
Excellent. Thank you, Peter, for joining us today. This is a tremendous story, as usual, really, but nevertheless, a tremendous story in that it made me remember all of those excellent tales of Richard Feynman at Los Alamos, of which there are many, and I'm sure that anybody interested can find appropriate books. I forgot the titles, but anyway, it doesn't really matter.
Great, and we'll be back next Saturday with another story of freedom, and we will continue every week until Ukraine wins this war. This is why we come together to help our friends in Ukraine. I'm going to tip the hat and sign off.
Have a nice day, Peter. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I will go ahead and change the title real quick because Peter's no longer with us, and we don't want to misadvertise. We don't think we still have him with us. But he's coming back. Is he coming back? Maybe he's coming back. Maybe not.
It's Twitter.
Yes, it's Twitter. Twitter being too clever for sound good, eh?
Right, it does that. Did we talk about the attack on the Druzhba oil station, pumping station, by 3 unmanned aerial vehicles?
in the early hours this morning in Bryansk, because now I found out what that fire was.
Oh, do we know more? Do let me know, because I have a bit of commentary on it.
Yeah, so Russians are claiming that drones attacked the pumping station. 3 unmanned aerial vehicles in the early hours of June 17th, Bryansk Oblast Governor Bagomaz says in a post on his Telegram channel. Of course, Russian air defense systems successfully repelled the assault, he states, alleging that the UAV deployed were aircraft type and must have been launched by the Ukrainian armed forces, of course. Russian media sources reported that 3 explosions near the oil pipeline occurred at approximately 12:30 a.m., followed by additional blasts within a 15-minute time frame. So, yeah, it seems that there was something definitely blew up there.
So I was kind of skeptical of that. What I think probably happened was Ukrainians launched some drones. They were flying in a general direction. They got taken down or whatever, and they weren't actually going for the pipeline, I don't think. If they wanted to take out the pipeline, they'd take it out somewhere else. And this is a pipeline that actually enters Ukraine between Bryansk and Chernihiv oblasts, and then goes on across Ukraine and goes into basically Slovakia and Hungary. Hungary is the principal beneficiary of this pipeline at this point still. The northern part of the pipeline continues on into Belarus, or do they split up into Belarus and it goes from Belarus to Ukraine? I'm not sure, actually. It could be either. It's very close. The split, the fork in the pipeline is right around that tri-border between Ukraine, Russia, and Belarus. It's difficult for me to remember exactly where, but broadly speaking, there. And the northern one goes then across Belarus, across Poland, to eastern Germany, but that's not used an awful lot exactly. So I would be very surprised if this is how Ukrainians wanted to do this, because thus far, they have prevented themselves from interdicting it anywhere else. They are getting paid for transit of Russian oil across their territory by, for example, MOL directly, the Hungarian oil company, Hungarian state oil company. So that makes things a little bit more sensible as to why they're not interdicting it anywhere. The other part of why they're not interdicting it anywhere is because they want to play nice, and they want to have all of the other European countries feel and think like, they're reasonable people who do reasonable things, and not the sort of people who go out and destroy oil pipelines that some of these countries, Hungary in this case, might be relying on to get crude oil for refining. And this is what makes me very, very skeptical of this description, because I would just kind of suggest, they wouldn't have actually done it. They would have actually been interested in targeting the pipeline itself. Something else in the immediate area, maybe, but not the pipeline. Or maybe a Russian fuel depot nearby, maybe a Russian refinery nearby, just not the pipeline.
Well, that's the news that they're claiming, of course. We're always well aware that they do lie.
Yes, and this is sort of the easy caveat, right? We put on everything that Russians say, Russia claims, but take with a salt mine of salt, because Russia almost always makes stuff up.
Yeah, it's difficult to say for sure, isn't it? Because you're right, Russia will always make stuff up. Such as they have stated that only 10 of their generals have been killed in Ukraine, but there are rumours of many more, and you can count 11 online that have actually been confirmed. So There you go. There's a lie right there.
So only 5 are done by killed are registered by killed in Ukraine. There used to be more, but they couldn't find sufficient detail. So I'll be a bit skeptical as to how many there actually have been the generals killed thus far. Having said that, I'll step down so Robin can take my place, and I'll rejoin you as speaker in about 15 seconds.
Go on then. And
Mark,
welcome up, Robbie. Sorry, go ahead. I've trampled all over you.
Mockers, I'm so sorry about that. I wanted to ask, was that pipeline taken out of commission? I know you said that there were blasts near it, or 3 more after, midnight.
I was, excuse me, I was just reading the article about it. Let me just find it again.
Oh, sure. I'm here, so there's no rush, and I will try to find some stuff too. I just wasn't sure. Thanks.
Yeah, so this was posted by the New Voice of Ukraine. This is a Ukraine's independent English language news resource. So they are stating that the governor of the oblast, Alexander Bogomaz, said that it was carried out on the Druzhba oil pumping station. So not the pipeline itself, but towards the pumping station. But of course, air defense successfully repelled all attacks. That's why there was a great big fire and some explosions. So yeah, I'm only going to say I'm slightly skeptical by his confidence there. Mette, go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to do some joke, so to say, or whatever, propaganda. What's talking there? Okay, Budanov is again in coma in Germany for the first. And then they are developing a weapon that somehow seeks all the Anglo-Saxon persons, so it's sort of selecting its victims. And Russians also have some combat dolphins in Sevastopol. So that's just so hilarious, everything. But there you go, daily propaganda for you. That was all from me. I just couldn't leave me. Okay, thanks.
I think the dolphins actually exist. I think there is talk of dolphins actually being in existence. I'm not
combat dolphins.
I'm just not exactly sure what they do. I'm sure Doberman might know. He might tell us in a second. But yeah, with regards to the Anglo-Saxon identification, gosh, we live in a world where I would say pure Anglo-Saxon has been diluted an awful lot. I'm not quite sure how they'd be able to pick it out of the gene pool, but there we go. Doman, go ahead.
Yeah, so the targeting of Anglo-Saxons thing is kind of a play on the previous thing that they've been claiming, right? Because if you remember the biolab theory, Ukrainians and Americans were developing a whole lot of bugs in there that were only targeting Russians. But somehow they were developing them in Ukraine because the genetic makeup is similar enough, so they can use it and then slightly adjust it. So it only afflicts Russians exactly and nobody else, because that's how statistics work. Because that makes sense. So that's a fun one. And then the other one, what was the other thing we're talking about? The dolphins. The dolphins are an actual thing. So the news with the dolphins is that Russia has doubled the number of combat dolphins in front of Sevastopol. Because, they had a bunch, but they said, "Nah, we need more. We need more combat dolphins in Sevastopol." I forget what exactly they're meant to do. If Danny's listening, maybe he can come and explain. I know it's an actual thing. I thought it was some sort of an early warning system or something like that.
I believe there have been trials in the past to get dolphins to place mines, like sticky mines on the side of ships. I don't know how true that is, but that's just something that I'd heard about a long time ago. So you never know what they might train them to do. But as far as I can tell, they're just holding dolphins in captivity for no good reason.
Of course, on the point of dolphins. So first of all, the trials obviously ended up in tribulations. But on the point of dolphins, in the Black Sea, Russia actually killed a whole lot of dolphins over the last year and a half through excessive use of sonar. And there are literally dozens, if not hundreds, of dead dolphins that are washed up on various Black Sea shores, including in Romania, quite famously. And it's now considered to be a species. I don't know exactly how the scale goes, but it's more towards the critically endangered side of the scale than it was before, as a consequence of these past 16 months or so.
Yeah, they've been causing an awful lot of problems for dolphins in the area. Has been something that has been noted by a lot of the inhabitants of the Black Sea, shall we say, or the people who are living along the Black Sea have noticed a lot of this. So the Ukrainian Defense Ministry has made a statement today that Ukraine is taking the initiative but still requires weapons with a range up to 200 kilometers. I sense no jokes there. I would like to think that that these things can be delivered to Ukraine as soon as possible. Long-range weapons, yes, please. Yes, please. I've got a little meme with a raccoon on that says, "I'll have 10 ATACMS. Yes, thank you, please." And I think that's what we need to do. But you know, times it by 5. We'll have 50 ATACMS. Yes, please. Thank you. And ATACMS. Sorry to the pedants. And that should at least help them along with what they've got planned. I think if they, if they were to receive ATACMS, then I think their plans would be able to go ahead a lot faster. At the moment, it almost feels like they're doing things with one arm tied behind their back, and it's difficult to watch. Although they're making huge gains. We've seen the numbers today, and they've been extremely interesting. There's an awful lot of artillery being taken out at the moment. Pretty incredible stuff. So I'm just catching up on what's been happening, and I note that there is a boom in Berdiansk. And so I'll be keeping an eye out to see if we can find out what the heck that was. Doman.
Yeah, just on a note, there has been an advance by Ukraine somewhere on the Zaporizhia front. I used to know where, but I forgot because it doesn't really make the critical difference. And it was arrested by an attack helicopter of the Russians. So one more case. We were talking about this many hours ago, Marcus, if you recall, about 8 hours ago or something, 7 hours ago. They are an absolute scourge on the Ukrainians, and they simply need more capacities to deal with them, right? And more of those short to medium range air defenses, let's say, shorter than the shortest range air defenses, to be able to sustain pushes.
I have heard more news about the additional air defense systems coming in, that some of them might be going to the front, you know. Always good to hear that. Go ahead, Mette.
Yeah, just picking your brains. I thought I heard something about Norway sending something 200-kilometer long range ground to ground. Something M270 or something like that. But you know, my brain is. Or is it something that they need to approve with US again? But does anyone know about that? Because they really need to bomb that Berdyansk airport. Thanks.
I think Doman may have an answer for you here.
So an M270 is kind of like HIMARS's bigger older brother. It's it can take 2 pods, whereby HIMARS can take 1 pod. The pods are interchangeable. The pod can house either, say, 6 Gimler missiles, 2 prisms, 1 ATACMS, stuff like that. However, the M270 is tracked, the HIMARS is wheeled. However, that is not a missile in itself, right? That is just the launcher for a missile. So indeed, Norway has, with British help, been providing more of these. Basically, what they do is they have quite old ones that haven't been upgraded, updated in a long time, long time. And they pass them off to the Brits, who then keep them, or keep some of them, or keep all of them rather, and then pass some number of British M270s, which are of current, more current upgrade status, let's say, more current version, and pass those to Ukrainians. So that's what has been going on with the M270s. This has been going on for since it's almost this time last year. Really, it was the first such transfer, and there was another quite substantial one announced by Norway about a month ago. So that's that. If you have M270, that's that. It's nothing to do with a longer range missile. However, the question is, what missiles exist that are compatible with a launcher like that Ukraine could get, but it doesn't yet have? And that's really a possible solution, right? Because, of course, if it's anything that fits in that launcher, then it's something that Ukrainians can employ more or less immediately, because they already have the launcher for it. They already know how to use the launcher. They already have a logistics train, not a literal train, but kind of the sequence of logistics necessary for the employment of munitions to such a launcher. So that's why anything that can fit in it is definitely an absolute priority as an option, right? Because it's much easier to then do all of those trivial, all of those boring but incredibly important bits and components of it to actually get something done. So I think that's that. I wonder what all it is that they're speculating could fit in it. I wonder if the NSM, which is the Naval Strike Missile, if there's such a thing as a ground launched option for it, and maybe Skolman knows something that has been developed for the M270, because then it'd be absolutely perfect.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to your question, but I just wanted to comment on the helicopter problem. The helicopter problem is solved by the ATACMS problem, and that's just the way it is. If you had ATACMS right now, helicopters would not be able to base anywhere near where they could actually fly to the front with any reasonable range, and have enough time to loiter. If you're 300 kilometers away from the front, helicopters become, not an option without a forward refueling base along the way somewhere to get the turn time, to get them turned around. So, this is just an outcome of not having ATACMS, is having helicopters able to base close enough to the front to where they can get there and help. And if you just push helicopter basing 300 kilometers out, you've made the complexity of getting helicopters to the fight much more difficult because you need a refueling point along the way, which puts them at risk. Just another reason for attackers.
You're absolutely right. Always plenty of good reasons. Doman.
What are the longest ranges on helicopters like this that Russians have? Any attack helicopter, what's the absolute most that it can operate distance-wise from a base?
Yeah, you could theoretically they have the range to do this, but you can't go in a straight line. You know that you got to carry armament. You know you have to loiter. So yeah, you could. If you looked at the Wikipedia range, you'd say yeah, it can make it to the battle and back, but it's got to be able to loiter. It's got to be able to get there through a safe corridor. So the effective range and then having enough loiter time at the front would make it prohibitive, and you'd have to plan on a refueling point. That's if you're doing an assault, if all you're doing is dropping off troops and heading back and doing a turnaround, then that's kind of like a different thing than what an attack helicopter is trying to do, which is get to the front and loiter and pick off armor, right? So when you're 300 kilometers out, especially with the K-52s, because they don't have like a cabin like the Mi-24. So I'm sure Mi-24s could carry an internal fuel to kind of extend it a little bit, but the K-52s don't have a cabin for internal fuel, so you're depending on a forward refueling point if you get 250, 300 kilometers away from the front, and attackers would push them back that far.
Well, yes, another good reason. Sorry, I'm just reading messages, catching up. Well, it's trending at the moment, so it's something that people are at least talking
We
about.
just need to turn up the game, because this is going to continue to happen, because the air defense systems are being prioritized to cover cities, and the armor is going to be exposed as long as we let helicopters base 150 kilometers from the front. That's just the way it's going to happen. So that basing and bird ants or whatever it is needs to go away, or expect this to continue, because K-52s can operate at night too. So that one advantage you do have with your armor, be able to operate at night, is mitigated with the K-52s, because they can operate at night. So you just gotta deny them the ability to base within 300 kilometers of the front, and then you've made that problem infinitely harder for them. They have to meet a fuel truck somewhere along the way, which exposes them, especially if there's partisan activity out there. Where you could call in a strike to that forward refueling point. It makes it much more riskier and much more harder to mission plan and get there in time to support the fight. Just got to do it. Just got to get them pushed out.
Yep, makes lots of sense, and certainly there are lots of partisans about. Doman?
Yeah, Zgoman, I think we need to start marketing it in that way. And we have to say, ATACMS are air defense. ATACMS are air defense for cities in Ukraine, because with ATACMS you get rid of so much of Russian close air support, so much of the tactical aviation, that you can have more air defenses in cities already from what the existing stock is, because simply TAC air isn't a problem anymore. Beyond what can be taken out of ground pads anyway.
Yeah, I agree. We need to change our marketing for it. And I think it does. If the U.S. wants to continue to resupply armor to the front because it gets shot up, because they don't, that's a marketing ploy too. Like, what I mean? It's we'll just have to continue to resupply armor if we don't deny helicopters the ability to, support the front. That's just, and deny them the ability to, to base that close. Like it is air defense. It is air defense for both cities and the front.
Well, with you mentioning birdie ants, there appears to be something else smoking there today. Unfortunately, though, not the airport, I don't think. It appears to be along the port area again. They seem to be very keen on hitting that for some reason.
Yeah, the thing with the port is they can use a Tochka, or it's even worthwhile perhaps using a Storm Shadow, right? Because if you have a sympathetic target where there's lots of stuff stuck together and stacked together, it just makes it a whole lot more easy to do. And yeah, whereas in this case, with the helicopters being spread out, and I don't know how far apart they are, maybe 100 meters from each other. If you take out one, you're probably only taking out the one. You're not taking out 5 or 6 or 7 of them. And this is where having the right tool for the job is not even the fancy new ATACMS. That's the worst thing. It's the old school, like 1980s original version ATACMS that they need, which is when Ukraine has been fundamentally provided with mostly sort of 1980s tech anyway, well, it fits right in. It fits right in with the logic of that. And if they've not been allowed to have air superiority in the counteroffensive, which has been kind of the fundamental tenet of Western, but certainly US operations, right? Certainly, at the very least, getting rid of Russian TAC air is the critical sort of minimal level here for Ukrainians. Right, Goldman?
Yeah, I agree. And just think about, it's right up against the sea right now. So the next increment of range, it's actually on the other side of the sea, right? I mean, you know what I'm saying? So getting rid of that, I guess it's about 150 kilometer, base pushes it much, much further because it's already against the sea. You know what I'm saying? So it's not an incremental push. It's a pretty big push if you can just deny them that territory, right? I mean, it's probably another 100 kilometers to push just to get them off of 150 kilometers.
Exactly. If they can't be there, they can't be anywhere.
Correct.
I guess they don't have ships to be based off of either, right? I mean, I know the Ka-29s are meant to be naval based, but do they have any such ships in the Black Sea that could actually base them off somewhere in the Sea of Azov?
Maybe that's why they got those Ka-29s there. Maybe they're anticipating that. I don't know. That would be. I didn't think about what you just said there until you said it, but I could never really figure out why the Ka-29s were there. But maybe that is their backup plan if they get pushed out of that base. Because GDLSB ought to be able to get them too. Like if they had them, there are other, and I just think GDL is what it was kind of the compromise, but we don't have them yet. Like, you know what I mean? I think they said, we're not going to give you ATACMS, but we'll give you a GDLSB, but we don't have them. Like, because I think that could, if Ukraine had them, they could take out that base also. But yeah, it becomes a different
and
problem.
from a cost perspective, it makes more sense, right?
Yeah.
From a cost perspective, it makes more sense because a dagger costs maybe $100,000 at most per missile,
Right.
maybe 50,000, and if you use one per helicopter, that's cheaper than using a Stinger per helicopter. But if you're using a Storm Shadow for each, no way, right?
No way, yeah, because you got a mission plan, you got to get an aircraft up. I mean, we talk about the cost. The cost includes the hour of mission planning, the gas for the airplane, the maintenance. You know what I mean? It's more than just the cost of the missile, frankly. When you talk about storm shadows and things like that, you got to get the Storm Shadow airborne, which probably for a sortie costs as much as a Storm Shadow itself.
I wonder what could be done, because you know how HIMARS Gimlers come in vertically.
Yeah.
But that means the fact that they come in vertically means that there's spare range there.
Right.
So I think it'd be really interesting if they could use some either of the cluster or sort of the alternative, the tungsten shrapnel ones. If you could get that extra range out, because you lose in precision, but you don't need to be super precise because it's an airfield and you want like 6 of them to cover an airfield, right? And you'll be good enough on that. Maybe that's the way to go about it.
Yeah, I mean that's what you want to do. You want to load up.
He's driven into a dead zone. I think we're losing him. No.
I think he's back.
Yeah,
Goldman,
sorry,
no, you're
I'm
back.
driving.
You're back. All good. No worries.
Yeah.
So my question for you is, Goldman, the following. You know the tungsten fragments, right? From that Gimler. Tell me this: if you punch lots of tiny little holes in a helicopter, how repairable is said helicopter?
It's not. I mean, to be honest with you, if you get a lot of them, something like that would go right through the transmission or go right through the blades. It only takes one through the transmission to make it non-usable. Now, when usually a transmission can operate like for 30 minutes without oil, but when you're on the ground and it's leaking out, you don't take off. When your blade's full of holes, you don't take off. Right. So there is some ballistic tolerance with the helicopter, but when it's on the ground, you never leave. So it wouldn't take but 2 or 3 fragments of tungsten to take a helicopter down, frankly, let alone a dozen or 2 dozen that you'd probably get with that type of munition.
Yeah, exactly. And you only need one to go through the cockpit and the avionics, right? That's a vulnerable bit.
Yeah, the cockpit avionics or the transmission or the rotor head. You know what I mean? It's there's plenty of places that you can take it out and prevent it from ever deploying. There's ballistic tolerance built into a helicopter, but that's only so that you can get home once you're hit. It doesn't allow you to conduct the mission, from scratch.
And we've seen the damage that something like that can do. Do you remember the video of the truck with all the little pinholes in it?
Yeah, 2 or 3 of those would bring it to a halt, right? And all those things would have to be repaired. If you went through anywhere the transmission is where I'd hope it went through, because the transmission is the kind of the guts or the heart of it, and it's you punch a hole through the transmission housing and it's spewing oil all over the place, you're not going to fly it, because you probably have at most a 30 minute dry flying capability with a transmission without oil, and that's a Western design, so I suspect it's less for a Russian helicopter. That's kind of the standard, like, you know what I mean? So all you have to do is get the transmission to leak its oil out and they're done.
Well, hopefully we can make Russian helicopters an endangered species.
Yeah, we need to do it at the source. We need to do it at the airport with ATACMS or GDLSB. We got to get off our butts and give them the right range weapon to do it. It's just, my guess is it's about 150 kilometers. So there's a couple things that we could give them. We just got to do it. It's just, or we're just going to continue to replace armor. I mean, that's the choice,
Yeah, and I'm still of the opinion that these things will come sooner than we expect.
Yeah, I think I hope so. I think the House bill yesterday that was passed in the United States, the mark, the mark defense budget initial pass, having a specific line item for ATACMS kind of puts a little bit of, hopefully, a little bit more pressure on the administration. So I'm hoping that we can just get this thing across the finish line, because it's, or like I said, we're just going to continue to replace armor. Like, if we're willing to continue to replace armor, then that's fine. But to me, it's not a cogent plan to me, to be honest with you. We got to deny helicopters the ability to operate, right? The only way to do that is to push their basing back so far that they can't get to the battlefield and be able to loiter.
Yeah, and they have been causing issues along the front, I believe. It does seem to be a bit of an ace card that Russia keep pulling up attack helicopters to the front.
Yeah, and the thing about the K-52 is, again, our big advantage, or Ukraine's big advantage, is the ability to operate at night. And and Russia doesn't have a lot to respond with that. But in the case of the Ka-52, they do have the capability to respond. So it's the one piece of equipment that's kind of outfitted to respond to a night offensive. So they just have to go away.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Can we put you in charge of the decision making, please? That would work for me.
I'd be sitting there saying, what do you need? How many? Okay, here's twice as many. And we're going to stage a bunch more in Poland. So in case you need more, they're already there. All we have to do is give you the title. You can drive them across the line. That's what I would be doing. I'd be giving them everything they asked for and then staging more in Poland.
Well, in that case, you've got my vote. JD Knight.
Hi, I have a question about the helicopters and their basing. When Ukraine pushes the Russian forces back further, they're going to start having to put the helicopter basing in Russia itself. Because if you're going to throw them out, the rear area forces back there, the supporting forces, are going to eventually have to be based in Russia itself. And I don't know if anyone has, considered that the Ukrainian forces will have to be conducting tactical and operational strikes into Russia in order to take out these supporting forces. And I'm wondering, has anyone considered, what that involves? So thanks.
Can we go to Goldman?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think right now, I think Ukraine's got to get like 75 kilometers of, they got to take away 75 kilometers to put that in Gimler's range, I believe, the base. But the beauty of where the base is it pushes you across the other side of the sea. So it's just got to, if it's in Russia and it gets pushed to the other side of the sea, it's got to go 100 kilometers. I don't have a map in front of me to see the width of that. It's
Berdiansk, they only need like 15-20 kilometers to have it in Gimler's range easy.
Okay. Yeah, I like I said, I don't have a map in front of me. Okay. So how many people? How many Ukrainians are going to die to get that 15 kilometers when we could just give them a missile? How many Bradleys are going to get wrecked, and how many to get that 15 kilometers? I mean, that's my point. And when Russia's facing them in Russia and they're in range, you got to take them out. I mean, that's just the way it is. But if you can get them out of Ukraine, then you have a body of water that's also providing a little bit more buffer zone, if you know what I mean. So.
George, welcome up.
Yeah, I was, I was listening to Goldman, and you mentioned body of water. Obviously, they'd have to cross the Black Sea if you're going to force them out of Berdyansk. Doesn't that? So obviously, you're the helicopter guy here, and if I'm like way off base, check me. But wouldn't them flying over that type of body of water cause other problems? I know they're flying high, but don't you still get some different elements, on the helicopter?
Yeah, sure. I mean,
because you can't fly high really, because you don't know if Ukraine's going to have moves an S-300 or something near there. So it's not like you can fly high really.
Yeah, you'd be much more weather susceptible, especially in the winter, right? Because I don't believe that the K-52 is marinized. It has blade de-ice and all the things that a real marinized helicopter would have. So it would essentially, for the K-52s and anything that's not marinized, it would essentially be more dependent on weather. And it doesn't even need to be weather; it can be just wind, right? Because wind spray off the ocean can build up ice on the aircraft, right? If it's not outfitted for that environment. Which is,
So you want to tell people like what do you mean by that? Because obviously, so if the Ka-29s, right, they're coming off ships,
right?
Hopefully, they're designed. They've got different metals, like so they're designed to work in a maritime environment, whereas a Ka-52 isn't. You want to really just touch base on what that encompasses.
The biggest thing from an operational perspective. There's a long-term thing where you use more anti-corrosive materials and stuff like that, but that doesn't stop them from being used. But the real problem is in icing. You're much more prevalent to icing issues over water because of where you are, and if you have to fly low, you're much more susceptible to icing. And maritime helicopters have blade de-ice systems to keep ice from building up on the blades, on the engine inlets. Engine inlets historically would be an issue for ice buildup. So you don't choke off the engine, because then if you get large chunks of ice that break off, they go right through the engine. So that's an issue in an icing environment. Building up on the windscreen, your sensors. That thing has a FLIR. Ice can build up on the FLIR, on all your optical systems. So the complexity of a marinized helicopter is much. If you look at the cost of for instance, a Black Hawk versus a Seahawk. Seahawk is marinized, Black Hawk's not. It's twice the cost, right? Because of all that other stuff that needs to be included just to make it operational in a in a maritime environment. So it's that, and I think that's why those K-29s may be there, is that's their backup plan, that they could move the air base to now that Doman mentioned it, move those aircraft and base them off of ships, and not have to base them all the way into Russia. But that could be just a guess. That's a guess on my part. Either way, that base needs to go away, and it makes it much more complicated for Russia because of the Black Sea.
And And unfortunately, it's like, I don't know the layout of obviously of the airbase, but you would think that they have these helicopters spread out. And
Yeah, they're spread out.
So either they need something new or even an extended range gimbals, right?
Well, that's
Would
where I was
reach it.
saying GDLSB. If you had 3 harm miles worth of GDLSBs, which have 170, 150 kilometer range, you just do a barrage on that airbase, right? You don't hit it with one, you hit it, but they need something with that range.
Extended range gimbalers would do the same thing as the
Right.
GSDLB, and like you said before, all they need to do is get a couple of punctures on the critical components. Like you said, the transmission, and that's the end of it.
Yeah, that's the end of it. The transmission doesn't come out of a helicopter very easy.
No, it doesn't. It's not like it's even on their tanks, they don't have the Russians never bought into the whole compartmentalizing power packs. They don't have that power pack mentality that we have in the West. So you don't see it on their armor. You're definitely not going to see it in the helicopters.
Yep. Yeah, you usually pull out the whole rotor system and transmission combined. The whole what we would call is the whole package usually comes out at once. So you really have to take out the guts of the helicopter to get it out. It's not like a piece of electronics where you can plug in another new piece. You need to take the transmission out of the helicopter. It's a major surgery.
And I want to ask you this one more question, and I'll let Alex ask his. I mean, obviously, but the fact that now we know they had several hundred of these. Now we know some of them have been taken out. But I wonder if the fact that they don't have more, that they've had to pull out those KA-29s, if it's a factor of attrition because they can't, for whatever reason, make the replacement parts, that they're cannibalizing their fleet of KA-52s, for parts, and that's why there's not like 50 or 60 or 70 of these flying at a time.
Yeah, Georgia, and that's the part that's been confusing about me, because you're right, K-52s, I think they only started the war with like 100 of them, and we have like confirmed kills of over 50. So, but why not the Heinz? Why not Mi-24s? They have to have more Mi-24s. Like, you know what I mean? It just confuses me. Other than the fact that maybe it's pilots and pilot ratings, and that's really their shortage, and that's why they're bringing pilots and their aircraft, because the pilots are the shortage. I don't know, because they should have more Mi-24s, and that would be the natural aircraft that they have to bring in to supplement their attack helicopter fleet, and not a naval aircraft that's equally capable, but naval optimized. I don't know. I don't know why Mi-24s weren't their answer.
It seems to be a manpower problem across the board with these guys. It seems to be not only like with our Army, but their Air Force or their Army Aviation, whatever the hell they call it. It just seems that they have the bottleneck is the personnel, the competent personnel to be able to use.
It has to be. It's either spares or personnel for the Mi-20, because the Mi-24, there's a lot of Russian friendly nations that also have Mi-24. So it's just, they should have a lot of them. And why they opted for the KA-29, it just really eludes me, other than maybe what Doman said, that maybe they're planning on having to give up that air base, and now they can conduct operations from shipboard. Maybe that is the answer. Yeah.
But the answer for Ukraine is to get them to eliminate that threat before they can move them.
Yeah, get them more than, if you have a 300, if you can move them from if you can move a helicopter base from 300 kilometers out, it becomes very, very difficult for them to support frontline activity, right? So if you had a 300-kilometer missile, or you can push them, they wouldn't be able to get to the flight and be able to loiter without a FARP, and that really, really complicates things. And it only takes a couple dozen of these ATACMs, or just to push them out.
It would literally take. I would say it would literally take 12 of the old M26, MLRS rockets that we know other nations have to take out the whole piece. It would just actually remove that whole grid square.
Yep. Well, to me, what you do is, when I say, I think what you do is you if you got 28 HIMARS, one morning you load every HIMARS with an ATACM, and one day you just wreak havoc on them, right? That's why I say 50. So you just have one day where you say, aha, we got this.
Saying is like, yeah. But if you have the old, and you remember the ones we had, the old M26 rockets, the ones we had in Desert Storm, 12 rockets take out a whole grid square, right? Which is a square kilometer.
Yep.
So if you have 24, there goes the airbase.
Yeah, that's right. That's what I'm saying. And and then you announce their presence in a big way.
Oh, and then that causes huge problems for them, because now they don't know if you have any more,
right?
And they're not going to take that. They're not going to take that bet. So now that everything's got to move, right?
Absolutely.
It's a fire sale. Everything's moving to at least 170 kilometers away.
Yeah, you do it like they did with Storm Shadow, right? They didn't just launch 2 Storm Shadows. They launched Storm Shadows every day for weeks, right? You know what I mean? So they probably could have launched Storm Shadow earlier, but they wanted to be able to continuously launch Storm Shadows, right? That's they didn't want to give them the chance to move quickly, right? If you launch one every 2 weeks, they get a chance to move. If you launch them every day, they don't have a chance to move.
Hit with what you've got while you've got it.
Yep.
Alex, you've got your hand up.
Thank you. Yeah, like if you follow the Twitter, like Russian trolls are now hailing this KA-52. I have a question though. First, why? Like I understand that they will try to hang on any straw, but like, is this KA-52 new to the theater? And then if it's not new, like why Russians use it now? Is that because before they're using it against armored vehicles and tanks?
No, it's not new. Not new. They stopped using it because when they were in an advancing role, they were getting mauled by manpads because they were flying into artillery, or excuse me, not artillery. They were flying into manpad populated areas right now, with dismounted troops, right? You know what I mean? So that was the real threat to them. So they were getting mauled when Russia was advancing. On the defensive, you have artillery out in front, or armor out in front, rather, right? And there isn't the same. There isn't. I'm just guessing. There isn't the same manpad threat that they stopped using them because they were falling out of the sky every other day.
Oh, so you are saying that there is less manpad on Ukrainian side because there are less troops involved. Those are like, you need more troops to have more manpads out there.
Yeah, because you don't have your troops out in front of your armor for the most part. Like there's nothing to cover the armor right now, right? Like there is when you're attacking a city, when every other Ukrainian had a manpad.
I see.
Yeah, so they stopped using them. You look, they actually stopped using the K-52. All of a sudden they disappeared
But they were
for months.
losing them. Yeah, that piece I understand. But now that most of Ukrainian troops they are behind the armor, so this armor they are not protected from air. But wasn't that contingency not considered? And like, what is the remedy for that or against that?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, to me, that's why I thought the Hawk air defense system and some of the mobile air defense systems that have been delivered were there to cover the armor. This Hawk was the one I was specifically waiting for, but apparently those are even being used to protect civilian cities. Even the smaller mobile air defense systems are being used to protect civilians.
So those
that's what,
attack on civilian, it does make Ukrainians use these assets to protect, like basically against terrorist threat rather than military purpose.
Yeah, from what I understand, the Hawk is being used to protect smaller cities, like, you know what I mean. But there are an infinite number of cities.
Yeah, to protect. No, I understand. So they need again more and more of these because this is freaking terrorist state.
Yes. Or as I contended, Ukraine needs a better attack helicopter itself that can operate at night to cover the armor. Right. To me, that's another solution which they don't have.
Why is the ATACMS kind of relevant in this discussion?
Say again?
ATACMS, because we are again speaking about importance of ATACMS.
Because they couldn't. A helicopter has a limited range of where it can be effective, and if you could push the basing of helicopters out far enough, they can't get to the fight and loiter long enough to be effective. So if you can deny them basing, right now Berdyansk, I guess it's probably 120 kilometers or something from the front. They can the K-52s and other attack helicopters can get to the front, can hang around for a while, and get back to base before running out of fuel. If you could push them further out with ATACMS, if they could, ATACMS with 300-kilometer range, if you denied them basing.
Yeah, you can't use helicopters anymore. I understand,
well,
but Storm Shadow can do the same thing, right? They just don't have enough.
Yeah, you don't have enough of them. You just don't have enough, and you have to get a Storm Shadow to take out an air base. You need lots of them, and that means you got to get lots of aircraft in the air launching them, right? And I'm not sure Ukraine has enough.
Oh, they cannot be launched from ground. They need need airframes.
Right. So you have to get enough of them in the air to do that.
So yeah, this is like, all these discussions, they suddenly make sense because they need all this weapon now, not next year. It's like we are almost celebrating like victory when there is a decision to sometime in future give them something. This is
they need it now. They need to deny the ability of helicopters to base that close to the front, or just plan on replacing Leopards and Bradleys. I mean, that's the choice.
There is this Avenger, right? Which is kind of it's also can shoot down helicopters, but it's based on.
Yeah, there are other systems, absolutely. Okay. I just latched onto Hawk because there should be a lot of them around because it's an old system.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you very much. Very informative and helpful.
Alex, before you leave, just one little difference. So Storm Shadows don't have cluster munitions. The old school ATACMS have them. So you can cover a large bit of an airfield with one ATACMS. That's the big difference as well.
Hey, Doman, there is a from the Scalp, or what you call the Storm Shadow missile, the one it was derived from. There is a runway.
It's called Apache, like Apache but French.
Yes, that would come in handy, but I don't know the range of that, because what that does is disperse bomblets that tear up a runway. But what it could do is you program it and it runs across. You have several of them run across the airfield, And by dispersing the bomblets, they would absolutely tear up the airframes and achieve the same result. But I think their range is only about 75 to 80 kilometers, unfortunately. So either Ukraine's given something that can do this, or they develop something themselves with with a drone that just has an explosive warhead that just shoots out, even ball bearings or whatever have you. But you need to be able to put holes in these airframes. The sooner the better. And it has to be something that flies overhead, because I'm sure that these helicopters are put up and there's probably revetments and stuff. So anything that lands on the ground and has a blast might not do the job. You will need something that explodes overhead and showers whatever the munition is downward. Like an airburst munition, whatever it would be.
Or Ukraine could just get closer, which I think is the plan at the moment. I think that's pretty much their only plan right now.
Unfortunately, yeah, Marcus,
right.
Marcus, I was going to say, yeah, well, that's the plan that's been forced upon them because they're not being given like Goldman said, the immediate tool that would be able to take it out, take out the cancer with with the surgical precision, right? Then you can save all the guys that are gonna, you would save not only the guys that have to push forward, but you're taking out one of the threats that they have to deal with.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The heartbreaking thing about this is Ukraine is going to win in the end, but the longer we take to get the munitions to them, the more young Ukrainians will die for this. It's heartbreaking. Anyway, over to Mark.
Hi, folks. Slava Ukraina. I was just listening to the chat, regarding storm shadows and these pain in the bum K-52s and stuff. And what I was going to say was, right, the Apache version, right, the problem I think you might have is that the Apache munitions, submunitions, I think they've been retired quite a while ago. But even if they weren't, right, the problem you've got is, I like the idea, right, of running your cruise missile across the ramp, or the apron as you call it, and get all these Ka-52s and Ka-29s and stuff, right? The problem is that you see those runway busting munitions, they're actually designed to burrow, right? They don't create that much of an explosion. And by that, what I mean is they are designed to be rocket assisted. They are fired by a rocket into the concrete, and they've got a time delay fuse that then detonates when it's underneath the concrete and creates heave. Now, like in an ideal world, right, the problem with that is, I would guess you could be within maybe 10, 15 meters of a helicopter on the pan, right? Sorry, that's another word for like a concrete surface where aircraft operate from, a pan, right? And the helicopter will be fine because most of the explosive effect is contained underground, right? Because that's what the munition is designed for. What you really need is either the original ATCMs, right? Or I'm not even sure how you pronounce it. You need the original ATCMs with a cluster munition because it's like perfectly designed. And the reason for it is you get more helicopters taken out or more soft targets taken out per ATCMs that you fire. That's the reason. Could you use Storm Shadow? Yeah, you could, right? You'd need to be very sure that those helicopters don't move between when you launch and when the missile impacts.
My apologies, I muted you by mistake. Go on.
Oh, sorry, I don't know what part did you catch me to?
You just missed like a half a second, nothing big.
Oh, okay, right. So, with Storm Shadow, right? Could you use Storm Shadow? Yeah, you could, right? Is it an expensive way to do it? Yeah, it is. But how expensive is it? How expensive is not doing it? I would say, right? Now, the other problem you're going to have or maybe you're not going to have this problem, you need to be sure that those helicopters, right? So if you fire at a particular, say that you fire 3 at an apron, one in the middle, one at the north, and one at the south, and they're 200 meters apart, right? Just for argument's sake, you need to make sure that those helicopters aren't going to move, because if they move 100 meters away, there's a good chance that you'll not do the damage, because although it's a powerful warhead, again, it's optimized for penetrating targets, right? I know it probably doesn't sound like it makes much of a difference, but weirdly enough, the actual warhead design actually does have an impact. Two things I think: the original ATCAMs have got a cluster munition, great if you could get them, and in the world of fantasy, if you couldn't do that, the other system that would be absolutely ideal would be these what do you call them, the series Gimlers with the 180,000 or 200,000 tungsten balls in them. They would work as well, because they would throw shrapnel over a wide area, and you would pierce and damage helicopters as well using them. But you need to get they don't have the range. That's the problem. So you need that kind of warhead, or a cluster munition warhead, on something that will get you there, on Storm Shadow, or you know what I mean. So that's all I kind of wanted to add in. Thanks.
Thank you. This is a Goldman.
Yeah, I agree with everything Mark said. To me, Storm Shadow is not the right answer for this, just because pragmatically, when you include the time for mission planning, getting aircraft airborne, and in position to launch, and then having the launch and then hitting the runway, that I'm just guessing that's a 2-hour, at minimum, a 2-hour period of time to make all that happen. And in order to do significant damage, you'd have to have multiple Su-24s airborne to do the job. So you're talking about a multiple aircraft strike, and you have to know when you're airborne, that they're still there. Like you said, that's the part. And by the time you do the mission planning and get ready to shoot, to actually launch, it could be a couple hours, right? So there is a risk that everything's changed, and that's why. Yeah.
Sorry, I was going to say, so that's where, is an alternative, right? If you've got an ATCOMS with a cluster munition warhead, right? If the helicopter's towed out from one part of the apron and comes back and parks in another, the fact that it covers, about 200, I want to say a football field, so whatever a US football field is, right?
Yep.
One ATCOMS, it doesn't care, right? I mean, ultimately, right? See if each of those helicopters was going out every day and, I don't know, taking out, let's say, 4 leopards at a time, right? And they're doing that, they're losing 10, 20 leopards at a time. Then ultimately Storm Shadow does become an option, only because it's the only weapon you've got. And if you can spook the Russians into pulling them out, then great. It's not ideal, but it might be. It's that way where the kind of calculation changes over time as the threat evolves, really. But I wouldn't recommend it if you can avoid it. Do you know what I mean?
And you got to recognize what other targets you're giving up on, because you're focusing on that airbase, right? Maybe
absolutely.
Not
Absolutely.
I mean? So yeah, and that's and like you said, the timeline between intelligence, say there's helicopters on the ramp, and launching an ATACMS, could be 20 minutes versus 2 hours to get a aircraft airborne and launched. You know what I mean? There's your chances of success and the playing field not changing is much higher with a ground launched ATACMS.
And it's problematic. It's problematic because the Ukrainians don't really have even they don't have a sort of cluster weapon that they can put on a long range fire. If anything comes out of this war, right, for the Ukrainians, it's never ever be caught without long range fires again. I think, just as a kind of aside. Don't ever get caught with it anything that you need, but particularly long range fires seem to have hampered Ukraine from the get go. And those bits of junk the Toksha uses, the SS-23s, they're rubbish. They're just not accurate enough to actually do the damage. contrary to what was in the catalogues before. So I think part of the problem, with the exception of ATACMS, I don't know any other Western system that actually uses like a cluster warhead anymore, because we all moved away from that because of the DUDS issue. Do you know what I mean? So I think it'd be, does Turkey not have a long range rocket that's got a cluster munition warhead as well? But I don't think it's that long range. I think it's like 150, 160 kilometers. Sure, there's one that's a Turkish weapon. But I'll shut up now because I'm rambling. Thanks.
You know, you guys are amazing. Every time one of you starts talking, I start jotting down questions, and by the time you get finished, you've answered them all. That was actually my question about the cluster munitions. So they can't be moved from one system to another. I take they were pretty much limited to being mounted on old style HIMARS.
Yeah,
Is that right?
yeah, they are kind of limited, right? Because when you design, like, so the original ATACMS were actually designed with a cluster system. Cluster munitions, on the face of it, aren't very complicated, but they can be. Basically, what you've got is so on a Storm Shadow, right, or on a sort of a normal, we'll call it a normal ATACMS, right? What you've got is you've got obviously the rocket motor, the fins, the guidance system, right, and then you have a great big warhead, right? One single warhead that when it goes off, it goes bang, right? And that's nice and simple. That's how most munitions work. What you've got with a cluster munition, right? And we'll talk about ATACMS. I don't know the system of ATACMS particularly well, right? But effectively what you've got is you have effectively where the warhead would be on a normal one, you've got like a payload, we'll call it a payload bay. Imagine it's like the shuttle's payload bay. And what happens is when the ATACMS is coming into its target, at a predetermined point, right, the ATACMS is spinning round and round and round like a rifle bullet in flight or an arrow in flight, right? What happens is at a predetermined point above the target, let's just pick a figure, let's say 1,000 feet above the target. What happens is the payload bay doors are jettisoned off, right? So they're triggered to explosively be fired away from the aircraft. A bit like when you see an ejection seat, the canopy pops off the aircraft, right? The sides pop off the payload bay of the ATACMS. And then what happens is you'll have a system that will start firing out, I think it's 600 submunitions, right? And because the weapon is spinning, that has the effect of throwing those submunitions out in a pattern, in a footprint effectively. And those submunitions, once they're in flight, right, once they've been ejected, there's a little, on the ones I worked on, there was a little coil spring basically pinged off, and that was what allowed the bomb to arm, and it trailed like a drogue, like a streamer, for want of a better word, so the bomb fused down when it hit the ground, or hit the target, hopefully. Now, the problem with lots of cluster munitions is that they had there was quite a few of them wouldn't go off, right? And the reason that we had this issue, as in we, the West, was, firstly, someone's got to go and clean them up, right? So we started, I believe, in the US ones, they started painting them yellow to make them easier to find on the battlefield to clean up. But yellow ones attract kids, because why does a tended to attract kids? So people come along and disturb them, and then they detonate, right? Now, if you think you've got 600, 1% of that means you've got 6 bomblets for every weapon you fire to clean up. Now, the Ukrainians take the view, by the way, well, given everything else that's getting chucked around in the battlefield, who cares? And they're right for their specific kind of situation. The reason that we stopped doing it was because we were firing ATACMS at things like targets in Iraq, and we were firing things at like in Afghan and stuff, right? So the cluster munitions for us weren't really appropriate. And something, now I'm sure in the 1980s, cluster munitions, they did an experiment with airdrop cluster munitions, I think for A-10s. And it was like they set up a typical Soviet motor rifle regiment, like how they would deploy. And they got some aircraft to come across and drop cluster bombs. And they reckoned that there was like out of 2 aircraft with 12 bombs between them, there was something like a 3 or 4% chance of actually taking out main battle tanks with a cluster bomb. And that's why, see, a lot of these anti-armor systems, we've got Javelin, things like Brimstone, which is a British weapon, Hellfire. These all started getting developed in the late 80s because they were like, man, we're going all this effort, right? And we're dropping these cluster bombs, but we might not actually take out that many targets. And so what they did was they moved away from that because electronics were getting smaller, right? And they started being able to put really complicated computers in the front of missiles. And that's why we moved away from cluster bombs. And then we're into the 90s, we were into like Afghan, Yugoslavia, where the whole threat thing was different. What we were facing was a different kind of warfare. And that's why the West moved away from cluster bombs. And then we had 1998, we had the Ottawa Convention, which was about banning mines. And I know America hasn't, I'm fairly sure hasn't ratified that, but mostly like NATO ratified it. So we did. And we started withdrawing a lot of the weapon systems that had cluster munitions in them for precisely that reason. And also, sorry, can I bore everyone half to death with the development of air-launched weapons is, by the time you're getting into the mid-90s, we had this amazing thing called JDAMs. And so strike aircraft could come in to a target and precisely put a JDAMs, a 500-pound JDAMs on top of a tank. And if you do that, you're guaranteed a kill. So a strike aircraft with 6 cluster bombs might have a 4% chance of taking out a tank, right? An aircraft with 6 JDAMs has probably got a good chance of taking out 5 out of the 6 targets. So there's an economy of force thing there. And that's been borne out, by the way, by the results of precision over quantity. Sorry, I'll be quiet now because I've went slightly off tangent. But yeah, it's difficult to integrate one into the other. Generally, these dispensers, cluster munition dispensers, are designed for specific. You can't just swap the warhead around if that's what you're meaning. Sorry, that was a really long way to get there. Thanks.
Oh, thank you. That's it. That was not boring at all, and I really appreciate it. I have no background in this, and I understand it much better now. Thank you for your explanation. I just wanted to welcome Ming, the Merciless Fella, up to co-host. Well, thanks for coming in today. It's nice to see you.
Thanks, Robin. No problem. It's a bit experimental for me because I've spent the day down at my drinking club with a yachting problem. Which basically means I spent the afternoon sailing with a couple of pints afterwards. So we'll see how this goes. I don't know, bit experimental for me.
It works for me. Let's see. I know what it was. I wanted to ask, since we've got so many people who know about airframes and missiles and all this stuff. I saw today that the Air Force had launched 17 strikes on Russian personnel clusters. And I was just curious, I may just not have been following this closely, but they actually used fighter aircraft to do this rather than missiles. Is this unusual, 17 strikes in one day? It seemed to me that would be putting a lot of these airframes at risk. I'm wondering if this indicates that they may be expecting delivery of new airframes in the near future. Does anyone have any thoughts on that? Could help me with that?
I'll have a stab. I don't know that it's maybe that we're expecting new airframes. I think it's maybe that has been something that, again, they've went, well, on the balance, right? Yeah, we're increasing the risk to the Air Force, but we might be in a particularly critical situation where we need to throw that in. I'm trying to think how to best like. So basically, it's like, well, okay, normally on a normal day-to-day basis, we'd do 10 sorties, and that would be the risk. But because we're in the counter-offensive, we need to throw everything we have at it. It's basically taking a gamble. I think. I mean, I don't think we're. Well, I can live in hope. I think we all live in hope that we're going to get F-16 sooner than we ever thought. But I think it's probably more likely it's just someone said, listen, we need to throw absolutely everything that we can into this offensive because we need to break this particular line or this particular position. I don't know if all the clusters were kind of together or wherever they were, but that would be my thoughts. I don't know what anyone else thinks.
Yeah, unfortunately that makes sense. Yeah, let me just see. It says 3 personnel clusters, 5 artillery units on firing positions, 4 electronic warfare stations, and then 2 other undefined. I suppose too, the more that the Russians are worried about any concentration being attacked, the more likely they are to hold back a little bit. I would think, although I don't know about this stuff at all. Anyway,
I think sorry, I was going to say, sorry to jump in. I was going to say, I think the number of attacks on electronic warfare stations, as they describe them, is interesting. That seems to be a step change. I mean, there was one or two occasionally, but there does seem to be this concerted campaign by the Air Force and the Ukrainians in general, I think, to start absolutely malleting the Russian electronic. It's interesting when they say electronic warfare. Does that mean radars for surface-to-air missile sites, or does it mean electronic warfare sites that can jam potentially communications and the such like, or is it both? It's a bit of a vague, I would have said a vague category in that term. The reason, I mean, either way, right, it's good news because you're either poking out the eyes of the Russian surface-to-air missile systems, and that hopefully makes it a bit safer for manned aircraft and Ukrainian helicopters, or are they going for the electronic warfare stuff in advance of? So those electronic, if it's the electronic warfare complexes that I'm thinking of, that's these sort of truck-mounted jammers and antennas. And what the antennas do is basically it's like a big radio antenna, and it picks up all these signals that the Ukrainians are emitting from things like radars and communications for radios. And what they basically try and do is they probably can't listen into them because I'm assuming the Ukrainians are using encrypted radios, right? So they can't actually hear what the Ukrainians are saying. But what they can do is use two different antennas to actually work out where that transmission is coming from. And then what you do is you pass that to an artillery battery, and the artillery battery gives them the good news, right? That's particularly important because what happens is the people that generally are talking on radios most are the command and control aspects, right? So you've got a brigade, and particularly if it's fixed, right? So the Russians sitting in trenches, there'll be a platoon, there'll be 3 platoons that will talk to a company HQ. The company HQ will be transmitting a lot more than each individual platoon, right? And if you can work out where the greatest transmissions are, if you can eliminate that, what you're actually doing is eliminating the command and control. And that means everybody below them, as we see perfectly so many times with the Russians, they're really bad at thinking for themselves. And I wonder if there's part of these increased strikes in electronic warfare is to try and track down those systems, because those systems the Russians have, right, and I think there's been a few captured, they're really expensive, so the Russians don't have a lot of them. You know, there's the proper electronic warfare. And even if you don't even if you don't use an artillery battery against the radio that you're the electronic transmission you've located, if you electronically jam that transmission, that means that they can't talk to each other, and that can only be good for you. I would have said that probably disrupts the attacker more than it disrupts the defender. If you think about it, if you're sitting in a trench and you're told, you know, if you're a Moblick, you're told, right, listen, chief, whatever happens, right, if you see a tank coming over that hill, you fire your RPG, etc., right? But as we see, when you're advancing, you're kind of constantly have to talk to people, because it's like, well, right, okay, there's a defensive position here, right? 3 company or A company, you go to the left of that, and you're constantly changing your plans as the situation develops. So electronic warfare against an attacker is actually, I would guess, probably a bit worse. And I wonder if that's what Ukrainians are trying to do, to attract these systems. Because once those systems are gone on the Russian side, the Russians don't have the capability to replace them. And that can only help the Ukrainian I wonder if that's helping the Ukrainian shape the battlefield and get rid of particular systems that are a thorn in their side for their advance. But that's just my thoughts. Hopefully somebody else will give a better idea.
Question for you, Mark, about cluster munitions. I seem to remember in the first Gulf War that the RAF had to drop them from fairly low level, and that made them really exposed. So what was it? Was it John Nichols and Peters, the pilots? Yeah. They were shot down by a shoulder-to-air launched missile over an Iraqi airfield.
Yeah.
Are they all launched on a standoff basis these days, or do they still have to be launched from low level?
So, okay, so what have we got kicking around now? So because we've kind of dumped so many of them, right? Like the West, NATO has dumped so many of them, right? There's a lot fewer cluster munition dispensers, air-delivered ones, around now, right? So the ones that I can think of, there used to be, Britain had a weapon that was a free fall bomb that you delivered for maximum height was 600 feet. And we got rid of them in the 90s because we signed up to the landmine ban, right? America, they've developed something called, bless their cotton socks, they've developed something called the wind-corrected munition dispenser, right? And basically what you do with it is, it's a cluster bomb, but it's got the same guidance systems as a JDAMs. And you launch it for about 12, 15 kilometres away, and it glides towards the target, and at a predetermined height that you choose, the weapon opens up and the submunitions fall out. So more of them, the only other ones that I know that are still kind of operational, there's loads of old cluster munitions kicking around, like if you go to the arsenals at China Lake or these kind of, there's probably loads lying around that were not intended to use. Air forces don't regularly train with cluster munitions now because there's so many precision guided munitions left, right? And we just don't do it. So that, they're trying to think who else would have them. 755's gone, Rockye's gone. There may be some kind of American nomenclature for weapons usually follows like CBU, cluster bomb unit, and then a number. So there's probably some 105 ones left, but I think most of them have been converted to wind-corrected munitions dispensers, which are kind of sort of a smart cluster bomb in effect. So most of them are standoff. I think the ones that are left, if we ever got down to using them, it would be like once their stocks of things like brimstone and that are running low. I can give you an interesting story about the whole Gulf War thing, right? If this isn't too much of a digression. So Britain used a system called JP233. It was a combination of runway cratering munitions, and it was a combination of basically anti-tank and anti-personnel mines. And the idea was you run down the runway, you hold the runway, and you dispensed all these mines onto the taxiways and the runways. And when Private Conscriptovich pops out with his shovel to fill the holes in, he gets taken out by a landmine. And everyone else is a lot less keen to go out their foxholes. Brilliant idea. What happened in the Gulf? So there was 6 tornadoes lost, right? So there was this big myth grew up after the Gulf War that JP233 was really dangerous to the crews because you had to fly across an airfield at 200 feet in a straight line and drop the weapon. However, when people dig down into the losses, right, 3 of the tornadoes that were involved were lost doing a different kind of profile, a profile similar to what you see them doing in Ukraine with the spray and pray rocket attacks. So 3 of the tornadoes were lost to that cause. 1 was lost going across the top of the airfield on a JP233 mission, so that was 1 loss directly attributable. 1 was later in the war where it was at 20,000 feet, and the last one they never ever found out what actually went wrong, but it was like about 15 miles after the airfield, after it dropped its weapons. So JP233 gets a bad rep, but actually when you dig into do the operational analysis of it, the majority of losses were on tornadoes using unguided bombs flung at the target for a distance. Just that was a wee side. That was a wee side thing, sorry. But one of the issues that they had with JP233, it was designed for a European conventional war, and the standard Warsaw Pact airfield had about an 8,000 foot runway and taxiway. And one of the things that they discovered, so the settings for the weapon were all designed to go into like hard, wet, clay-like European earth. And one of the things they discovered after the Gulf was the effects of the runway penetrators were reduced because underneath the runway was sand and gravel, and that actually reduced the effect of it. So I'm a kind of a defender of JP233. But sorry, that's kind of digressed. Did that answer, or does that help?
Really interesting stuff, Mark. No, really interesting. Because I like you said, I was one of the people who fell victim of the fallacy that JP233 was a dangerous weapon because everybody had to fly so low level to get it delivered. But yeah, it makes total sense to me.
What I would say,
go ahead.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Do you want to?
Sorry, what I was going to say. Sorry, just very quickly, right? As a kind of finish to the JP233, the French actually see the Apache that I think was mentioned earlier with the runway crater munitions, that kind of came out of the realisation even before JP233 was in service that it wasn't the best thing to have manned aircraft overfly the airfield they were trying to attack. And so they went, well, why don't we just stick? There was various programmes to try and make a standoff dispenser for JP233, and they never went anywhere. And then eventually the French developed the Apache, which obviously did have a good big old standoff range. So there was an evolution there. And Apache, and then from Apache we got Storm Shadow. Sorry, I'll think it, Doman. Sorry, my apologies, Doman, for jumping in.
No worries at all, Mark. I'm just here to make 3 points. One is off topic, which is I stuck something in the nest. There's finally a New York Times report with one of their fancy infographics on the Kakhovka Dam, and they talked to a bunch of engineers and basically say, yeah, these look like there are explosions in the gallery. Basically, I feel really good about this because it's like they read all of my really long threads compiling all of bits of evidence and wrote it up really nicely, and then called a bunch of engineers who all basically told them the same thing, that yeah, it's a giant dam, this is what it takes. And they also talked to an engineer who was responsible for the hydro projects on the Dnipro, deputy head, sorry, he wasn't responsible, he was the deputy to the guy responsible for all of the hydro projects on the Dnipro for between 2005 and 2018. So, you know, he really knows how the dam looked like truly inside and out. So it's really good to read. Check it out in the nest, and this puts a lot of the nonsense to bed, which is good. Beyond that, I want to note 2 things, Mark. One, you're asking about the EW that the Ukrainians are taking out. They're going for everything from jammers to radars to all the other EWE stuff. It seems to have been a real priority. I can show you the numbers. Peace for Ukraine's been compiling these over the last couple months. The numbers are absolutely insane. How much of a focus this has been the last few months. So, for example, I'll send you. I'll send you the most recent one. The most recent one that she did, which really kind of gives you an idea on a fortnightly basis. So basically on a biweekly. Can you hear me still?
Yeah.
Okay. On a biweekly basis, exactly how much of this stuff gets destroyed by Ukrainians, and basically since the start of March, they have really picked it up. So the way that the daily reports do it is on the basis of a why is this on? Okay, is on the. They just call it special equipment. They don't call it. They don't separate electronic warfare out. But they. But you can see how much that went up, and then I can also send you another one from Molfar, which is kind of an OSINT group, but they got access by the Ukrainian general staff to data. Oh, can I not DM you, Mark? Is there a reason I can't? Somehow I should be able to, but somehow it's not letting me. So it's very odd.
I'll try and check my settings again, right? Because I had
no,
an issue
because I
with
should, because we follow each other. So that's silly. There we go. Here we go. I found it. I've done it now. So you can see on a bi-weekly basis, you can see fortnights. So basically, starting with the first half of March, there were 27 special equipments destroyed, which was way more than any fortnight beforehand. And since then, it's been 37, 30, 33, 50, 47, 65 in the first half of June. Exactly. And the record before that was like, in the teens. And then it was 65 in a fortnight in the first half of June. It's insane. So not all of this is EW and radar. Some of this is like entrenching equipment, various bridging equipment, stuff like that. But they've really stepped up the electronic warfare stuff as well. And I'll send you another link here that only goes through part of April, early April. But it basically shows how much more were destroyed in March. And that gives you kind of an idea. And they got actual data straight from the Ukrainian military because they're the Ukrainian attached group. So that's one thing I wanted to say. The last thing I wanted to comment on the cluster munitions is mostly artillery now, right? The only place the cluster munitions still exist in the West is with artillery, both rocket, but primarily 155 shells. Some Gimlers have cluster bombs still as well. But it's just not airdropped because there's no point, because you have better stuff to airdrop. And sometimes for artillery, it's kind of a backstop. And that's kind of a shame why that stuff wasn't sent to Ukraine in large quantities already, because it really should.
That's
Thank
it.
you. Thank you, Domin. I'm going to take a minute now for a PS public service announcement. We are all here because we support Ukraine, and as we all know, that there's a desperate need for